Transported to a desperate world where Chinese civilization has vanished and the land is lost. I bound the ultimate classic of mountains and seas system. While others must sacrifice their people's flesh to summon demonic beasts, I command ancient primordial beasts with zero cost. In their first battle against the land of cherry blossoms, they sacrificed 10,000 people to summon the 8-headed serpent. I casually summoned the Taotie and devoured their divine guardian beast alive, even spitting out its sacred artifact. This battle not only shocked the world and reclaimed lost territories, but also unlocked even more formidable chaos beasts. But the divine and demonic systems of global powers loom ominously. My Shanhaijing monster army is facing a tremendous trial. Chapter 1, Desperate Situation. Damn it. Lost again? After draining the life force of so many people, all you managed to summon was a measly little catfish demon named Benboerba? Launching Huaxia Jiangdong City Urban Village. As the chosen one of Huaxia was once again defeated, Lin Yang cursed in anger. As a transmigrator, seeing such a great nation like Huaxia only able to summon these kinds of monsters to participate in the national fate arena makes me furious. Unlike Lin Yang's previous life, this version of Huaxia had suffered a severe cultural fracture. The cultural treasures of ancient Huaxia left no legacy in this world. Yet 1 year ago, the nation's fate arena descended. The so-called nation's fate arena is bound to national destiny. Victors can plunder territory from defeated nations. Participating nations in the nation's fate arena can only summon monsters and demons from their own cultural systems by sacrificing the blood and vital energy of their citizens. Failure would not only result in the loss of territory but also the sacrifice of the nation's people to the magical beasts, serving as fodder for the next battle. Facing all this, Huaxia, already crippled by cultural disconnection, was utterly defenseless. Within just 1 year, its lands were devoured by the neighboring Sakura Island Nation and the southern Tianzhu Kingdom. After Benboerba's defeat, only the capital remained. The battle ended, and the barrage of mocking comments continuously scrolled across the live stream. Huaxia, stop struggling. Our great Sakura Nation will definitely take good care of you. 5,000 years of Huaxia's civilization amounts to this? Ha, you relied on a catfish demon to barely survive the second-to-last battle. What else can you possibly send out for the final showdown? Japan started taunting right in their faces. After the territorial handover on the national fate arena, only the capital remained of Huaxia. Countless citizens had already been ravaged and devoured by Yamata-no-Orochi from Sakura country. At that very moment, a voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind. The current state of Huaxia is as precarious as piled eggs. The Shanhai system has successfully activated. System introduction. The host can summon mythological beasts from the classic of mountains and seas to enter the national fate arena without requiring the blood of this nation's citizens. The next summonable beast will be unlocked upon meeting certain conditions. Does the host choose to bind with the system? Binding will forcibly transport you to the national fate arena to become the next chosen one. After hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply incredible. Revitalizing China, every citizen has a duty to contribute." Without hesitation, he declared, "Bind." System binding successful. Host will now be teleported to the national destiny arena. As the voice in his mind faded away, a dazzling light flashed before Lin Yang's eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from his rented apartment without a trace. In the council hall of Huaxia's capital, looking at the still warm corpse of China's previous chosen one in the national destiny arena, the council leader could not help but let out a long sigh. Must we really sacrifice the blood of our citizens to summon those nameless demons? The council leader was extremely reluctant to use the blood of citizens to summon powerful demons. Could it be? Is heaven determined to destroy our Huaxia? The last remaining territory of Huaxia could no longer sustain the opportunity to summon another powerful demon. Council leader, do not worry. The Sakura Nation has offered us an agreement. We just need to submit to Sakura country, become their puppet state, and offer the blood of 1,000 citizens every year, and they won't launch another challenge against us. A bespectacled counselor in a suit standing beside the speaker of Huaxia Council held the agreement provided by Sakura Nation and addressed the speaker. Get lost. How could China ever submit to a mere island nation? Not to mention sacrificing the blood of 1,000 citizens every year. Upon hearing the contents of this agreement, even the normally composed council leader couldn't contain his anger and began cursing. President of the council. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about lacking firewood. The congressman still refused to give up and continued to persuade. Wait, our next chosen one has already been selected. Another congressman reminded. The national destiny arena has opened. The next chosen one should be the erudite Elder Chen. The council president frowned as he watched the live broadcast on the large screen. Wait, why isn't it Elder Chen? Who is this young man in his early 20s? Could there really be someone in Huaxia more suitable than Elder Chen? Welcome, newly chosen representative of Huaxia, now announcing the rules of the nation's destiny arena. Rules of the nation's destiny arena announced. 1. Both sides will get one chance to summon a magical beast from their own civilization system. The summoning cost shall be negotiated between the national government and the chosen representative. The victorious nation may choose whether to retain the magical beast that survived the previous battle or summon a new one. 2. Each use of the nation's destiny wheel to summon a new magical beast will require paying a certain price. 3. The country with the highest current arena points can choose whether to continue challenging the defeated country or end the challenge. For each victory will grant rewards, while the defeated country will lose a piece of its territory along with the citizens residing there, to be handled as the victorious country sees fit. 5. A country that loses all its territory will be disqualified from the nation's destiny arena and removed from the competition. 6. The defeated country cannot refuse the challenge. Special cards may be used. 7. Every battle's chosen one faces the mortal risk of losing their life. Fight with all your might to win. Lin Yang finished listening to the rules and began surveying the arena of the National Destiny Tournament. This place was vast in scope, with 4 massive pillars thrusting straight into the clouds, their surfaces inscribed with mysterious runes. Lin Yang and the victor of the previous match, the Cherry Blossom Chosen One with a 28 win streak, Ichiro Ishikawa, stood at opposite ends of the arena. Ishikawa Ikiru was a middle-aged man with a somewhat rigid expression etched on his face. At this moment, he was resting with his eyes closed, paying no attention to Lin Yang's scrutinizing gaze. With an air of certain victory, he held his head high. In the live broadcast room, the nations watched Lin Yang's youthful face and began mocking him one after another. It seems China has run out of people, ending up with such a greenhorn on the national fate arena. I suppose heaven has forsaken China, they stand no chance of turning things around. After all, facing our great Sakura Nation, how could China possibly compare to our profound historical heritage? Alas, China is simply too weak to resist the advancing tide of Sakura Nation's invasion. It doesn't matter, our Goryeo kingdom has long submitted to the Sakura Nation. Weren't the Huaxia people acting all arrogant? They're doomed. At this moment, the people of Huaxia appeared utterly powerless, as if resigned to their fate. He completely lacked the confidence to respond to the mockery from other nations. Divine selection of Huaxia, commence your beast summoning. The mountain and sea system has detected that the host has entered the National Destiny Arena. The host can summon the first mythical beast. Devour all things. Taotie. Chapter 2, The All-Devouring Taotie. Just as Lin Yang selected Taotie for battle within the mountain and sea system, Ichiro Ishikawa, the chosen one from Sakura Nation, smiled faintly, a familiar expression to his countrymen, exuding confidence laced with a hint of eeriness. This signaled his imminent summoning of the mythical beast Yamata-no-Orochi once again. Ichiro Ishikawa, the terror wielder of 28 consecutive victories. Please have the chosen contestant from Sakura country introduce the battle beasts. Ishikawa Ikiru finally spoke. The monster from Cherry Blossom mythology is an extremely powerful calamitous deity, a ferocious giant serpent capable of bringing disasters. It has a terrifying appearance with 8 heads and 8 tails, an enormous body, and stores lethal venom within. Lord Yamata-no-Orochi also possesses the formidable power to alter the weather. Ancient records describe 8 dark clouds swirling above each of Yamata-no-Orochi's 8 heads. Whenever it moves, the tremendous thunder it emits terrifies even low-level magical beasts with just a single glance at the serpent. Hearing Ishikawa Ichiro's introduction deepened the gloom over China. It's here again, Yamata-no-Orochi. What should we do? Are we really going to become fodder for Sakura country? Why put up such foolish resistance? I'd rather be a ghost of Huaxia than a dog of Sakura. The newly chosen contestant of Huaxia, please summon your first battle beast for the National Fate Arena. After the announcement from the National Destiny Arena, Lin Yang saw a wheel materialize out of thin air before his eyes. This meant he could use the nation's fortune wheel to summon mythical beasts from the Huaxia system into battle. However, without exception, each summoning required consuming an enormous amount of the people's flesh and blood, or their essence, energy, and spirit. The host can use the Shanghai system to begin summoning mythical beasts. No need to expend the flesh and blood of the people. The system in his mind immediately prompted. The classic of mountains and seas is the cultural essence of 5,000 years of Chinese history. How could it lose to some tiny cherry blossom nation? The system voice in Lin Yang's mind spoke up again. First summonable mythical beast, Taotie, a purple tier mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas system. The mountain and sea system ranks are divided into 5 tiers, red, orange, purple, blue, and white. Mission issued. Mission objective, use Taotie to devour Yamata-no-Orochi, the divine beast of Japan. Mission reward, unlock a golden tier mythical beast. As the system voice faded in his mind, Lin Yang was already brimming with confidence. Yamata-no-Orochi, ready to become Taotie's feed. With a thought, he conjured the image of Taotie in his mind through his divine sense. In an instant, a gloomy aura appeared in the air. The terrifying figure of Taotie with its goat-like body and human face materialized in the National Destiny Arena, though its size paled in comparison to the colossal Yamata-no-Orochi before it. The Yamata-no-Orochi, upon seeing the Taotie, excitedly wriggled its 8 tails, each as large as small hills, producing a thunderous sound. Its 8 heads drooled foul-smelling, highly toxic mucus. The Huaxia chosen one is requested to begin introducing the summoned magical beast. The National Destiny Arena reminded Lin Yang. Lin Yang cleared his throat and said, The Taotie is a ferocious and gluttonous beast from ancient Chinese mythology, one of the four fiends. According to the classic of mountains and seas, the Taotie has a sheep's body and a human face, with two heads, one resembling a sheep and the other a human, tiger teeth, human claws, all incredibly sharp, and an insatiable appetite capable of devouring everything. After listening to Lin Yang's introduction, the people of Sakura Nation burst into mocking laughter. Has Huaxia reached such a desperate state that they still refuse to sacrifice their people to summon powerful magical beasts? You foolish Huaxia leadership, just submit to the rule of our Sakura Nation. Korea extends congratulations to Japan. The Kingdom of Tianzhu declares that the upcoming clash will be between the two nations with the richest historical heritage in Asia. All men shall be sacrificed to Yamata-no-Orochi. Every woman must stay behind. Livestream bullet comments flashed one after another, all convinced that Huaxia was bound to lose. And the usually stern expression of Ichiro Ishikawa also revealed a faint sneer, his contempt left unspoken. His Majesty the Emperor has just issued a directive. To demonstrate the magnanimity of our Sakura Nation, we graciously forgive the repeated provocations from China. At the same time, we shall grant you Chinese one final opportunity. Become a vassal state of our great Ashikoku or face death. Ishikawa Ichiro spoke to Lin Yang in a threatening tone. Lin Yang sneered, the outcome is still unknown. Put away your hypocritical masks. If you want to fight, then let's fight. After responding to Ishikawa Ichiro, Lin Yang declared loudly, Huaxia is ready. The battle can begin now. Request from Huaxia received. The arena battle will commence within 10 minutes. Please confirm, chosen ones of Sakura Nation. Ishikawa Ichiro feigned compassion with a sigh and said, how ungrateful. Embrace your destruction, foolish Chinese. He immediately shouted, the great Sakura Nation is prepared. The preparations are complete for both sides. The battle is about to begin. The deep voice of the National Destiny Arena echoed forth. Battle begins. The eight-headed, eight-tailed Yamata-no-Orochi, with its 8 massive and ferocious heads, loomed beneath a terrifying thundercloud as all its eyes simultaneously focused on Taotie's position. A foul wind blew, carrying an unbearable stench. Taotie stood motionless in place. As a magical beast with high intelligence, it naturally possessed combat intellect far beyond that of ordinary magical beasts. Standing hair on end, bearing tiger claws, he fixed an unwavering gaze on the 8-headed serpent that towered countless times larger than himself, ready to take the next action at any moment. The 8-headed serpent also watched Taotie with great interest, already envisioning how, after devouring Taotie, the entire Huaxia would become its personal playground. At this thought, Taotie hissed softly, and all 8 heads flicked their tongues in unison. The extremely excited 8-headed serpent had no intention of wasting too much time with Taotie. The 8-headed serpent struck with a killing move from the very start. All 8 heads opened their massive mouths simultaneously, baring their fangs. Suddenly dark clouds churned across the sky, with plasma as thick as a baby's arm surging within them. In an instant, torrential rain inundated the entire arena. Thunder roared deafeningly across the heavens, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Watch out, the rain is poisonous. In the meeting room of Huaxia's capital, the council leader had witnessed countless times how Huaxia's magical beasts were killed by Yamata-no-Orochi's attack. The rain created by Yamata-no-Orochi was no ordinary rain, it carried the creature's own venom within each drop. In the history of Sakura country, Yamata-no-Orochi had used this technique to unleash countless devastating floods. Lin Yang also knew that not only was the rainwater poisonous, but even the blood of the Yamata-no-Orochi was toxic. According to Sakura country's legends, a single drop of Yamata-no-Orochi's blood would instantly kill any human it touched. Moreover, even rusted steel would instantly transform into divine weapons upon contact. Within the Yamata-no-Orochi's body lay a divine weapon called the Ain no Murakumo no Tsurugi, one of the 3 sacred treasures of Japan. Inside the arena, Taotie gazed at the pouring rain falling from the sky, neither dodging nor avoiding it, lost in thought. As if constantly planning and preparing for the next move. Chapter 3, Devouring the 8-headed serpent raw. In an instant, the Taotie lifted its head toward the sky, both heads opening wide beyond the reach of its own body. From its maws came a series of ancient, desolate, and eerie roars, woo, like the wail of an infant. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed by the venomous rain unleashed by the Yamata-no-Orochi, all swallowed whole by the Taotie. Such a bizarre spectacle left Ishikawa Ichiro utterly bewildered. Are you sure this isn't suicide? Lin Yang wore a cold smile, overconfidence. That's exactly right. The entire livestream audience erupted in a wave of mockery, pessimism, and rage. The mythical beasts of China really are nothing but dim-witted fools. Our great nation of Sakura is guaranteed victory. Close your eyes and await death, you foolish Chinese. We might as well prepare to be conquered today. This chosen one is useless, too green to handle the job. China is doomed. Before long, every drop of rain falling across the arena was sucked into the belly of the Taotie. Its belly was now swollen to the point of bursting. China is finished, but the great cause of the great Sakura Nation has only just begun. Ishikawa Ichiro declared, his face radiant with boundless hope of the nation's future. The Yamata-no-Orochi had just exhausted its ultimate technique, leaving its stamina severely depleted. Yet 3 minutes passed and the scene the Sakura Nation citizens had anticipated, the Taotie's sudden demise, never materialized. What's going on? Is there another creature in the world that can absorb Yamata-no-Orochi's venom and remain unscathed? Damn it! The Chinese must be cheating. All they could see was the Taotie lying on the ground, beginning to digest the poison rain unleashed by the Yamata-no-Orochi. The Yamata-no-Orochi, utterly exhausted, could no longer unleash another deadly strike. It could only watch helplessly as its own poisonous rain was digested on the ground. Yamata-no-Orochi had been far too overconfident this time. Its strike, delivered with absolute certainty, was ruthlessly neutralized by the Taotie. Lin Yang sneered inwardly, sighing, what the Taotie fears isn't your cherry blossom nation's petty tricks. Without overwhelming physical force, how could it possibly harm the Taotie? In just 3 minutes, the Taotie had risen again, having fully digested the Yamata-no-Orochi's deadly spell. Its body had swollen to over 10 times its original size. Now standing on all 4 legs, its body had reached half the size of the Yamata-no-Orochi's mountainous form. While ordinary beasts would die instantly from even a drop of the Yamata-no-Orochi's poison rain, the Taotie showed no ill effects whatsoever. Instead, it grew stronger. This development sent a chill through Ishikawa Ikiru's heart. Its tiger-like fangs and claws had transformed into steel-like weapons. With a stomp of its legs, the entire floor cracked open, sending shards of stone flying and filling the air with dust. The Taotie charged toward the Yamata-no-Orochi at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. The Orochi, with its body as massive as a mountain, had no time to react. The ogre tore open a gaping wound in its flesh, blood spattering everywhere, staining the ogre's claws. The Taotie's fierce eyes flashed with savagery and greed, like a demon from the abyss. Heh, this time, you're dead for sure. Ishikawa Ikiru thought to himself, feeling confident. Yet the Taotie did not collapse as he had anticipated. Instead, its fighting spirit intensified. Its fangs and claws, now coated in venom, sharpened further, gleaming with a terrifying cold light in the newly cleared arena. Its gaze was as sharp as blades, radiating an indescribable aura of terror. Witnessing this, Lin Yang chuckled. In ancient Chinese legends, the Taotie is the embodiment of greed. Once its appetite is stirred, it devours everything in sight, good or bad, it takes it all. A hint of mockery flickered in Lin Yang's smile. The Yamata-no-Orochi, having rested but now unable to contain itself, saw that neither its venom nor its magic could harm the Taotie in the slightest. It immediately twisted its massive body, sending all 8 of its enormous tails hurtling toward the Taotie in one coordinated strike. The tails were covered in tough scales, sweeping toward the Taotie like iron mountains. Excellent! Lord Yamata-no-Orochi, unleash your iron tail sweep upon the Huaxia people. Ishikawa Ikiru remained utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the blink of an eye, a cunning gleam flashed in the Taotie's eyes. Instead of dodging, it met the Yamata-no-Orochi's massive tails head-on. Yamata-no-Orochi launched a 2-pronged attack, rearing its body to expose its rotting, foul-smelling belly oozing pus and blood. The stinking fluid surged toward the Taotie. How disgusting! Lin Yang cursed under his breath. In that instant, the Taotie demonstrated astonishing speed and strength. Without flinching, its body suddenly leapt into the air. A lightning-fast figure lunged toward Yamata-no-Orochi, its claws slicing through the air with a piercing, shrill sound. What courage! To dare confront the attack of Lord Yamata-no-Orochi head-on. Ishikawa Ichiro hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. Watching the live broadcast, the Emperor of Sakura Nation was stunned by this fearless charge from Huaxia. Damn it, Ishikawa Ichiro! Get to work devising a solution. In the blink of an eye, the creature had severed the serpent's tail, plunged into its belly, and with both mouths, began devouring the massive body of Yamata-no-Orochi. The Yamata-no-Orochi finally grasped the terrifying nature of the Taotie. It writhed violently, desperately trying to shake the creature loose from its belly. But it was futile. Wherever the Taotie touched flesh, it clung like a flesh-eating ulcer, tearing into the serpent's belly. Poisonous blood spattered everywhere as the Yamata-no-Orochi convulsed violently, shaking the entire arena like an earthquake. Ichiro Ishikawa stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. The Taotie's ferocity and power far exceeded his wildest imaginings, filling him with an unprecedented sense of dread and despair. The glutton's devouring continued relentlessly. In an instant, it had ripped open the Yamata-no-Orochi's belly and began tearing into the flesh within. The Yamata-no-Orochi, unable to muster its strength, lashed out wildly with its 8 thick, powerful tails. The terrifying devouring continued, as if the monster were feasting on the most exquisite delicacies. Soon, the flesh within the Yamata-no-Orochi's belly was devoured clean. Next came the intestines, liver, stomach. Yet even with its insides hollowed out, the Yamata-no-Orochi was not yet dead. Its 8 massive tails still thrashed violently. At this moment, it was finally flung out from the hollowed-out belly of the Yamata-no-Orochi. But having fully digested the serpent's flesh and venom, the gluttonous beast now loomed as large as the Yamata-no-Orochi itself. Its insatiable appetite glared naked at the Yamata-no-Orochi. It opened its massive jaws once more, devouring the serpent's remains with a terrifying, star-devouring, moon-swallowing ferocity. This time, however, digestion proved difficult. A wave of retching followed by a sharp ding sound. A long sword was vomited from its mouth. Lin Yang's eyes widened in shock. This. Could it be the Sakura Nation's national treasure, the Aim-no-Murakumo sword? Before Lin Yang could find an answer to his question, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System notice. The Taotie has successfully devoured the Yamata-no-Orochi. Mission complete. Reward, Golden Great Demon Beast, Chaos. Lin Yang erupted with joy upon hearing this. Chaos, born at the dawn of creation, formless and colorless. The National Fortune Arena prompt sounded at the same moment. National Fortune Arena notice. Sakura Nation defeated. Victorious Nation Huaxia, please select your battle reward. After the National Fortune Arena's announcement, the Taotie slowly closed its eyes, beginning to digest the Yamata-no-Orochi from Sakura Nation. Viewers from all nations in the livestream couldn't believe their eyes. My great Sakura Nation lost? Impossible, I must be dreaming. What the hell? China won? I can't believe it, the invincible Yamata-no-Orochi has fallen? Ha! We even forced your cherry blossom devil's national treasure out of hiding. Lin Yang calmly responded to the National Fortune Arena. I choose to reclaim a territory of China. Lin Yang's purpose in coming this time was to restore the glory of China. Chapter 4, The Bloody Sacrifice of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. The Taotie's movements hadn't ceased. Its gaze sharpened toward Ishikawa Ichiro before it, showing no intention of sparing him. Ishikawa Ichiro still hadn't recovered from the shock of Yamata-no-Orochi's demise. The Taotie swallowed Ishikawa Ichiro whole in a single gulp. Lin Yang watched, his hair standing on end. Not for any other reason, but because this old villain from the land of the rising sun had killed countless chosen ones of Huaxia. Had he failed today, he too would have become mere scraps between the fangs of Yamata-no-Orochi. National Fortune Arena notice. Battle concluded. The victorious nation's chosen one is now being teleported back to their homeland. And the remains of the chosen ones from the defeated nation return to their homeland. The nation with the highest cumulative arena points at present shall decide whether to proceed with the next battle. The nation with the highest points in the East Asia division is currently Sakura Nation. Many spectators and nations following the National Fortune Arena still cannot believe that China has defeated the once invincible Sakura Nation. Among them, the Sakura Nation's cabinet finds this outcome utterly unacceptable, especially since their national treasure has been publicly displayed by China in the heart of their city. This has further inflamed the Sakura Nation cabinet's fury. They haven't endured such humiliation in many years. Various statements carry a clear intent to force the emperor's resignation. Your Majesty the Emperor. The dignity of our great Sakura Nation absolutely cannot be violated. Indeed, Your Majesty. Dispatch Shuten Doji to annihilate China once and for all. Foolish China, still clinging to desperate resistance. Ministers from across the cabinet spoke out, suddenly placing immense pressure on the Emperor of Sakura Nation. Driven to respond, the Emperor addressed the clamor. Can we truly bear the cost of summoning Shuten Doji? The Emperor of Sakura Nation hesitated. After all, Shuten Doji was a powerful and mysterious entity within their nation. He was no ordinary being who could be summoned at will. Even he had only heard of Shuten Doji's name, never witnessed its true form. Moreover, no one could say for certain what Shuten Doji truly looked like. The only certainty was that summoning him would cost far more than summoning the Yamata-no-Orochi. Your Majesty. If we cannot crush the Chinese nation with thunderous force, where lies the dignity of our Sakura Nation? A cabinet minister declared vehemently. His words were met with a chorus of agreement from the cabinet. The Emperor of Sakura Nation could no longer remain silent. His voice deepened as he commanded, at any cost. Summon Shuten Doji. Launch an all-out, no-holds-barred battle against Huaxia immediately. Continue until Huaxia is utterly annihilated. The Emperor of Sakura Nation's two commands were brief yet forceful. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is enlightened. 90% of the Sakura Nation's cabinet were war maniacs. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the entire cabinet instantly shifted from threatening to fawning. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had already been escorted by heavily armed soldiers into the interior of the Huaxia Parliament building. The assembly chairman wore a heavy frown. Summoning the Taotie to battle last time disrupted Sakura Nation's plans, but their counterattack will undoubtedly be fiercer. The demon beast Japan summons next will surely be terrifying. Can we truly rely on the Taotie? Seated below were several high-ranking officers of the military commission, their expressions filled with deep concern. Chairman. The Sakura Nation's madmen may attack with a ferocity beyond our expectations, beyond anyone's expectations. Indeed. Chairman, perhaps we should seize the moment and negotiate with Sakura Nation? The chairman frowned deeply, remaining silent. Only when Lin Yang strode into the assembly hall did the chairman's furrowed brow finally relax. He stepped forward and shook Lin Yang's hand. Young man, that was a splendid fight just now. Just as Lin Yang was about to respond, the cold voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed in the ears of everyone across the globe. National Fortune Arena critical notice. The reigning champion of the East Asia Division, Sakura Nation, has declared an all-out war of annihilation against Huaxia. China has no right to refuse. Both sides must prepare. In 3 days, the battle begins. The announcement from the National Fortune Arena sent shockwaves through the entire assembly hall. Lin Yang knew he would receive Sakura Nation's challenge in 3 days. But he never imagined Sakura Nation would be this reckless. They had directly launched an all-out war of annihilation against China. Such was the nation's historical pattern of recklessness. Once its war machine was set in motion, even the slightest setback would unleash uncontrollable domestic unrest. Thus, launching an all-out, no-holds-barred battle against China was entirely predictable. The chairman felt uneasy, yet his expression remained unchanged. "Young friend Lin Yang, do you have any good ideas?" Lin Yang responded with a faint smile, "We'll meet force with force, and water with earth. With China's 5,000 years of history, why should we fear those cherry-blossom children?" The council chairman nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "According to our intelligence, the land of cherry blossoms may well summon a demon beast even more powerful than the Yamata-no-Orochi." After the chairman finished speaking, high-ranking officials from various factions below the podium voiced their concerns. First, to annihilate us completely. Second, to intimidate their next adversary. Can the Taotie's combat power keep up? Lin Yang lowered his head, took a sip of tea, and calmly replied, "No need to worry. This hermit has his own clever plan." Online. Comments on major Chinese forums erupted in turmoil. Japan is clearly aiming to wipe us out completely. Can we still engage in diplomatic negotiations with them? Give up that naive hope. Prepare for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, the entire nation of Sakura was swept into a frenzy. Well done. That's exactly how the Chinese deserve to be treated. Let's wipe them out completely. His Majesty the Emperor is wise. This should have happened long ago. China should vanish into the annals of history. The people of Sakura Nation rejoiced, eager to witness the moment China was swallowed whole by their nation. Amidst the nation's boiling public sentiment, the altar summoning the mighty demon beast, Shuten Doji, had long been prepared. The summoning ritual could commence the moment the appointed time arrived. Gazing at the altar erected in the capital of Sakura Nation, the Emperor of Sakura Nation stood with unwavering resolve. "I need only wait for the day the National Fortune Arena reopens. Then I shall become the most accomplished emperor in the entire history of Sakura Nation." In his mind's eye, he already witnessed the collapse of Huaxia, reduced to mere fragments of its former territory. Beneath the altar summoning Shuten Doji, a dense crowd gathered. These were the war-crazed madmen of Sakura Nation who had voluntarily offered themselves as sacrifices to Shuten Doji. None were saints. Each summoning demanded the blood of their own people as payment. The summoning sacrifices came with numerous restrictions. For instance, an expert well-versed in Sakura Nation's supernatural lore explicitly stated during recruitment that only women and children were needed, no adult males were accepted. The reason was simple: Shuten Doji was only interested in the flesh and blood of women and children. The hour has come. The blood sacrifice to Shuten Doji begins. 6,000 citizens who volunteered to become offerings to Shuten Doji silently gathered beneath the altar, closing their eyes. Chapter 5: The Handsome Shuten Doji. Though every soul beneath the altar was a war-crazed volunteer, they began to tremble uncontrollably. Many faces turned as pale as paper. Though they knew their fate, confronting this terrifying spectacle had shattered their resolve. The ritual had begun, there was no stopping it midway. Everyone had no choice. They could only grit their teeth and endure, standing resolutely beneath the altar. And it was at this very moment that they finally saw the true form of Shuten Doji. He appeared entirely crimson, possessing an exquisitely beautiful, yet undeniably demonic youth. His black hair cascaded down, his eyes blood red, a gourd of sake in hand. His naked spirit appeared above the altar. This heralded the successful completion of the ritual for the land of cherry blossoms. Beneath the altar, nearly all 6,000 human sacrifices from Sakura Nation had been reduced to skeletal remains, their flesh and blood utterly devoured by Shuten Doji. Only one offering, neither distinctly male nor female, remained standing. Clearly, he had been chosen by Shuten Doji as the next Sakura chosen one to compete in the National Fortune Tournament. "Ha! Little one, what is your name?" Shuten Doji asked with a wicked grin, gazing at the chosen one. "My name is Yoshino Haru." The chosen one, Yoshino Haru, answered tremulously, his face twisted with terror. "Very well. Then you shall first serve as this divine lord's servant." With that, Shuten Doji's spirit entered Yoshino Haru's body. The Emperor of Sakura Nation watched the entire ritual unfold on television. He showed no concern for the sacrificed citizens, merely stating indifferently, "Tomorrow is the day the greatest Emperor of Sakura Nation will be crowned once more." 3 days passed swiftly. On the arena of the National Fortune Tournament, Lin Yang and Yoshino Haru, the newly chosen one of Sakura Nation, appeared together. Yoshino Haru sneered coldly, "Your victory last time was mere luck for your China. Facing Lord Shuten Doji, you won't stand a chance." Her words dripped with contempt as she stared at Lin Yang with disdain. Lin Yang smiled faintly. You cherry blossom brat, how arrogant. Bastard. Daring to be arrogant even as death approaches. Yoshinoharu roared in fury. Let's settle this with our fists. Lin Yang refused to waste any more words on this woman. National Fortune Arena notice, the No Mercy Arena battle begins. Unless one nation is annihilated, the battle will never end. The champion nation, Sakura Nation, is requested to introduce its combat beast first. Yoshinoharu smiled confidently, Lord Shuten Doji. His true name is Gaitamaru. One of the three great demons of Great Sakura Nation, he earned his name for his insatiable thirst for sake. Having seized Oi Mountain in Tanba Province, he is also known as the Demon of Oi Mountain. He once shook the capital of Kyoto and features in legends such as the subjugation of Shuten Doji and the night parade of 100 demons. It is said he feeds exclusively on the flesh and blood of women and children, excelling in seduction arts and illusions. After Yoshinoharu finished introducing Shuten Doji's exploits, the crowd of online spectators erupted in gasps and murmurs. So this monster is even more powerful than the Yamata-no-Orochi? Holy crap, China's really screwed now. So is China's divine beast still the Taotie? Chinese netizens, please begin introducing your combat beasts. Lin Yang remained utterly composed. Chaos. One of the four great fiends of ancient Chinese mythology, it is formless seen yet unseen, shrouding the world in murk. Existing since Pangu split heaven and earth, it is the most ancient and terrifying demon beast. This simple introduction instantly sent the Chinese populace into an uproar. Just 1-1 match against Sakura country and already getting cocky? Why not use the Taotie? This is just messing around. Lin Yang is still too young. The council chairman was equally perplexed by Lin Yang's decision to switch beasts. This was a critical moment of survival. Swapping in a beast that had never seen combat was far too risky. Of course, the National Fortune Arena wouldn't grant either side time to reconsider. Both beasts materialized swiftly on the arena floor. One was formless and colorless, a chaotic mass of murky energy. The other was the handsome, demonically alluring Shuten Doji. Though both were great demons from their respective nations' histories, the auras emanating from them were fundamentally different. One was eerie and unsettling, the other radiated pure, unadulterated terror. Both stood poised, ready to strike the moment the battle cry echoed across the National Fortune Arena. Just as they were about to strike, Shuten Doji spoke in a strange, human voice, Hehe, Chaos? I wouldn't need something as ugly as you. Chaos understood Shuten Doji's words, Ha! A terrifyingly dry laugh echoed, as if Chaotic found it beneath him to respond. China and Sakura Nation ready. Combat commences. The moment the National Fortune Arena declared the battle commenced. Neither side rushed to attack. A clash between such highly intelligent beasts would never resemble the mindless charge of the previous battle against Yamata-no-Orochi, needlessly offering openings to the enemy. Even if Shuten Doji underestimated his opponent, he would first make a few tentative probes. His pupils transformed into a blood-red hue as he fixed his gaze upon Chaos. Lin Yang knew this was likely Shuten Doji's minor seduction technique. Alas, seduction and illusion held no sway over Chaos. Chaos bore the name of the all-encompassing darkness that existed when Pangu split heaven and earth. Only the dawn that burst forth when Pangu's giant axe cleaved the heavens and earth could vanquish Chaos. Seeing the enchantment fail, Yoshinoharu grew anxious. What trick is this? How can it ignore Lord Shuten Doji's illusions? Shuten Doji was equally astonished. What's happening? Why is this monster immune to our illusory attacks? He swiftly drew the demon gourd from his waist and gulped down a mouthful of its liquor. His form shifted into a spectral state. Though unable to discern his expression, Lin Yang knew Chaos was getting serious upon witnessing Shuten Doji's transformation. Such was the nature of Chaos's existence. Physical attacks and illusions were utterly useless against it. Yet attacks in this ethereal form could strike at Chaos. Yet, many spectators watching the National Fortune Arena were utterly baffled. Shuten Doji has already launched 2 rounds of attacks. Why hasn't Chaos made a move yet? It's over. Our chosen one traded the invincible Taotie for a dumbass who just takes beatings. But that Shuten Doji over there doesn't seem particularly formidable either? The Chinese spectators were burning with impatience. What they feared most was the process of building hope only to be dashed. Finally, under the eager gaze of the Chinese spectators, Chaos began to move. What had been a mere shadowy form instantly solidified into its true shape. The true form of Chaos, a monstrous beast resembling a giant hound, appeared. This spectacle drew the attention of many viewers who had assumed China was showing weakness back to the battle. The true form of Chaos was a being of unimaginable ferocity. Holy crap! China actually has such a ferocious demon beast. This true form seems to rival the might of the Taotie. Wonder how Japan's Shuten Doji will handle this. Chapter 6, Chaos. Formless and colorless. Immediately, the phantom of Chaos lunged toward Shuten Doji like a gaping maw. Shuten Doji snorted coldly, flinging his sake flask into the air. Sake. Instantly, a rich aroma of sake wafted down from the sky. Sake drinking demon tilted his handsome face upward, opening his mouth to catch the falling droplets. Not a single drop was wasted. This scene left many female spectators watching the National Fortune Arena utterly breathless. Good heavens, he's too handsome. The demons of our great Sakura Nation truly possess both beauty and power. Lord Shuten Doji, please devour me. Comments shattering all moral boundaries flooded the Sakura Nation livestream chat. Meanwhile, the Chinese livestream chat erupted with concern. I wonder if chaos can hold out. Looks like Shuten Doji is getting serious. Let's all cheer for chaos. Before long, the liquid seemed to be fully absorbed by Shuten Doji, and the entire battle had lasted only about 3 seconds. Kuchios no Shuten do effortlessly parried Chaos Phantom attack as if it were nothing. His confidence soaring, Shuten Doji charged forward, unleashing a devastating punch aimed squarely at Chaos. Boom! The alcohol vapor scattered, and Chaos's body was instantly shattered into fragments by Shuten Doji. Ha 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 ha! Shuten Doji roared with maniacal laughter. The scene unfolding before him was exactly as he had anticipated. How utterly boring! Shuten Doji sneered coldly. His formidable power fueled his confidence. After all, the entire National Fortune Arena required 1,000 sacrifices to summon the demon beast. How could any weak beings possibly exist? Great Sakura Nation. Unrivaled. Watching Shuten Doji obliterate chaos with a single punch, the Emperor of Sakura Nation was overcome with ecstatic joy. This must be the most significant moment in the history of our great nation of Sakura. However, events did not unfold as the people of Sakura Nation had anticipated. Kuten was not slain by Shuten Doji. His shadowy form quickly solidified once more. He appeared as he always had, yet his aura had grown more than twice as potent. Shuten Doji frowned, clearly sensing that Chaos's aura was now several times stronger than before. He dared not delay, immediately charging toward Chaos once more. The flask hanging at his waist had already grown significantly larger, transforming into a weapon in his grasp. Again! Shuten Doji roared, swinging the giant flask toward the Chaos. Ha! Chaos remained silent, its withered laughter dripping with scorn. The next instant, Chaos's true form dissolved into a million strands of black mist, vanishing from its original spot. Shuten Doji's physical attack once again missed its mark. Damn it! Afraid to fight? Yoshinoharu roared in fury. A strange sense of danger welled up within Shuten Doji's heart. I have never encountered such a troublesome opponent. Shuten Doji murmured. But before he could react, the black mist began to writhe. Chaos's scattered remains across the arena coalesced into several long spikes. They swarmed toward Shuten Doji from his blind spot. Thud thud. Kitsune couldn't dodge in time, pain erupting simultaneously in his chest, abdomen, and back. He turned to see several long spikes embedded in his back. Chaos' illusory attack wounded Shuten Doji in an instant. Even with his formidable flesh and blood, he could only endure for a mere 2 seconds. His expression darkened as he leapt upward. Yet the long spikes, as if alive, pursued him relentlessly, matching his every step. What the hell? Guts gritted his teeth, enduring the assault as he dodged relentlessly. Yet more and more spikes assaulted his vital areas from all manner of awkward, bizarre angles. Damn it! Shuten Doji cursed under his breath. His activated hollow spirit state failed to inflict any substantial damage on Chaos. Instead, he was overwhelmed by Chaos's counterattacks, which defused each of his moves, leaving him disoriented. How could Shuten Doji not be furious? Well played. The council chairman of Huaxia's capital was filled with surprise and delight. Chaos's offensive gave him hope and made him realize just how terrifying a presence Lin Yang truly was. Lin Yang. Though young in age, he is truly a national treasure of our realm. Victory is assured in this round. The high-ranking officials of Huaxia were all highly excited. The audience from the land of cherry blossoms, however, was left speechless. They knew full well the power of Shuten Doji. Otherwise, how could it have taken the blood and flesh of 6,000 Sakura Nation soldiers to summon him? Go China! Fight back! Reclaim our land! Lin Yang! Our son of hope! Inside the arena. Chaos's terrifying voice echoed relentlessly within Shuten Doji's mind. Though Chaos's physical form was absent from the arena, the voice never ceased. This drove Shuten Doji to utter frustration. Annoying. That's exactly it. Lin Yang knew this was the true horror of chaos. An existence without color or form, yet it was tormenting Shuten Doji to no end. Damn it! You forced my hand! Shuten Doji roared in fury. Instantly, he transformed his weaponized gourd back into its original form. With a mighty leap, he soared into the air. The gourd burst into dazzling radiance, swirling with mystical symbols. The next second, Shuten Doji tilted his head back and drained the entire contents of the gourd. Instantly, his form swelled, his skin turning a fiery crimson, as if cast from molten lava. The terrifying power fluctuations caused the surrounding void itself to warp. With a violent thrust of his arms, he violently repelled the swarm of chaotic phantoms filling the sky. What? Is this Lord Shuten Doji's ultimate skill? Yes. To push Lord Shuten Doji to this point, damn you, Huaxia, I acknowledge you. Ha! Watch me, Lord Shuten Doji, tear you all apart. The Sakura Nation livestreams erupted in premature celebrations. This move was Shuten Doji's ultimate trump card, drawing immense power by burning the alcohol within his gourd at the cost of his own blood. Meanwhile, Chaos watched Shuten Doji's transformation with keen interest. His eerie laughter quietly drowned out the sounds of Shuten Doji's transformation. Shuten Doji's visage had become utterly hideous. It was a posture bordering on madness. His power surged relentlessly. Rumble. A sudden thunderclap split the sky. As if the apocalypse were about to descend. Terrifying demon horns sprouted from the crown of Shuten Doji's head, and demonic fangs emerged. His entire demonic visage became utterly terrifying, as Shuten Doji had completely discarded his once handsome features. Ha ha! You think this is over? How naive. Die. Shuten Doji's fist crashed down with the force of a planet-shattering blow. Though Lin Yang could not see the specific expression on that chaotic face, he sensed through the strange connection with the summoned mountain sea demon beast. Chaos was getting serious this time. Chapter 7: Shuten Doji's explosive demise. Sure enough. The instant Shuten Doji struck out, the shadowy form of Chaos abruptly vanished. Shuten Doji's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed the distortion in the surrounding space rapidly spreading toward him. What the hell is that? Shuten Doji frowned in confusion. Lin Yang wore an almost imperceptible smile as he replied, "You'll find out soon enough." "You think you're the only one with that ability?" The instant Chaos vanished, his voice echoed from the warped space. In an instant, Chaos's form shrank to match Shuten Doji's size. This was the true power of Chaos. Wherever there was light, Chaos would follow. Shuten Doji, refusing to be outdone, conjured an iron spear. Simultaneously, Chaos used shadows to materialize a long spear, an unremarkable spear, and clashed with Shuten Doji, who wielded his iron staff. One was the Demon King of Owagami Mountain, the other the Chaos Beast. One mastered concealment and spatial manipulation, while the other had activated its third form, entering the formidable state of the Demon King's true body. The clash erupted with earth-shattering ferocity. Staff and spear clashed in a chaotic melee. The clash between the two stirred powerful air currents around them, making it difficult for ordinary mortals like Lin Yang and Yoshino Haru to endure. Not to mention the spectators watching the National Fortune Arena battle through broadcast cameras. They could barely make out the blurred after-images of the combat. Damn it! They're fighting too fast. But I'm sure our Sakura Nation has the upper hand. Trust our Lord Shuten Doji. China. They'll never withstand our Demon King in his ultimate form. China's viewers had long endured this injustice. One by one, they began to fight back against the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience. Still talking tough. Your Demon King has already been forced into his third form by us. Does this mean defeat means certain annihilation this time? Huaxia will prevail. Chaos will prevail. On the battlefield. Though Shuten Doji held the upper hand initially, each fierce assault was deflected by the humanoid form of Chaos. Instead, his own attacks grew increasingly chaotic, gradually putting him at a disadvantage. Shuten Doji's expression grew increasingly grim. He sensed he had encountered his nemesis. What's happening? My power is actually weakening. Give it to me. Die. Shuten Doji roared with fury, unleashing a strike that channeled every ounce of his power, determined to pierce through Chaos's resilient defenses in one blow. Boom! Shuten Doji's attack tore through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward Chaos. Shuten Doji aimed for a head-on collision. Now is the moment, Lord Shuten Doji. Yoshino Haru's heart surged with secret elation. Through the beast contract, she could sense it. This strike from Shuten Doji possessed extraordinary power. However, Chaos wasn't stupid enough to waste energy trying to block this blow head-on. Instead, it transformed its body into a fluid form once more, causing Shuten Doji's fist to strike nothing but air. Damn it, I fell for his trick. Shuten Doji realized it, but it was too late. The immense force of momentum sent him crashing face first into the ground. As he scrambled back to his feet, Shuten Doji seethed with frustration. He'd assumed this Chinese demon beast was merely putting on a show. But he never imagined the opponent possessed such terrifying strength, managing to fight him to a standstill even in his third form, and even showing signs of suppressing him. The mist strike sent blood boiling in his veins. Damn it! I'll slaughter you! Shuten Doji roared, his crimson mist surging violently. In an instant, his entire form seemed to swell, his aura expanding to towering heights of several zhang. Ha 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 ha! Shuten Doji cackled maniacally. Do you think you can dodge so easily again? Your chance is gone. Prepare to die. With that, he gripped his iron staff with both arms, his aura surging as a powerful suction force erupted from nowhere. Following this pull, the surrounding space began to warp and spin wildly. A massive, wine-red vortex swallowed everything in its path. Poof. Lin Yang frowned and murmured, Shuten Doji is going all out. Amidst the deafening noise, Chaos's terrifying, hollow laughter still echoed through the arena. Already agitated, Shuten Doji's rage reached its peak upon hearing this sound. Heavenly evil spirit chi. Suck. Shuten Doji roared in fury. The entire arena's vegetation was destroyed by the immense suction force of Shuten Doji. Chaos knew this time Shuten Doji was truly fighting for his life. If this attack missed, his physical and mental state would suffer immense damage. That would present a golden opportunity. For Chaos, there was no need to risk everything against Shuten Doji. In Chaos's eyes, such actions were the domain of fools. Lord Shuten Doji. This is my most powerful strike. Chaos of Huaxia, perish beneath Lord Shuten Doji's heavenly evil demon chi. Chaos is powerful, but he's no match for Lord Shuten Doji. Sakura netizens were practically ecstatic at Shuten Doji's devastating strike. Meanwhile, Chinese netizens were almost entirely engrossed in the match. Their attention was almost entirely captivated by Chaos's next move. Naturally, they had no time to engage in online banter with the Japanese netizens. And so it went. Chaos stood before Shuten Doji, allowing him to unleash his techniques. Meanwhile, Chaos released his soul power, enveloping the techniques Shuten Doji unleashed. Shuten Doji narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a cold smile. He thought to himself, these Chinese techniques are utterly foolish. What good are your countless defensive skills? Before absolute power, they amount to nothing. Once I've drained you dry, we'll see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Seeing Chaos frozen in place, motionless, Shuten Doji naturally assumed he had accepted defeat and was waiting to die. It's over. How could Chaos surrender? The council chairman watching the live feed in the conference room was both shocked and furious. But the next moment, when Chaos dissolved the technique Shuten Doji had unleashed, everyone was stunned. That strike should have killed Chaos outright. Yet it proved utterly ineffective. While everyone was still trying to figure out what had happened, Lin Yang chuckled inwardly, such an elaborate ultimate move, riddled with flaws from head to toe, how could Chaos not have noticed? My earlier use of soul power already disrupted your technique. It's only natural that this attack would be deflected. Ha! The contract between Lin Yang and Chaos allowed him to perceive all of Chaos's thoughts. He understood perfectly why Shuten Doji's attack had ended so disastrously. Chaos's power far surpassed that of Shuten Doji. A direct confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction or mutual annihilation. Chaos certainly wouldn't want to see that happen. Being able to kill Shuten Doji using only half his power was naturally the best outcome. Soon, Chaos transformed into a spectral form and entered the weakened body of Shuten Doji, who had just exhausted his ultimate attack. Damn it! Huaxia! You despicable Huaxia! Shuten Doji's curses grew fainter and fainter. But Chaos showed no mercy. He immediately shed his ethereal form within Shuten Doji's body, manifesting his true form. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Shuten Doji's body exploded. Chapter 8, Dijun. National Fortune Arena Announcement. Battle concluded. Huaxia victorious. After the National Fortune Arena announcement, Yoshino Haru was utterly at a loss for what to do. Watching the Chaos, now in its true form, drooling as it charged toward her. No, please. Yoshino Haru pleaded. But to the Chaos, Yoshino Haru's cries meant nothing. As one of the four great fiends, soon both the summoner of Shuten Doji and Shuten Doji himself were reduced to dust in the annals of history. The National Fortune Arena paid no heed to such matters. Congratulations, Huaxia. Huaxia's chosen one, please select your reward. Lin Yang heard this and couldn't be bothered with small talk. I choose to reclaim a territory. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, all Huaxia citizens rejoiced in unison. Awesome. Yang God. 2 wins in a row. The land of cherry blossoms is nothing special. This is our China. Restoring our territory to its former glory. Ha 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 ha. Japan is finished. Let them boast about starting this no-holds-barred tournament. Meanwhile, in other regions, the spectators erupted in astonishment. Holy crap! This Huaxia guy is ruthless. He just handed Sakura country 2 straight losses. This means China has reclaimed 2 territories. I thought China was about to collapse any minute. Wasn't Sakura Nation invincible? Or have I just been out of touch with East Asian affairs for too long? Many nations were stunned by China's victory. For a moment, political figures across nations were utterly terrified. Especially those who had crossed China. Their gazes toward Huaxia brimmed with apprehension and fury. The stronger China grew, the more panic gripped their hearts. They desperately wished China would be crushed by Japan in a war of national destiny fought to the death. The imperial capital of China. Lin Yang arrived at Elder Chen's office early in the morning. His sole purpose was to assist Old Chen in rewriting the historical records of the 2 ferocious beasts that had fought for Huaxia. You're here? Old Chen warmly greeted Lin Yang upon his arrival. Lin Yang knew Old Chen was deeply passionate about historical work, but the cultural gap had made it impossible to reconstruct China's history. Lin Yang's arrival naturally filled Old Chen with excitement. For deep within his heart, he had long yearned to reconstruct this history. Yes. Old Chen, what aspect of the work shall we tackle today? Lin Yang nodded and asked. First, how confident are you in your understanding of those 2 powerful magical beasts? Old Chen inquired sternly. This question might be difficult for others. But for Lin Yang, it was nothing at all. He was utterly confident there would be no issues whatsoever. Ha! Old Chen, just watch and see. Lin Yang chuckled. Upon hearing this, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he knew this task was the most challenging part. But since Lin Yang had agreed with such confidence, he felt reassured. Alright. Let's get started then. Old Chen said with a smile. He then instructed his secretary to bring in a thick stack of documents. These are all the materials I've gathered over the past few days. Take a look first. Lin Yang waved his hand with a smile. No need for that. It's all in my head. With that, Lin Yang took the fountain pen from Old Chen and began writing from memory. West of Kunlun dwells a beast, resembling a dog in form, with long fur and 4 legs. It resembles a bear yet lacks claws, possesses eyes but cannot see, walks but cannot move freely, has 2 ears but cannot hear. Every word of this ancient text was etched into Lin Yang's mind. The older Mr. Chun grew increasingly excited as he watched. Watching Lin Yang continue writing. In the southwest dwells a creature covered in thick fur, with a pig's head atop its body. Greedy as a wolf and vicious, it hoards wealth for itself yet does not consume human grain. The strong prey upon the weak and elderly, fearing might while attacking the solitary. It is called the Taotie. What followed was the account of the Taotie. After completing this task, the system's voice sounded again in Lin Yang's mind. System notice. Hidden quest completed. Mission content, recompile the records of Huaxia's monstrous beasts. Reward, Dijiang. System tip, please re-record more beasts that have participated in battles. The more beasts you record, the more beasts will be unlocked as rewards. After hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Yang was thrilled. This was something beneficial to Huaxia. He was more than willing to do it. Meanwhile, within Sakura Nation, faced with such sudden upheaval, Sakura Nation's leadership was shaken. Public sentiment erupted within Sakura Nation. Damn it! China again! How dare they provoke us? Exactly. This time they must pay the price. Exactly. The Chinese have gone too far. Even the emperor of Sakura Nation was powerless. He could only instruct the ancient text researchers to continue studying how to summon the next demon beast to join the battle. Your Majesty, our research has uncovered a war god beast capable of crushing Huaxia. The ancient text researcher of Sakura Nation addressed the emperor. Is that true? The emperor of Sakura Nation was instantly overcome with excitement. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. This information is beyond doubt. The researcher affirmed with certainty. The emperor of Sakura Nation pondered for a moment. Then, what is the cost? The emperor of Sakura Nation inquired. A small city. The research officer bowed his head after speaking. This figure was the result of collective deliberation among all researchers. Though heartbreaking, it was the only way to preserve the Sakura Nation's heritage. Proceed as planned. Do not inform them. Proceed with the sacrifice. The emperor said helplessly. That night, a small city in the northern part of Sakura Nation vanished from the nation's map. This event sent shockwaves throughout Sakura Nation and beyond. How could His Majesty the Emperor abandon us like this? It's over. My family is still in that town. I hope we can defeat China in the National Fortune Tournament. Meanwhile, in China, news of Sakura Nation's actions had reached them. How could Sakura Nation be so utterly depraved? How should we respond? A mere small town. The land of cherry blossoms has truly gone mad. Such an international uproar. The Emperor of Sakura Nation could not sit idly by, praying only for victory in the National Fortune Tournament. Meanwhile, the chairman of China's council still trembled with fear. Could it be, the land of cherry blossoms is about to unleash another devastating move? Lin Yang laughed. However, no worries. Just watch me make them flee in disarray. 3 days later, the National Fortune Arena reopened. Sakura Nation vs. China. National Fortune Arena, do or die battle begins. Are both sides ready? China is ready. The land of cherry blossoms is ready. After both sides completed their responses, the National Fortune Arena announced once more. Please introduce your chosen beasts. Lin Yang seized the initiative. Dijiang is a divine bird from ancient Chinese mythology, dwelling in the Tianshan Mountains. It resembles a sack of yellow cloth, glowing crimson like a fiery ball. Possessing 6 legs and 4 wings, it lacks eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, yet it understands song and dance, and comprehends musical scales. Chapter 9, True Form. The Great Tengu descends. After hearing Lin Yang's introduction, the newly chosen one from Sakura Nation, Takahashi Kazuki, obtained through sacrificing a small town, snorted disdainfully, not worth a laugh. Hearing this, Lin Yang smiled inwardly. Did you think everyone shares your nation's penchant for bragging? No sooner had Lin Yang spoken than the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen one declared confidently, listen to mine. A great Tengu with a delicate face and wings growing from his back. He excels at playing the flute, and his flute music can manipulate people's minds. When he flies, his wings spread wide enough to block out the sun. Lin Yang nodded upon hearing this. He thought to himself, seems the land of cherry blossoms still bears many traces of our Huaxia heritage. The original model for this Tengu is in the classic of mountains and seas. This is truly like a grandfather teaching his grandson a lesson. Heh. The chosen one of Sakura Nation remained unaware of Lin Yang's thoughts, but his gaze held a hint of contempt. He exclaimed urgently, Chinese. Don't think that winning 2 rounds means my Sakura Nation fears you. Come fight. His words fell silent when Lin Yang still ignored him. Just as he was about to speak again, the voice of the National Fortune Arena suddenly rang out. Both sides have been introduced. Beast summoning commence. Inside the arena. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The arena, which had been scorching under the blazing sun, instantly darkened. Di Jiang and the Great Tengu both descended from the heavens. In their initial forms, both high-tier magical beasts appeared in human shape. One was an elegant young gentleman holding a flute, the other an exquisitely graceful and beautiful man. The appearance of these 2 high-tier demon beasts instantly drew gasps from the live streaming audience. Are both sides' beasts this good-looking this time? Honestly, they're giving Lord Shuten Doji a run for his money. We're definitely going to win this time. The great Sakura Nation is unrivaled. Viewers in Sakura Nation's livestream chat boasted confidently. Meanwhile, the gloom in China's livestream room lifted. Go for it. I feel like Daijang won't lose. Absolutely. We still have a chance this time. Trust the Yang God. And so it was. The voice of the National Fortune Arena announced. Both sides ready. Battle commences. The moment the battle commenced. Within the entire National Fortune Arena, neither side stirred. There was no reason for it. Both sides were highly intelligent magical beasts. Naturally, neither would rashly strike and offer an opening to the other. Lin Yang had long anticipated this, a faint, amused smile curling his lips. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Great Tengu. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace. Faced with such domestic and international public opinion, the Emperor of Sakura Nation had no choice but to issue a proclamation. Within 3 battles. Destroy China. This single declaration sent the nation into a frenzy once more. Great Sakura Nation shall prevail. Long live the Great Sakura Nation. Meanwhile, domestic audiences were furious. Damn it! What does must be defeated within 3 matches even mean? Do they really think we're pushovers? Exactly. Do they really think we're a sickly cat? This time we'll show the Great Cherry Blossom Nation what we're made of. I support Yangshan. Support China. Support Yangshan, crush the Cherry Blossom Nation. Inside the arena. The Great Tengu could no longer contain himself. He drew the flute from his waist and began to play, producing a series of whistling and wailing notes. Instantly, an invisible ripple spread outward in all directions. Clearly, this was directed at Di Jiang. A haunting melody filled the air, and the faces of the chosen ones from the land of cherry blossoms brimmed with pride. This was the true power of their great Sakura Nation. Before the melody faded, Emperor Jiang seemed bewitched, slowly strolling toward the Great Tengu. The Great Tengu, meanwhile, let out a delighted laugh. Ha ha ha, not worth a laugh. Yet, to the Great Tengu's utter astonishment, Di Jiang reached a slightly safer position. He began to dance gracefully. This move was hardly damaging, but it was deeply insulting. The Great Tengu's laughter abruptly ceased. Damn it, you cursed beast! The Great Tengu gritted his teeth, seething with rage, wishing he could tear Di Jiang's mouth to shreds. The spectators, meanwhile, were thoroughly amused by the Great Tengu's expression. This round is so bizarre. Exactly. There's no sign of a fight at all. Wait, did I tune into the wrong show? While the audience was still bewildered, the Great Tengu launched its second attack, this time even more ferocious. Suddenly, the flute in its hand grew larger, and it revealed its true form: a dog's head, a human body, and bird wings. It began to play once more. A terrifying sonic wave, intertwined with raging yuan energy, slammed directly into Di Jiang. Facing such an assault, Di Jiang showed not a shred of fear, continuing his slow dance. As his dance grew faster and more urgent, that thin layer of light enveloped him like a suit of armor. No matter how fiercely the terrifying sound waves assaulted it, they couldn't scratch the surface of that luminous barrier. Seeing this, the Great Tengu could only accelerate the rhythm of his blowing. More urgently, more fiercely. Seeing the Great Tengu grow frantic, Daijang's heart swelled with joy. He too grew wings and began to cry out. Lin Yang sensed it keenly. This move from Di Jiang would likely overwhelm the Great Tengu. Sure enough, the piercing cries were so intense they perfectly disrupted the rhythm of the Great Tengu's flute. This caused the Great Tengu's spiritual energy to rebound, inflicting significant backlash upon it. This time, the Great Tengu finally lost its composure. It realized the spiritual energy within its body was insufficient. Put! It spat out a mouthful of blood, its face as pale as paper. Di Jiang halted his steps, a mocking chuckle escaping his lips as he waited for the Great Tengu's next move. Sure enough, the Great Tengu bit down hard on its tongue, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood that merged into the flute. Hum! The flute's melody surged, thick with the scent of blood. The once dull flute body abruptly turned crimson. Simultaneously, at the other end of the flute, a crimson eye slowly materialized. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the audience. Yet an inexplicable excitement began to stir within them. As if something momentous was about to unfold. Even the Emperor of Sakura Nation could no longer remain seated. Is Lord Great Tengu about to reveal his true form? The Emperor of Sakura Nation exclaimed, clapping his hands. This will finally bring us victory. Indeed. Lord Great Tengu's true form will surely vanquish China. The cabinet members below the stage echoed in agreement. Inside the Huaxia Parliament Hall, the assembly chairman frowned as he stared at the large screen. This is a demon beast summoned by the land of cherry blossoms sacrificing a minor Chen. Is that all it can do? Old Chen shook his head. Not necessarily. Looks like this thing is about to reveal its true form. Oh? Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, the council chairman immediately fixed his gaze intently on the large screen. Sure enough. Those crimson eyes suddenly widened. Immediately afterward, a colossal aura descended from the heavens. It instantly engulfed the entire arena. Gigantic wings nearly obscured the sun entirely. The Great Tengu. Its true form descended. Chapter 10, Instant Annihilation. The Might of Di Jiang. Roar. The Great Tengu let out a deep, furious roar. Instantly, its blood-red wings beat fiercely. In an instant, a whirlwind of sand and dust filled the sky. Di Jiang watched the scene with keen interest. He even let out an excited chirp. In Di Jiang's eyes, the musical exchange had filled him with exhilaration. However, after completing his transformation, the Great Tengu had no intention of continuing his musical exchange with Di Jiang. On the large screen watched by the crowd, the Tengu had revealed his true form. A truly enormous and terrifying form. Massive crimson wings, a dog's head, and white fur that stood on end like steel. A pair of blood-red eyes emitted a cold aura and a bloodthirsty glow. And it wasn't over yet. Upon completing its transformation, the Great Tengu bared its razor-sharp fangs, revealing a savage visage. Those razor-sharp canine teeth seemed capable of tearing apart anything in the world. Its savage aura sent shivers down the spine. Yet the most significant aspect lay elsewhere. A faint blue flame burned upon the Great Tengu's body. This was a realm reserved for demon kings within the legends of the land of cherry blossoms. At this moment, the air around it was scorched clean, radiating blazing beams of light. Gore! The Great Tengu roared in fury, his flute transforming into a long naginata. Roar! With a furious roar, the Great Tengu lunged forward. Swift as lightning. In an instant, he was upon Di Jiang. Ambush! Damn those cherry blossom country folk. They've got no sense of martial honor. It's over. Can Di Jiang really dodge this? Viewers in the Huaxia livestream room watched the scene unfold, collectively condemning the Cherry Blossom Nation for its lack of martial ethics. Oomph. Seeing this, Di Jiang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. A fierce cry. Spreading his wings, he soared gracefully into the sky. His skeletal structure mutated, revealing his true form in an instant. 6 legs and 4 wings of form resembling a bursting flame unfolded in the sky. Though Di Jiang's true form lacked visible eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, it did not possess the savage appearance of the Great Tengu. Instead, it radiated an aura of serene grandeur. With a flick of divine consciousness, a long sword materialized from the air. The clang of its release echoed. The sword was drawn from the void by Di Jiang. A 3-foot-long blade of blue steel now rested in his grasp. The blade was straight and rigid, its pommel rounded at the top. No superfluous carvings adorned either side of the spine, while the blade itself radiated a cold, piercing light. A bronze sword reminiscent of the Warring States period materialized within the arena. At that moment, Di Jiang held the long sword. His feet pierced the void as he stood proudly suspended in midair. His immense power made him appear like a deity descended from the heavens. His haughty eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as he watched the charging Great Tengu. Clang! Di Jiang met the Great Tengu's attack without flinching. As their weapons clashed, dazzling sparks erupted. The clash of blades echoed throughout the air. Rumble! The violent collision seemed to freeze the air throughout the entire arena. Monstrous beasts from the civilizations of both nations clashed midair. One wielded the sword arts of the land of cherry blossoms, the other the ancient sword techniques of Huaxia. Their aerial duel unfolded with graceful, nimble swordplay. All eyes were fixed on the fierce battle. Holding their breath, they waited for the dust to settle. Go, Lord Great Tengu! Don't let our sacrifices go to waste. Sakura Nation will prevail. 3 victories to crush China. China shall prevail. Emperor Jiang is no ordinary foe. Watch as we shatter your delusional fantasies. What? Your summoning still requires sacrificial offerings? In the public livestream chat, viewers from China and Sakura Nation engaged in a heated exchange. Inside the arena, the fierce battle between the two sides raged on. To the untrained eye, Dai Jiang and the Great Tengu were locked in a deadlock. To Lin Yang, who shared a deep understanding with Emperor Jiang, it was clear that Emperor Jiang had already gained a subtle upper hand over the Great Tengu. However, Lin Yang chose not to point this out. After all, the disparity in their strength was undeniable. How could the 5,000 years of Great China's history possibly be surpassed by the history of the land of cherry blossoms, which had been influenced by China for 1,000 years? This was the confidence China instilled in Lin Yang. Having finished his thoughts, Lin Yang glanced toward Takahashi Ikimoku across the room. He saw Takahashi Ikimoku, whose mind was intertwined with the Great Tengu, drenched in sweat. Much like the Great Tengu in the midst of battle, he was already struggling to hold on. Where the Great Tengu's Naginata clashed with Dijiang's 3-foot sword, several notches had already appeared on both blades. Yet the Great Tengu remained steadfast, showing no sign of retreat. Dijiang, however, wore an expression of utter nonchalance. As if he didn't even consider the Great Tengu a threat. SSSSHHH. Dijiang swung his 3-foot-long green blade once more. This strike caught the Great Tengu off guard as his stamina and physical strength were steadily waning. An inexplicable sense of danger instantly gripped him. Thud. The Great Tengu couldn't dodge in time, and Dijiang's blade sliced clean through his chest. A torrent of blood gushed forth. Yet the Great Tengu, a demon king-level entity of the land of cherry blossoms, proved its worth in the critical moment, using its massive body to forcefully block the strike. Even so, a chunk of flesh was torn from its chest, beastly blood gushing forth. Yet it did not halt. Thud. Another sword thrust followed immediately. This strike was ruthless, seemingly targeting the Great Tengu's wounded area. In truth, it was aimed squarely at the Great Tengu's most vulnerable point, its wings. Once those wings were severed, the Great Tengu would inevitably lose its combat effectiveness and retreat in defeat. The Great Tengu reacted, swiftly raising its blade to block. But in the blink of an eye, Dijiang's elegant Chinese sword technique shifted its attack direction once more. The other wing, you say? What masterful swordsmanship! The chairman of the Huaxia Council watched the scene unfold, his frown easing as he offered praise. In the live broadcast, as Emperor Jiang's 3-foot-long blade intertwined with the Great Tengu's wings, the left wing was cleanly severed. Snap! The crisp sound of bone being severed echoed in everyone's ears. Ha! Land of cherry blossoms! This day has finally come. China will prevail. Take it down. The Great Tengu is nothing special. Clearly, with one wing severed, the Great Tengu had lost its ability to fight in the air. The Great Tengu facing Dijiang was preparing to steady its form for a smooth landing. But how could Dai Jiang grant the Great Tengu such an opportunity? Wielding his 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword, he plunged from the heavens, striking directly at the Great Tengu, now missing its right wing. The Great Tengu was startled and scrambled to dodge. But Dijiang was ready. With a flick of his wrist, the 3-foot-long sword spun mid-air. The tip pointed toward the ground, harnessing the momentum of its descent to pierce straight through the Great Tengu, pinning it viciously to the earth. Thud! The giant Tengu's corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Dijiang landed gently beside it, standing with an air of utter nonchalance. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Whoosh! Countless gasps echoed from viewers watching the live stream. No one could have imagined that the demon beast summoned at great expense by the land of cherry blossoms had been brutally slaughtered by the Great Tengu. Chapter 11, All 4 Great Fiends Unlocked. Amidst the world's stunned silence. National Fortune Arena Announcement. China wins. Please select your reward. Lin Yang chose the reward of reclaiming territory as usual. With this, China secured its third victory on the National Fortune Arena. Simultaneously, the territory reclamation had advanced to its fourth phase. Yangshan is awesome. What did I tell you? You can always count on Yangshan. Let the land of cherry blossoms regret starting this no-holds-barred tournament. With that, the arena finally fell silent once more. Standing in the Sakura Nation spectator section, the chosen one, Takahashi Kazuki, had long since frozen in shock. He waited silently for the verdict of his own death. However, Dijiang did not inflict any severe punishment upon him, such as devouring or killing him. With a mere snort, Dijiang made a grand exit from the stage of the National Fortune Arena. Dijiang is not a vicious beast, so count yourself fortunate to be alive. The National Fortune Arena seemed to have prepared contingency plans for such situations long ago. Following the incident, an announcement was made immediately. The chosen one of Huaxia and the demon beast did not harm the chosen one of Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation's chosen one advances to the next round. Battle concluded. Both nations' chosen ones are now teleported off the National Fortune Arena. A blinding white light flashed, and Takahashi Kazuki and Lin Yang were simultaneously teleported out of the arena. Excellent. Now China can finally stand tall and speak with confidence. The battle isn't over yet. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Go Yangshan. Your battle isn't over yet. Keep pushing. Let's see how the next match unfolds. 3 days from now. Let the land of cherry blossoms taste the bitter fruit of defeat once more. Posts across China's major forums were buzzing with discussions about the outcome of this battle. Most comments expressed support for Lin Yong to continue reclaiming territory. Meanwhile, some troublemakers infiltrated into China's online community by the Cherry Blossom Nation were stirring up trouble, hoping the Chinese people wouldn't trust Lin Yang. These voices were drowned out by the overwhelming tide of support. Even the few dissenting voices were thoroughly torn apart. Inside the Chinese Parliament Hall, the Assembly President read aloud a document transmitted from the Kingdom of Tianzhu. Its gist was, "Congratulations to Huaxia for achieving a phased victory over Sakura Nation. We demand official recognition of Tianzhu's territorial claims in Huaxia's southwest. Failure to comply will result in Tianzhu declaring war on Huaxia once the conflict with Sakura Nation concludes." As the chairman's words fell silent, the atmosphere in the entire assembly hall instantly turned icy. Even before the conflict with Sakura Nation concluded, Tianzhu Nation was already eyeing Huaxia with predatory intent. During the initial phase of the National Fortune Arena competition, the Indian Empire seized the opportunity to launch 3 consecutive rounds of arena battles against Huaxia. They seized the majority of China's southwestern territories. This humiliation would not be forgotten by the assembly members in this chamber, nor by all the people of China. However, with the nation currently locked in a bitter struggle against Sakura Nation, finding the capacity to engage in diplomatic maneuvers with Tianzhu Nation presented a monumental challenge. I suggest, revenge can wait a decade. Why not acknowledge India's territorial claims? One assembly member spoke up first, and his words immediately drew many voices of agreement. Indeed, we lack the strength to confront 2 powerful enemies simultaneously. Tianzhu's cultural heritage likely rivals, if not surpasses, that of Sakura Nation. Hearing these words, the assembly chairman's ears twitched slightly as he furrowed his brow. He turned to Lin Yang and inquired, "Lin Yang, what are your thoughts?" Lin Yang heard this solemn voice and declared without hesitation, "A mere Indian, if he wants war, let him come. What has our China to fear?" Lin Yang's words were as sharp as a sword, silencing half the skepticism in the assembly hall. The assembly leader's brow relaxed. After sipping his tea, he declared, "Reply to the Indian nation, let it be known that we have warned you." 1 day later, headlines across global platforms echoed the Chinese parliament chairman's words. The Chinese actually dare to challenge India like this. Tianzhu is the terrifying force that swept across all of South Asia. And they've absorbed the heritage of every nation in South Asia. How could China possibly stand a chance? That's all in the future. Whether China can even hold its ground against Japan right now is already a major challenge. Somehow, China's victories always feel like flukes. People worldwide watching the National Fortune Arena debated this unexpected turn. Tianzhu swiftly responded, "We hope China defeats Japan, only then can Tianzhu fully annex China's territories." The imperial palace of Sakura Nation. Facing the immense pressure of 3 consecutive defeats and the sacrifice of a small city without prior notice, he thrust Prime Minister Yamata-no-Orochi into the spotlight to oversee all operations of the National Fortune Arena. Even so, crowds gathered outside the imperial palace, demanding the emperor step forward and provide an explanation. Faced with such public sentiment, the emperor chose to hide like a turtle. He only permitted Yamata to announce over the broadcast platform, "Victory is guaranteed in the next battle against China. Should we fail, I shall commit seppuku in atonement." Only then did the public sentiment within Sakura Nation begin to subside slightly. With domestic stability secured, Yamata immediately proceeded to the nation's Historical Research Institute. His timing could not have been more opportune. After a day and night of research, their historical research officer had finally identified the next demon beast to confront China. The Sakura researcher exclaimed excitedly to Anmura K, "Mr. Anmura, I've found a way to defeat Huaxia." And Village K was thrilled upon hearing this. "Tell me quickly." The Sakura Nation researcher wasted no time in revealing his plan. The beasts of Huaxia rely almost entirely on special techniques to fight. In my view, the only way is to clash head-on with Huaxia, using overwhelming power to battle them. That is the only way to conquer Huaxia. He is the key to our victory. After the Sakura Nation researcher finished speaking, handed the next monster's profile to Murakami. It was a beast resembling a yellow ox, yet its body was like that of a spider. "All right. We'll go with the ox demon." And Murakami nodded swiftly, finalizing the arrangements for the next ritual. The stakes this time, should Sakura Nation prevail, all coastal territories would become the Oni's domain. Within the Historical Academy of the Huaxia capital, after Lin Yang assisted Elder Chen in completing the registration of the Emperor River, the system prompt sounded once more. System alert. Mission accomplished. Mission content, recompile the records of Huaxia's demonic beasts. Achieve a phased victory over Sakura Nation. Reward, the 4 Great Fiendish Beasts Compendium. The host may now select any one of the 4 Great Fiendish Beasts to compete on the National Fortune Arena. After hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Yang nearly jumped for joy. So that means I can freely command any of the 4 great fiends: Chaos, Xiangqi, Taotie, or Togu. Each of the 4 great fiendish beasts possessed unique attributes and abilities. How could Lin Yang not be thrilled? This meant far greater flexibility in tackling the arena's challenges. Great! I'm already looking forward to the next match. 3 days later. The National Fortune Arena, the relentless battle between Huaxia and Sakura Nation. Let the battle commence. Chapter 12, Easy. Slap the land of cherry blossoms in the face. Welcome, 2 chosen ones, to the arena. Are both chosen ones ready? The familiar, cold voice of the National Fortune Arena addressed Lin Yang and Takahashi Kazuki, who had just returned to the stage. Lin Yang replied indifferently, ready. He then turned his gaze toward Takahashi Kazuki across the ring. Compared to his previous match, Takahashi Kazuki's entire demeanor was utterly transformed. Not only were his eyes vacant, but he could barely stand steady. Lin Yang knew that the beasts summoned by the National Fortune Arena were terrifying entities. A single one could consume an entire chosen one's mind and spirit. How much more so now that Takahashi Kazuki had summoned a second demon beast for this battle? Unlike Lin Yang, Takahashi didn't possess a system to aid him, making the burden unbearable. Ready, set. Takahashi Kazuki responded, his voice devoid of any emotion. Both sides are ready. Please introduce your battle beasts, chosen ones. This time, Lin Yang didn't rush. He waited for Takahashi Ichiki to speak first. Lord Gyuki, the great demon beast of Sakura Nation, a formidable sea monster said to roam the western coastal waters of Sakura. Possessing immense strength and mastery of venom, it frequently spews poisonous liquid from its mouth to paralyze prey before tearing them apart with overwhelming power and devouring them. Lin Yang nodded after listening, thinking to himself, so it's a power-type demon. He then adopted a serious tone, Xiangqi. One of the 4 great monsters in ancient Chinese mythology, a descendant of Xiaoao, the heavenly emperor of the West. Banished by Emperor Shun for betraying trust, betraying loyalty, and spreading malicious rumors, it was exiled to the 4 corners of the realm to ward off evil spirits. Xiangqi resembles a tiger in appearance, the size of an ox, and possesses a pair of wings. Legendary accounts describe it as possessing divine strength, a ferocious temperament, and immense destructive power. After hearing both sides' introductions, the public livestream of the National Fortune Arena erupted with excitement. Xiangqi vs Niugui, this feels like a head-on clash. But the ox demon has venom attacks. Xiangqi might be at a disadvantage. No worries, China has built in a margin for error. Even if we lose, it's all about putting on a good show. Neutral spectators from other nations were still analyzing the battle intently. Meanwhile, viewers from Sakura Nation had already started jumping for joy. China's Xiangqi? Just hearing the name screams noob. Our great Sakura Nation will win this time. You think you can keep winning after getting lucky 3 times? After Sakura Nation's victory, I'll make sure to watch that damn Lin Yang get devoured alive by the ox demon. China's viewers straightened their backs and started trading barbs with Japan. Shut up, cherry blossom devils. Your homeland is as small as your minds. Yang Xin is guaranteed to win. He'll beat you into silence. Those cherry blossom devils are so noisy. Maybe they'll quiet down after getting beaten? Both sides introduced. Summoning of the beasts begins. The same whirlwind of change. 2 mighty beasts approached. One seemed to tear through the void, the other leapt forth as if from the sea. One stood majestic and imposing, eyeing its opponent with fierce scrutiny. The other bristled with aggressive energy, brimming with bull-like strength, ready for battle. All that remained was the command. A bloody battle was about to commence. National Fortune Arena announcement. Ox Demon vs Xiangqi. Battle commence. The National Fortune Arena's proclamation echoed. Both beasts were no pushovers. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged at each other like arrows released from a bowstring. Boom! A deafening crash. Their violent collision felt like a missile detonation. The entire arena floor cracked from the shockwave. After their collision, neither the ox demon nor the Xiangqi gained any advantage, both retreating several steps. Lin Yang could tell the ox demon seemed intent on sapping the Xiangqi's stamina. Then, after paralyzing the Xiangqi with venom, it would secure victory. As this thought crossed Lin Yang's mind, the Xiangqi, still locked in combat, instinctively sensed it too. The beast adjusted its stance slightly. Roar! With a furious roar, it opened its gaping maw, rows of sharp fangs gleaming, lunging to bite the ox demon. It aimed to end the fight swiftly in that instant. The ox demon, naturally unwilling to be outdone, let out a roar to the heavens before extending its forelimbs to strike at the Xiangqi. Crack! Another thunderous crash echoed as the ox demon's palm, hard as steel, clashed once more with the Xiangqi's fangs. The two remained evenly matched. After one round of combat, they both retreated once more. To Takahashi Kazuki, the ox demon's strategy seemed flawless. Wearing down the Xiangqi's stamina was a shrewd tactic. What Takahashi Kazuki didn't know, however, was that the Xiangqi possessed far more capabilities than he could see. One defining trait of the Xiangqi was that it grew fiercer the longer the battle raged. It was a savage beast. How could the ox demon possibly outlast it in stamina? Sure enough, in their third clash, Xiangqi unleashed its tiger claws. With wings spread wide, its charge broke through like a razor. The ox demon's third charge lacked the sharpness of its first, instead revealing signs of exhaustion. Mid-air, the ox demon finally collapsed under its own weight. Its massive form crashed down, shattering the floor within several meters. Dust billowed, obscuring the scene within. Takahashi Kazuki was instantly dumbfounded, muttering to himself. This. Xiangqi halted abruptly with its tiger claws, then spread its wings once more to soar skyward, surveying the fallen ox demon from above. Then came another execution charge, plunging from the sky. The ox demon knew it couldn't evade this attack. It spat venom upward from the ground, attempting to temporarily paralyze Xiangqi. Whoosh! The Xiangqi in the sky plunged like a sharp blade, its momentum fierce and devastating. The powerful shockwave from Xiangqi's charge whipped up a hurricane. It scattered the ox demon's venom, rendering it utterly useless this time. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the Xiangqi's tiger claw slammed into the ox demon's massive skull. Blood spattered instantly, and the ox demon was utterly destroyed. That fast? It ended after just 3 charges? Looks like Sakura Nation's luck has run out. This ox demon was all bark and no bite. In the public livestream chat, countless voices mocked the land of cherry blossoms. Heh, don't get too cocky. When we unleash even more formidable beasts, that's when you'll be crying. This is only the beginning. Damn you, Prime Minister. You won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Useless. All of you cabinet members. The Cherry Blossom Nation's audience could only put up a desperate fight. National Fortune Arena announcement, China has secured victory. Please select your reward, chosen one of China. Lin Yang hesitated not a moment, reclaim our territory. Before long, the Xiangqi slowly advanced and mercilessly devoured Takahashi Kazuki. Lin Yang hadn't expected it either. That the ox demon's combat prowess would prove so feeble. The Xiangqi tore it to shreds, making this the most effortless battle the National Fortune Arena had witnessed in its long history. This single blow had effectively slapped the face of Sakura Nation. Battle ended. The chosen one of Huaxia is now teleported out of the arena. Chapter 13, Tugu. No ordinary fiend. Lin Yang felt his body within the National Fortune Arena slowly vanishing. In the blink of an eye, the National Fortune Arena teleported him back to the real world. Following victories by Taotie, Chaos, Daijang, and Xiangqi, Huaxia had secured 4 consecutive wins. 5 territories had been reclaimed, vastly improving the nation's map compared to the meager single territory it had held before. Yet Lin Yang remained vigilant, knowing this was merely the beginning. The powerful beasts of this land of cherry blossoms certainly weren't limited to these few, it was just that their true trump cards hadn't been played yet. Lin Yang silently calculated in his mind. Since he had gained advanced knowledge of the enemy's hidden plans, he naturally could not let them succeed. This meant he too must prepare additional countermeasures. After this battle concluded, the system in his mind did not unlock any new magical beasts. Instead, it issued a new mission. System alert. Mission issued. Mission objective, achieve victory using the Tugu, one of the 4 fiendish beasts yet to appear. Quest reward, one of the zombie kings. The Drought Fiend. Lin Yang heard the system in his mind utter the terrifying name. Nothing remained in his heart but wild elation. This was a demon beast capable of scorching 1,000 miles of land in the blink of an eye. How could Lin Yang not be overjoyed? He didn't linger long that morning. He immediately headed to Old Shen's location. He continued refining the data on the ferocious beasts appearing in Huaxia. And so it went. 3 days passed. The challenge from Sakura Nation continued. This time, the demon beast summoned by Sakura Nation was a ferocious creature known as the Nikomata. It too was a great demon king-level beast. It was even hailed as one of the nation's 3 great beasts. Its power was undeniably formidable, and the price paid was the vitality and spirit of yet another small city. Such a sacrifice could only be made by the emperor, now supported by the prime minister. Following the previous defeat, the prime minister of the land of cherry blossoms had already become a victim of his own blade. For the emperor of Sakura Nation, the life or death of a prime minister holds little significance. After all, the throne endures forever, while a prime minister can always be replaced. That said, the emperor of Sakura Nation had once again quelled public sentiment through the prime minister's ritual suicide. This time, the ritual summoning the Nikomata claimed another sacrifice of roughly several thousand souls. Great Sakura Nation shall triumph this time. Defeat China. Today is the day. Make all Chinese people our slaves. Such terrifying militaristic rhetoric was spreading across domestic forums in Sakura Nation. There was no other reason Sakura Nation's territory was inherently so small. They could only compete with most of the world's powerful civilizations by repeatedly gambling their national fortune. Lin Yang was well aware of this, yet he showed no intention of intervening. He wanted to see what other cards this nation had up its sleeve. 3 days later, a flash of white light erupted. Lin Yang was transported directly onto the battlefield of the National Fortune Arena. This time, facing him stood a boy with an innocent, youthful appearance. Lin Yang knew this was the sole human survivor of Sakura Nation's blood ritual. The human chosen by Sakura Nation's new demon beast. Lin Yang showed no sign of curiosity. After all, in this battle, Lin Yang would only summon the Tugu to fight. Attack from any direction you wish. I shall strike back with one. Lin Yang declared with a maniacal laugh. Such words were naturally captured by the cameras of the National Fortune Arena. Holy crap! Yangshin is so badass. I love it. This is how you take down the monsters of the land of cherry blossoms. Let those cherry blossom devils see how formidable we Chinese are. The Chinese livestream audience was completely captivated by Lin Yang, naturally rallying behind him. Meanwhile, the Japanese chat was flooded with insults, condemning Lin Yang as rude and arrogant. That Lin Yang is so arrogant. No problem. Let us Sakura Nation slap him in the face. Just watch. The Chinese are about to get crushed. The verbal battle raged on within the livestream chat. Meanwhile, the National Fortune Arena announced directly. Both chosen ones have been teleported. Please select your battle beasts. The opposing Sakura Nation's chosen one, Taotie, calmly selected her battle beast before gazing haughtily at Lin Yang across the arena. This time, Sakura Nation will absolutely not lose. Taotie declared haughtily. Lin Yang, however, froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. After confirming his choice of the Tugu, he closed his eyes to gather his focus. This time, Lin Yang wanted to hear what demon beast Sakura country would summon. Both sides, please introduce your chosen beasts. The National Fortune Arena bellowed the announcement. Taotie declared confidently, Nikomata. Commonly known as cat demons or cat spirits, they appear in Japanese mythology as black cats with two tails. They possess large, pointed ears and double-edged saw-like teeth. As a type of cat demon, they are said to walk upright. They wield extraordinary magical power. Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement, showing approval for Sakura Nation's chosen beast. However, many Japanese spectators seized upon this and began hurling insults. How arrogant of the Chinese! They show no fear even after hearing us summon Lord Nikomata. Oomph! Let those Chinese know our might. Lord Nikomata. Tear them apart. Don't worry, folks. The Chinese don't have many powerful beasts in their lineage. Their previous wins were just luck. Agree with above. Great Sakura Nation will prevail. Yet the furious curses of the Sakura Nation citizens failed to affect Lin Yang in the slightest. Lin Yang knew only that Sakura Nation had learned its lesson. This time it didn't reveal the demon beast's true strength. Instead, they only described its origin and appearance. It doesn't matter. Lin Yang remarked indifferently. He then began his introduction. Tu Wu. Also known as Ao Hen, one of the four fiends of ancient times in Chinese mythology. This monster dwelled in the remote west. Its physique resembled a tiger, yet its fur was dog-like and thick. Its face bore a faint resemblance to a human, its legs resembled those of a tiger, and its mouth held tusks like a wild boar. Its tail stretched 18 feet long. It ruled the west, fighting relentlessly until victory or death. Lin Yang finished his introduction. The atmosphere within the entire National Fortune Arena livestream room grew tense. They knew that every demon beast summoned by Huaxia was no ordinary creature. Both sides have finished their introductions. National Fortune Arena begins summoning. Both sides select their beasts. The voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed. Monsters from both sides were summoned simultaneously. This time, the cat demon from Sakura Nation didn't bother with the pretense of transforming into human form for battle. Instead, it revealed its true form immediately. It was a colossal black cat-like beast. Its exceptionally long ears could detect sounds from all directions, its sharp eyes darted about restlessly, its limbs were strong and powerful, and demonic energy swirled around it. One glance was enough to tell this creature was no friend. China's demon beast, the Tugu, was also summoned. Its appearance was truly formidable. Its body was as large as a tiger. Its frame as massive as an ox. Its fangs like bayonets. Its tail as long as a whip. Any spectator with eyes could tell that the final of the four fiends summoned by Huaxia, this time the Tugu. This creature was no pushover. Chapter 14, The Land of Cherry Blossoms Defenses Crumble. Sure enough, as the beasts from both sides were summoned, the live stream exploded once more. Holy crap! Why do I feel like China is going to win this time? Me too. I don't know what abilities either side's beasts have, but I can tell China's summoned the most terrifying one. Damn it! You idiots! How could our Sakura Nation's mighty demon possibly lose to that club-wielding brute from China? Exactly. Our great Sakura Nation's Nikomata could bite this beast to pieces in one bite. However, Lin Yang and Taotie remained completely unfazed. They both knew that everything hinged on the battle between the beasts on the National Fortune Arena. Only then would the outcome be revealed. Lin Yang didn't even bother to blink an eyelid. Taotie of Sakura Nation, however, stared intently at the cat demon before him with a solemn expression. He had never seen a demon beast so imposing. The beast radiated an aura that sent shivers down his spine. He could almost see his own victory in the look on Lin Yang's face as he was devoured by Nakomata after his defeat. This beast. Sato-Kid swallowed hard, but before he could finish, the National Fortune Arena announced. Monsters summon complete. China's Tugu versus Japan's Nakomata. Battle commence. As the National Fortune Arena's voice echoed, both Lin Yang and Sato-Kid grew serious. Both parties began to focus their minds. Their entire focus was now on their respective beasts. Tuo Wu and Nakomata both took tentative steps forward, sizing each other up. One towered with imposing might, the other moved with cat-like agility. For a moment, neither gained the upper hand. The strength of both opponents was undeniable. The Nakomata let out a cold, sinister chuckle. The demonic energy on its body turned crimson. And what could be felt on the skin was. The entire arena's temperature surged abruptly. This cat spirit was clearly a powerful demon beast wielding fire attribute magic. Meow. With a furious roar, it slightly bent its limbs. Then it stomped its foot heavily on the ground. Karmic fire erupted from the cat demon's body. Instantly, roaring flames ignited around the cat demon. The flames were blood red, constantly shifting hues. The heat radiating from the cat demon intensified, scorching the surrounding air. Once unleashed, the karmic flames immediately spread outward. Every area touched by the flames began to burn. For a moment, the once clear sky seemed unable to withstand the intense heat. Tugu, however, watched with keen interest as the Nakomata across from it displayed its magic. Tugu stood completely unconcerned, allowing the cat spirit's karmic flames to envelop it. Seeing this, the Nakomata flashed a mocking expression and urged the flames to surge forward. Yet, to the Nakomata's utter bewilderment, the karmic flames, which had never failed to destroy anything before, failed to inflict any damage on Toto. Instead, as it intensified the flames, they slowly melted away into the ground. Panicked, Nakomata immediately halted the attack. At that moment, everyone in the public livestream was utterly bewildered. Holy crap! This Chinese beast is called a Tugu, right? Why isn't it afraid of the Nakomata's attacks at all? Could it be that the beasts of Huaxia possess fire resistance? How will the land of cherry blossoms respond now? Viewers in the public livestream, who could all understand the arena matches, began discussing the situation. Lin Yang knew the truth, the Tugu wasn't resistant to fire. Its formidable hide simply shrugged off any elemental attacks from beasts. Nakomata's flames might be formidable against other beasts, but against the uniquely gifted Tugu, they couldn't make the slightest dent. Seeing his skills merely graze the surface, the cat demon found himself utterly helpless against his opponent. Furious, it could only resort to its ultimate move, launching an attack at the Tugu. My-oh! A shrill, piercing cat cry erupted from the Nakomata's mouth. The entire sky was engulfed in scorching heat. The arena's clear blue sky instantly darkened with rolling thunder. Rumble. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and gales howled. Dark clouds filled the sky. A destructive force began to gather around Nakomata. Boom! As Nakomata swung a claw, a massive crimson beam of light surged toward the Tugu at the center of the arena. The cat demon's attack was lightning fast, reaching the Tugu in less than a second. This claw strike, wrapped in the power of thunder and flame. A two-pronged assault. Determined to finish off the Tugu completely. The cat demon's attack was so swift it was invisible to the naked eye. Yet, it had gravely underestimated the Tugu's strength. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous explosions echoed throughout the arena. The fire magic the Nakomata prided itself on merely turned the Toto's skin crimson upon impact, leaving not even a strand of its fur singed. The colossal Tugu showed no sign of being affected whatsoever. Burp! Watching the Nakoma relentlessly attacking it, the Tugu began to feel a growing sense of irritation. Lin Yang sensed this all too keenly. To the combative Tugu, the Nakomata's attacks were utterly unworthy of being considered a worthy opponent. Meow! Woo! Chirp 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 chirp! The cat demon launched attack after attack, yet the outcome was utterly astonishing. Tugu effortlessly nullified every one of the cat demon's assaults without so much as a flicker. The only change in Tugu was a slight reddening of its skin. The cat seemed to notice this, its frustration boiling over into rage as it launched yet another attack. Thud! A crisp sound echoed as the long-dormant Tatsukushi finally launched its first counterattack. The colossal creature, previously motionless, suddenly raised its leg and delivered a vicious kick straight to the Nikoyami's chest. The cat demon hadn't even grasped what had happened. His entire body flew backward through the air, accompanied by the cracking sound of shattered bones. In an instant, it was sent flying an immense distance by the Tugu's kick. Put! The cat demon spat out a large mouthful of blood. Only then did he manage to steady himself. The cat spirit, however, was utterly stunned. What the hell? What just happened? How could this damn big, dumb beast be so powerful? The cat demon stared at the colossal creature before it in utter disbelief. It tried to launch an attack, but found itself utterly powerless. The thunder and fire spiritual energy coursing through its body had been shattered by Tugu's single kick. Lord Nakomata must be feigning weakness. Come on! Get up, Nikomata. Don't lose to China. Get back up. Countless Cherry Blossom Nation spectators stubbornly clung to hope. Yet Tula's next move shattered their hopes completely. Within the National Fortune Arena, Tatsu advanced slowly, taking just one step forward, completely crushing Nikomata's path to survival. A blood-curdling scream of agony echoed throughout the entire arena. One of Nikomata's arms was brutally crushed under that single stomp, bone fragments scattering across the arena floor in a horrifying display. That was the Nikomata's right paw, where its spiritual energy gathered shattered by Tuto's single blow. Even more horrifying, Tugu lowered its head and devoured the severed right paw. He turned toward the sky, gathering thunder and fire. With an utterly humiliating attack, it instantly obliterated the cat spirit before it. National Fortune Arena announcement. Huaxia claims victory. China's chosen representative, please select your reward. The National Fortune Arena's merciless declaration shattered the hopes of the Cherry Blossom Nation citizens, who had been watching the cat demon's fate with bated breath. Chapter 15, Continue Fighting. Never Retreat. The Imperial Palace of Sakura Nation. The Emperor of Sakura watched the screen showing Nikomata being mercilessly torn apart by Toto, his heart clenching so tightly he nearly choked. His trembling hand wiped his eyes, fearing he had seen wrong. He stared wide-eyed once more. No! It was still the same. The Emperor nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had believed that a single campaign would suffice to subdue China, now reduced to its capital alone. Yet unexpectedly, a man named Lin Yang had emerged from China. Go! Summon the Prime Minister. The Emperor of Sakura Nation was on the verge of collapse. Hi! The Emperor's attendant acknowledged the order and hurried off to the Prime Minister's residence. Within the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang still chose without hesitation to pass the resolution to reclaim the territory. Thus, another piece of territory was reclaimed for Huaxia. The assembly chairman was even more impressed by Lin Yang's performance. This young man is truly capable. The other council members chimed in, indeed. Indeed. Truly impressive. However, we should expect further moves from Sakura Nation. Those responsible for monitoring that front must stay vigilant. The assembly chairman frowned at the thought of those deranged lunatics in Sakura Nation. Understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. The National Fortune Arena within the camera's view. The Sakura Nation's chosen one, facing off against the four fiendish beasts, naturally didn't fare much better. Especially when facing the Toto, who was being driven to distraction by Nikomata's relentless scraping attacks. Even someone as seasoned as Lin Yang found the outcome hard to stomach. National Fortune Arena announcement. Arena battle concluded. The chosen one of Huaxia is now teleported off the stage. Damn it, the Huaxia guy won again. Can we assassinate this Lin Yang in the real world? Forget it. Someone of Lin Yang's stature is surely under tight protection by China. Those schemes are impossible to pull off. Damn Lin Yang, how does he know so much about history? The familiar white light appeared once more. After so many battles, Lin Yang had long grown accustomed to its glow. In fact, Lin Yang felt fortunate, for every time he was bathed in that white light, he emerged victorious. Had he lost, his current status as the public enemy of Sakura Nation would have meant certain doom. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Prime Minister of Sakura Nation hurriedly arrived at the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty! The Emperor sat on the main seat, his expression grim. The Prime Minister entered at a run and fell to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty! Our great Sakura Nation has lost again. The Prime Minister wept bitterly as he spoke. The Emperor looked at the Prime Minister. Calm yourself first. Though he too felt anger, it did not match the Prime Minister's utter despair. The Emperor calmly considered the situation. With this latest defeat, the world's public opinion would surely turn against them. What was most infuriating was that they had been forced into a corner earlier, initiating an all-out, no-holds-barred battle with China. This truly amounted to shooting themselves in the foot. The National Destiny Arena could only be dissolved if both sides agreed to end this relentless battle. Faced with such dire straits, the Emperor of Sakura Nation gnashed his teeth in fury toward the former Prime Minister. If we need a moment to catch our breath, what do you suggest we do? The new Prime Minister knelt, unable to raise his head as he spoke. Well, enough. Cut the nonsense and state your proposal. The Emperor waved his hand, signaling the Prime Minister to continue. The Prime Minister swallowed hard, summoning his courage to continue, present a peace proposal to Huaxia, offering terms they cannot refuse. Persuade them to cease the arena battles with our great Sakura Nation. What do you think, Your Majesty? The Emperor fell silent after hearing this. Your Majesty, this is our only option now. Please consider it carefully. The Emperor sighed. Very well. For the sake of our great Sakura Nation, I shall endure this humiliation. He waved his hand, signaling the Prime Minister to withdraw promptly. No further discussion needed. The Prime Minister breathed a sigh of relief, rose, and turned to leave. Leaning back in his chair, the Emperor gazed out the window and murmured, China, give me the chance, and I will devour you whole. The next day, Lin Yang was summoned to the Huaxia Parliament Hall early in the morning. The chairman of the Huaxia parliament personally greeted his arrival. Young friend Lin Yang, welcome, welcome. The chairman smiled warmly as he shook hands with Lin Yang. They took their seats. Mr. Chairman, may I ask why you requested my presence? The chairman replied kindly, young friend Lin Yang, no need to rush. You'll find out shortly. Ha ha. The chairman laughed heartily, glancing around to confirm all the expected council members were present. He then strode slowly to the council's main seat and announced in a resonant voice. It seems we have a full house. I believe we may begin. With that, the meeting officially commenced. The first agenda item was how to handle the newly reclaimed territories. The councillors offered their suggestions one after another. Lin Yang sat quietly to the side, sipping his tea and occasionally chiming in with a few remarks, participating in the discussion as best he could. Once the members had spoken their fill, the chairman settled on a proposal. Only then did they move on to the next agenda item. Lin Yang knew this agenda item was the main event. Sakura Nation has submitted a proposal to us, seeking to return half of our territory in exchange for our agreement to cease the relentless tournament battles against them on the national fortune arena. Let's discuss it. The chairman stated flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. The moment the words left his mouth, the chamber erupted in chaos. They're offering to return half our territory? Sounds like a deal worth taking. Yes. Chairman. This is a rare opportunity for us. Agree to it. We desperately need this breathing room. The murmurs from the assembly members below the podium caused the chairman, seated in his place, to frown slightly. He turned his gaze toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang knew it was his turn to speak. I object. Lin Yang's voice was firm and decisive. It boomed through the chamber like thunder. In a chamber where most supported Sakura Nation's proposal, his voice stood out as an absolute anomaly. In an instant, the entire chamber fell deathly silent. One could have heard a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yang, waiting to hear what profound insight he might offer. I have one thing to say. Please listen carefully. Today, our nation has achieved consecutive victories over Sakura Nation. This is the perfect opportunity to reclaim our territory in one decisive move. How can we rashly halt our offensive simply because of Sakura Nation's delaying tactics? Moreover, the land of cherry blossoms is merely watching the two sides fight it out. If our nation agrees to the Cherry Blossom Nation's proposal, the even more formidable adversary, the Heavenly India Nation, will immediately launch a war of national destiny against our China. Lin Yang delivered his lengthy speech, then lowered his head to take a sip from his teacup while glancing toward the council chairman's seat. He noticed the chairman's face lit up with delight and approval. Lin Yang then continued his argument. His words were sharp as needles, delivered with unwavering certainty. Therefore, ceasing hostilities with the land of cherry blossoms is absolutely unthinkable. As our great sage once wrote, press on with the remaining courage to pursue the fleeing enemy, do not seek fame by imitating the tyrant. After speaking, Lin Yang met the gaze of the opposing council members with unwavering resolve. His gaze was like a sword, unyielding and unwavering. The assembly fell silent, all members struck dumb by Lin Yang's words. Ahem. The assembly chairman cleared his throat softly twice. Then, with unwavering resolve, he declared, I hereby announce. We shall continue our relentless war of national destiny against Sakura Nation. Chapter 16, Yama vs. Haba. What? The assembly hall erupted in chaos as council members stared in stunned disbelief. They never imagined the chairman would endorse Lin Yang's proposal and with such unwavering resolve choosing to continue the national destiny battle against Sakura Nation. But once the decision was made, it was irreversible. The news of China's decision to continue the battle reached the emperor of Sakura Nation. Good. 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 The emperor of Sakura Nation gritted his teeth and exclaimed three resounding goods. Let those damned Huaxia know our might. Continue fighting. Go spread the news of China's desperate resistance. Let all the people of Sakura Nation know the news that the Huaxia people continue to fight. At the same time, summon powerful beasts. Let the Chinese know the might of Sakura Nation. The emperor of Sakura Nation had completely lost his composure. The decision he had painstakingly made was tossed aside by the Chinese like worthless scrap paper. He could endure no more. As you command. The prime minister below responded respectfully. Then he swiftly exited the imperial palace. He was to deliver the message: China had refused to engage in a never-ending conflict with the land of cherry blossoms. That very night, news exploded across the globe. Is China about to declare war on Japan again? Good heavens! China actually rejected the powerful Sakura Nation's peace proposal. Rumor has it the proposal came from Sakura Nation. Has China overestimated itself? Message after message spread like wildfire across the global internet. The people of Sakura Nation have long been aware of this matter. The Chinese still don't understand where our nation's formidable historical legacy truly originates. The Chinese are far too arrogant. This time, no matter the cost, we must make them suffer. So what? With just a few victories under their belt, they dare to challenge one of the world's most formidable powers? Utterly delusional. The capital of Sakura Nation. Within their historical research institute, eerie, sinister laughter echoed. Hee hee. Chinese, this is the price for provoking my Sakura Nation. The Sakura Nation's historical researcher had long since lost his composure to the Huaxia, the mighty demon god I painstakingly unearthed from ancient texts. It will surely crush China completely. He is the one. Yama. The eyes of this Sakura Nation historian brimmed with excitement, as if he were already witnessing the scene of victory. Then, what is the cost? The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation asked, his voice trembling. He no longer possessed the authority to command the people of Sakura Nation to make such sacrifices. After the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation posed this question, the historical researcher swiftly offered his answer: simply sacrifice 20 years of life from my nation's populace. It can be concealed from our citizens entirely. The Sakura Nation's historical researcher spoke with a hint of pride in his expression. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation responded with equal indifference, then so be it. As if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. 3 days later. Through sacrificing lifespans, Sakura Nation summoned a demon beast, once again securing their place in the National Fortune Tournament. One rule of the National Fortune Tournament stipulated: if a civilization fails to summon a new demon beast, it is automatically declared defeated. Thus, the chosen ones of both civilizations were summoned once more to the National Fortune Arena. The chosen one of Huaxia bore that familiar face. Many Huaxia citizens knew the moment they saw Lin Yang's face that this battle was already in the bag. It's in the bag. Yang Shen's face is still as reliable as ever. I heard Yang Shen tore into the appeasement faction in the assembly hall. I declare Lin Yang is a god. No objections, right? It might not be the most rational move, but I'd had enough of that cherry blossom country over the years. Screw rationality, just do it. On the other side, the chosen one of Sakura Nation made another appearance. This was a man with a face marked by cunning and malice. One glance at him made Lin Yang feel profoundly uneasy. His eyes were narrow and slanted, his lips thin, and his hooked nose gave him the appearance of a witch straight out of Western folklore. This new chosen one of Sakura Nation bore the name Mitsui Ichiro. He glared at Lin Yang with utter arrogance. This time, our demon beast is Yama. You're finished. Will the Chinese still dare to be so arrogant? This is a demon god-level beast. Good. The Chinese will learn our might. Both chosen ones, please confirm your selected demon beasts and introduce them. The National Fortune Arena prompted. Concise and to the point. This time, Lin Yang already knew the monster summoned by Sakura Nation and introduced it first. The drought demon is a monster from ancient Chinese mythology that causes droughts. In ancient Chinese lore, during the war between Qiyu and the Yellow Emperor, both sides displayed extraordinary powers, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. With no other options, the Yellow Emperor summoned the celestial maiden Ba to join the fray. Clad in azure robes, she could emit blinding light and intense heat. Upon arriving at the battlefield, she unleashed her divine power, instantly dispelling the fog and mist conjured by the Windlord and Rainmaster. With this decisive divine intervention, the Yellow Emperor captured and slew Qiyu. Though the celestial maiden Ba had achieved extraordinary valor, she lost her divine powers and could never return to heaven. Ba could only remain in the north. Thus, legends say the north suffers frequent droughts. Wherever she went, people cursed and drove her away, calling her the drought spirit. Lin Yang's lengthy exposition wove in the epic tale of the war god Qiyu and the Yellow Emperor's great battle at Zhuolu. These stories captivated the hearts of countless Chinese listeners. The Battle of Zhuolu? Our history books now contain only sparse mentions of it. How wonderful! Truly an enchanting legend. I hope history can be restored soon. I'm dying to see it. Meanwhile, the land of cherry blossoms responded with scornful mockery. Ha! These tales are all fabrications. Nothing like this ever existed, pure nonsense. Exactly. We refuse to believe these myths. Chinese people, prepare to die. You are doomed to fail. After Lin Yang finished speaking, Mitsui Ichiro, the chosen one of the land of cherry blossoms, sneered coldly. Yama, the king of hell. He rules over the underworld, deciding the fate of the dead. Yama knows every deed committed in life and judges each soul's destiny based on that. His magic is immensely powerful. His combat prowess is unmatched and his arsenal of spells is vast. The chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms used many absolute terms. Undoubtedly, he was supremely confident in Yama's capabilities. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Yama, huh? Oomph. Interesting. Lin Yang murmured a faintly sarcastic remark. Then, he addressed the National Fortune Arena with a blank expression. China is ready. The battle can commence at any moment. What an arrogant bastard. Yamamoto Ichiro gritted his teeth. Sakura Nation is ready. Both sides are ready. China's drought demon vs Japan's Yama. Battle commence. Chapter 17, Fight to the Death. Summoning of demonic beasts begins. The voice echoed across the National Fortune Arena. Even the blazing sun in the sky seemed to grow desolate. This undoubtedly signaled two mighty beasts were about to be summoned into the fray. One was Ba, the dry woman who aided the Yellow Emperor in winning the Battle of Zhuolu, mysterious and brimming with power. The other was Yama, whose prototype was King Yama himself, radiating a cold and sinister aura. Their starkly contrasting forms destined their confrontation to be a breathtaking battle. Moreover, what matters most is that both beasts possess immense power. For the neutral spectators watching, this battle promises to be the most spectacular spectacle. This is truly spectacular. Looks like China and Japan are about to go to war. Let the battle begin. The two demonic beasts were summoned forth by the National Fortune Arena. The sky instantly darkened, and a chilling, ominous aura permeated the entire area. A pair of enormous, blood-red eyes seemed to stare down upon every living soul in the arena. Then, a massive, terrifying figure slowly emerged from the dark clouds. A deep rumbling echoed. Boom! The earth trembled, and the skies shifted. Yama's towering head, as high as the clouds, looked down upon the entire arena. Across from him, the drought demon stood with an air of calm composure. To everyone's surprise, the terrifyingly powerful demoness Lin Yang had spoken of the drought appeared as a graceful and beautiful woman. Dressed in simple cloth garments and adorned with a humble hairpin, her beauty remained undeniable. Facing the terrifying Yama, she spoke with detached calm, nothing but a fleeting illusion, scarcely worth a laugh. Then, with a sharp cry, she commanded, "Break!" The moment the words left her lips, Yama's enormous, terrifying head shattered instantly. All that remained in sight was a massive humanoid demon before the drought demon clad in ancient cherry blossom underworld official robes, its face adorned with two enormous fangs. Lin Yang knew this was merely Yama's combat technique. By projecting his terrifying form infinitely enlarged through demonic power, he gained a formidable combat advantage. Such a phantom trick, and yet you dare to impersonate the Chinese art of emulating heaven and earth. How laughable! Lin Yang sneered mercilessly. After the drought demon dispelled Yama's magic, she raised her hand and struck toward Yama with a movement so gentle and elegant it seemed almost graceful. Seeing his opponent was such a beautiful maiden, and that she was merely waving a feeble palm strike toward him. Ha 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 ha! Trivial! Ah! The Yanma demon intended to roar with mocking laughter, but unexpectedly, the light, feathery palm strike from the drought demon transformed into a terrifying vision of 1,000 armies charging across the battlefield. Scorching heat, terror, famine, and death, these four memories of drought assaulted Yama's senses. The arrogance vanished from his face in an instant, replaced only by eyes filled with dread. Boom! 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 The sheer force of the strike caught Yama off guard, sending him reeling back 4 or 5 steps before he could steady himself. It's nothing. Yama reassured himself, then formed hand seals and roared, "Demon mask! Aid me in battle!" Eerie, malevolent purple flames ignited upon his body. These flames coalesced into 2 hideous, terrifying skulls, hovering menacingly above his head. Then, Yama roared once more, "Soul fire, burn!" Whoosh! The soul flames burning behind Yama instantly ignited his own body, while the 2 skulls coalesced once more. They transformed into the unique demonic mask adorning Yama's face. A terrifying aura radiated from Yanma's entire being, sending shivers down one's spine. Go! Yama suddenly opened his eyes wide, uttering these words. The demonic mask on Yama's face, like a fierce specter bearing soul flames that seemed poised to incinerate everything, charged swiftly toward the drought demon. Oomph! Trivial tricks! The drought goddess remained calm as she extended a finger to strike. Still enveloped in the aura of death, as if the ruler of the underworld had arrived, the drought demon's finger shot out. Before it even landed, a crimson flame erupted precisely where the drought goddess's slender finger pointed. It completely engulfed the ghostly flames hurled by Yanma, leaving her with almost no escape. Ha! Even back when she was the celestial maiden, she could unleash intense light and heat. How could your paltry soul fire possibly compare to my heavenly fire? Lin Yang laughed heartily as he explained. He could keenly sense the overwhelming malevolence coursing through the drought demon's attack. Left behind on Earth by the Yellow Emperor for thousands of years, despised by mortals for millennia, the drought demon could scarcely endure it any longer. The Yama demon across from him remained unconvinced, continuing to chant his incantation, "Ghostfire burns the sky." Hum! Wave after wave rippled outward, instantly withering all vegetation within dozens of zheng. Yet these soul flames still could not harm the drought spirit. She stood like an immovable mountain, impervious to every technique Yama unleashed. Not a scratch marred her. Yanma finally grasped the true terror of the drought maiden and instinctively reigned in his own aura. In demonic combat, the greatest taboo was for one side's momentum to plummet abruptly. One might feign weakness at the outset to seize an opportunity for counterattack, but one must never allow one's momentum to shift from peak to decline. In battle, courage is paramount. The first charge carries momentum, the second loses strength, the third exhausts it entirely. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom will never grasp this truth. Lin Yang delivered this merciless taunt. Mitsui Ichiro's face darkened visibly, his expression so grim it seemed it could drip with venom. Oomph! Save your arrogant words for after you've won. Mitsui Ichiro retorted without hesitation. But the situation in the arena unfolded exactly as Lin Yang had predicted. Ha! Is your soul fire so formidable? I couldn't care less. The arid voice of the drought demon echoed throughout the arena. World incineration. The drought demon coldly uttered 2 words. The arena, previously shrouded in Yamazine energy, was suddenly flooded with celestial light. The sun blazed fiercely, silencing all creation. The sun seemed large enough to plunge toward the earth. A golden orb of blazing heat illuminated the entire arena, its radiance too intense to look upon directly. An aura of supreme power emanated from it, causing the entire space to tremble. Snap! A sharp crack echoed through the air. The demonic mask formed by Yama instantly shattered into fragments. But that wasn't all. Yanmo was scorched by the blazing heat radiating from the sun, writhing in agony. His once massive form now emitted wisps of blue smoke, his size shrinking by more than half. No! This can't be! Yama screamed in panic. He was one of the most terrifying beings in the yin-yang realm of Sakura country. How could he be reduced to such a pitiful state by this unknown woman across from him? Weigh down the wronged souls. Condense the spirits anew. As Yama uttered these words, Mitsui Ichiro's face twisted in shock as he murmured, How could this be? She actually forced Enma to use this technique. This technique involved borrowing life force to possess a body. It harnessed the souls of countless underworld soldiers to solidify and reshape his demonic form. The reshaped demonic form becomes more resilient and powerful, akin to a quasi-demigod of the land of cherry blossoms. However, the side effect was that after the battle, one would completely lose the ability to fight within the arena. The duration could be as long as 1,000 years or as short as a decade. Moreover, Mitsui Ichiro, the chosen vessel of this demonic entity, would suffer severe repercussions due to his unique bond. Regardless, this reality was utterly unbearable for Enma. That was why he resorted to such a desperate, life-or-death move. Oh? This is getting interesting. The tone of the drought demon finally showed some fluctuation. He watched Enma's transformation with keen interest. Chapter 18, The Fire of the Drought Demon. Break it, you bastard. Following Yama's hysterical roar, his physical form began to slowly dissolve into the void. The drought maiden's brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, the body of Yama that had dissolved into the void flickered with black mist. Yama's physical form reappeared, but this time clad in the formidable armor of the netherworld. Yama roared with laughter. I am a demon spirit born of the heavens and earth and the great Sakura Nation. How could you Chinese ever hope to slay me so easily? To defeat me, you must possess a realm comparable to that of an immortal. With that, Yama suddenly reached out into the void, summoning a blade and shield in an instant. His entire body shot forward toward the drought demon. His physical form seemed to merge with the void itself. Breaking through the air, he appeared before the drought demon in an instant. His form, now merged with the void, collided with the motionless drought demon still standing in the arena. Sword and shield struck relentlessly as Yama unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. Yet the drought spirit showed no reaction whatsoever. Each time a blade was about to strike her, she evaded Yama's strikes with an imperceptibly subtle shift. It felt as though she already knew exactly where he would strike from. After a prolonged battle, Yama still failed to gain the upper hand. Seeing all his techniques miss their mark, Yama roared in fury, venting his frustration. How could Lord Yama be so thoroughly outmatched? How could all his attacks miss? The Huaxia must be exploiting some special loophole. The Huaxia are truly despicable. And the demon beasts they summon are despicable too. I refuse to believe it. How could this be possible? Viewers in Sakura Nation watching the livestream buzzed with heated debate. Meanwhile, standing on the stage, Lord Yama's expression grew even darker. He had realized something: he was being completely outmatched by the opposing drought demon. This infuriated him. I refuse to believe it. Yanma snorted coldly, his eyes turning bloodshot. His lips moved, uttering incomprehensible incantations. The moment his words faded, the Cherry Blossom Nation's spectators all burst into joyful laughter. Yes. Damn you Chinese, you're finished this time. Ha 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 ha. How could the demon god of the great Cherry Blossom Nation possibly lose to you lot? This must be Lord Yama's ultimate technique. The Cherry Blossom Nation's audience watching the National Fortune Arena erupted in praise. Yet at that moment, Yama glared at the drought demon with a savage expression. Inside the Huaxia Council Hall, witnessing the unfolding events in the arena, hearts were in throats. This arena battle had been initiated by Lin Yang and the assembly chairman against overwhelming opposition. Should they lose, China's diplomatic position would become extremely vulnerable. Of course, these were minor concerns. For the assembly chairman, the true tragedy for Huaxia would be losing Lin Yang, a chosen one, should they fail. China would truly be plunged into an abyss of no return. Within the arena, the Demon King unleashed his ultimate technique. Armies of the Netherworld. Advance. As soon as Yama spoke, countless colossal spectral forms suddenly materialized throughout the entire arena. Each spirit radiated intense malevolence, shrouded in pitch-black darkness and exuding waves of evil aura. These must be the souls of those sacrificed by the land of cherry blossoms in recent days? Lin Yang stared at the scene before him, his voice tinged with disbelief. He knew Yama possessed such power, and the ferocity of these spirits' malevolence suggested they had suffered immense injustice both in life and death. Only the souls of those who perished in the bloody sacrifices of the land of cherry blossoms in recent days could manifest such power. How utterly depraved. Even as a Chinese man, Lin Yang couldn't bear to watch. Oomph. Yama drew a deep breath. Then, raising his right arm high, he brandished his great blade, directing the hordes of ghosts and demons into a charge. At the same time, his lips parted to reveal sharp, gleaming white fangs as he emitted a terrifying laugh. Had ha! The spectral troops instantly surged toward the drought demon. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Yama's eyes. Die! Yama roared maniacally, whirling his great blade into a blur of steel as he charged the drought demon alongside his ghostly soldiers. Each of these ghost soldiers possessed formidable strength, and ordinary physical attacks proved utterly ineffective against them. Over 1,000 ghost soldiers charging together was a truly terrifying sight. Any ordinary demon beast would have perished countless times over. Yet the drought demon remained utterly composed. Come on then. The drought demon spoke without emotion. Heart scorched by the sun. The dry demon let out a sharp cry, and blazing flames suddenly ignited within its eyes. Simultaneously, the Hanbaya's hair had turned fiery red. The flames in her eyes danced wildly, like molten lava erupting from a crater. Simultaneously, the sun in the sky unleashed fiery arrows. The flames swiftly spread outward, forming a sea of fire blossoming like a lotus. The celestial fire ignited the flames unleashed by the drought demon. It was an unbearably scorching inferno. The instant the Yin soldiers were released, they were instantly incinerated by the ghost soldiers summoned by Yama, reduced to wisps of steam as their souls vanished into nothingness. Yama himself suffered the flames' torment, his body billowing with rolling green smoke. Arg! Yama let out a wretched howl of agony and scrambled backward. He stared in horror at the flames consuming him, growing ever brighter, his face twisted with defiance. Why? Why is this happening? He roared incessantly, but the flames were too powerful. Even as a great demon god within his own civilization, he could not extinguish them. Ultimately, his body burned to ashes. The arena fell deathly silent. Mitsui Ichiro could never have imagined that a mighty demon god from their own civilization would fall at the hands of China. The Huaxia side, however, was jubilant. Regardless of the outcome. At least they had won a cause for celebration. We won again. We won again. How can the land of cherry blossoms keep talking tough this time? I'm really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, nearly every citizen on the Sakura Nation side wore grim expressions. One by one, they chose to leave the livestream, too ashamed to continue arguing with China. After the battle concluded, the drought demon uttered only 2 words slowly, boring. He then slowly retreated from the National Fortune Arena, vanishing without a trace. Lin Yang's face held a hint of longing and reluctance. Until we meet again, Heavenly Maidenba. Battle ended. Congratulations to Huaxia for victory. The chosen one of Huaxia, please select your reward. Without hesitation, Lin Yang chose to reclaim his nation's territory. China. Unrivaled under heaven. Following this victory, Lin Yang roared loudly within the arena, as if venting all the pent-up frustration of recent days in one go. Across the arena, Mitsui Ichiro's face burned crimson, his embarrassment leaving him utterly at a loss. At that moment, he wished nothing more than for a random beast from China to devour him whole. Sometimes, living is the cruelest punishment of all. Mitsui Ichiru now understood this truth all too well. After this battle, no one would ever question Lin Yang's decision again. Chapter 19, Defeat means collective seppuku. China truly possessed the strength to defeat Japan. Indeed, many nations had begun probing for information about Lin Yang. Their intentions were obvious. Lin Yang paid it no mind. After the white light on the National Fortune Arena teleported him and Mitsui Ichiro of Sakura Nation away from the arena, Lin Yang immediately went to Elder Chen's location and began assisting him in reconstructing the history of the drought demon. He also shared some rough details of the Battle of Zhulu with Old Chen. To his surprise, upon learning these historical minutiae, Old Chen became as excited as an old child. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Having you, Lin Yang, is truly a blessing for our nation. Old Chen gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Well, if we can win the upcoming battle, I'll join you in reconstructing the history of the Battle of Zhulu. After making his promise, Lin Yang turned to Old Chen and said, "Now, let's first restore the history of the drought demon." After speaking, he turned and wrote on the paper. There was one clad in blue robes, known as the Yellow Emperor's daughter, Ba. When Qiyu raised an army to attack the Yellow Emperor commanded Yinglong to engage him in the wilderness of Jizhou. Yinglong dammed the waters, while Qiyu summoned the Wind Lord and Rainmaster, unleashing a great storm. A passage adding some general details about the Battle of Zhulu. Old Chen nodded. At that very moment, the system in Lin Yang's mind activated. System alert. Mission complete. Mission content, progress in the restoration of Chinese history. Mission reward. Nine-tailed fox. And so, the day's work was completed. Meanwhile, Mitsui Ichiro of Sakura Nation, fresh from his journey at the National Fortune Arena, faced an intense ambush the moment he returned home. Damn it! How did they find out where I was? Mitsui Ichiro cursed angrily. His home lay in shambles, ravaged by the enraged citizens of Sakura Nation. All this stemmed from their crushing defeat on the National Fortune Arena. That day, the chosen ones all faced such assaults. The Sakura Nation's cabinet, however, faced even more severe attacks. Inside the cabinet building, piles of trash from Sakura citizens had even accumulated. This was undoubtedly an act of extreme humiliation. This incident forced the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation to lead his cabinet members before the cameras. They began declaring to the world that Sakura Nation had absolutely not lost. Moreover, they vowed to severely punish those arrogant Chinese. Simultaneously, he vowed that should they fail to win the next match, the entire cabinet would commit ritual suicide in atonement. Only then did the public outrage within Sakura Nation begin to subside. The Emperor of Sakura Nation had already gone into hiding under the protection of American soldiers and was nowhere to be found. In the next battle, we shall summon a mighty demon god. She is a demon god who can control the weather. We shall never lose again. These were the final words the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation left for its people. Following the Prime Minister's address, the eyes of the world turned toward Sakura Nation. Of course, there were exceptions. Over in Huaxia. Sakura Nation has truly backed itself into a corner now. What kind of beasts will they unleash next? Never mind. With Lin Yang here, we just need to handle our own responsibilities. The Huaxia council members had already forgotten their earlier opposition to Lin Yang in the assembly hall. One by one, they began to praise Lin Yang. After all, Lin Yang's reputation in China was sky high now. Who dared provoke him? They'd be torn to shreds in no time. This wasn't limited to China. The major powers of the United States and Europe had also shifted their focus to the battlefields of Japan and China. Originally, they had anticipated Japan dominating East Asia and India dominating South Asia, eventually clashing fiercely. Then, the Western powers would step in to reap the benefits. Yet China's emergence had disrupted their plans. Even so, they remained convinced Japan would prevail. They held too many chips, and Japan's terrifying winning streak left them no choice but to believe in its supremacy. Countless words were distilled into a single sentence by the President of the United States. Get yourselves sorted out. We'll be waiting for you to return after you've dealt with China. 3 days later, Japan sacrificed its northern cities' eternal ice and frost. Summoned the mighty demon god, Yuki-onna. Lin Yang's expression darkened as he witnessed this scene. He hadn't expected the land of cherry blossoms to be willing to sacrifice so much. Yuki-onna, the sacred treasure of the snow country. Legend says she possesses the power to control ice and snow. Old Chen, standing beside the council chairman, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, he had heard the legends surrounding the snow woman. The chairman remained silent, frowning as he stared at the screen. Inside the arena, Lin Yang and Mitsui Ichiro, the sole surviving chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms, both entered the arena. National Fortune Arena announcement. Both sides have confirmed their summoned beasts. Lin Yang and Mitsui Ichiro simultaneously confirmed their summons. Immediately, under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lin Yang and Mitsui Ichiro had each selected the beasts representing their respective civilizations to enter the fray. Beast selection complete. Please begin introducing your beasts. This time, Lin Yang jumped in first. The nine-tailed fox is a mythical creature from ancient Chinese legends. China's classic text, the classic of mountains and seas, records, the nine-tailed fox dwells in the kingdom of Qingxiu, possessing 4 legs and 9 tails. Its voice resembles that of an infant, and it can devour humans. By the time of the Great Han Dynasty, it was revered as an auspicious beast, symbolizing the rise of a sovereign. In another renowned Chinese classic, Investiture of the Gods, Nuwa once dispatched the nine-tailed fox demon to bewitch King Zhou of Shang, ultimately destroying the Shang dynasty's foundations. Lin Yang's introduction was brief yet encompassed 3 pivotal historical figures: the Han Dynasty, Nuwa, and King Zhou of Shang. The chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms naturally couldn't understand. Reverse introduction: the Snow Woman is a legendary creature from ancient Japanese folklore. When the Snow Woman appears, return home early is a widely known proverb in Japan. Skilled in conjuring ice and snow, the Snow Woman, also called Snow Princess, is a traditional Japanese spirit known to all. Dwelling deep in the mountains, she resembles humans with breathtaking beauty, often manipulating ice and snow to devour living beings. Compared to the introduction of China, the entire scope feels considerably smaller. Many viewers in public live streams commented, "Is China's history truly such a resplendent existence? This is overwhelmingly rich in information. Is this what they call 5,000 years of Chinese history?" All I can say is, Sakura country is pretty impressive too. They actually found a snow woman. Look at how Japan describes it. They call this supernatural being a Yuki-onna and even mention some kind of mystical power boost. To me, China's description still feels more grand in scope. Enough with the talk. These descriptions are just to spice up the competition. Actual combat performance is another story entirely. Both sides' introductions complete. Summoning of monsters begins. The National Fortune Arena is now closed. The summoning of beasts begins for both Huaxia and Sakura Nation. Chapter 20, The Nine-Tailed Fox. Following the conclusion of the National Fortune Arena, the areas where the two nations' forces had previously been stationed underwent tremendous changes. One was a nine-tailed fox radiating an aura of enchantment. The other was a frozen wasteland. Looks like this will be quite the battle. Indeed, neither of these beasts is to be trifled with. Let's watch on. Perhaps Sakura Nation has a chance to win this time. The public livestream chat channel was flooded with bullet comments. Lin Yang regarded the snow-covered beast representing Sakura Nation with a non-committal expression before shifting his gaze to the nine-tailed fox he had summoned. This battle pitted the enchanting beasts representing both nations against each other. Its intensity was beyond question. While Lin Yang was still pondering, the National Fortune Arena had already summoned both beasts. The moment the nine-tailed fox and the snow woman appeared, they captured the attention of everyone present. So they were all such beautiful great demons? The beauty of the nine-tailed fox stirs my heart. Guys, I genuinely adore this one. The nine-tailed fox and the snow maiden, one captivates all with her breathtaking beauty, while the other, with a face like frost, seems to repel others with her very allure. Yet both possess extraordinary powers of enchantment, a seduction far beyond mere temptation. It could even be called mind-bending. Are you the legendary snow woman of the land of cherry blossoms? The nine-tailed fox fixed her soul-stealing gaze upon the snow woman, her voice dripping with enchantment as she spoke. The snow woman remained silent, yet the ice and snow behind her seemed to grow ever more poised for action. Ha! So what? The nine-tailed fox observed the snow and ice behind the snow woman and laughed, as if I'd fear you? Upon hearing this, the snowflakes behind the snow woman intensified, poised to flood the nine-tailed fox with ice and snow the moment the National Fortune Arena gave the signal. He. The nine-tailed fox, observing the snow maiden's anger, found not a shred of amusement. Instead, she seemed to envision a profoundly humorous scene, and a coquettish laugh escaped her lips. Her mesmerizing, soul-stealing eyes radiated an intoxicating aura of enchantment. Some restless male spectators instantly felt a burning heat surge through their bodies. Ah! I'm dead. Alright. I declare my support for China in this match. I can't take it anymore. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. The snow maiden's charm pales beside the nine-tailed fox. Enough already. If you keep talking like this, I'll lose control. Let's just watch the next battle. Viewers watching the live stream flooded the comments section. Yet the viewers from Sakura country couldn't care less about this. They remained silent, eagerly anticipating the moment when China's nine-tailed fox would be completely engulfed by Snow Maiden's icy blizzard. Lin Yang spoke first. Since everything's ready, let the battle begin. That Mitsui Ichiro seemed to have something to rely on. Enough talk. Let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Battle commence. A notification from the National Fortune Arena signaled the start of the match. The moment the fight commenced, the snow woman launched a surprise attack on the nine-tailed fox. Oh my, you're in such a hurry, aren't you? Such an impatient one. The nine-tailed fox effortlessly dodged the snow woman's attack, then playfully batted her enchanting eyes at her. Then, 9 long fox tails suddenly appeared on the nine-tailed fox's back. The 9 tails were vividly colored, fluffy, and utterly adorable, yet they radiated a fierce, aggressive aura. Lin Yang couldn't stay calm upon seeing this. The quality of these 9 tails. Is this a 9-tailed fox that's cultivated for 1,000 years? Each tail possessed distinct magical powers. After assuming her 9-tailed form, the fox turned to Lin Yang with a beaming smile. Little brother, I've been cooped up for far too long. Let me show you my true power, hee. With that, the fox turned to confront Yukiana's storm. Leaving Lin Yang, whose heart was usually as calm as a still lake, standing there flushed. Across from him, the snow woman watched the 9-tailed fox casually converse with Lin Yang amidst her furious storm assault. Rage surged within her. She amplified the intensity of her spell by several-fold. Whoosh! The blizzard intensified several-fold in an instant. The 9-tailed fox, not overconfident. Twisting one of her tails, she unleashed a blaze of fire. Though not as potent as the Taoist's 3-flame true fire, its heat was far beyond what ordinary beings could endure. Boom, boom, boom. The 9-tailed fox danced her flames, colliding with the snow maiden's icy blizzard. Explosions echoed in rapid succession. Neither would yield. Little sister, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat gracefully. Seeing the snow maiden's waning strength, the 9-tailed fox pressed her advantage. The snow maiden gritted her teeth in defiance. Think you can defeat me? Not a chance. Ha! That's exactly what I wanted to say to you. The 9-tailed fox immediately resumed her assault. As time passed, the fox's flames gradually enveloped the ice and snow unleashed by the snow woman. Just as she was about to be swallowed whole, The nine-tailed fox abruptly halted the tail wielding its fiery arts. Instead, it began to dance with another tail. Good heavens! What is that nine-tailed fox trying to do? Witnessing the fox's behavior, many spectators were stunned and perplexed, unable to comprehend why it had abruptly halted its attack. But Lin Yang knew this might simply be the fox bored out of her mind, toying with her opponent. As that tail whipped through the air, the crust beneath the snow woman's feet began to shift in an unnatural way. Lin Yang understood the true purpose of this move. Each of the nine-tailed fox's tails possessed distinct magical abilities. Dark thunder, earthly fire, heavenly stone, earthquake, shape-shifting, bewitchment, curse, wood growth, water movement. When all nine tails united, their power became truly extraordinary. Of course, it seemed unnecessary to resort to such techniques against this snow woman. The current situation involved the fox's tail unleashing a control-type spell. It could manipulate certain elements to achieve lethal or destructive effects. This technique was the nine-tailed fox's signature spell. The snow woman was no pushover either, generating frosty breath to resist the nine-tailed fox's control. After a moment of stalemate, the nine-tailed fox finally gained the upper hand. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The floor beneath the snow woman shattered completely, only to slowly reassemble itself. It was a spell that drew a prison upon the ground, trapping the snow woman within. Hee. How about that? Pretty fun, huh? The nine-tailed fox smiled coquettishly at the snow woman. This nearly drove the snow woman to the brink of collapse. You bastard! I'll fight you to the death. Completely disregarding her immobilized state under the fox's spell, she unleashed what was nearly her most powerful spell. Frozen 1,000 miles. The snow woman roared, utterly disregarding her dignity, nearly burning every drop of blood in her body. Crackle, crackle. The temperature around the snow woman plummeted rapidly. Frozen blossoms crystallized midair and shot toward the nine-tailed fox. The ice blossoms burst open mid-air, resembling a sky filled with snowflakes. Not bad. Quite beautiful. The nine-tailed fox praised. But immediately after, she uttered words that left everyone speechless, but that's not enough. Chapter 21, Shadow Lightning Pierces the Cold Snow. The lethal intent contained within that snow maiden was enough to kill ordinary beasts. Lin Yang inwardly marveled at the sheer power of this technique. But alas, her opponent was the nine-tailed fox. The swirling snowflakes seemed poised to devour everything in their path. Even Lin Yang, standing off to the side, felt a chill. In an instant, the snowflakes transformed into icicles, piercing toward the nine-tailed fox in a barrage. Yes! We've won! Mitsui Ichiro exclaimed with delight. Many Japanese spectators began celebrating, convinced the nine-tailed fox had no chance of evading this assault. Ha. Those damn Chinese are bound to lose. We must win. Lady Yukiana, we're counting on you. Let's celebrate victory. Long live Sakura Nation. The Sakura Nation spectators began murmuring among themselves, as if the outcome were already decided. Not a bad move. As the words fell, the nine-tailed fox flickered another tail. A blazing shield of mortal fire materialized before her. Then, one of the nine tails behind the demon fox twisted, enveloped in energy. Two tails moving in unison. It seems the snow woman has some skill after all. Lin Yang remarked, aware of the nine-tailed fox's true power. In an instant, massive lightning coalesced at the fox's tail, crackling and snapping before crashing down. Lightning flashed. It struck beside the snow woman. Sizzle, sizzle. The thunderous force struck the ground, instantly forming a charred, deep crater. Rolling, scorching smoke billowed up as the entire surface melted away. Missed the mark. One more time. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Ha, what a perfect tease. That nine-tailed fox is just too mischievous. The snow woman, still immersed in the icy frost she had summoned with all her might, spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing the nine-tailed fox's words. At that moment, she felt her body go numb, and the spiritual energy within her was dissipating at an alarming rate. Looking up, she saw the nine-tailed fox's thunder already suspended high above her head. Giggle, giggle, giggle. I've no interest in playing with you anymore. The real show is about to begin. Savor this slowly, it's the retribution you deserve. Her voice was delightfully coquettish, and paired with her perfect tone, it sent the entire livestream audience into a frenzy. I'm completely mesmerized by this nine-tailed fox. She's too stunning. I can't handle it. Hey, calm down. Don't forget this is a life or death arena. I declare, China has already won this one outright. God, forgive me, this is truly the last time I'll support Huaxia. Foreign viewers in the public livestream room unanimously began rooting for Huaxia. Inside the arena, the dark thunder gathered atop the snow woman's skull. Boomed with a thunderous crack. The dark thunder erupted violently, unleashing an endless howling gale. A piercing scream echoed. Half of the snow woman's body shattered like fragile paper under the force of the powerful shockwave. Her snow-white dress billowed like a cloak, tightly enveloping her body. Blood trickled down her shattered shoulder. The snow maiden hung her head low, her body covered in the thunder patterns of the nine-tailed fox. She was clearly dead. The audience of Sakura Nation watched as the Snow Maiden, upon whom they had pinned their hopes, was dispatched by the nine-tailed fox with a playful gesture. They were utterly devastated. Damn it, how could this happen? We had this in the bag. I refuse to accept this. It's definitely a glitch. This match is completely unfair. We don't believe it, we refuse to accept it. Ha! We refuse to accept it. Can you even defeat the divine beast our nation invited? The Cherry Blossom Nation's audience flooded the chat with messages, venting their frustration and anger. Yet they had no counter-argument. After all, reality was staring them in the face. Their divine beast couldn't even withstand a single strike from the opponent. Battle ended. Huaxia wins. Please select your reward. Lin Yang chose the territorial reclamation reward without hesitation. After the reward selection concluded, the nine-tailed fox stared coldly at the lifeless bodies of Mitsui Ichiro and the Snow Woman. With a look of utter disgust, she sauntered over to Lin Yang. Little brother, next time you get the chance, call me out to play, okay? After speaking, the nine-tailed fox flashed Lin Yang a seductive glance before slowly fading from the arena. Lin Yang froze for a moment. Beginning teleportation of both nations' chosen ones back to their respective countries. Only when the teleportation's white light flared did he murmur, I will. Meanwhile, Mitsui Ichiro of Sakura Nation, having survived once more, was so ashamed he wanted to commit seppuku. However, the National Fortune Arena imposed severe penalties for the suicide of a chosen one. If Mitsui Ichiro truly went through with it, Sakura Nation would likely be immediately expelled from the arena. Not only would they lose all their territory, but the people of Sakura Nation would instantly be punished into slavery. For the sake of his nation and its people, Mitsui Ichiro had no choice but to endure the humiliation he faced from the people of Sakura Nation. Meanwhile, back in China, Lin Yang was revered by the masses as the sun god. Truly, the chosen ones share the same fate yet lead vastly different lives. The eyes of the people are sharp. The day after the National Fortune Arena battle concluded. Well rested, Lin Yang was awakened early by the system's voice. System notice, new mission issued. Mission, Mountain Sea Pavilion. Task details, the appetites of the beasts that fought in the National Fortune Arena must be satisfied. Immediately propose to the Huaxia authorities to begin constructing the Mountain Sea Pavilion, using the power of the people's faith to replace sacrificial offerings. Failure penalty, the beasts will devour the chosen one to satisfy their hunger. Reward, the ancient demon god Wuziki. Hearing this mission, Lin Yang lost all composure. The ancient demon god Wuziki. The reward for this mission is incredibly generous. I must act immediately. Lin Yang's entire being was energized by this mission. Early the next morning, he drove to the private residence of the council chairman. After knocking and entering, he saw the council chairman seated in the courtyard pavilion, sipping tea. Upon seeing Lin Yang, the chairman set down his cup and greeted him. Young Lin Yang, what brings you here so early? Lin Yang shared a revolutionary bond with the speaker and wasted no time getting to the point. Mr. Speaker, I have a request. I implore you to grant it. The speaker had never seen Lin Yang speak to anyone this way before and asked in puzzlement, oh? Tell me about it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang laid out both the advantages and disadvantages of constructing the Mountain Sea Pavilion. After listening, the chairman nodded decisively. Since the National Fortune Arena is now our nation's foremost priority, constructing the Mountain Sea Pavilion is indeed imperative. The construction of the Mountain Sea Pavilion shall be the foremost agenda item at tomorrow's council meeting. Young friend Lin Yang, you need not worry. The council chairman took a sip of tea and addressed Lin Yang sincerely. With the chairman's assurance, Lin Yang felt his heart settle. The chairman's word was as good as gold, there was no room for doubt. Now, all that remained was to wait until tomorrow's meeting concluded before anticipating the system's notification. Chapter 22, The Ever-Changing Form of Water. Having sorted through the matter, Lin Yang departed the chairman's residence and returned to his quarters to await the next day's council meeting in quiet anticipation. The following morning, inside the assembly hall of the capital of Huaxia, the council president, Lin Yang, and all other attending council members were present. All right, everyone. I've gathered you here today primarily to discuss matters concerning the establishment of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Allow me to briefly outline the situation. Seated at the head of the table, the council chairman wore an expression of calm authority. I will take full responsibility for the construction of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. However, I wish to open the specific details for discussion among you all. Meaningful proposals may be put forward. Once the final plan is confirmed and finalized, it will be formally promulgated. After the chairman finished speaking, the assembly members began murmuring among themselves. Moments later, all eyes turned back to the chairman. The atmosphere in the assembly hall was lively. All the lawmakers were engaged in heated discussions. The current situation between Huaxia and Sakura Nation, while not entirely favorable, was at least stable and trending toward victory. Constructing the Mountain Sea Pavilion posed no difficulty whatsoever. Moreover, Lin Yang, the chosen one of the Huaxia Nation's fortune arena, made decisions that were almost invariably correct. Thus, the proposal to construct the Mountain Sea Pavilion passed with little debate. Within Sakura Nation, The cabinet members who had vowed to commit seppuku. None had broken their word. Amidst the fervor sweeping Sakura Nation, each held a short katana for seppuku, with an attendant standing beside them wielding a kaishakunin sword. This insane scene was even broadcast live nationwide across the land of cherry blossoms. Countless citizens witnessed this historic moment on television. The cabinet members' suicides sparked massive public outrage, further inflaming the populace. These tensions only subsided after the emperor of Sakura Nation appointed a new cabinet. Countless Sakura citizens couldn't fathom how, when they had reduced China to a single territory and the situation seemed utterly favorable, how had they been utterly crushed by a single man from China named Lin Yang? They couldn't comprehend it. The newly appointed prime minister of the cabinet harbored a deep, bitter resentment toward China for producing such an astonishingly brilliant chosen one on the fate arena stage. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread toward Lin Yang. If Lin Yang wasn't eliminated, his political career would likely come to an abrupt end. Once again, they arrived at the Historical Research Institute of Sakura Nation, selecting a great demon king from within its borders. The cost of the sacrifice was, of course, immense. The bloody ritual claimed the lives of over 1,000 people. This is the price required to stake the nation's fortune. The emperor of Sakura Nation stepped forward to utter these words, barely stabilizing domestic public opinion. Within the Huaxia Parliament Hall, after the assembly concluded, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind. System notice, mission complete. Mission, Mountain Sea Pavilion. Task details, the appetites of the demonic beasts that have fought on the national fortune arena must be satisfied. Immediately proposed to the Huaxia authorities to commence construction of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, using the power of the people's faith to replace sacrificial offerings. Mission success reward, ancient demon god Wuziki. Listening to the system prompt, Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, a contemplative expression crossing his face. A demon god? This is a sure thing. Several days passed, and it was once again time for Huaxia and Sakura to battle in the arena. Lin Yang and Mitsui Ichiro were once again transported into the arena. Mitsui Ichiro, this is our third meeting. It's quite rare, isn't it? Lin Yang said to Mitsui Ichiro with a faint smile on his face. Mitsui Ichiro paid him no mind, his face dark and grim. National Fortune Arena announcement. Both sides, please begin confirming and introducing your chosen beasts. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang nodded and signaled with his eyes for Mitsui Ichiro of Sakura Nation to begin his introduction. Mitsui Ichiro took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he coldly fixed his gaze on Lin Yang. He declared, Sakura Nation summons its chosen demon beast. Ibaraki Doji. The demon of Rashomon. Ibaraki Doji is a powerful great demon that roamed near Kyoto during the Heian period. Possessing immense brute strength. Capable of effortlessly shattering an entire hill. Mitsui Ichiro of Sakura Nation introduced their demon beast for today's battle with immense confidence. When it was Lin Yang's turn, he even looked at him with an air of arrogance. Lin Yang, oblivious to Mitsui Ichiro's expression, solemnly declared, China confirms the summoning of its demon beast. Woziki. A water monster from Chinese mythology, resembling a monkey with a flat nose, protruding forehead, white hair, blue body, and fiery eyes. Its head and neck stretched 100 feet long, possessing strength surpassing 9 elephants. It often stirred up storms and waves in the Huai River, endangering the people. Even during the Great's flood control efforts, the Huai and Wo river systems remained unmanageable due to Wuziki's obstruction. Just as Yu was at a loss, the dragon Inglong descended to earth, pinning Wuziki beneath Guishan Mountain. This enabled Yu to successfully tame the floods, allowing the Huai River to flow peacefully into the East Sea thereafter. Lin Yang's account reignited discussions on the Huaxia Forum. The story of Yu the Great taming the floods is truly fascinating. Was this before or after the Battle of Zhulu? Once we've dealt with Sakura Nation, we absolutely must have Lin Yang restore our history. This Lin Yang is only 20, how could he know so much? Across the border, discussions erupted on Sakura Nation's National Fortune Arena. Facing our Tsukimori, you won't get off lightly. Exactly. We'll win this time for sure. Tsukimori. Shred your worthless chi. Long live Sakura Nation. Crush China. National Fortune Arena announcement. Summoning both sides' beasts begins. The moment the National Fortune Arena announcement concluded, Wuziki and Sakura Nation's Tsukimikado appeared within the arena. The moment he saw his opponent, the great demon of Sakura Nation's pupils suddenly contracted, his body tensing instantly. He recognized the aura of China's Wuziki. He was no pushover. Wu Shichi, however, remained utterly impassive, not even deigning to glance at Tsukimikado across the arena. Both demon beasts summoned. Wuziki versus Suzuki. Battle commence. The moment the battle commenced, Suzuki charged toward Wuziki with blinding speed, aiming to seize the initiative. His plan was sound, but it was in vain. As soon as Tsukimikado approached Wuziki, the latter blocked his path with an outstretched arm. Boom! Tsukimikado's attack collided with Wuziki's formidable arm. This ape-like demon beast suddenly manifested a protective shield formed from flowing water on its arm. Ibaraki Duji's powerful strike landed on Waziki like a heavy fist hitting cotton. But just as he prepared to channel more power to shatter the defense, it became incredibly resilient, absorbing all his force. Waziki stood effortlessly, unshaken by Tsukimikado's relentless efforts. This was the power of water. Water can flow quietly, or it can crash violently. It can pierce the hardest substances in the world. Yet it can also coalesce to withstand immense force. Chapter 23, Waziki vs Tsukimikado. Yet these powers would lie dormant upon contact with their target, silently biding their time to unleash their inherent potential. At this moment, Suzuki's actions were less about attacking and more about testing Waziki's readiness. Thus, Tsukimikado launched several fierce assaults in succession, while Waziki evaded them with ease, showing not the slightest sign of fatigue. Ha! Waziki lifted his head, gazing haughtily at Suzuki across from him. He intended to see what else Tsukimikado had up his sleeve. A flash of ferocity flickered in Tsukimikado's eyes. He stomped his feet, propelling himself into the air as he charged toward Waziki. Seeing this, Waziki's lips curled into a mocking smile. He bent his right leg slightly, poised and ready. Tsukimikado drew nearer, his eyes fixed intently on Waziki. His gaze was dark and brooding, his face twisted into a vicious expression. His flight was so swift that almost no one could discern his movements. Lin Yang knew, however, that during his flight, Tsukimikado had secretly drawn the Onigiri. The very same Onigiri that, according to the legends of the land of cherry blossoms, had severed one of his arms. Suddenly appearing, he was upon Waziki's face in an instant. A savage grin twisted across Tsukimikado Duji's face. As if he could already see the blade piercing through his body. Drawing weapons? Wu Shichi sneered. Come on. Wu Shichi roared in fury. 7 shattering sky-piercing hammer. Release. A colossal hammer materialized in his grasp. In an instant, a violent wind howled as a powerful gust erupted from Waziki's hand, sweeping out in a whirlwind-like form. Next, Waziki swung the massive hammer, smashing it towards Tsukimikado, who charged at him wielding the Onigiri. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the surroundings as a colossal shockwave swept out. Accompanying Waziki's overwhelming force was a torrent of water. With a deafening crack, countless waves surged and churned, crashing in all directions. The once clear sky darkened, as if a black curtain had descended. Splash! Tsukimikado didn't witness his blade piercing Waziki. Instead, he was sent flying back several zhang. Only his formidable physique allowed him to endure the blow. Many within the camera frame watched as the boy's robust physique and boyishly handsome face were beaten so badly by Mashiki. Mashiki is so strong. Tsukimikado's strength seems undeniably formidable too. This match is going to be spectacular. I'd bet Tsukimikado will unleash his ultimate move next. The audience buzzed with excitement, utterly stunned by Waziki's terrifying power, their blood boiling with anticipation. But soon, the crowd was stunned once more by Tsukimikado's terrifying regenerative abilities. Holy crap! That kind of damage healed that fast? That's Tsukimikado for you. I'd love to see what happens when he unleashes his ultimate move. Even Lin Yang couldn't help but give Ibaraki Duji a thumbs up at such prowess. Tsukimikado really has some skills, but his attacks barely faze Waziki. Waziki's ape-like face broke into a grin. Seeing Waziki's sharp teeth and menacing mouth, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This muscular ape was simply too intimidating in appearance. Roar! Suddenly, a savage roar erupted from Waziki's mouth, deafeningly loud. Instantly, a deafening roar filled the air. Immediately afterward, their heads throbbed with unbearable pain, as if their minds were being torn apart. Many were startled by this ancient water demon of China, even through their screens. Even Tsukimikado, the formidable spirit from the land of cherry blossoms, could not withstand the sheer brutality of Waziki. His head throbbed like needles piercing his skull, unbearable pain streaming tears down his face. Damn it! Tsukimori cursed bitterly, knowing this situation couldn't possibly end well. Sure enough. Son! The word burst from Waziki's ape-like mouth. All present witnessed countless waves erupting behind Waziki. Giant whirlpools and water columns erupted from nowhere, cascading down like waterfalls. Tsukimikado's pupils contracted sharply. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late to resist. The floodwaters surged like a breached dam, engulfing him in an instant. Such immense force was unbearable for anyone, let alone the diminutive Tsukimori. Ah! Ah! A piercing wail echoed throughout the entire arena. Thud! A muffled groan followed. Looking toward the sound, there stood Suzuki no Duji, being battered and crushed by the torrent summoned by Waziki, writhing in agony. Tsukimikado has been defeated. Is it over already? Holy crap, that was fast. Chinese netizens stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding in the arena. No, far from it. Lin Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. This formidable demon king from the land of cherry blossoms wouldn't be defeated so easily. Sure enough, after struggling in the water for several seconds, Tsukimikado re-emerged from the depths. His body was now caked in mud and filth. His appearance was utterly wretched, a far cry from the noble elegance of moments before, making him look downright ridiculous. You're damned. Today I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. Ibaraki Doji glared at Waziki with bloodshot eyes, his expression twisted in fury. The faint purple glow flickered from the blade of his Anakiri. Then, a scene unfolded that left everyone speechless. Tsukimi Kato actually swung the demonic blade toward his own abdomen. Instantly, a jet of blood spurted forth. Everyone was dumbfounded. He's gone mad, this guy's gone mad. Is this fool completely insane? The demon blade sank completely into Tsukimi Kato's body. A horrifying scene unfolded. The Anakiri blade fused with Tsukimi Kato. The once handsome features of Tsukimi Kato transformed into a demonic visage. A sinister aura emanated from his entire body, making him look exceptionally terrifying. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, two purple flames flickering within their sockets. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light, fixed on the figure of Mashiki before him. His entire body was clad in purplish red armor. It bore the distinctive appearance of a Cherry Blossom Nation's Domaru Kakugane armor. How majestic! Lord Suzuki Doji truly radiates awe-inspiring grandeur. You scared the life out of me. I thought Lord Suzuki had committed seppuku. What are you thinking? This form should definitely be able to take care of Mujiki. Netizens across the land of cherry blossoms were buzzing with excitement. Victories seemed to be waving at them. Yet across the battlefield, Waziki grinned with delight upon seeing Tsukimi Kato reveal his second form. Ha! Finally showing off your new form? I thought you'd keep it hidden. Ibaraki Doji snorted coldly in response. Waziki, cut the nonsense. Your doom is upon you. With that, he charged toward Waziki. His speed was astonishingly swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He raised his Anakiri sword and swung it down toward Waziki. The blade was razor sharp. If it landed, it would likely cleave straight through Waziki's chest. Chapter 24, The Flood of Heaven. But Waziki was no ordinary foe. With a furious roar. Instantly, a colossal force erupted from his entire body. Clearly, Waziki was about to reveal his true form. The water, as if possessed of human will, swirled around Waziki and deflected Tsukimi Kato's strike. Good. Very good. Seeing his attack deflected, Tsukimi Kato's anger surged. Rage surged within him. He reached out his hand toward the void. A purple naginata reappeared in the palm of Tsukimi Kato Doji. Oni Tsumori. I present myself. Tsukimi Kato brandished the naginata fiercely at Waziki. Waziki continued to roar wildly. Lin Yang knew this meant Waziki was about to reveal his true form. Ape body, ape arms, ape head, ape skull. Muscles bulged like iron castings. This was Waziki's true form. Still not enough. Tsukimori no Doji sneered coldly, raising the Oni Tsumori high into the air once more. A massive vortex, condensed from evil energy, materialized out of thin air, as if poised to devour the entire world. Wujichi casually pressed his palm into the air several times. The seven-shattering sky-piercing hammer in his grasp was submerged by a torrential flood. A bar of wrought iron materialized on the spot. It's the purple gold-bin iron rod. The very same purple gold-bin iron rod later forged by you the Great into the divine needle that pacified the seas. Lin Yang gasped in awe at the purple gold wrought iron rod revealed in Waziki's grasp. In an instant, the entire world was bathed in a dim, yellowish light, illuminated by the overwhelming presence of the two. It felt like the apocalypse had descended. The scene of their standoff had the entire livestream audience screaming with excitement. Holy crap, that's so powerful. Is this the legendary god-tier demon? This is terrifying. Countless spectators gasped in awe. At that moment, the collision of two extreme energies sent dust and debris flying high into the air, shattering the arena's previous tranquility. Both Waziki and Suzuki's second forms possessed overwhelming power. Yet Waziki's strength proved superior. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam as he roared fiercely, roar. Simultaneously, rain clouds formed beneath his feet, transforming into a dark shadow that appeared before Tsukimi Kato in an instant. Boom! The iron rod, channeling the force of water, swung out, striking toward Tsukimi Kato. Waziki's power was immense. Had it not been for the arena's protective barrier, that single strike could have laid waste to everything within 100 miles. Even so, the entire arena was left scarred and devastated. Tsukimi Kato, gripping the newly formed Onigami, struggled to block Waziki's purple gold iron rod. His expression twisted repeatedly as he gritted his teeth and snarled, "Damn you! How do you possess such overwhelming power?" Waziki roared with laughter. "What are you, some kind of nobody? How dare you challenge this lord?" Immediately, he swung again, whirling his purple gold dragon tiger staff in a blinding flurry of blows toward Tsukimi Kato. Tsukimori struggled desperately to defend, but his strength was utterly insufficient to match Waziki's might. Boom! With a dull thud, Tsukimi Kato retreated step after step until he finally collapsed onto the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth. His face was deathly pale, his body covered in wounds. Waziki withdrew his purple gold dragon tiger staff, standing proudly in place as he silently observed Tsukimikado. Slowly rising, Tsukimori wiped the blood from his lips and growled darkly, "Waziki, are you truly forcing me to unleash my final killing move?" Hearing this, Waziki burst into laughter. "I thought it would be something else. You want to bring out your final move? Bring it on. I've been itching for this moment." Wu Shichi showed no fear. Tsukimori no Doji wasted no more words. The ghostly sword formed from ethereal energy vanished from his grasp. His aura surged violently. Demon horns sprouted from his head, and his eyes transformed into an eerie, ghostly green. His form abruptly grew larger. His height surged, towering nearly as high as a small hill, resembling a demonic overlord. His skin turned a dark, oily green. Ha 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 ha! Tsukimori emitted a sharp, raspy laugh. "Waziki, prepare to die. My ultimate strike Rajaman no Oni." As he spoke, the weapon vanished from his grasp. His hands formed seals, summoning black flames to envelop his body. To the viewers watching the livestream, Tsukimikado had transformed into a monster engulfed in flames. How terrifying. The once handsome Tsukimikado has become this. I guess it's because Waziki put too much pressure on him. I don't know what to say. Now I'm having a hard time deciding who to root for. This is incredible. I could watch this forever. The audience in the public livestream room buzzed with enthusiastic discussion. The flames engulfing Tsukimikado grew ever more intense, even igniting the surrounding air. His face gradually contorted into a hideous grimace. But Tsumaki Doji refused to give up, continuing to chant incantations as he channeled his power into the flames. Waziki grew even more excited, thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. He turned and roared several times, his form swelling to match Tsukimikado's height. Now, the two demon lords were locked in a fierce contest. Neither would yield. This was the true battle of the mighty, a clash that sent blood boiling. Lin Yang held his breath, completely absorbed in this spectacular showdown. Seeing Waziki also cast a spell to enlarge himself, Tsukimikado wasted no more time. Black flames surged wildly in his hands. "You bastard! Witness my true power! Hell's hand!" Tsumaki Doji roared, his wrist vanishing into the arena. The ground began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, black holes appeared beneath Waziki's feet as a colossal hand of black flame reached out to grab him. Fortunately, even in his enlarged state, Waziki hadn't lost his monkey-like agility and swiftly dodged the attack. Simultaneously, he channeled the power of floodwaters, mixing it with earth to forcefully seal the black holes erupting from the ground. Boom! 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 Countless black holes exploded, unleashing terrifying shockwaves of destruction. Impressive indeed. Lin Yan watched intently, afraid to miss a single detail. Waziki, too, grew increasingly irritated by the endless barrage of black holes. Huaxia Wasteland God. Wu Shichi murmured the four characters slowly. "I'm done playing with you." Wu Shichi couldn't be bothered with further words. He formed a seal with his hands and unleashed his killing move. Lin Yan knew this technique drew water from the Huaxia's two rivers and channeled it directly into Suzuki's head. Sure enough, as Waziki pointed his finger skyward, towering waves crashed down from the heavens like a tsunami descending. In an instant, the entire arena seemed to transform into a vast ocean, churning with terrifying waves. Fortunately, the protective barrier within the arena contained the deluge, preventing it from spreading outward. Even so, it was more than enough to give Tsukimikado a taste of his own medicine. The floodwaters, churning with mud, engulfed his entire body. No matter how large his form, he could not rise above the rising waters. His flames were completely extinguished. Even the ghostly fires of the underworld in the waters of the Huai and Wu rivers were nothing but a joke. Enough! Waziki had no desire to continue playing. Puff, puff, puff. The figure of Tsukimikado in the water moved with agonizing slowness, clearly being shattered by the endless waves. His entire body sank into the muddy swamp. He was trapped, unable to advance or retreat. But Waziki was different. He moved freely through the floodwaters. At this point, even if Tsukimikado had powers that reached the heavens, he could no longer muster any resistance. Waziki advanced, swinging his purple gold iron rod. With a single blow, he shattered Tsukimikado's skull. Chapter 25 Points Acquisition. The duel ended there. And Waziki emerged victorious. Congratulations, China! Waziki has won. Please select your reward, chosen one of China. The National Fortune Arena echoed with these announcements. Global spectators finally snapped back to reality from the epic battle they just witnessed. A flood of comments poured in, expressing awe and reverence. Holy crap! Such an incredible fight, truly rare on the National Fortune Arena. Let's see how this plays out. Does Sakura Nation still have a chance to win? China is just too strong. How many victories is that now? Is China unbeatable? Audiences from many other nations, witnessing China's performance, began speculating about its next moves. Lin Yang selected the reward option without hesitation. Waziki stepped forward and struck Mitsui Ichiro dead with a single blow of his staff, simultaneously absorbing his soul. Thus, the sole Japanese chosen one to survive 2 rounds met his end. At that moment, the Chinese crowd erupted in excitement. We won! We won! Waziki is so awesome! China's might and dominance! China must win! Lin Yang was then teleported back to his residence in the capital. It was a very simple courtyard house. If anyone were told that Huaxia's chosen one, the one everyone was watching, lived in such a place, no one could possibly believe it. There were no visible sentries stationed around the perimeter. But don't mistake this place for an ordinary courtyard. The owner of the small shop across the street vendor selling candied hawthorn on a stick, the old man squatting at the corner smoking. All of them were elite special forces sent by Huaxia's council to protect Lin Yang. All this was at Lin Yang's own request. He disliked living too conspicuously. So he moved out of the villa where he had been guarded by soldiers with loaded rifles. Upon returning to his residence, the system in Lin Yang's mind immediately chimed in. Congratulations, host, on your victory. Construction progress for the Mountain Sea Pavilion has commenced. System reward, Demon Beast Xiang Lu. Upon receiving this reward from the system at his residence, Lin Yang finally took things seriously. Xiang Lu from ancient mythology? That's a mighty demon god. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement. After battling Waziki and Tsukimikazuchi, the land of cherry blossoms surely wouldn't summon any ordinary beasts anymore. The next demon beasts he encountered would undoubtedly be far more troublesome. The weight on Lin Yang's shoulders grew heavier. After a quick meal back at his residence, Lin Yang wasted no time and headed straight for Elder Chen's location. This time, he was determined to complete the restoration of the beasts he hadn't had time to finish during his previous visit to Old Chen's place. With a flourish of his brush, Lin Yang wrote down the descriptions of the beasts from the Zhonghai system in his mind. The water beast wreaks havoc. Yu the Great imprisoned it beneath Mount Jun, and it is called Wuziki. 300 li to the east lies Mount Qingqiu. Its southern slopes yield abundant jade, while its northern slopes yield abundant blue jade. There dwells a beast resembling a fox with 9 tails. Its cry sounds like an infant's wail. It devours humans, yet those consumed by it remain free from curses. With this, Lin Yang supplemented Old Chen's notes on Waziki and the 9-tailed fox. At this time, Western nations. Delegates from various nations had gathered in Sakura country for a conference. The representative from the United States, the leader of the Western nations, arrived with a specific mission. There was no other reason, Japan, as the United States' most formidable pawn in East Asia, to see it overturned on the global stage by China, which had only one remaining territory left. How could the United States possibly sit idly by? Steve, the representative of the United States, Henry, the representative of Iris Nation, and Adam, the representative of John Bull Nation. These 3 heavyweights discussed the matter with utter disregard for their surroundings within the imperial palace of Sakura Nation. China has certainly been stealing the spotlight these days. The Iris Nation representative spoke first. The Emperor of Sakura Nation adopted an even more submissive posture. I miscalculated. I never imagined China's chosen one would be so formidable. Your Majesty, your actions were far too sluggish. Had you struck more ruthlessly when victory was within reach, you wouldn't be facing these troubles now? Steve, the representative of the United States, snorted coldly. The Emperor of Sakura Nation froze upon hearing this, clearly realizing the truth. These 3 Western nations had undoubtedly come to intimidate him. The Emperor of Sakura Nation sighed deeply. Should you suffer further defeats, the Western Alliance will commence assuming control over your decision-making authority within the national fortune arena. The Emperor of Sakura Nation bowed his head, daring not to speak further. After the representatives of the Western 3 nations departed, he finally raised his head fiercely. He strode purposefully toward the Sakura Kingdom's Historical Research Institute. No one knew what transpired within the Sakura Nation's Historical Research Institute. 3 days later, Sakura Nation's trusted chosen one, Nagasaki Taketsuna, made his grand entrance. At the same time, Lin Yang from Huaxia was summoned onto the stage of the National Fortune Arena. Both parties, please begin selecting and introducing your beasts. This chosen one from Sakura Nation appeared remarkably young. Yet a piercing sharpness emanated from his features. The beast summoned by the land of cherry blossoms. The Black Tengu. The price demanded. Sacrifice a small city in the northern city. Taketsuna of Nagasaki declared with haughty arrogance, as if the lives of those citizens held no significance to him whatsoever. Lin Yang couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. Damn, Sakura Nation has truly lost its mind to this extent. His shock didn't last long. Nagasaki Taketsuna continued his introduction, a legendary yokai of Sakura Nation, a type of Tengu. Named for its raven-like beak and jet-black wings, it is the demon king of the skies ruling over Sakura Nation. Like the great Tengu, it wears the attire of a mountain ascetic and wields unparalleled swordsmanship. Unmatched in the world. Once the Sakura Nation's chosen one finished his introduction, Lin Yang finally began his introduction. China summons the demon beast. Xiang Lu. A malevolent deity from ancient Chinese mythology, a vassal of Gongang. A serpentine creature with 9 heads that devoured countless humans, turning every land it touched into a vast swamp. This is the most fitting description from Chinese historical records. Many neutral viewers watching the National Fortune Arena livestream began discussing. Is the demon beast summoned by Huaxia another water demon? China's history is truly rich and diverse. If not for Lin Yang, we'd never have known China possessed such formidable beasts. The demon beast summoned by Sakura Nation this time seems formidable too. It commands the skies. Could this mean another epic battle is coming? National Fortune Arena notice to Huaxia's chosen ones. The chosen one of Huaxia has secured over 5 victories on the National Fortune Arena. Points accumulation begins now. After this victory, China will gain 20 points. Use your points to purchase items that benefit the nation at the National Fortune Mall. The National Fortune Arena reminded Lin Yang. Got it. After receiving Lin Yang's reply, it addressed the chosen one of Sakura Nation. Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen one. You have not secured a victory in over 5 consecutive matches. Points accumulation suspended. The National Fortune Arena's notification sparked starkly contrasting emotions among the citizens of both nations. One side erupted in wild jubilation, while the other descended into growing silence. Chapter 26, Sakura is merely a subculture of Huaxia. Among the live viewers in Sakura Nation, many began to voice doubts. Some even uttered harsh words. China just got lucky. Exactly. China's beasts aren't even worth mentioning compared to our great Sakura Nation. Agree with the above. Those chosen ones are just dogs who can't use their abilities properly. Sakura Nation's audience erupted in heated debate. Meanwhile, the Chinese crowd erupted in cheers. Ha! I knew it. How could mighty China possibly lose to those little Japanese? Of course we're winning. Those little devils are way too cocky, they need a lesson. Exactly. We need to crush those guys hard. Let's see if they dare act cocky again. Did you notice? Those points are a valuable resource. You bet. It's all because our previous chosen ones were so useless they couldn't even earn points. In an instant, the morale of the Chinese populace soared like a rainbow. Inside the National Fortune Arena, with both nations having confirmed their summoned beasts for battle, tension gripped the entire arena. National Fortune Arena commences summoning of beasts. Following the arena's announcement, 2 distinct beasts materialized before the arena. One was the Crow Tengu, whose gloomy aura obscured the sun. The other brought drizzling rain as Xiang Lu emerged once more. The moment Lin Yang laid eyes on Xiang Lu, his entire mindset shifted. Xiang Lu's form was utterly terrifying, a fearsome demonic general worthy of being the foremost commander under Gonggong, the ancient water deity. A serpentine body with 9 heads, towering in stature, each visage twisted in grotesque fury. Its body was covered in hard, snake-like scales that devoured all signs of life. Its eyes were a dark, ominous black, like demons crawling from the depths of hell, chilling the soul. Its serpentine tail lashed out, each strike capable of shattering mountains and rivers. The moment Xiang Lu was summoned, the entire arena fell silent, its overwhelming presence completely suppressing the opposing Black Tengu. Even the viewers in the livestream were stunned by Xiang Lu's overwhelming presence. Holy, it's ing powerful. Just its aura alone is suffocating. Holy crap, this is terrifying. That serpentine beast looks terrifying. It's practically invincible, anyone who crosses it is dead. China's beasts are this formidable, I wonder what kind of beast Japan will choose to counter it? Everyone buzzed with excitement, their anticipation for Xiang Lu running high. After all, a monster of Shangliu's caliber clearly demonstrated its formidable power just by its appearance. Japan, acting like a dead pig fearing no boiling water, started arguing with neutral viewers in the public livestream chat. How could our great Sakura Nation possibly lose? Exactly. What good is looking fierce? Seriously, isn't this monster just ripping off our great Sakura Nation's Yamata-no-Orochi? One Sakura Nation viewer raised the question, and many others followed suit. They began questioning China's choice of Kojiki. Japan's chosen representative, Nagasaki Taketsuna, also keenly noticed this point. He spoke up immediately, National Fortune Arena. China's monster is plagiarizing Japan's monster. After Nagasaki Taketsuna made this statement, the National Fortune Arena remained silent. Immediately, Nagasaki Taketsuna raised his voice even higher in protest. The Chinese chosen one used a bug to plagiarize our nation's monster. National Fortune Arena imposed sanctions. The moment Nagasaki Taketsuna of Sakura Nation spoke, the entire world turned its gaze. The assembly halls of China, the emperor of Sakura Nation, the president of the United States, a series of rulers began focusing their attention on the entire arena. All awaited Lin Yang's response. He did not disappoint the Chinese parliament chairman. Lin Yang immediately sneered coldly, "Humph, little Sakura Nation, do you not recognize the true demon god?" The words fell, and the entire venue fell silent. In an instant, the faces of the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience turned ashen. Lin Yang's words were undeniably mocking them. Just as Nagasaki Takatsuna was about to retort, Lin Yang added, back in the Qin dynasty of our great China, Su Fu sailed east to seek the elixir of immortality for Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He brought our advanced civilization to the land of cherry blossoms, which was then inhabited only by indigenous peoples. It was only then that your cherry blossom nation first learned what civilization truly meant, giving birth to numerous legends. The deities you worship, the god of agriculture, the god of medicine, and the god of navigation, all originated from Su Fu of our great China. Faced with Lin Yang's words, Nagasaki Takatsuna could only flush crimson and retort, how shameless. How could my Sakura Nation possibly? Before he could finish, Lin Yang pressed on. During the Tang dynasty, the monk Ganjin crossed the sea to Sakura country, teaching you the knowledge of Confucianism and Buddhism. Your Sakura country even sent countless students to the capital Chang'an to learn the advanced systems of the Tang dynasty. These two events alone are sufficient proof that the land of cherry blossoms is merely a sub-civilization inheriting from our Chinese civilization. And yet you have the audacity to boastfully debate the superiority of our two civilizations? For a shameless scoundrel like you to utter such words, not only will heaven's justice not spare you, but even the ancestors of your great Sakura Nation's emperors will bring down divine retribution. Lin Yang paused to catch his breath after speaking, clearly enraged by the Sakura Nation's audacity. Nagasaki Takatsuna flushed crimson at Lin Yang's words, attempting to retort, I said. But Lin Yang cut him off angrily, I expected someone like you, a chosen representative of your nation, to offer profound insights within the national fortune arena. Instead, you spew such vulgar nonsense. I've never seen such brazen audacity. After hearing Lin Yang's words, the assembly hall of the Chinese parliament erupted in prolonged applause. The emperor of Sakura Nation was so enraged he nearly fainted. Lin Yang's eloquent rebuttal left the cherry blossom nation's chosen one, Nagasaki Takatsuna, overcome with shame. He could only swallow the harsh words he'd been about to spew. Holy crap! China and Sakura Nation actually share such history? Forget everything else. Hearing the Chinese chosen one speak like that, I suddenly feel like Sakura Nation is nothing but a clown. Let's hear what the national fortune arena has to say. All this talk is meaningless. The public audience began to buzz with discussion. The national fortune arena responded only after Lin Yang finished speaking. National fortune arena confirms, both chosen one's qualifications to summon beasts were verified during the summoning process. The cherry blossom nation's chosen one should not question this. Damn, national fortune arena, your response was incredibly timely. If you hadn't spoken up, I'd have forgotten you even existed. Little Sakura, why aren't you saying anything? The Chinese populace mocked relentlessly within the national fortune arena's public livestream. The people of Sakura Nation, lacking any means to retaliate, collectively chose silence. Baka! Cut the crap! Let's fight! Sakura Nation is ready! Nagasaki Takatsuna shouted, unwilling to debate further with Lin Yang. Lin Yang coldly replied, begin. National fortune arena announcement. Both sides are ready. Aim no Koyuki vs Karasa Tengu. Battle commence. Chapter 27, easily shattered, the torrent of Igai. As the national fortune arena's announcement faded, a samurai sword from the land of cherry blossoms instantly materialized in Yuta Kajitsun's hand. That long sword is also called a Taotie in the land of cherry blossoms, and it is incredibly sharp. Xian Lu, however, regarded the black Tengu with cold indifference, seemingly holding him in utter contempt. Lin Yang knew full well that Ayashino was furious, accused by the land of cherry blossoms of plagiarizing their own Yamata-no-Orochi. After all, Xian Lu was an ancient demon god of China, having emerged thousands of years before the Yamata-no-Orochi of the land of cherry blossoms. Such an existence being slandered as a copycat by a bunch of ants from the land of cherry blossoms was utterly intolerable. Therefore, Xian Lu would undoubtedly deliver a bloody lesson to the land of cherry blossoms. Xian Lu's massive serpentine body shuddered, moving with astonishing agility several times faster than the Yamata-no-Orochi of Sakura Nation. Before the Black Tengu could comprehend the situation, a colossal wave of pressure crashed toward him. He hastily raised his blade to block, but Ayashino couldn't be bothered with physical contact. Though the Crow Tengu was slender and winged, it couldn't halt Ayashino's advance. With a soft pft, all 9 heads of Shangliu simultaneously spewed a torrent of black water. In ancient Chinese legends, Xiang Lu's spewed water was more ferocious than floods, bitter and fiery. Touch it, and you die. The Black Tengu could not withstand it. Flapping both wings, it barely evaded Xiang Lu's torrential spray despite its blazing speed. Yet this was merely the beginning. Seeing its attack miss, Xiang Lu's 9 serpent heads ceased spewing the torrent, closing their mouths in unison. The Black Tengu, believing he had narrowly escaped death, relaxed his guard. Gripping his katana tightly, he began to unleash the sword techniques of the land of cherry blossoms towards Xiang Lu's position, hoping to emulate Susanoo, the warrior who slew the Yamata-no-Orochi. But he was wrong. Xiang Lu was no clumsy creature like Yamata-no-Orochi. Seeing the crow demon attack, the 9 heads sneered in contempt, simultaneously opening their mouths to spew forth black mist. Though the Crow Tengu evaded the first wave, he could not escape the aftermath. Thus, the Crow Tengu's speed visibly slowed. Sarayu seized the moment, unleashing another torrent that charged straight toward the Crow Tengu. The Crow Tengu panicked instantly. There was no room left to dodge. But the torrent struck him, forcing him back to his original position. His jet-black body was stripped of nearly all its fur, leaving him utterly disheveled. The Black Tengu stared at Xiang Lu in utter terror, his face ashen. You're this powerful?" he asked, unable to believe it. He couldn't fathom how he, the great demon lord of the skies in the land of cherry blossoms, could be so utterly crushed. Fury boiling within him, he channeled power into his Taotie sword, forcing himself airborne once more. The 9 serpent heads whipped forward with blinding speed. Xiang Lu shot him another dismissive glance. His 9 poisonous heads moved in unison, twisting in place like a whirlwind sweeping away debris. Evil energy surged back, coiling into a raging whirlwind. The Black Tengu, darting through the sky in search of Xiang Lu's weakness, could barely maintain its own flight. This technique was the very one that had troubled even the Great Yu the Great during his flood control efforts. The Crow Tengu couldn't withstand it and was ultimately sucked into Xiang Lu's vortex. It was only through his considerable skill that he avoided being torn apart by the whirlwind. Damn it! The Crow Tengu burst free of Xiang Lu's assault, glaring down in fury. Time to unleash my ultimate move. Yu Tengu snarled, his body erupting with energy. His fleshy wings flapped violently as his entire body leapt into the air. Boom! The void trembled as black mist swirled around the Crow Tengu, forming armor towering 7 or 8 stories high. The cherry blossom patterned armor swiftly encased the Crow Demon. Xiang Lu narrowed his eyes, revealing a look of keen interest. It sensed danger emanating from the armor, yet it remained within its manageable range. Thus, it held its ground, waiting for the Crow Dog to make the first move, eager to see what tactics it would employ. Sure enough, the Crow Tengu steadied itself and immediately swung the long sword in its hand. Bastard! The Crow Tengu muttered in the language of the land of cherry blossoms. Boom! The black mist swirling around his armor instantly emitted a terrifying black light, swallowing the sunlight across the entire sky. Ayu, your doom is upon you! The Crow Demon roared, head thrown back, his armored form radiating sheer dominance. The 9 serpent heads of Ayashino shook violently, 3 of them spewing torrential streams of venom toward the Black Tengu. The remaining 6 serpent heads unleashed a barrage of attacks, bombarding the Black Tengu with relentless fury. This battle shook the heavens and earth. The entire sky was blanketed by their intertwining attacks, and the area where the Black Tengu stood was completely flattened. Had the arena's barriers not been sufficiently high, the entire area would likely have been reduced to rubble. Though the Crow Tengu moved swiftly within its mountain-like armor, Xiang Lu's abilities proved far more terrifying. Yes, 9-headed Makawa. 1,000 serpents, 10,000 venoms. Lin Yang and Xiang Lu were in perfect sync, fully aware of the true nature of Xiang Lu's martial prowess. Sure enough, Xiang Lu's 9-headed serpent body shifted into an eerie posture. Its heads pointed upward as if in prayer, while its coiled body resembled one in meditation. The others, still unaware, began to speculate. What kind of bizarre posture is this? Is Xiang Lu just giving up now? It's over. Is Huaxia going to lose? While they were still speculating, Lin Yang knew exactly what Xiang Lu was doing. It was an ancient ritual from Huaxia's primordial era. In the guise of a demon god, he was beseeching the heavenly emperor to grant him greater power. In an instant, water vapor swirled around Xiang Lu, coalescing into a shadowy figure formed from mist. The figure was blurred, yet vaguely recognizable as Xiang Lu's form. Wu Tiango's attack continued, but suddenly he noticed a figure materializing beside Xiang Lu. Startled, Wu Tiango abruptly halted his attack, fixing the shadowy mist with wary eyes. In an instant, the mist merged with Xiang Lu. Xiang Lu's body abruptly swelled in size. 9 heads simultaneously unleashed torrential floods powerful enough to submerge mountains and rivers. 9-headed flood. 1,000 serpents, 10,000 venoms. A commanding voice echoed across the entire National Fortune Arena. The floodwaters surged forth, yet the Black Tengu remained soaring in the sky, utterly unconcerned by the deluge. Humph. Is that all you've got? You damn fool. Do you think too little of me? The Black Tengu roared in fury, his armor and demonic energy forming a great sword as he charged towards Xiang Lu once more. Yet this time, his scheme backfired. As an ancient demon god, Xiang Lu could easily control the torrent. The torrent coalesced within the arena, forming a high-pressure water cannon that blasted toward the giant armored Crow Tengu. Such immense force would likely shake even Mount Buzhou if it stood before Xiang Lu. This strike. It could pierce the very core of the earth. The Black Tengu dared not take it lightly, immediately raising his long sword to block. Boom! A thunderous clang echoed as the Crow Tengu staggered backward several steps, his face drained of color as blood spurted from his mouth. His blocking stance remained frozen in place, while Xiang Lu's torrential assault showed no sign of stopping. It's over. Everything is over. Taketsuna Nagasaki watched in numbness as Aioi attacked the Black Tengu with savage ferocity. He sighed inwardly. That torrent was like a spear, finally piercing completely through the giant armor-clad body of the Crow Tengu. I have been defeated. Chapter 28, The History of Huaxia. The black Tengu opened its mouth, spewing a mouthful of blood. With great effort, it uttered these 4 words before closing its eyes. Xiang Lu sneered coldly, gazing down at the defeated Wu Tiango with an air of arrogance. His eyes brimmed with contempt and scorn. Oomph. The weak will always remain weak. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiang Lu struck with lightning speed, instantly eliminating the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen one who had been watching from the sidelines. Whoosh! The hurricane within the arena ceased, the dark clouds vanished, and the sky cleared once more. Shang Liu's overwhelming power left everyone in awe. Good heavens! What have we witnessed? Xiang Lu actually won? Good heavens! That's Japan's strongest ninjutsu master. How could this happen? Unikage was effortlessly slain by Xiang Lu. No wonder China dares to confront Japan, their strength is truly formidable. This spells trouble. Congratulations to China on its victory. Please select your reward, chosen one of China. Lin Yang chose to reclaim territory without hesitation. At the same time, the system voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind. System notice, new mission issued. Mission, restore the history of Huaxia and Sakura. Mission details, the land of cherry blossoms has distorted history. As the chosen one, the host bears the responsibility to restore that magnificent chapter of China's history. Failure penalty, China loses its legitimacy. Mission reward, Ji Meng. Simultaneously, with only one chosen one remaining on the entire national fortune arena, he was teleported back to China. It could be said that all the previous humiliations suffered by Sakura Nation at the hands of China pale in comparison to this one. This time, Sakura Nation had truly been shattered. Not only did the defeat force them to relinquish the Chinese territories they had already occupied, even the very foundation upon which the nation was built had been ruthlessly exposed by Lin Yang. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed in the entire history of the national fortune arena. Lin Yang's words had truly shattered the bubble of confidence that had enveloped the land of cherry blossoms. Do you believe it? I don't buy any of this. China must be exaggerating. Impossible. How could our nation's history be merely a sub-civilization of China? Hasn't the great Sakura Nation always been the dominant power in East Asia? The people of Sakura Nation were utterly shattered. And to have their defenses shattered by the very nation they once mocked left them feeling utterly humiliated and ashamed. At this moment, even the members of the Sakura Nation's cabinet were utterly unable to counter China's claims. Their emperor had gone into hiding. Lin Yang had just returned to China, but instead of resting, he went straight to Old Shen's location. This time, Lin Yang intended to utterly destroy Japan's reputation. Old Shen's expression had been as calm as still water, but seeing the excitement and fervor in Lin Yang's eyes, he understood exactly what the young man intended to do. With a nod, Old Shen's emotions were instantly stirred by Lin Yang. From this moment onward, over the next 3 days, every effort Lin Yang made was dedicated to reconstructing the history of exchanges between China and the land of cherry blossoms. From Su Fu's voyage eastward in search of the elixir of immortality for the first emperor, all the way to the journey of Ganjin to the east. In just 3 days, the entire narrative was reconstructed. Simultaneously, the council swiftly issued a global announcement. Within a single day, the world was stunned. The emperor of Sakura Nation immediately issued an order banning all reports on the matter and dispatched scholars to engage in theological debates with China. Then, the system voice in Lin Yang's mind sounded once more. System notice, congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Mission details, the land of cherry blossoms has distorted history. As the chosen one, the host bears the responsibility to restore that magnificent chapter of China's history. Reward, Ji Meng. And so it was. Lin Yang obtained the powerful demon beast, Ji Meng. On this very day, the battles on the national fortune arena continued. The relentless national destiny war between Sakura Nation and China would only cease when Lin Yang utterly defeated Sakura Nation. Naturally, Lin Yang had no intention of stumbling on this front. The chosen one of Sakura Nation standing opposite Lin Yang still bore an unfamiliar face. Numerous Sakura Nation chosen ones had already been executed by China's demonic beasts and demon gods in recent days. Under immense domestic and international pressure, Sakura Nation forcibly sacrificed its national climate to summon the great demon king, the Rain Maiden. He intended to have some fun with this. A wicked smile curved the corners of Lin Yang's mouth as terrifying pressure radiated from his body. This was the overwhelming pressure emanating from the undefeated champion of the national fortune arena. The newly appointed chosen one of Sakura Nation could not withstand it at all. He could barely speak. Please select and introduce your chosen beasts, chosen ones of China and Sakura Nation. That was all. Lin Yang stared at the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen one with an air of overwhelming authority. The Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen one, utterly lost in thought, immediately stammered timidly, "Rain woman, a walking demon. Possessing the power to summon wind and rain, she is also regarded by some suffering from drought as a beneficial spirit. Her power is formidable, with almost no weaknesses, a beautiful and mighty demon beast." The newly appointed chosen one of Sakura Nation finally perked up when speaking of his nation's demon beast. Soon, it was Lin Yang's turn. Lin Yang spoke coldly. 130 li east lies the Sunlight Mountain. Its peaks are rich in jade, its slopes thick with timber. The divine spirit Meng dwells there, a being with a human body and a dragon's head. It constantly roams the Zhang abyss, and wherever it appears, whirlwinds and torrential rains follow. It is the dragon that governs the rain, also known as the Rainmaster. After this ancient text was recited, many found it exquisitely beautiful but had no idea how to translate it. Lin Yang knew the meaning, but he needed to use this cultural authority to suppress the Cherry Blossom Nation. He promptly explained, within the borders of Huaxia lie many mountains, one of which is called Sunlight Mountain. Sunlight Mountain is lush with vegetation and abundant in water sources. It is home to a divine beast named Ji Meng. Though Ji Meng possesses a human body, it has the face of a dragon and often frolics in the Zhang River. It is said that whenever he roams the mountains, violent storms inevitably follow. As Lin Yang finished speaking, the entire national fortune arena erupted. Excellent! China's culture truly surpasses that of the land of cherry blossoms. You bet. China has 5,000 years of history. Hey, you guys upstairs, you don't know? It's all made up by the Chinese. Exactly. When it comes to history, only our great cherry blossom nation has the deepest roots. Sakura Nation citizens and viewers watching the National Fortune Arena livestream on public platforms hurled insults at each other. Meanwhile, Chinese fans stood by, mocking the Japanese nation relentlessly. After all, with Ace Lin Yang backing them, the Chinese were standing tall and confident. Both sides have been introduced. Now begins the summoning of the beasts. Following the National Fortune Arena announcement. Without further ado, both sides' beasts appeared simultaneously in the arena. One was the Rain Maiden, her face shrouded in gloom, clad in a kimono, yet her entire body seemed drenched in moisture. The other was the imposing Qiming dragon-headed, bird-clawed, feathered arms, radiating supreme majesty. Chapter 29, The Rain Showdown. These two beasts, each with distinct appearances. Yet both radiated an overwhelming sense of dread, as if a single roar from either would be enough to shatter the courage of any ordinary mortal. Moreover, both of these demonic beasts belonged to nations that controlled rain elemental creatures. This is going to be something to see both rain demons in this match. I wonder if Sakura Nation's rain can defeat China's rain. Absolutely. Bring on China's hideous beasts. Still bragging, you cherry blossom country bastards? You'll be humiliated soon enough. Long live the great Sakura Nation. The great Sakura Nation rises. Go China! Beat them! The public livestream for the National Fortune Arena was packed to the rafters, bullet comments streaming in wave after wave. Boom! Suddenly, the clear night sky was instantly overcast with dark clouds. Darkness enveloped the entire world. Then, rain as big as beans began to pour down. This was the awe-inspiring might unleashed by the rain beast's birth in the twin nations. National Destiny Arena, life or death battle. China versus Sakura Nation. China's representative, Beast Ji Meng vs Japan's representative, Beast Rain Maiden. Battle commence. The National Fortune Arena's announcements grew increasingly passionate. This signaled that the battle between the two nations had reached a fever pitch. After securing victory in the previous match, China had already earned 20 National Fortune Arena points. Lin Yang held off on using them, waiting for a better opportunity to redeem them later. With the current situation looking so promising, there was absolutely no need to waste the points. After the National Fortune Arena announced the start of the battle, Ji Meng and Rain Girl exchanged a moment of mutual observation. Then, both immediately began casting spells in place. One formed seals, the other pinched finger gestures. Two entirely different spells began to unfold. And neither was simple. First, Ji Meng, with the head of a dragon and the body of a man, employed the Light Mountain technique. With a sudden strike, its dragon claw slammed down toward the sky. Boom! Instantly, a pillar-thick bolt of lightning split the sky, descending as the thunder of Light Mountain. It plunged directly toward the Rain Maiden. Clearly, her speed in forming seals couldn't match Ji Meng's. These two moves alone revealed the gulf between them. Though the Rain Maiden dodged in time, the Mountain of Light's thunder still struck her right arm. She let out a muffled groan of pain. Even though Ji Meng's strike was merely a probing attack, it was enough to spare her life. Oh? Ji Meng nodded, watching the Rain Maiden with keen interest. But Rain Girl did not give up. She continued forming hand seals. She murmured an obscure incantation. As the incantation echoed, torrential rain suddenly poured down from the sky. Water cascaded like waterfalls, washing over the entire arena. This rain was no ordinary rain. It was rain infused with the Rain Maiden's magic, truly as if knives were falling from the sky. Each drop carried the force of 1,000 pounds. If it struck a mortal, it would either kill them outright or leave them half dead. Oof. She's got some skills after all. Ji Meng chuckled softly, showing no sign of retreat. Instead, he grew even more exhilarated. Ji Meng exhaled and inhaled, gathering the thick demonic energy within his body to his chest. His hands formed intricate seals. Instantly, wind and thunder surged in the sky. A fierce wind whipped up flying sand and stones. The rain gradually ceased, yet Ji Mang remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Fighting the rain? You're still too green. With that, the demonic energy condensed within his chest was instantly blown out by Ji Mang. What the Rain Maiden hadn't anticipated at all was this. The raindrops mid-fall in the sky were actually blown toward her by Ji Mang. Every single drop crashed down upon the Rain Maiden. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous crashes echoed. Her clothes, shoes, and even her hair were soaked through. Only by erecting a defensive rain barrier did the Rain Maiden barely evade Jima's assault. Her eyes blazed with fury. Damn you, Jima! How dare you humiliate me! The Rain Maiden screamed in fury. Ah! In an instant, the entire arena erupted once more. Tears of heaven! The Rain Maiden roared with a piercing shriek. A massive torrent of rain, as thick as a ribbon, descended from the void. This was the true heaven's tears of the land of cherry blossoms. Imbued with the power of rainwater and souls. Its might was overwhelming. Even the formidable Jiman paled slightly at the sight of this torrent. Come on then! Ji Mang roared with solemn intensity. Instantly, his entire body transformed into a mystic dragon. Roar! Ji Mang's dragon's roar was deafening, causing the hearts of all onlookers to tremble. Thud! 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 The black dragon lashed its tail, whipped it, lashed it again. A series of airbursts echoed across the sky. Ji Mang forcibly summoned the power of the mountain dragon within his body, forcefully blocking the attack of the heavenly tears. What? Rain Girl's eyes widened. She couldn't fathom how Ji Mang had suddenly transformed like this. Only now did she grasp the gravity of the situation. After his transformation, Ji Mang's power surged dramatically. He was now immeasurably stronger than before. Even if she gave it her all, she doubted she could defeat Ji Mang. Good heavens! I thought this match wouldn't be too exciting. So this is what an exciting, thrilling match looks like? Both of them are battling spells. This is great. Go China! Long live the land of cherry blossoms. Ji Mang watched as the Rain Maiden across from him seemed to be running out of tricks. Heh, Rain Girl! Just admit defeat. Ji Mang glared coldly at the Rain Woman from his dragon-like stance in midair. This intimidation. This is the intimidation of the divine dragon of China. A white dragon. Proudly coiled in the sky. Its gaze radiated an aura of utter contempt for all. You can't defeat me. The Rain Maiden clenched her teeth and insisted. Oomph. Stubborn as ever. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ji Mang unleashed the thunder of the Light Mountain, striking toward the Rain Maiden. This time, Ji Mang unleashed his full power. The mountain lightning streaked through the sky, leaving a long trail behind it, carrying an unstoppable aura. It seemed capable of obliterating everything in the world. Crack! The Rain Maiden raised her rain curtain once more. But this time, the curtain held for only a second before shattering into pieces. Rain Woman's face was covered in terrifying bloodshot veins. Clearly, this blow surpassed any previous injury. At that moment, she could no longer continue forming hand seals. But finally, she could endure it no longer and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She collapsed to her knees, utterly unable to resist. Rain Girl is defeated. Ha! We've won. The divine dragon of China has triumphed. China is invincible. Witnessing this scene, the Chinese audience in every livestream erupted in jubilation, flooding the National Fortune Arena livestream with wave after wave of bullet comments. Once the National Fortune Arena confirmed Rain Woman's death. The National Fortune Arena declares, China has secured another victory. The demon beast Rain Maiden of Sakura Nation is dead. Only then did Ji Mang withdraw his form, slowly drifting down from the arena. Her graceful posture was truly like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The chosen one of Sakura Nation murmured, defeated. I, Yo aka Ning, have been defeated once more. Her tone was utterly submissive. Lin Yang sighed faintly. How many lives had the madness of Sakura Nation's upper echelons truly claimed? Lin Yang didn't know the exact number, but this entire series of events was undeniably insane. Even he couldn't help but feel moved. But the National Fortune Arena made its announcement. Huaxia chosen ones, claim your rewards. Chapter 30, The Nine-Headed Bird. After the National Fortune Arena's announcement concluded. I choose to reclaim a territory. Lin Yang declared solemnly. The narrative that Huaxia's history is the orthodox account of the dual reign conflict once again spread globally. At this moment, even in the eyes of Western powers led by the United States who had been reluctant to acknowledge China's historical narrative. The legitimacy of China's historical narrative had taken root in the collective consciousness. Due to China's rise and its ever-growing strength, it had gradually become a grave threat to their very foundations. Faced with this situation, the United States directly contacted a large number of Western historians, initiating collaboration with Japan to challenge China's historical narrative. From this moment onward, the historical dispute between Japan and China officially commenced. Simultaneously, The spokesperson for the United States president also began stirring up opposition against China across Asia. Meanwhile, China, faced with opposition voices from across Asia, remained utterly silent. Not a single word was uttered. All of this was within Lin Yang's plan. Western powers often resort to such tactics. They incite major nations to oppose China in an attempt to force it to yield. To this, Lin Yang had only one response: bring it on together. China has nothing to fear. Then, under the gaze of the entire world, China made the first move. A letter of extreme insult was delivered to the imperial palace of the land of cherry blossoms. Its contents were entirely words of denial regarding the history of the land of cherry blossoms, along with satire that its history was fabricated. It also exposed numerous historical truths concealed by the land of cherry blossoms. This incensed the Japanese populace. They demanded the emperor issue an order to wage war against China. The emperor was furious. He immediately convened all high-ranking officials to discuss countermeasures. What should we do? This is a provocation against us. We must strike China hard. Those damned Huaxia, they've grown far too arrogant. The high-ranking officials debated fiercely in the conference room. Yet the emperor remained utterly composed. Our great Sakura Nation is about to summon a mighty demon god. He will surely defeat China, declared the emperor of Sakura Nation. A sinister smile spread across his face. What? A demon god? Your Majesty, who is this demon god you speak of? Can he save us? Below, the assembled high-ranking officials were stunned upon hearing this. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the emperor, eager for an answer. You will find out in due time. My great Sakura Nation is in no way inferior to China. With that declaration, the emperor of Sakura turned and strode away with unshakable confidence. Inside the Huaxia Historical Research Institute, Lin Yang and Old Chen resumed reconstructing that segment of Chinese and Sakura Nation history. System alert. Mission complete. Mission content: progress of Huaxia historical restoration work. Mission reward: 9-headed bird. The Shanghai system in his mind once again bestowed upon Lin Yang a formidable magical beast. Over these 3 days, construction on the Shanghai pavilion had advanced significantly, with most of the work now complete. This was especially so given the Huaxia government's desire for the Shanghai pavilion to be built with unparalleled grandeur and beauty. After all, China's recent victories on the national fortune arena deserved such a magnificent Shanghai pavilion. The Shanghai pavilion occupied an immense area, situated within Mount Tai, one of China's renowned sacred mountains. The location offered breathtaking scenery and abundant spiritual energy. This location held profound significance. Since ancient times, Mount Tai had been the sacred site where emperors performed the Fengshan ritual to communicate with the heavens. Choosing Mount Tai ensures a thriving pilgrimage while avoiding excessive prominence. And so it was. 3 days later, Lin Yang, filled with the joy of completing his mission, stepped into the national fortune arena for the life and death battle against Sakura Nation. Once again, Sakura Nation's chosen representative was Yo aka Ning. National Fortune Arena announcement: both sides, please begin introducing your beasts. Yo aka Ning of Sakura Nation took the initiative to present first. Sakura Nation summons its great beast, Rin Indo, servant of hell. It spends most of its time patrolling, rolling endlessly. Condemned to eternal torment from flames and the relentless grinding of its wheels, it dedicates itself to inflicting immense suffering upon others. Rinindo's power is immense. Its entire body spins ceaselessly, rendering it utterly invulnerable to attack. Sakura Nation's chosen one, Yo aka Ning, declared confidently. Excellent. This demon beast sounds extraordinary from the start. Victory is assured this time, even the emperor of our great Sakura Nation says so. Go, great Sakura Nation. Lin Yang nodded politely in acknowledgement. After all, China is a nation of etiquette. Then, Lin Yang began his introduction: the 9-headed bird. A mythical creature from ancient Chinese legends. In Chinese civilization, the 9-headed bird is considered an omen of misfortune, frequently mentioned in later poetry and literature. Legend has it that its 10th head was shot off by hunters at the command of Duke Dan of Zhou, and the headless neck bled endlessly. The legend of the 9-headed bird originated very early and spread widely. Over the course of its long transmission, it underwent significant variations across different eras and regions, making it extremely difficult to trace its original source. Lin Yang spoke at length, calm and unhurried. Ha! Huaxia man, cut the nonsense. Let's fight already. Show me what your demon beast really is. Yo aka Ning sneered with utter disdain. Fine. Yo aka Ning, since you wish to witness it, today I shall grant you that sight. Lin Yang didn't get angry at the Sakura Nation's insolence. After all, there was little point in arguing with a man who was about to die. The 9-headed bird was one of the most ferocious beasts. Then, ready. And so, once the chosen ones from both nations were ready, the National Fortune Arena declared immediately. Both sides are ready. Battle preparations commence. Begin summoning beasts. And so, the nine-headed bird and Naruto were summoned. Screech. Accompanied by a piercing cry, a colossal creature abruptly materialized before Lin Yang. A blood-red feathered nine-headed bird was summoned. Meanwhile, the wheel-entering path from the land of cherry blossoms manifested as a wheel-shaped, flame-encircled demon beast. Whoosh! How terrifying! The audience gasped in horror at the sight. Even Lin Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes. Both the nine-headed bird and the wheel demon were uniquely distinctive beasts. Boom! A towering aura erupted from the nine-headed bird, sending chills down the spines of viewers watching the livestream. Lin Yang exhaled a breath of stale air. The nine-headed bird and Rindu, the two demonic beasts, simultaneously sized each other up. The entire National Fortune Arena fell into an eerie silence. National Fortune Arena announcement. The battle begins. China's nine-headed bird vs Japan's Ringo no Michido. Following the arena's proclamation, Rinindo vanished from the arena with an utterly bizarre spell. Witnessing the demon beast's extraordinary display of power, the nine-headed bird fell into an eerie stillness. Chapter 31, The Might of the Nine-Headed Bird. Thus, both sides stared intently at each other. Yet neither made the first move. Naluo Rendao's voice echoed through the air. In the vast emptiness, it sounded utterly terrifying. Oomph! Nine-headed bird, are you afraid? Takayasu of the land of cherry blossoms sneered. Rin Yudo, however, unleashed an extremely bizarre spell. It was a technique he had created himself, unique to the land of cherry blossoms. A spell that could render him invisible to enemies throughout the entire arena. As the spell took shape, the nine-headed bird was clearly at a loss. Thus, it refrained from rash action, remaining still to observe what technique Rindu would ultimately employ. Ha 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 ha! Seeing the nine-headed bird at a loss, Yoshino Haru burst into laughter from below the stage. Meanwhile, Lin Yang watched the match unfold at a leisurely pace. He showed not a hint of concern, even though his opponent was Yoshino Haru. Oomph! How foolish! Naruto's voice rang out with mockery. He activated his technique once more, charging toward the nine-headed bird at blinding speed. Such was his overwhelming force that Rindo's assault achieved some measure of success. However, he had overlooked the nine-headed bird's keen senses. As he drew near, the nine-headed bird had already sensed his presence. The nine-headed bird spread its wings slightly, evading Rindu's attack with an eerie maneuver. Rinin's spell showed no sign of slowing. It actually dodged my attack? Rinobito narrowed his eyes, seeming slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Too bad it's still useless. With that, he accelerated his charge toward the nine-headed bird. Simultaneously, a black flame ignited around his body. Then he hurled himself violently toward the nine-headed bird opposite him. But he had miscalculated one crucial point. As a sacred beast worshipped by the Chu kingdom in ancient Chinese history, how could it possibly be defeated by this single strike? With a thunderous collision, the nine-headed bird unleashed its formidable counterattack, channeling its power into the very path of Rindu's black flames. This was the nine-headed bird's formidable observational power, granted by its nine heads. Rindu swiftly used the recoil force to break free from the nine-headed bird's reach. He stood at a distance, coldly observing the nine-headed bird. The nine-headed bird indeed fixed a cold gaze upon Rin's position. Soon, the nine-headed bird's wings finally began to flap. Lin Yang knew this signaled the nine-headed bird's offensive capability. It's finally here. But the spectators at the National Fortune Arena remained unaware. This demon beast from Huaxia doesn't seem particularly formidable. Exactly, can't see what it's capable of. Looks like it'll just take a beating. Did the Chinese Yangshan finally slip up? Could it be that our great Sakura Nation's Rinne-do is just too powerful? Exactly. How could the Chinese possibly be our match? Cherry Blossom Nation, shut up. Go China! Inside the National Fortune Arena livestream, a flood of messages scrolled across the screen in bullet form. As expected, after two counterattacks, the nine-headed bird had deciphered Rindu's offensive patterns. Its form shifted slightly as it spread its wings and soared high into the sky. Seeing the nine-headed bird soaring high above, Rindu was momentarily stunned. In the air? That makes it a sitting duck. Yo aka Ning's heart leapt with joy. The Huaxia man had actually exposed such a flaw. Yet he was mistaken. The great demon beast of Huaxia, the divine beast worshipped by the Chu people. How could it possibly reveal such a weakness? Black flames erupted once more from Luanru's body. Propelled off the ground, it used the momentum to charge toward the nine-headed bird. Good. Rinin's speed was blazing fast, nearly closing in on the nine-headed bird's position. But the nine-headed bird gave him no chance at all. As the nine-headed bird's wings flapped once more, its form traced another arc through the air, shifting toward the opposite side. Oomph. A look of contempt flashed across Yo aka Ning's face. I should have seen this coming. You beasts from Huaxia are cunning creatures. How could you possibly make such a rookie mistake? His tone dripped with contempt and disdain. Lin Yang, however, laughed instead of anger. Ha! You cherry blossom country really think too highly of yourselves. I am the mighty nine-headed bird, a divine beast of China. How could we possibly fail to handle a mere tire from your land of cherry blossoms? Utterly delusional. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The nine-headed bird soared through the air with grace and majesty. 9 heads ignited with flames simultaneously. Above the arena, 9 distinct colored lights intertwined. This is the special technique of the 9 divine beasts of China, the 9 mysteries blazing fire formation. The 9 mystic blazing fire formation is the 9-headed bird's most formidable offensive technique. The 9-headed bird soared through the sky. Under its command, the 9 mystic blazing fire array spreads out around the arena. The moment they touched down, a terrifying pressure descended. Boom! The entire arena shook violently. Even the sturdy stone slabs couldn't withstand the scorching heat, cracking open. So powerful an aura. It seems like the 9-headed bird is casting a combined spell. Now let's see how arrogant that Ringa no Michi can be. I agree. That Ringa Dao doesn't seem to be taking it lightly either. Exactly. Looks like the beasts of Huaxia are preparing to fight back. The 9-headed bird spell was not released hastily. Instead, it remains suspended in midair. Each of its 9 heads scanned different directions. Lin Yang knew it's locating the cultivator's position. This strike will surely be fatal. Lin Yang's assessment echoed through the livestream chat. Yes. Yangshan never makes mistakes. I knew it. Blackie speaks. Go, China. Chinese netizens flooded the chat with comments as the 9-headed bird launched its counterattack. Inside the arena, one of the 9-headed bird's heads seemed to have pinpointed Rundao's location. The 9-heaven blazing fire array unleashed its power all at once. The blazing flames surrounding the arena converged toward a single point. Even if Luan Ludao possessed extraordinary speed, it would be impossible to evade this strike. 9 mystic blazing fire array. Lin Yang shouted for the 9-headed bird and the others. Caw caw. The 9-headed bird's cries echoed. The 9 mystic blazing fire array gradually converged into one point. Hum. The 9-heaven blazing fire formation erupted with a tremendous roar. Boom. 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 Explosions echoed throughout the arena. Dust billowed everywhere. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. They could scarcely imagine it. Was this the might of a divine beast? Boom. Inside the arena, the floor cracked completely under the scorching heat. Clouds of dust billowed upward from the ground. Is it over? Who won? I bet it was the Huaxia demon beast that won. Is this the power of the demon beast worshipped by the Chu kingdom? Looks like it's over, huh? Hold on, we'll know once the National Fortune Arena makes the announcement. Chapter 32, The Restoration of the Battle for Supremacy. The dust gradually settled, and the crowd finally got a clear view of the arena's situation. Whoa! Holy crap! No way? Lord Rin Nodo. That demon beast Ririndu from Sakura country was roasted to charcoal? How is that even possible? No wonder this Chinese beast was so cocky. Turns out he'd been setting this up from the very start. The audience in the public livestream room buzzed with discussion. The 9-headed bird stood at the center of the arena. Its entire body was enveloped in 9 mystic flames. Its gaze fixed straight ahead. Oomph. It emitted a cold nasal snort. Then its form slowly began to fade, finally vanishing. Plop. The 9-heaven blazing fire formation, deprived of the 9-headed bird's control, faded away as well. Lin Yang understood why. As a sacred beast worshipped by the Chu kingdom, the 9-headed bird naturally disdained killing a mere mortal. The chosen one from Sakura Nation, Yo aka Ning, had survived once more. National Fortune Arena announcement. China claims victory. The chosen one of Huaxia may now select their reward. Lin Yang let out a faint chuckle upon hearing this. I choose to reclaim our territory. Such confident composure stood in stark contrast to the chosen one of Sakura Nation across from him, who looked utterly defeated and disoriented. He appeared utterly composed. Within the National Fortune Arena, even those without eyes could see. The nation's fortune was nearing its end. This round of the arena concludes. The chosen ones of both nations are now being teleported out of the arena. China is unbeatable. Our great China has secured victory. Why aren't those cherry blossom trash talking anymore? Meanwhile, inside the Sakura Nation's livestream room. What the hell is wrong with those cabinet members? Exactly. They keep replacing them, but they're still trash. Has anything changed? Not a single thing. Shouldn't they be focusing on the National Fortune Tournament? Get a grip on the rules already. The Sakura Nation livestream chat was flooded with curses. After teleporting Lin Yang out of the arena, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. System notice, new mission issued. Mission, recreate Chinese history, the Battle of Zhulu. Mission details, a historical rupture has occurred in China's timeline. As the chosen one, the host bears the responsibility to restore that magnificent chapter of Chinese history. Failure penalty, China loses its legitimacy. Reward, Kuei. Lin Yang immediately went to Old Chen's location. thanks to Lin Yang's assistance, had significantly enhanced its credibility throughout China. Now, every article published garnered tens of millions of clicks, genuine views, no padding. This time, Lin Yang came here with only one purpose: to help Old Chen document and reconstruct the most ancient war in Chinese history. That was the Battle of Zhulu between the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan and the war god Qiyu. It was a battle fought within the ancient battlefield of Zhulu. It is recorded in many ancient Chinese texts, most famously in Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian. It was an earth-shaking battle that erupted after the Battle of Banquan between the Yin Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. Lin Yang began recounting that history in the tone of a storyteller. Legend holds that Qiyu was the ruler of the Zhuli tribe, which belonged to the Eastern Yi Confederation. Legend also tells of 81 brothers of Qiyu, all with beastly bodies and human speech, copper heads and iron foreheads, feeding on sand and stones. They forged weapons, spears, swords, halberds, and great crossbows, their might shaking the world. Qiyu mastered metallurgy, crafting weapons from metal. This reveals Qiyu as the leader of a tribal alliance formed by 9 related clans. They were fierce warriors with relatively advanced weaponry. Meanwhile, the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan was the heaven-chosen ruler, supported by most deities and the people. Though his struggle against Qiyu proved arduous, they fought on equal terms. Later, with the aid of the Yin Emperor, the conflict gradually expanded. The war between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu persisted for many years, culminating in the final decisive battle on the plains of Jizhou. Our ancient text, the classic of mountains and seas, the great wilderness north, records a legend. A figure clad in blue robes, known as the Yellow Emperor's daughter Ba, appeared. When Qiyu raised an army to attack the Yellow Emperor commanded the dragon Yinglong to assault him in the wilderness of Jizhou. Yinglong gathered water, while Qiyu summoned the Wind Lord and Rainmaster to unleash a great storm. The Yellow Emperor then sent down the celestial maiden Ba, who stopped the rain, enabling him to slay Qiyu. Ba could not return to heaven, and the land where she dwelled remained rainless. This reflects how, during the battle, both sides first employed shamans to invoke natural forces for victory. The Yellow Emperor summoned the winged dragon Yinglong to hold back the waters, aiming to drown Qiyu's army. Qiyu, in turn, called upon the Wind Lord and Rain Lord for aid, unleashing a violent storm that plunged the Yellow Emperor's forces into peril once more. In this critical moment, the Yellow Emperor had no choice but to summon the celestial maiden Nuya to halt the tempest. The skies suddenly cleared, leaving Qiyu's forces utterly astonished. Seizing the moment, the Yellow Emperor commanded his troops to launch a decisive assault, securing ultimate victory. Lin Yang uses Nuba, who has already appeared, as the entry point for the story of the Battle of Zhulu. He also recreated examples from ancient texts. He elaborated on the tale in ever greater detail. Just as Lin Yang was in the midst of his narration, the system's voice sounded in his mind. System alert. Mission complete. Mission details: a historical rupture has occurred in the history of China. As the chosen one, the host bears the responsibility to restore that magnificent chapter of Chinese history. Reward: Kuei. Lin Yang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Kuei. This was the beast of the Thunder Abyss. Unfortunately, during the Battle of Zhulu in ancient Chinese history, it was captured by the Yellow Emperor and fashioned into a colossal drum. Yes. Kuei. This time, I'll show the world the true might of the Thunder Beast. The Emperor of Sakura Nation established a new department to address China's increasingly rich historical legacy. Though they still hadn't found any evidence to refute the claim that Sakura Nation was a sub-civilization of China, they discovered a new method for summoning demonic beasts within the national fortune arena. That route was summoning demon blades. Can we truly prevail this time? I'm barely holding on under this pressure. The Emperor of Sakura Nation addressed the Prime Minister with a pained expression. Trust me, Your Majesty. The Chinese never imagined what kind of demon beast we'd deploy. Even if they summon their demon god again, they won't defeat us. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation responded confidently. The Emperor of Sakura Nation nodded upon hearing this. Very well. This is your final chance. You must secure victory. Watanabe-san. Yes, Your Majesty. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation bowed. 3 days later. Inside the National Fortune Arena, 2 familiar faces reappeared. One was the undefeated champion, Lin Yang, and the other was Yo aka Ning, who had somehow survived to the 3rd round. Had China's territory been fully reclaimed, Lin Yang would have been eager to see what else the arena rewards held. Soon, the voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed through the arena. Both parties, please begin selecting and introducing your beasts. Chapter 33, Kuei. The moment the National Fortune Arena's announcement sounded, the entire audience quickly grew expectant. The battle between Huaxia and Sakura Nation continues. This time, it was the Sakura Nation's chosen one who introduced first. Demon Blade. Leech-like. Sakura Nation's chosen one, Yo aka Ning, declared with unwavering confidence. Such confident words sent the entire Sakura Nation into a frenzy. This time, the Chinese won't see our demon god coming. The Chinese are doomed. Our great Sakura Nation will prevail. Ha! The Chinese are stunned, aren't they? Demon Blade, lead us to victory this time. The nation's audience flooded the public platform with fervent posts. Lin Yang felt a slight shock upon hearing this, but quickly suppressed those emotions. So what if it's Demon Blade? Against China's demonic beasts, it's nothing but a dead end. These summoning tactics are utterly despicable. Nakata continued his introduction. This is a weapon from Sakura Nation's ancient era, the Demon Blade, Shijiro. The reason the hero is called a Demon Blade is because it is said to crave blood like no other. Each time it is stained with blood, it becomes sharper and more powerful. At the same time, it is extremely difficult for its wielder to control it. Instead, the wielder becomes controlled by the Demon Blade. This Shikibu is a weapon preserved from our nation's ancient era, a symbol of Sakura country. This time, I shall summon it to meet the challenge from Huaxia. After Yo aka Ning finished his introduction, the Sakura Nation audience erupted in thunderous cheers. This was exactly the feeling they craved, the feeling that victory was within their grasp. And so, the chosen one of Sakura Nation completed their introduction. Please begin your introduction, chosen one of China. Lin Yang immediately began his introduction. Kuei is a divine beast of ancient times, born in the ancient era upon the waves mountain of the East Sea. It resembles an ox, its entire body a deep blue, without horns, possessing only a single leg. Its every appearance brings with it fierce winds and torrential rain. Its body radiated light like the sun and moon, and its roar was deafening, like thunder. Later, the Yellow Emperor obtained this beast. He fashioned a drum from its hide and crafted a mallet from the bones of the thunder beast. When struck, the drum's sound echoed for 500 li, striking fear into the hearts of all under heaven. As Lin Yang finished his introduction, murmurs of discussion rippled through the entire national fortune arena. The beasts of Huaxia sound formidable too. And it's connected to their Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan. I'm jealous. Exactly. China's history is so rich and diverse. Why did their chosen ones perform so poorly before? The public platform erupted in discussion. Both sides have finished their introductions. Begin summoning beasts. Following the National Fortune Arena's announcement, throughout the entire arena, both sides' beasts emerged simultaneously, one radiating fierce might, the other oozing malevolent aura. One wielded a blade, the other was a beast. Yet upon its entrance, the demonic blade adopted an eerie posture, confronting the Huaxia's Kuei. The Huaxia Kuei stood like a fierce bull, its hooves planted firmly against the demonic blade that resembled a leech. The two beasts locked in a standoff. In that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. Countless spectators watched the match with bated breath. National Fortune Arena announcement. The battle begins. China's Kuei faces Japan's demon blade-like leech. After the National Fortune Arena announcement, Huaxia's demon beast Kuei glared furiously at Sakura Nation's demon beast leech-like. Roar! The beast Kuei suddenly let out a deafening roar, its powerful sound wave sweeping across the entire arena. This scene startled every viewer watching the live broadcast. Good heavens! China's Kuei can unleash a sonic blast. And it seems to carry the power of thunder and lightning within it. This is terrifying. I can barely stand watching it through the screen. Holy crap! China's Kuei is way too fierce. Japan's leech-like monster was also stunned by the sound wave unleashed by China's Kuei. Of course, it only took a moment for the demonic blade-like leech to snap back to its senses. A savage glint flashed in its eyes as the demonic blade in its grasp, resembling a leech, erupted with crimson light. In the next instant, the demonic blade, resembling a leech, struck out in an eerie, unguided motion, slashing toward the Huaxia demon beast Kuei. The strike was so swift that even Lin Yang, the chosen one of Huaxia, couldn't discern how the attack had been executed. Yet the Kuei showed no fear. It roared toward the heavens once more, its thunderous roar reverberating. A massive sound wave, carrying lightning, directly repelled the demonic blade's attack. Immediately, the Kuei took a step forward and charged toward the demonic blade leech. The demonic blade, sensing danger, spun and fled, attempting to evade Kuei's powerful assault. Yet Kuei paid no heed to its movements. Just as the demonic blade-like leech reached the edge of the arena, Kuei abruptly halted. Lightning erupted from his mouth, striking the blade's tip directly. In an instant, the once agile demon blade leech was struck down by the lightning, frozen rigid in place. Such a powerful attack had left the demonic blade-like leech frozen in place. Kuei immediately sought to execute the demonic blade-like leech, wishing to end this tedious battle. However, the demonic blade-like leech swiftly disintegrated. It attempted to evade Kuei's assault. But Kuei's lightning was too swift, already encircling the demon blade leech. There was no escape. Boom! Crackle! Thunder roared amidst flashes of lightning, and a mass of black mist gradually took shape. The demonic blade, Shi was no ordinary beast. With blinding speed, it forced its way through Kuei's powerful strike. Then, swiftly unleashed its own sorcery. Lord of the Ethereal. Emerge! The demonic blade, the leech-like blade, actually spoke in human language. Summoning the Lord of Ethereal Spirits to aid in battle. A figure cloaked entirely in black robes, with only half a head visible, materialized out of thin air. Is this the Lord of the Ethereal Spirits? The so-called Een Spirit. Ha 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 ha. The Lord of Void Spirits cackled wildly. I am the Lord of Void Spirits. In the name of Lord Yinling, I grant your soul eternal rest. As he spoke, the Lord of Void Spirits extended his right finger toward Kuei. With that, the demonic blade, the leech, materialized in his hand and charged toward Kuei. Faced with this situation, Kuei dared not take it lightly and scrambled to respond. A beast and a spirit locked in combat within the arena. Most of Kuei's attacks were parried by the Lord of Ethereal Spirits. Over half of them missed their mark. Lin Yang, the chosen one of Huaxia, frowned upon seeing the demon blade summoning a creature. He silently pondered how to break through the enemy's defenses. Right. Kuei. Ignore the Ethereal Spirit Lord. Focus all your attacks on the demon blade. Lin Yang's prompt gave Kuei clarity on his next offensive strategy. Oomph. Nothing special. The demonic beast from Sakura Nation sneered in mockery. Kuei paid no heed, probing the demonic blade like leech with bolts of lightning. The demon blade mimic leech initially defended confidently. The Void Spirit Lord's technique was immensely powerful, representing the sword arts of Sakura Nation. It managed to withstand Kuei's initial assaults, but the pressure grew unbearable as the battle progressed. Chapter 34, China agrees to 2v2. Bang! 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 A series of rapid clangs echoed. The figure of the demon blade Neon retreated relentlessly, ultimately disintegrating into ashes and vanishing completely. The Void Spirit Lord's technique was indeed formidable. But it had encountered Kuei. There was no way around it. Kuei's attributes held the upper hand. Ha! Your time is up. Lin Yang stared coldly at the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms before him. Oomph. Don't get cocky. Yo aka Ning retorted defiantly. Amidst such an intense battle, the ethereal lord summoned by the demonic sword, the mimic leech, relentlessly defended and attacked. It tried to counteract Kuei's thunderous assaults. Yet the outcome proved disappointing. As the beast of the Thunder Realm, his abilities were far beyond what it could defend against. In the blink of an eye. Crash! A colossal thunderbolt descended from the heavens, shattering the demonic blade's leech-like form into fragments. Only then did Lin Yang slowly nod his head. A faint smile appeared on his face. Phew! Thank goodness this time, I managed to win. Though the battle wasn't over yet, Lin Yang knew this time, victory was assured. Thunder rages 7,000-ly. The Thunder Beast Kuei's most powerful strike gathered momentum, instantly turning the heavens dark and unleashing a raging tempest. Countless slender bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms, Yo aka Ning, was utterly stunned by the spectacle before him. Am I going to lose again? He couldn't fathom why he kept suffering such crushing defeats. This time, he was certain of his impending defeat. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous crack, a blinding flash of lightning erupted at the center of the arena where Lin Yang and Yo aka Ning were focused. In an instant, the entire world seemed plunged into darkness. Immediately after, the crackling sounds of crack, crack, crack echoed throughout the surroundings. When the dust settled, Lei Zei's most powerful strike landed perfectly at the center of the arena. Directly on the demonic blade, the mimic leech, held by the Lord of the Ethereal Spirit. In an instant, the demonic blade was flung backward, hurtling straight toward Yo aka Ning. It rapidly turned charred and yellow, nearly melted by the scorching heat of Kuei's lightning. Soon, the demon blade returned to its original form, restoring Yo aka Ning's true body. He was now barely clinging to life. But Kuei showed no mercy. He swiftly advanced and delivered a crushing stomp with his single leg. The demon blade, Nibiru, was defeated in the most humiliating manner imaginable. Witnessing this, Yo aka knew his fate was sealed. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. Lin Yang sighed. The land of cherry blossoms was truly insane. They actually sent so many unlucky chosen ones to fight against China. But then again, if China lost, who knew what fate awaited him? At that moment, Lin Yang had only one thought: may China always emerge victorious. Holy crap! China won again. That Thunder Beast is just too powerful. China rocks. China is unbeatable. Let's give Yangshin a thumbs up. Without Yangshin, who knows where we'd be right now? National Fortune Arena announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia on victory. The National Fortune Arena chimed. Lin Yang looked up and declared, I choose to reclaim a piece of China's territory. Lin Yang's words were utterly arrogant, plain and simple. Because Lin Yang was the victor, he could afford to be so arrogant. On the other side, the chosen one of Sakura Nation was struck hard by Kuei's thunderbolt. A merciless kill left Yo aka Ning's body sprawled across the National Fortune Arena stage. The chosen one of Huaxia is now teleported out of the arena. Kuei had no interest in Yo aka Ning's corpse. He swiftly exited the arena. Kuei! How arrogant! Lin Yang chuckled. He was then transported away from the arena by the white light. Meanwhile, the representative from the United States had already arrived at the Imperial Palace in Japan. Since you cannot win in a one-on-one duel, would you consider switching to a 2v2 format? The representative of the beautiful country addressed the emperor of the land of cherry blossoms with an extremely authoritative demeanor. Yes. We shall follow the United States instructions in all matters. After the representative of the beautiful country spoke, the emperor of the land of cherry blossoms immediately sent a new challenge to China. It requested China's consent to initiate a 2v2 battle format on the National Fortune Arena stage. This challenge immediately sparked frenzied debate within the parliamentary chamber. I don't think we should. All our current advantages were gained through one-on-one challenges. Risking a 2v2 battle is absolutely not worth it. Exactly. I support that view. If we refuse, Sakura Nation won't be able to continue challenging us. Exactly. Since Sakura Nation is shameless, we should be shameless too. Meanwhile, Lin Yang remained at Elder Chen's location, assisting in restoring history. According to the classic of mountains and seas, in the East Sea lies Mount Lubo, 7,000 li from the shore. Upon it dwells a beast resembling an ox, with a blue-black body and no horns, possessing but a single leg. Whenever it emerges from the water, storms arise. Its radiance rivals the sun and moon, its roar echoes like thunder. It is called Kuwei. The Yellow Emperor captured it, fashioning its hide into a drum. He fastened it with bones from the thunder beast, its sound reverberating 500 li, commanding awe across the land. Lin Yang swiftly transcribed the original text of the classic of mountains and seas. This saved old Chen a great deal of time. Before Lin Yang could even ponder what his reward might be, he received a call from the council secretary. He was summoned to the council chamber to discuss whether to accept Sakura Nation's 2v2 proposal. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang smiled to himself, those cherry blossom kids only know how to play dirty tricks. After agreeing, Lin Yang immediately drove to the assembly hall. Upon entering, he found numerous council members arguing fiercely, faces flushed red. Lin Yang swiftly took his seat. Let's begin. Discuss it. The assembly chairman, noticing Lin Yang's arrival. The chairman of the assembly addressed the gathering. Those supporting the 2v2 match against Sakura Nation argued, since Huaxia is already so powerful, why fear Sakura Nation's 2v2? We should simply crush them with our overwhelming strength. The opposing faction argued, China's current advantages were all earned through single combat. Risking a 2v2 challenge was absolutely not worth it. Lin Yang nodded and smiled upon hearing this. Everyone's arguments are quite reasonable. Following the earlier debates in the assembly hall and the outcomes of the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang had gained significant influence. Soon, Lin Yang solemnly declared, the very foundation of Huaxia lies in fearing no enemy. To put it simply in everyday terms, we don't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. Since Sakura Nation wishes to initiate 2v2 mode, let them come. Let them come at us together. What is there to fear from the divine beasts of our Huaxia? After he finished speaking, Lin Yang's words were met with prolonged, thunderous applause. Right on. I support Lin Yang. All decisions shall follow Lin Yang and the council chairman's directives. The assembly members ceased their arguments. After a moment's contemplation, the council president declared, agreed. Then let those Japanese devils come. Reply. China has agreed. Chapter 35, The Battle of Banquan. Huaxia promptly sent its reply. China agrees. As soon as the council chairman's words fell, the counselor in charge of this matter immediately sent a message to Sakura Nation. Huaxia accepts Sakura Nation's proposal. The National Fortune Arena will activate 2v2 mode. The moment this message was sent, the entire Sakura Nation was shaken. Ha! The chosen one of Huaxia is still too young after all. Oomph. Is China deliberately courting disadvantage? Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. The Huaxia people have been far too arrogant. The emperor of Sakura Nation was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news, but soon broke into a smile. He knew China's divine beast was formidable, but no matter how powerful it was, in a 2v2 format, it still couldn't match the strength of Sakura Nation. Thus, China and Sakura Nation reached an agreement on the National Fortune Arena. The 2v2 mode commenced on the National Fortune Arena stage. The day before the National Fortune Arena commenced. Early in the morning, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind. System notice, new mission issued. Mission, restore the historical record of the Battle of Banquan. Task details, a historical gap has emerged in Huaxia's timeline. While the host has restored the history of the Battle of Zhulu, the preceding Battle of Banquan between the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor remains unrecovered. The host must complete this historical restoration. Failure penalty, China loses its legitimacy. The combat power of beasts summoned by the host is reduced by 50%. Mission reward, the 9 Sons of the Dragon. Hearing the system announce such a generous mission reward, Lin Yang immediately jumped off the bed in excitement. After washing up, he immediately drove toward Old Chen's location. By the time Lin Yang arrived at his destination, it was nearly noon. Traffic in the capital of Huaxia was that dreadful. Moreover, due to his relationship with Old Chen, no one was called to announce his arrival, and he walked straight into the office unimpeded. At his desk, Old Chen's expression shifted to excitement upon seeing Lin Yang suddenly burst into his office. "What brings you here?" "Mr. Chen, I have something to discuss with you." Lin Yang addressed the venerable, white-haired Chen Lao with respectful deference. "All right. Sit down." After a moment of silence, Old Chen gestured for Lin Yang to take a seat beside him. Once both were seated, Old Chen looked at Lin Yang and asked with a hint of confusion, "What historical event are we attempting to reconstruct this time?" Seeing Old Chen get straight to the point, Lin Yang replied without beating around the bush, "Of course. Let's begin immediately. This is a period of history even earlier than that of the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan and the war god Qi Yu." Old Chen interrupted excitedly, "Really?" Seeing Old Chen react with childlike astonishment, Lin Yang found it unsurprising. He patiently explained, "Absolutely. I just gathered this information." After speaking, Lin Yang immediately got busy. The history of the Battle of Banquan goes something like this. Lin Yang composed himself and began recording the historical account of the Battle of Banquan. During the Yellow Emperor's unification of Huaxia, a battle took place at Banquan between his forces and the alliance of the Yan Emperor's two tribes. The Battle of Banquan holds significant importance for initiating the history of Huaxia civilization and achieving the first great unification of the Huaxia people. Given the formidable strength of both tribes involved, the scale of the conflict was truly spectacular. The Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor fought 3 times on the plains of Banquan before the Yellow Emperor achieved his goal. Records indicate both tribes made extensive preparations for victory. They mobilized all their forces and allied with other tribes as allies, with the Yellow Emperor's tribe demonstrating greater strategic prowess in this regard. Tribes of bears, boars, leopards, wildcats, tigers, and birds of prey, eagles, hawks, falcons, and kites joined forces with the Yellow Emperor in battle. 3 large-scale battles ensued, each fiercely contested. After the war began, the Yellow Emperor led the armies of the 6 tribes bear, boar, wolf, leopard, wildcat, and tiger to face the Yan Emperor on the plains of Banquan. Each tribe bore a banner bearing the emblem of their revered totem. As commander of the 6 tribes, the Yellow Emperor himself carried a banner resembling a great standard, and the armies were arrayed in formation. Catching the Yellow Emperor off guard, the Yan Emperor launched a preemptive strike, surrounding his forces with fire. The Yellow Emperor commanded the dragon Inglong to extinguish the flames with water, driving the Yan Emperor's forces back into the Banquan Valley. The Yellow Emperor instructed his soldiers to engage the Yan Emperor only in battle of wits and courage, sparing his life. In the Banquan Valley, the Yellow Emperor erected 7 great banners, deploying the 7-star battle formation. Over the course of more than 3 years, while training his troops under the guise of the 7-star banners formation, the Yellow Emperor secretly dispatched soldiers to dig tunnels day and night, eventually reaching the rear of the Yan Emperor's camp. Suddenly, one day, the Yellow Emperor's troops burst forth, launching a surprise attack on the Yan Emperor's camp and capturing him alive. With the war concluded, the Yan Emperor became utterly convinced of the Yellow Emperor's superiority, willingly submitting as a vassal and swearing never to oppose him again. The Battle of Banquan thus ushered in an epoch-making transformation in the political system of Huaxia. And thus we became descendants of both Yan and Huang. After listening to Lin Yang's extremely detailed explanation, Old Chen was utterly amazed. "Young Lin Yang, where did you acquire all this historical knowledge?" Lin Yang smiled but remained silent. Seeing Lin Yang's reluctance to speak, Old Chen immediately began his work, compiling these historical records. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Sakura Nation had already begun searching for the next chosen one to represent the civilization of Sakura Nation. This endeavor yielded results almost immediately. The nation's next chosen one volunteered himself, claiming profound knowledge of Sakura Nation's history and the operational rules of the National Fortune Arena. Soon, through a bloody sacrifice involving thousands of lives, 2 demonic beasts were successfully selected. Sakura Nation entered the National Fortune Arena to face China. The final day of the 3-day period. As Elder Chen completed the historical collection and reenactment of the Battle of Banquan, Lin Yang heard the system's voice in his mind. System notice, mission complete. Mission, restore the history of the Battle of Banquan. Task details, a historical gap has emerged in Huaxia's chronicles. While the host has restored the history of the Battle of Zhulu, the preceding Battle of Banquan between the Yan Emperor and the Yellow Emperor remains unrecovered. The host is tasked with completing this historical restoration. Mission reward, the 9 Sons of the Dragon. Received notification of mission completion. Lin Yang felt thoroughly satisfied. He retired early to rest and recharge, awaiting tomorrow's opening of the National Fortune Arena battle. National Fortune Arena announcement. China vs Sakura Nation Life or Death Arena battle officially begins. The chosen one from Sakura Nation was a middle-aged man with a stern, expressionless face. He was clearly a man of profound depth and calculation. "I propose. Let the 2v2 battle commence." Though both sides had already agreed to a 2v2 battle, the necessary formalities must still be observed. The National Destiny Arena responded swiftly. "Does the chosen one of Huaxia consent?" Lin Yang nodded. "Agreed. The 2v2 battle between China and Sakura Nation begins." Both sides, please select and introduce your beasts. Chapter 36, The Nine Sons of the Dragon. After the National Fortune Arena announcement, the chosen one from Sakura Nation immediately began his introduction. The kappa is a legendary creature from Sakura Nation folklore, a composite of multiple animals, a bird's beak, frog's limbs, monkey's body, and turtle's shell. Legend says it excels at ambushing opponents in water. Within water, it becomes a being of immense strength. Red Tongue. A great demon of Sakura Nation dwelling in rivers, appearing on bright sunny days. It delights in aiding the weak and stealing water from others' fields. With a lion-like snout, 3 claws, and 4 legs, it earned its name from constantly protruding its crimson tongue. It wields extraordinary magical power in water. The chosen one of Sakura Nation introduced them confidently. Simultaneously, he applied to the National Fortune Arena. Idosa propose activating water warfare mode. The moment Idosate spoke, the entire National Fortune Arena livestream erupted in a chorus of curses. Is Sakura Nation just afraid to lose? First they proposed 2v2, now they want water combat. I agree. Sakura Nation is really afraid of losing now. Even as a non-Chinese person, I can't stand watching this. China, if you're going to pick him, don't coddle him. The torrent of abuse in the National Fortune Arena public livestream was unbearable for countless Sakura Nation citizens, who fell into silence. Does the Chinese nation's chosen representative accept Japan's proposal? The National Fortune Arena posed the question to Lin Yang. Lin Yang quickly gave his response. I agree. Bring it on. Lin Yang couldn't care less what tactics Sakura Nation employed. With the 9 sons of the dragon in his grasp, did he fear naval warfare? With such formidable support at his disposal, Lin Yang had nothing to fear. National Fortune Arena announcement. The arena is now transitioning to naval warfare mode. Following the National Fortune Arena's announcement, the entire arena, once modeled after a classical Roman Colosseum, began to transform. The 4 Roman columns became land, while the center of the arena filled with a massive torrent of water. Splash splash. The sound of rushing water echoed throughout. Before long, the entire arena had transformed into a stagnant lake. Suddenly, waves surged from the center of the watery expanse, revealing the extraordinary undercurrents beneath the surface. Spectators at the National Fortune Arena watched the arena's transformation in utter shock. Holy crap, the arena's transforming way too fast. Honestly, I'm blown away. Huaxia and Zhang, this is the first water battle in the East Asia region, right? Now this should be interesting. After holding 2 consecutive advantages, could Sakura Nation still lose? Messages flooded the National Fortune Arena's public channel. This sudden scene shift had even drawn in neutral spectators from across the arena. They hoped to witness an exciting match. Lin Yang waited quietly for the arena to shift before introducing the chosen beast. The Bixie. A mythical beast from ancient Chinese lore, said to be the 7th offspring of the legendary dragon. Resembling a tiger, it is known for its litigious nature yet possesses formidable power. The tiger-headed ornament adorning the upper section of ancient Chinese prison gates depicts its image. The Bixie serves as both a symbol of prisons and a guardian deity for the common people. Ancient texts record, the Bixie loves litigation. After finishing his introduction of the Bixie, Lin Yang swiftly moved on to the next magical beast. Xiaofeng, a divine beast from ancient Chinese mythology, is the 3rd of the 9 offspring of the dragon. As the leader of scaled creatures, it loves danger and observation. Its form is often used as a decorative element on the corners of palace roofs, and the beasts adorning the eaves of ancient Chinese architecture are modeled after it. Though the dragon begets 9 offspring, none become dragons, each pursues its own path. Xiaofeng, ever drawn to perilous heights, lives on in the palace corner beasts as his legacy. Lin Yang finished his introduction, hands on hips, awaiting the National Fortune Arena's announcement. Holy crap! Not a single one of the dragon's 9 offspring looks like a dragon. China's summoned beasts this time are heavyweights. Suddenly makes Japan's beasts seem cheap. The National Fortune Arena's public platform buzzed with comments. Both sides have finished their introductions. The beast summoning begins. Following the arena's announcement, the currents within the arena pulsed with anticipation. Dual beasts from each nation began preparing. Sakura Nation Zone, 2 diminutive figures appeared, Kappa and Red Tongue. China region, the majestic Bixie and Xiaofeng stood imposing. Both sides stood apart, clearly separated. National Fortune Arena declared. Battle commences. Dianan and Xiaofeng stood tall on the narrow stretch of shore. Kappa and Red Tongue emerged from the pond. The 2 beasts were extremely diminutive. Compared to the twin beasts, one resembling a tiger, the other a dragon, they look like insects encountering an eagle. The sight of Bixie and Xiaofeng nearly scared the crap out of Kappa and Shizetsu. But now, they had no choice but to advance. They could only grit their teeth and charge forward. Awu! The 2 beasts roared and lunged at their opponents. This time, they were truly fighting for their lives. The Kappa showed no fear of Xiaofeng's formidable dragon bloodline. Confident in its immense strength within the water, it stretched out its long arms, intent on dragging Xiaofeng beneath the surface. Chao Feng's eyes flashed with intensity. He gave a cold snort and continued casting his spell to control the kappa. The kappa winced in pain but refused to let go. Seizing the moment, Red Tongue leapt onto Chao Feng's back, extending its tongue countless times its normal length in an attempt to drag him underwater. SSSSS. A shrill, piercing cry erupted as Crimson Tongue shot forth. Chao Feng was enraged, though the Japanese twin fiend's attack caused little harm. But it made Chao Feng feel extremely irritated, prompting him to unleash his divine abilities. Dianan said nothing, silently watching his elder brother Chao Feng take on both of the little beasts from the land of cherry blossoms. Red Tongue felt an inexplicable force tightly binding him, leaving him unable to move. The water seemed to lock around Red Tongue like chains. Hiss the red serpent, realizing its predicament, coiled its body in fury, attempting to snap the restraints Chao Feng had cast upon it. But the watery substance refused to dissipate, clinging stubbornly to both Red Tongue and the kappa. Realizing this, Chao Feng shifted his focus to the Red Tongue. As the Red Tongue grew limp from the entanglement, the red snake watched in desperate agony, powerless to help. Hiss, hiss. The red snake emitted a pitiful cry, sending the Red Tongue into even greater panic. Chao Feng swiftly began his own actions. The bodies of the red snake and the kappa, bound together by Chao Feng's spell, grew increasingly limp. All their spiritual energy was being drained away by Chao Feng. The Crimson Tongue and the kappa gradually lost their vitality, visibly nearing collapse. Facing imminent death, the kappa unleashed unimaginable resolve. He severed the long arm entangled by Chao Feng's spell. Finally, it plummeted back into the lake, clinging to a sliver of life. Shi, however, was not so fortunate. Chao Feng drained every last bit of spiritual energy from his body. It plunged into the lake and perished. But at that very moment, the kappa unleashed a bizarre technique. It grew another arm out of nowhere, catching the corpse of the Red Tongue. It plunged deep into the lake's depths. Lin Yang watched the kappa's bizarre actions, utterly baffled by what had transpired. However, the audience of the National Fortune Arena understood perfectly. Thanks to the National Fortune Arena's special broadcasting technology, the audience could clearly see what the kappa was doing. What the hell? The kappa just ate the Crimson One? Chapter 37, Kappa's New Tactics. This kappa is suicidal. He actually swallowed his own ally whole. This is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Holy crap. The monsters of Sakura country are truly insane. After swallowing the Crimson Tongue, the kappa's body underwent a terrifying transformation. Its once dull gray skin gradually turned blood red, covered in fine scales. Its eyes glowed crimson, and its mouth stretched wide open. It actually swallowed the entire Crimson Tongue whole. Then, an expression of excruciating agony contorted its face. It seemed to be enduring immense agony, thrashing violently in the water as a trickle of blood seeped from its nostrils and mouth. Finally, unable to endure the agony any longer, it let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The sound was terrifying, like that of a primordial beast. As the howl echoed, a colossal force surged forth from its abdomen. Immediately after, a violent tremor shook its body. Boom! The kappa's once diminutive form expanded countless times over. It now stood over 10 meters tall, towering far above me. Holy crap! Is the kappa that terrifying? Lord Kappa! Slay the beasts of China! Go for it! Lord Kappa! Spectators from the land of cherry blossoms flooded the public chat of the National Fortune Arena with comments. They cared not a whit about their status as pariahs. Meanwhile, China's two demon beasts, Bian and Chao Feng, both looked down haughtily at the kappa's transformation. Slaying demons and exterminating monsters. That is our duty. As two of the 9 sons of the dragon, the beasts conveyed this message to Lin Yang through telepathy. Lin Yang, however, stood rooted to the spot, saying nothing. He simply watched quietly to see what actions Bishe and Chao Feng would take next. He trusted these two beasts would not disappoint him. Sure enough, just as Lin Yang had anticipated. When he sensed the intense aura emanating from the two beasts, Lin Yang knew immediately that the two beasts were about to strike. They were preparing to unleash their full power. Hoo! Woo woo! Both beasts roared simultaneously. Dianan and Chao Feng unleashed their divine abilities. A solemn, righteous aura surged from Bishi's body, while Chao Feng, who had endured the most perilous ordeal, also unleashed his divine power. Instantly, a colossal aura of pressure spread outward in all directions. All spectators watching the National Fortune Arena were stunned by this overwhelming force. Especially the spectators from Sakura Nation. They could distinctly feel this pressure assaulting the depths of their souls. The Sakura Nation spectators were terrified. Damn those Chinese beasts! How could they summon such formidable creatures? What's happening? How could this be? Could Lord Kappa be overwhelmed? It's fine. Chinese beasts aren't that powerful. Facing two monstrous beasts of terrifying power, fear gripped the hearts of the Japanese spectators. The kappa finally completed its digestion, now completely surpassing the size of Bian and Chao Feng. It radiated a thick aura of malevolence, its icy gaze fixed on the two beasts before it as if victory were already assured. Ha ha! Foolish creatures of China, you dare challenge the great Lord Kappa. Today, you shall pay the price. As it spoke, the kappa thrust out a thick leg, leaping forcefully from the water. A single punch hurtled toward Bixie and Chao Feng. Instantly, ripples spread outward as the kappa launched its attack from the water. At that very moment, Chao Feng launched a lightning-fast dive, unleashing his water-controlling divine power. Oomph! Facing Chao Feng's deadly strike, the kappa merely gave a cold snort. Then, immense power surged from its body as it countered with a punch aimed squarely at Chao Feng's torrent of water. SSSSHHH. To his surprise, the punch completely missed its mark. Chao Feng's water current remained utterly unaffected by the blow. It merely rippled slightly. Chao Feng closed in once more. A barrage of water arrows shot toward him. The kappa frantically swung his massive claws to block. But soon, he realized he simply couldn't defend against them all. The water arrows were too fast for him to evade. In an instant, his body was pierced by the barrage. Thud! Crash! The immense force slammed the kappa's body into the water below. At the same time, Chao Feng's figure dove down from the sky. Dianan unleashed his divine power. Whoosh! A furious hurricane swept in. Both beasts' formidable divine powers converged upon a single kappa. The kappa couldn't withstand the assault. Its massive body was hurled through the air once more. Its chest was completely shattered. Kappa's blood mingled with black pus, a sight that was truly horrifying. Ha! Chao Feng and Lin Yang exchanged a glance, both wearing satisfied smiles. Congratulations, host, on earning 100,000 points. Ha ha ha! This kappa is indeed impressive. It actually contributed 50,000 points. At that moment, the two beasts leapt forward once more, striking while the iron was hot. Swish! Swish! They lunged at the kappa from both sides. Splat! Two dull thuds echoed through the air. The kappa's head was severed from its body, collapsing lifeless to the ground. Battle ended. Huaxia claims victory. The National Fortune Arena's announcement revealed to the entire audience that both of Sakura Nation's beasts were second-rate trash. China. Awesome. What more can Sakura Nation possibly say now? This is fantastic. China's strength is truly formidable. It's still the Yang God. We've never lost. Huaxia's audience flooded the screen with victorious bullet comments. Please select your reward, chosen one of Huaxia. Lin Yang selected the option to reclaim a territory without hesitation. Thus, most of Huaxia's territory was reclaimed. As for the chosen ones of Sakura Nation, the two divine beasts who were among the 9 sons of the dragon, they naturally did not intervene. He was still sent back to the land of cherry blossoms. Reward selection for the Huaxia chosen one complete. The Huaxia chosen one is now being returned to the location of this civilization. Soon, Lin Yang was teleported back to the capital. Upon landing, Lin Yang felt utterly drained by the ordeal. Even with the Shanghai system at his disposal, Lin Yang found it difficult to endure. Still, he had won in the end. Lin Yang's spirits soared, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. System notice, new mission issued. Mission, have all 9 dragon sons appear on the National Fortune Arena. Task details, a historical gap has emerged in Huaxia's chronicles. The host bears the duty to demonstrate to all Huaxia people, indeed, to the entire world, the true might of Huaxia's demonic beasts. Ensure all 9 sons of the dragon appear on the National Fortune Arena. Failure penalty, China loses its legitimacy, and the combat power of beasts summoned by the host is reduced by 50%. Mission reward, War God Xingtian. Chapter 38, new mission issued. All 9 sons of the dragon must appear. Seeing this mission, Lin Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This mission was even more insane than the last one. Because this mission required bringing all 9 of Huaxia's demonic beasts onto the National Fortune Arena's battlefield and securing victory for every single one. Failure meant China would lose all face and become a laughingstock. But what intrigued Lin Yang most was the war god Xingtian. As far as Lin Yang knew, after losing his bid for the throne to the Yellow Emperor, Xingtian had his head severed. Yet he survived, using his own breasts as eyes and his navel as a mouth, wielding a sharp axe in each hand and a shield in each arm. Who would have thought he'd get the chance to see the legendary Xingtian here? Perfect. This mission is ideal. I absolutely will not let Huaxia down. Lin Yang declared with unwavering conviction, his heart brimming with anticipation. At that moment, he was eager to witness just how formidable Xingtian truly was within the arena. Meanwhile, in Sakura Nation. Reporting to Your Highness, Lord Kappa has been defeated. We now need to find a new demon beast. What? The Kappa has been defeated? The Emperor of Sakura Nation looked utterly shocked, utterly at a loss for what to do next. We have no choice but to burn our boats now. The Emperor of Sakura Nation declared with unwavering resolve in his eyes. What shall we do, Your Majesty? The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation asked anxiously. Arrange for a ritual to be held tomorrow immediately. Our current crisis demands that all citizens of Sakura Nation bear this burden alongside us. We must summon a mighty beast to aid us in slaying those so-called 9 sons of the dragon from Huaxia. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. How many lives does His Majesty intend to sacrifice? How many lives would be sacrificed to accomplish this monumental task? But what if it fails? The Prime Minister hesitated. It won't fail. There's no need for such calculations. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, Lin Yang had already made his way to Old Chen's location, assisting in restoring history. This was the second major undertaking Lin Yang had set out to accomplish. This time, Lin Yang intended to release the complete history of the 9 sons of the dragon. The dragon begets 9 offspring, referring to ancient Chinese mythology where the dragon gave birth to 9 children. None of these 9 became dragons, each possessing distinct preferences. The eldest, Xionyou, loved music and crouched atop the head of a zither. The second son, Yazi, craved bloodshed and combat, often carved into sword hilts and dagger handles, embodying a narrow-minded spirit. The third son, Xiaofeng, resembled a beast. As the middle child, he loved danger and heights. The beasts adorning palace eaves and pavilion corners are his likeness. The fourth son, Puleo, roars loudly when struck. He serves as the beast-shaped knob on the handles of great bells, amplifying their resonant sound. The fifth son, Xuanni, resembled a lion. He was the 5th in rank, preferring stillness over movement, fond of sitting, and drawn to smoke and fire. Thus, the decorative feet on Buddha seats and incense burners bear his likeness. The 6th, Huaxia, resembled a turtle with teeth and loved bearing heavy loads, thus becoming the tortoise base beneath steels. The 7th, Bian, resembles a tiger and loves litigation. Its image adorns the sides of prison gates or the main halls of government offices. The 8th, Fuxi, resembles a dragon and is refined and scholarly, coiling atop stone steels. The 9th, Chiwen, possesses a moist mouth and a deep voice, with a fondness for swallowing. Thus, it became the fire-swallowing beast adorning both ends of palace roof ridges, symbolizing the extinguishing of fires and the warding off of calamities. Lin Yang's account had Elder Chen completely enthralled. Before long, Old Chen snapped back to reality. Good. Writing these things down truly stirs the blood. Our vast Chinese civilization, spanning 5,000 years, is indeed profound and extensive, harboring countless divine beasts and mythical creatures. Lin Yang smiled faintly, then proceeded to write down a series of records about the 9 sons of the dragon, detailing every piece of information etched in his mind about each of them. After completing the compilation of the 9 sons of the dragon, Old Chen's expression turned solemn. Lin Yang, are you certain about compiling all the data on the 9 sons of the dragon and posting it online? You must understand that this would reveal to the land of cherry blossoms the demonic beasts we plan to eliminate next. They could then devise countermeasures. Lin Yang nodded and replied. Exactly. Elder Chen, our nation has languished in obscurity for far too long. We must use this method to reignite our people's courage and fighting spirit. I believe this information alone is sufficient to galvanize our national willpower. As for the battles on the national fortune arena, Elder Chen needn't worry. The combat prowess of the 9 sons of the dragon utterly crushes those so-called demon gods of Sakura Nation. Old Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. Since you insist on proceeding this way, I support you. Let it be done. And so, within a single day, China released all the information on the 9 sons of the dragon to the official Chinese government website. The world was shaken. The Huaxia people are getting way too cocky. Exactly. They actually released all the information about the demon beasts they're about to deploy. Don't they fear Japan learning their nation's secrets? I feel like Huaxia is overconfident. This is going to be interesting. Once Sakura Nation gets all of China's intel, they'll crush them. Comments from citizens of various nations flooded the official forum of the National Fortune Arena. 3 days later, on the National Fortune Arena stage, China once again faced off against Japan. Please begin introducing the monsters selected by each nation. The chosen one from Sakura Nation spoke first, Aoyakari. The lantern bearer, a woman of exquisite beauty. She adores listening to ghost stories and equally loves telling them to others. Her tales are utterly captivating, vividly brought to life. The adult Inugami is enormous in size. It craves slaughter. When excited, its eyes turn orange-yellow. In any form, it attacks with claws and bites. It typically scorns the use of weapons. Lin Yang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. With the global audience aware that Huaxia was about to summon one of the 9 sons of the dragon, the upcoming demon beast was introduced. Puleo, the 4th of the 9 sons of the dragon in ancient Chinese mythology, was known for its love of sound and roaring. The dragon-shaped knobs on ancient bronze bells are modeled after its likeness. There's also a little story. Puleo originally lived by the sea. Though a dragon's offspring, it was always terrified of the colossal whale. Whenever the whale launched an attack, Puleo would roar in fright, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. After introducing Puleo, Lin Yang continued, Fuxi is the 8th son among the 9 offspring of the dragon in ancient Chinese mythology. Resembling a dragon in form yet refined and scholarly, it coils atop the steel. As the 8th son, it cherished literature throughout its life. The literary dragons flanking the steel are its likeness. With that, Lin Yang nodded, signaling the conclusion of his introduction. China truly is the birthplace of the 9 sons of the dragon. I wonder what kind of existence the Chinese dragon truly is, to have given birth to such formidable creatures. The Huaxia people are truly arrogant. To deploy such formidable beasts of magic. This is quite the surprise. I wonder if China's beasts are as formidable as they claim. Introductions complete. Beast summoning begins. Chapter 39, Puleo's Roar. Following the announcement from the National Fortune Arena, the chosen one of Sakura Nation addressed the National Fortune Arena. I request. Activate random terrain combat mode. The voice of Sakura Nation's chosen one, Itoso, echoed through the National Fortune Arena. The live audience erupted in an instant. What? After 3 days of deliberation, that's all these Sakura Nation folks came up with? They actually requested random terrain combat? Has Sakura country lost its mind? Or do they think they have a huge advantage? To the poster above, let me explain for Sakura Nation this battle format actually favors them since they've lost their edge. Agree with the previous comment. This move by Sakura Nation is nothing short of a desperate fight. The comment stream was flooded with analyses of this decision by Japan's chosen representative. In stark contrast to the fervor within China's borders, Japan's internet was eerily quiet and desolate. After all, while they had their share of fervent supporters, the majority remained silent, waiting only for Japan's victory to settle scores with citizens of other nations who had insulted Japan. Now, upon hearing the news that Japan's chosen one had proposed a random terrain battle mode, whether supporters or opponents among the Japanese populace, a sense of helplessness rose uncontrollably in their hearts. China had been overwhelmingly dominant these past days. Lin Yang's emergence felt like a towering mountain range, crushing any hope of even attempting to climb it. So be it. Within the Prime Minister's residence, the leader of Sakura Nation declared with unwavering resolve. For this battle, he had resolved to succeed or die trying. Within the arena of the National Fortune Tournament. Message received from Sakura Nation. Now seeking input from the chosen one of Huaxia. The National Fortune Arena addressed Lin Yang. Don't agree under any circumstances. Exactly. Let Sakura Nation get one advantage, but they keep trying to take advantage endlessly? The Cherry Blossom Nation is utterly shameless. I agree. We can't indulge the Sakura Nation like this. Inside the Huaxia broadcast room of the National Fortune Arena, countless Chinese citizens urged Lin Yang to reject Japan's proposal. Lin Yang paused briefly. He declared resolutely, I accept. Itoso, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Bring them all out at once. Hearing Lin Yang's resolute response, Itosa, that cunning old fox, avoided a direct answer. Agreement is what matters. Agreement is what matters. A sly, cunning expression flickered across Itosa's face. As if victory were already in his grasp. The chosen one of Huaxia agrees. Random terrain battle commences now. Random terrain selection initiated. The National Fortune Arena's notification chime sounded. Instantly, a floating wheel appeared within the entire National Fortune Arena. Among several terrain options, the selection commenced. Lakes, mountains, hills, rivers, seas, volcanoes, forests, skies. Countless earthly terrains spun round upon round on the National Fortune Arena's wheel. Finally, the random terrain selection concluded. Battle terrain selection complete. Terrain confirmed, desert. The National Fortune Arena announced coldly. In an instant, every fan in the livestream room froze in shock. Desert terrain? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Sakura Nation fans erupted with excitement. Ha 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 ha. Desert terrain. We've got this in the bag. You Chinese bastards. This time you're doomed to lose. Get ready to be the stepping stones for the great Sakura Nation. Our comeback begins right now. The Cherry Blossom Nation's citizens relentlessly taunted China within the National Fortune Arena. Shut your mouth, you little brats from Sakura Nation. Our beasts can conquer any terrain, yours can't hold a candle. Don't get cocky, you Cherry Blossom devils. The Huaxia populace remained steadfast in their support for Lin Yang, not questioning his decision. Yet they failed to notice the cold smile curling at the corners of Lin Yang's lips. Terrain selection complete. Beast summoning commences. As the system's announcement echoed, a flood of brilliant white light erupted across the entire National Fortune Arena. The light coalesced into form, materializing into two majestic beasts. They stood proudly on the half of the arena representing China. The moment the beasts appeared, the entire world held its breath. Eyes widened as they stared at the beasts that had abruptly materialized on the National Fortune Arena. They were Puleo and Fushi. Both were majestic and imposing. On the other side stood the two beasts representing the land of cherry blossoms. One was a lamp-bearing maiden, fair-faced and radiant, the blue lantern. The other was a colossal, vicious hound. Overwhelming and ferocious. National Fortune Arena announcement, the battle begins. With both sides beasts summoned, the National Fortune Arena declared the battle about to commence. Only then did the spectators snap out of their daze, murmuring in astonishment. Holy crap! Puleo and Fuchu. How badass is that? Puleo, you're my guardian deity. Great Sakura Nation will prevail. Let the Huaxia people see what we're made of. The National Fortune Arena made its announcement. The battle between the two sides erupted instantly. China's demon beasts embodied the 9 sons of the dragon, representing the honor of the divine dragon of China. And so, the battle was about to begin. Puleo's thunderous roar echoed across the entire plaza. Roar! It opened its maw and expelled a cloud of white mist, instantly enveloping the area within dozens of meters. Others followed suit, spewing white mist that coordinated with Puleo's attack. These were the 2 beasts that had enveloped the land of cherry blossoms. Xingxingding and the dog demon, both in this desert, witnessed Puleo's actions. Their expressions shifted slightly as they swiftly swung their weapons or slashed at the white mist with their sharp teeth and fangs. Yet it proved utterly ineffective. Puleo roared again, his voice booming like a great bell, as if he intended to shatter the void. Rumble! Amidst the swirling white mist, the sound of thunder echoed. Yet the sky remained utterly still. Ah! This is bad. Xingxingding felt his scalp tingle. He swiftly raised his green lantern, summoning countless little demons. They all charged toward the Puleo roaring in place. Wah! But before they could even get close, they were blasted back by the white breath Puleo expelled. Arg! Seeing Xingxingding in such dire straits, the canine demon rushed forward to assist in the attack. Xingxingding's eyes locked onto Puleo. She knew victory was impossible if this continued. She had to find a way out of this predicament. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Xingxingding immediately summoned the 3-tailed giant demon, commanding the fire demon to cast an illusion to confuse Puleo. But Puleo wasn't fooled. It continued to roar furiously. Boom! The 3-tailed fire demon had barely finished casting its illusion when it was slammed into the wall by the whiteness spewing from Puleo's mouth. It flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 40, Kimchi Nation. This scene left Xingxingding's face deathly pale. This was her trump card, yet Puleo had shattered it with such ease. What on earth should she do now? Xingxingding sank into deep thought. Meanwhile, Puleo's sonic assault continued relentlessly, battering her mental resolve and plunging her deeper into anguish. Amidst the chaos, the dog demon seized the opportunity to ambush Puleo. Whoa! The dog demon swung its sharp claws, grabbing Puleo's body and tearing at it. With that, the battle became 2 against 1. Fu Shi could no longer stand idly by. Fu Shi, who cherished literature throughout his life. He detested nothing more than the strong bullying the weak. With a furious roar, he charged forward and locked horns with the canine demon. The 2 demon gods, representing the civilizations of their respective nations, clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, Puleo refused to be outdone. With a mighty roar, it swung its tail in a sweeping arc. Thud! The dog demon was knocked flying and crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Sarayu immediately pressed his advantage. She raised both hands high, gathering her magical power. Heavenly fire. Before she could finish, a searing beam of light descended from the sky. It was a spell of terrifying power. Upon seeing it, Puleo scrambled to dodge to the side. But the beam seemed to have anticipated his move, moving with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed in. Boom! An explosion echoed, sparks flew everywhere, and smoke billowed thickly. Instantly, a massive chasm appeared on the ground, stretching dozens of meters long and wide. The chasm was filled with molten lava, billowing with white steam. Moreover, such fiery pits were numerous throughout the entire arena. All of these were created by Xingxingding. Her power was indeed terrifying, but before Puleo and Fu Shi, it was laughably insignificant. Though she could wield various spells, she couldn't truly contend with the 2 of them. Roar! Sakura brat! Prepare to die! Pulao roared furiously, leaping into the air. Then, opening its maw, it unleashed a thunderous roar. The shockwaves sent Xingxingding flying through the air. She crashed heavily to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, her ears ringing incessantly. The dog demon tried to rush forward to assist, but its limbs were bound. Fu Shi moved swiftly, wrapping around the dog demon. The 2 demon gods locked in a fierce struggle, trading blows relentlessly, neither willing to yield. Xingxingding sat up, relieved to see Puleo had no immediate intention of finishing her off. The situation still seemed manageable. Boom! Another explosion echoed through the air. Xingxingding followed the sound and saw the celestial fire descending upon the desert terrain, its area rapidly expanding as thick flames surged toward them. Damn it! If only that strike had connected. Xingxingding knew the sheer power of that strike. It had nearly drained her of all her spiritual energy. She couldn't understand why it hadn't struck the 2 beasts of China. Yet Lin Yang understood it all perfectly. Heh, your spell can only hit ordinary beasts. Lin Yang's words were spoken. Even Sakura Nation's chosen one, Ito Asai, grew curious. He turned to Lin Yang with a questioning look. Lin Yang responded with a cold laugh. Under the sonic shockwaves of Puleo, how could it possibly hit so easily? The scene shifted to the arena. The 2 great demon gods of China's 9 sons of the dragon gradually overwhelmed the 2 demon beasts of the land of cherry blossoms with their divine powers. As the battle progressed, the canine demon proved to be merely an ordinary demon beast. While blessed with a dog's keen sense of smell and superior strength, it possessed no other notable advantages. Lacking any divine abilities, it grew increasingly overwhelmed in its battle against Fuxi. Fuxi's divine power allowed him to manipulate air currents to control the canine demon. Despite its sharp teeth and claws, the canine demon could inflict no real damage upon Fuxi. It felt like punching cotton. Meanwhile, the lantern spirit tasked with distracting Puleo was equally unable to kill the dog demon. Instead, the dog demon, wary of Puleo's presence, dared not approach Ching Xingdong too closely, rendering any coordinated action with her impossible. The demon dog's strengths lay in its swift agility, keen sense of smell, and vicious claws. But once pinned down, it effectively handed itself over to the enemy, losing all its advantages. The dog demon feared Puleo's aura, so it dared not approach Ching Xingdong. Moreover, Fuxi's attacks were right in front of it. It couldn't even think about anything else. Holy! China's getting serious now. Looks like the land of cherry blossoms is about to get crushed. Watch this. China seems to have this in the bag. Truly worthy of being one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Such overwhelming power explains why China's chosen one is so confident. Thud. The canine demon was struck by a heavy blow from the negative tortoise and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Despite its copper-plated skin and iron bones, the dog demon's tofu-like waist couldn't withstand the Chinese beast's devastating blow. Lying motionless on the ground, it was clearly dead. Ching Xingdong, facing Puleo's sonic assault, had blood streaming from his nose. He was clearly on the verge of death. For the final blow, Puleo unleashed his full power. A thunderous assault that shattered the heavens instantly obliterated the Green Lantern. National Fortune Arena announcement: China wins the 2v2 battle. Chinese chosen ones, please select your rewards. The National Fortune Arena's announcement reminded Lin Yang the battle was won. I choose to reclaim the territory. Lin Yang's declaration sent the Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen one into a complete mental breakdown. Holy crap! China's strength is truly formidable. Exactly. They can win even like this. Watch this. China can't lose this round. Not long after. The chosen one of Sakura Nation still hadn't taken a single hit. And so, they escaped unscathed once more. Meanwhile, the moment Lin Yang returned to the capital of China, he immediately headed to the council chairman's office. How is the construction of the Mountain Sea Pavilion progressing? Lin Yang inquired of the council chairman's secret arts. Well, it's already about 80% complete. Lin Yang was extremely satisfied upon hearing this. Excellent. Keep a close eye on it. The council chairman instructed the secret art after stepping out. Aye. The secret art responded promptly. Meanwhile, in Sakura Nation, the situation was far from ideal. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation had completely lost his composure. He pleaded to the Emperor of Sakura Nation, I truly cannot think of any way to win. This time, the Emperor of Sakura Nation did not grow angry. Instead, he chuckled, then let's have Kimchi Nation take the lead. Ha ha ha. The Emperor of Sakura Nation asked, are you certain? The Prime Minister looked worried. After all, Kimchi Nation was relatively weak. If they lost, Sakura Nation would surely face utter destruction. Of course. Do you think there's any other way to defeat China? The Emperor of Sakura Nation retorted. The Prime Minister fell silent upon hearing this. He knew full well that Sakura Nation currently possessed no means to challenge China. Ha ha. The Emperor of Sakura Nation burst into hearty laughter. Proceed immediately. Let Korea become independent. One day later. The news of Kimchi Nation's independence sent shockwaves across the globe. Chapter 41, The Humorous Kimchi Nation. People everywhere were speculating, what on earth had happened to lead to such an outcome? Yet what was even more baffling was that Sakura Nation had voluntarily allocated its domestic resources to Kimchi Nation. This sent shockwaves across the globe. Good heavens! Has Sakura country lost its mind? What are they doing? I recall Korea was ruthlessly annexed by Japan right at the start of the National Fortune Tournament. This should be entertaining. Let's see how China responds. The nations erupted in commotion. China was furious, never expecting the land of cherry blossoms to pull such a stunt. But soon, China uncovered the crucial truth. Oomph. The cherry blossom nation is using the Kimchi Nation which they swallowed whole ages ago as cannon fodder. The chairman's single sentence silenced the entire chamber. They understood the chairman's meaning. It could be interpreted this way. The land of cherry blossoms intended to sacrifice the Kimchi Nation's fate to buy itself an opportunity to regroup. Lin Yang spoke up immediately, the land of cherry blossoms is truly ruthless. This small meeting concluded swiftly with the chairman's single statement. In my view, if Kimchi Nation can be subdued by Cherry Blossom Nation, it clearly isn't a powerful country. Therefore, with our abilities as the chosen ones, dealing with them should pose no difficulty whatsoever. What are your thoughts, everyone? The council chairman surveyed the room as he asked. I agree with our chosen one's words, will meet force with force and water with earth. Precisely. Since the battles on the National Fortune Arena cannot be halted, ours must continue. Furthermore, I believe we should issue a statement condemning the shameless actions of Sakura Nation. The assembly buzzed with lively discussion. The chairman nodded in agreement repeatedly. A united council truly possessed extraordinary capabilities. In the end, they unanimously agreed that the chairman himself should issue the statement. An hour later, the Huaxia government issued an official statement. In light of the various egregious acts committed by the land of cherry blossoms, China expresses its strong condemnation. At the same time, we express our profound sympathy for the plight of the Korean people. This statement immediately sent shockwaves across the globe. The cherry blossom nation is utterly despicable. Isn't Kimchi Nation just a puppet of the cherry blossom nation? Such shameless behavior is utterly insane. Looks like Sakura Nation can't handle losing at all. Netizens were filled with righteous indignation, with many declaring their support for China in its conflict with Japan, united in condemning Japan's insane actions. Many Kimchi Nation citizens, far from celebrating their nation's reappearance on the world stage, commented, "They only let us out because they couldn't win anymore. Those cherry blossom devils are so cunning. Don't these bastards fear retribution?" Put. As public opinion increasingly turned against them, pressure mounted on the Sakura Nation. But they couldn't back down now. With the die already cast, Sakura Nation had no choice but to press forward with its strategy. The new president of Kimchi Nation was none other than Lee Seung-chan, a Korean national raised from childhood in China, handpicked by Sakura Nation itself. Simultaneously, he became the newly chosen representative of Sakura Nation's Kimchi Nation. The first battle. Korea immediately deployed the two most formidable beasts that had performed best against Japan in the previous National Fortune Arena. 3 days later, the stage of the National Fortune Arena was readjusted and reopened. China versus Kimchi Nation. Welcome, both chosen ones. Please introduce your chosen beasts. As a Kimchi Nation citizen, the one thing he couldn't shed was his mindless arrogance. Lee Seung-chan declared with wild arrogance, "Korea's great beast. A colossal monster from the myths of our great Kimchi Nation. Resembling a giant turtle, it dwells in the ocean, floating on the surface like an island. Its back is covered in tentacles resembling dead tree branches. Legend says that if one of these tentacles breaks off and falls into the sea, it will gradually grow into a new ghost mountain. This particular monster is even more formidable. It's a tangible creature from our great Kimchi Nation. As its name suggests, the giant-mouthed demon is a monster with an enormous mouth capable of devouring everything, even surpassing the Chinese mythical beast, the Taotie." The arrogant words of the chosen nation's chosen one quickly ignited frenzied discussions among the spectators still watching the National Fortune Arena. Holy crap, is that even real? A Korean monster surpasses the Chinese Taotie? No way. Is Korea just bragging? I wouldn't be so sure. Maybe Korea really is that strong? Sure enough, as the crowd voiced their doubts, Lin Yang sneered, "That smooth-talking act, did you learn that from the cherry blossom country folks?" Li Chensan's face flushed crimson at Lin Yang's words. "Oomph. The extraordinary talents of our Kimchi Nation's beasts of burden are beyond the comprehension of commoners like you." Lin Yang sneered coldly, "Is that so? Since you think it's so powerful, let's see what it's really made of on the National Fortune Arena." Soon, Lin Yang began introducing the Chinese demon beast. The Swanni. Resembling a lion, the Swanni loves smoke and sitting. The great gods of heaven, seeing its patience, took it as a mount beneath their thighs. It possesses the power to drive away demons and evil spirits, guard tombs, and protect palace gates and mansions. Given the supreme power of the lion's roar, during the Sui and Tang dynasties, people used its stone carvings to guard tombs, ward off demons and evil spirits, or symbolize authority. Shōnyo. The eldest of the 9 sons of the dragon. Fond of music, Shōnyo is the gentlest among the dragon offspring. It neither craves bloodshed nor displays ferocity, but is devoted to musical arts. With a dragon head and serpent body, its ears possess extraordinary hearing, capable of discerning the sounds of all things. Lin Yang's descriptions made it clear to every spectator of the global nation's fortune arena who was about to enter the fray. But no one expected China to deploy 2 new demon beasts to deal with Korea. Could it be that China's mythical beasts are truly that formidable? So many and so powerful? Our nation's cultural heritage truly is unmatched. I think our great cherry blossom nation is superior. China's previous victories were just flukes. Go Korea! You can win! Summoning the beasts of both nations begins. As the flood of comments surged in the National Fortune Arena livestream, the National Fortune Arena summoned the beasts representing each nation's civilization. Upon seeing Korea's beast, a thought suddenly struck Lin Yang: if we win, will it affect Korea's territory or Japan's? The moment this thought surfaced, Lin Yang couldn't help but admire Sakura Nation's cunning. They let Korea take the hit after all, the ultimate loser wouldn't be them. At worst, they'd just spit out the Korean territory they'd swallowed. Soon, the National Fortune Arena announced again. Both sides have summoned their beasts. The battle begins. Shōnyo bore the form of a dragon-headed serpent, while Swanni resembled a lion adorned with divine dragon scales. Both Chinese mythical beasts radiated an awe-inspiring majesty. On the Kimchi Nation's side, Ghost Cultivation Mountain and Giant Mouth Ghost appeared far more vulgar. Facing off against China's two majestic beasts was like comparing gold to dung. Seeing the stark contrast between these four beasts, even Lin Yang, whose heart was usually as still as a lake, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kimchi Nation has a sense of humor. Chapter 42, Resource Reset. The audience heard this remark and erupted into uproarious laughter. Thanks to Kimchi Nation's chosen one, Jen Kwang's words, any shred of pity they might have had for Kimchi Nation vanished completely. Pwa ha ha ha. Holy crap. Why do these Kimchi Nation monsters look so hilarious? Damn, Korea's people are hilarious. They actually brought these two precious things over? And their chosen one is being so damn cocky. Kimchi Nation is just too cheap. Seeing this scene, the chosen one, Lee Sung-chan, instantly darkened. Oomph. What do you know? This proves you can't judge a book by its cover. You have no idea how formidable these two beasts truly are. At that moment, Lin Yang stepped forward and sneered, is that so? Then I'll just wait and see. After Lin Yang uttered these words, Xiaonyo and Swanee confidently swayed their noble bodies, waiting for the opposing beasts to make the first move. Sure enough. Once both sides were ready, the chosen-style Pickle Nation's chosen one, who was also the president, couldn't wait any longer. He mentally commanded his chosen beasts to strike first. With a thunderous roar, Korea's two beasts charged simultaneously toward Xiaonyo and Swanee. Representing China, the two beasts demonstrated flawless coordination as they unleashed their divine abilities simultaneously. They seemed utterly unconcerned with Korea's two beasts, intent on ending the battle swiftly. Though Xiaonyo, with its dragon head and serpent body, was known for its love of music and possessed an exceptionally graceful demeanor, he swiftly unleashed his divine power. The beautiful music, imbued with the divine power of the Chinese beasts, surged toward the two attacking beasts from Kimchi Nation. Boom! As Xiaonyo's divine power unleashed, an exquisitely beautiful melody filled the entire arena. It sounded like flutes, zither, iron zither, pipas, and even jade flutes. Every melody was utterly intoxicating. And when the music reached its peak, it carried an indescribable resonance capable of cleansing the evil within one's heart. This was the profound mystery of Xiaonyo's divine power purification. Anyone who heard the notes of world purification would instantly fall into an enchanted trance, unable to break free. Even the two beasts of Kimchi Nation were no exception, losing themselves in the music. Such powerful melodies purify the souls of those with pure hearts, deepening their understanding. Yet for those harboring wickedness within, they disrupt the flow of inner energy, causing them to lose control and perish violently. Clearly, the two beasts of Kimchi Nation now belong to the category of those with wicked hearts and twisted minds. Xiaonyo's purification of the world successfully trapped the two beasts, plunging them into an illusionary realm. Roar! The two beasts roared madly, straining every muscle to break free. At that moment, Lee Sung-chan, the chosen one of Kimchi Nation, sensed this as well. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips bitten until they turned pale. He refused to accept this outcome. Kimchi Nation had finally re-emerged into the world, and Lee Sung-chan would not allow it to vanish so easily. Moreover, Sakura Nation had made him a promise. Even if it was an empty check, Lee Sung-chan was willing to accept it. The great Sakura Nation promised me that if I defeat China, Korea will regain its sovereignty. Lee Sung-chan murmured, his face hardening with resolve. The nation's fate arena erupted upon hearing the Kimchi chosen one's words. Holy crap, Japan and Korea actually have this kind of shady deal going on. This is insane. Kimchi Nation is shameless enough to rely on another country for its revival. Give me a break. Kimchi Nation's always been like this. But fate was unforgiving. No matter how fervently Korea's chosen one prayed for victory, the gap in magical beasts between China and Korea remained unbridgeable. Soon after, Korea's two beasts could no longer resist the enchantment of the purifying divine melody. Trapped within its haunting notes, they were utterly immobilized. Soon, the lion-bodied, dragon-headed Swanee unleashed its divine power, launching a fierce offensive. Violent fireworks erupted from its body. This was the divine power unleashed by one of China's 9 sons of the dragon. Dragon Fire. As the divine power unleashed its might, powerful fireworks erupted within the National Fortune Arena stage. Smoke continuously spewed from the Swanee's mouth, while scorching dragon fire ignited alongside the smoke. The two beasts from that pickle country could not withstand this overwhelming assault, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. The pyrotechnics burned with an intense heat. Anything it touched, even steel plates, would instantly turn to ash. Though the Korean monsters possessed formidable physical resilience, they could not withstand the dragon fire unleashed by the Chinese side. Roar! Roar! The two beasts let out agonized roars before finally collapsing. Korea's two most powerful beasts, symbols of their culture's might, were thus easily crushed by 2 of China's 9 sons of the dragon. Finally, the burning concluded. The turtle-like sea monster, the giant-mouthed ghost, and the tentacle-like ghost cultivator mountain were reduced to ashes. National Fortune Arena announcement. Battle concluded. Chinese chosen one, please select your reward. National Fortune Arena notice. As Kimchi Nation has never contested any territory with China, the chosen one of China may claim one territory from Kimchi Nation. Lin Yang heard this and sneered inwardly. Those cherry blossom devils are truly treacherous. They unleashed Korea just for this moment. After speaking, Lin Yang still chose to annex a piece of Kimchi Nation territory. Though Huaxia's history has always valued peace above all, Korea's blatant provocation and the fact that its people would merely become sacrificial offerings for the next national fortune arena battle even under Korean rule made it clear. It was better to bring them under China's administration, at least that way they'd be stronger. I choose. I claim a piece of Korea's land. Received selection from the chosen one of Huaxia. Please claim your reward. National Fortune Arena Notice. China has accumulated 300 points within the arena. Rewards may now be purchased from the National Fortune Arena store. Lin Yang's face lit up upon hearing this. Open the National Fortune Arena Mall. Soon, a holographic projection screen materialized, displaying descriptions and exchange options for various items. Lin Yang scrutinized the items, his eyes growing brighter with each glance. Ha! Talk about serendipity, there are actually such incredible items here. The rewards were diverse and dazzling, including technological leap rewards. For instance, a civilization still using wooden boats could instantly upgrade its technology to the steam age. Unfortunately, such a powerful reward required a whopping 1,500 points. Though Lin Yang desperately wanted it, he could only wait until the National Fortune Arena had accumulated enough points. 300 points this time, Lin Yang chose the Resource Reset reward. Although China had reclaimed most of the territory held by Japan, the devastation wrought by Japan's beasts upon those lands remained. This choice was made for the benefit of all the people of China. Moreover, this Resource Reset reward applied not only to the reclaimed territories. Any land touched by Huaxia civilization would be restored. Chapter 43, Battle against Kimchi Nation. Of course, this requires sufficient strength. Otherwise, such a resource reset would only backfire. National Fortune Arena Alert. Use Resource Reset? Confirming will immediately deduct 300 points. The system's voice sounded, and Lin Yang selected confirmation without hesitation. The moment he confirmed, Lin Yang felt his consciousness merge with the entire realm of Huaxia. This domain transformed into his personal arena. Moreover, here, Lin Yang could command all resources at will, such as the growth of plants. Under his command, withered or dead plants began to rejuvenate, regaining their vitality. Moreover, through this reshaping, their vitality became even more robust, yielding superior results. Polluted water sources, ravaged land, destroyed forests, and leveled mountain ridges all returned to their original states, even more luxuriant than before. If things continue like this, the people of China should all be happy, right? Lin Yang murmured to himself. After all, with China's robust infrastructure and vast population, once resources were restored, the Chinese people's diligent and courageous virtues would surely enable them to rebuild. Thank you, Yang God. Let's cheer for Yang God. China. Rise once more to the pinnacle of the world. The air feels so much fresher. What else can I say? Thank you, Yang God. The people of China continuously flooded the National Fortune Arena with comments, as if Lin Yang had already transformed into the guardian deity of Chinese civilization. Inside the National Fortune Arena, the battle's outcome was settled. The chosen nation's chosen one had not faced punishment from the 9 sons of the dragon. After all, killing such Kimchi Nation people would only dirty one's own hands. Both of Korea's 2 demonic beasts had perished, and China's chosen one, Lin Yang, had claimed victory on the National Fortune Arena. Lee Sung-chan of Korea departed the arena through the teleportation beam of white light. Since territories within the National Fortune Arena were divided into large swaths of land, losing the previous match meant Korea had already forfeited a vast expanse of northern Korea. Now, only the tiny South Kimchi Nation and a portion of North Kimchi Nation remained. It could be said that Kimchi Nation now clung to just 2 territories. Should they lose 2 more matches, Kimchi Nation would vanish entirely from the annals of history. Kimchi Nation's presidential office. Clatter. Kim Sung-chan, the leader of Kimchi Nation, violently swept everything off the desk onto the floor. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging in his clenched fists. Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, Lee Sung-chan was truly enraged to the extreme. He had believed victory was assured, yet never imagined his nation's representative beast would prove so utterly helpless against China's beast. But what infuriated Lee Sung-chan even more was yet to come. The emperor of Sakura Nation had personally called him. Humph. Your Kimchi Nation truly excels, doesn't it? Losing so shamefully to China in the very first match. Your strength has certainly made me take notice. The emperor of Sakura Nation sneered. Humph. That was merely bad luck. In the next match, you'll see our true strength. Li Chengcan retorted with a cold snort. Ha ha. Fine. Since your Kimchi Nation is so formidable, I hope you don't embarrass yourselves again. With that, the emperor of Sakura Nation hung up the phone, refusing to waste any more breath on Lee Sung-chan. Korea's beasts were weak, and their defeat by China was only natural. Korea simply couldn't compete with the great powers on the National Fortune Arena. Now, with China's national power at its zenith and its official rise, Korea holding out for 3 matches would be impressive enough. After hanging up, Lee Sung-chan took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his inner rage. After all, this matter required careful consideration. Yet his face was already etched with fury and murderous intent. Even his assistant across the table could sense it. The pressure Lee Sung-chan faced these days wasn't solely from China's challenge in the National Fortune Tournament. The eyes of nearly the entire world were fixed on Korea. If they lost the next match, Korea would be left with only its last remaining territory. China wouldn't resort to such tactics to revive Korea. The next match. We must win. Lee Sung-chan gritted his teeth as he declared. Soon, within the hastily established Kimchi Nation Historical Research Institute, the next battle beast was located. 3 days later, Kimchi Nation's second battle against Huaxia officially commenced. Welcome, chosen ones of both sides. Please begin selecting and introducing your beasts. This time, Lee Sung-chan had a trick up his sleeve. He signaled with his eyes for Lin Yang to introduce first. He knew that with China's confidence from so many consecutive victories, they wouldn't refuse his unreasonable request. Lin Yang understood exactly what Lee Sung-chan was up to. He proceeded nonetheless. China confirms its next combatants will be Chiwon and Bishi. The 9 sons of the dragon again. Are the Huaxia people dead set on showing off their skills? Wanting the world to see just how formidable the 9 sons of the dragon really are? I agree. The Huaxia team sure has a great attitude. Comments flooded the official livestream chat of the National Fortune Arena. Qikun is the 9th son among the 9 offspring of the dragon in ancient Chinese mythology. Born from the union of dragon and fish, it's also called the fish dragon. Its form resembles a 4-legged serpent with its tail cut off a dragon's head atop a fish's body. It roams perilous heights, gazing about, devours flames, and can spew waves to summon rain. Used to ward off fire, its image adorns the corners, ridges, and rooftops of ancient Chinese architecture. After introducing Chiwon, Lin Yang continued. Bishi is the 6th of the 9 offspring of the dragon in ancient Chinese mythology, a sacred beast of ancient China. Also known as Baxia, it resembles a tortoise and excels at bearing heavy loads, often used to support steel bases. Ancient people erected monumental stone steels atop Bishi's back to commemorate deceased emperors and sages, extolling their virtues and achievements. This practice symbolized relying on its divine strength to ensure enduring legacy and eternal preservation. After Lin Yang finished his introduction, the face of the chosen one from that pickle country grew increasingly gloomy. In Lee Sung-chan's eyes, Lin Yang's explanation had revealed the full details of both these mythical beasts. This was undoubtedly a sign of contempt for their Kimchi Nation. Sakura Nation confirms summoning. Nasal thorn and high official great face. Bioing. Legend holds its birth was extraordinary, a fusion of human and demon. In Kimchi country, such creatures are called ghost fetuses, and Bioing reigns supreme among these monstrosities. It possesses the power to subdue demons, akin to the King of Hell in Cherry Blossom country's mythology. Koken Daimen. Legend describes it as a demon with an enormous face and a massive hat. Its top-heavy form requires it to lean against trees to stay upright. Possessing immense strength capable of moving mountains, it has an appetite voracious enough to drain oceans. Chapter 44 Exorcism of the Wicked Waves. Lee Sung-chan, the chosen one of Kimchi Nation, mimicked Lin Yang's tone and cadence as he introduced his country's mythical beasts. He hoped this would bring some benefit to his civilization. However, Lin Yang's cold, mocking words shattered his confidence. Why do all the magical beasts from Kimchi Nation sound so similar to those from other civilizations? Lee Sung-chan from Kimchi Nation flushed crimson. Don't slander others out of thin air. Lin Yang chuckled. Actually, there's no shame in imitating other civilizations' beasts. Your Kimchi Nation's predecessor, the Cherry Blossom Nation, also imitated our great Huaxia. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Lee Sung-chan tried to retort, but Lin Yang continued to elaborate, strengthening his argument. During the Han Dynasty of our Great China, Korea was already a tributary state. What's there to argue about? Our Chinese history shines with unparalleled brilliance. As early as the Han Dynasty, scholars traveled to Korea to spread Confucian and Taoist teachings. There's nothing shameful about being Chinese. Lin Yang's words left the Kimchi Nation's Li Chengcan utterly speechless. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, enough nonsense. Let's fight. Then let's do it. Lin Yang responded calmly. Both chosen ones confirmed. Beast summoning commences. The National Fortune Arena announced. The terrain on either side of the arena abruptly shifted. Beasts from both nations appeared on the stage, facing off against each other. On one side stood the majestic 9 sons of the dragon, exuding regal grandeur. On the other, the fierce Korean beasts charged like raging tigers blocking a river. Li Chengcan surveyed the 9 sons of the dragon's formation and couldn't help but inwardly marvel. No wonder Lin Yang had casually prioritized revealing his beasts first. Confidence and superior strength truly surpassed all else. His emotions were complex at that moment. China's beasts had already defeated Korea. This time, Korea absolutely had to win. Otherwise, their nation would lose all face. Roar! The beasts of the Kimchi Nation seemed to sense the fervent hearts of their chosen ones. They roared in response to their chosen ones. The beasts of China, however, coldly stared at the Korean beasts across from them, ready to fight. This state of mind was very much like Lin Yang's. After all, in the National Fortune Arena battles, these beasts are influenced by the mindset of their chosen ones. This could sway the course or outcome of the battle, a crucial factor. Lin Yang couldn't possibly be unaware of this. Yet he introduced his nation's beasts without hesitation, a move that sent their confidence soaring. National Fortune Arena announcement. Both sides are ready. China vs. Kimchi Nation battle commences. With the National Fortune Arena's proclamation, China's two beasts gracefully stepped forward. As half-brothers, two of the 9 sons of the dragon instinctively chose their respective opponents. Chikuan faced off against the swift-moving, provoking Bixing, while Bishi confronted the towering, imposing Gaoguan Damo. The tension in the air was thick enough to ignite at the slightest spark. Bai Jing's agile form darted like a whirlwind, reaching the edge of the arena in an instant. Having learned from his predecessor's mistake, Bai Jing had no intention of clashing head-on with Chiwon this time. Instead, he launched into a frenzied tug of war. As the offspring of a Korean and a demon, Bixing possessed considerable abilities. At the edge of the arena, he summoned all manner of minor Korean monsters. Most were minor creatures like skeletons, imps, and demonic spirits. Of course, though the creatures Bai Jing summoned were small. But under the arena's enhancement, they were all formidable. For instance, skeleton soldiers brandished sharp bone blades, charging toward the dragon-like creature standing in the direction of Huaxia. Though these skeleton soldiers were weak, they weren't easily wiped out. The most unsettling aspect was the bone-chilling aura of resentment emanating from them. At some point, a white haze began drifting around the arena, spreading to all 4 corners. At that moment, Bai Jing unleashed his signature technique upon the arena, the soul-forging bone art. Under the spell's enhancement, the summoned minor demons grew more formidable. Simultaneously, beneath the white mist, countless more minor demons were being generated. The sheer number of demons conjured within the arena's white haze was impossible to discern. It was clear this technique was far beyond what ordinary beasts could handle. The monsters from Korea are something else. I agree. I wonder how China plans to win now. This is extremely tricky. Really, extremely tricky. In the National Fortune Arena livestream chat, countless viewers debated the spell as it unfolded. They understood the threat level of this spell. Any other beast would likely have perished under its effects. Yet the two beasts representing China seemed utterly unfazed. On the arena stage, a subtle curve formed at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. This Korean beast has some tricks up its sleeve. Hearing this, Li Chengcan, the Chinese chosen one standing nearby, finally showed a rare flash of confidence on his face. Chinese. How will you respond this time? Li Chengcan asked excitedly, already envisioning the triumphant scene of Korea's magical beast annihilating China's. Lin Yang cast a casual glance at the increasingly intense battle unfolding on the stage. A confident curve formed on his lips as he slowly uttered a few words. That's none of your concern. Oomph. I'll see just how tough your mouth is. Li Sung-chan muttered angrily under his breath before focusing intently on the battle unfolding on the arena. Lin Yang's gaze was equally intense as he watched the battle unfold. Within the shroud of white mist, the Chiwon stood in an arrogantly haughty posture, glaring down at the skeleton soldiers emerging from the haze. As the skeleton soldiers charged forward, the Chiwon suddenly opened its massive jaws. A violent tidal wave erupted from its maw, carrying auspicious water vapor. In an instant, it devoured the mist conjured by the gnashing spell. Simultaneously, the skeletal demons were all swept into the surging waves. The dense water vapor enveloped them, forcing the skeletal fiends to emit agonized, wretched cries. Wah! Their shrill, piercing cries sent chills down one's spine. Immediately after being swept into the waves, the skeleton demons instantly turned to dust. What? Li Chengcan, watching the match below the arena, was utterly stunned, his mouth agape. What kind of divine technique was this? In an instant, his prized skeleton soldiers were annihilated. The Korean monster, Baji, was now at a complete loss for how to respond. Staring blankly in place, he couldn't believe his ultimate ability used the moment he entered the fray had been so effortlessly countered. Bai Jing racked his brain but couldn't fathom how his summons had vanished without a trace. Just as Bai Jing was reeling in shock, the waves spewed by Chiwon mercilessly engulfed it. What it didn't know was that Chiwon's divine power not only repelled fire but also purified demonic entities. As one battle concluded, the clash between Bishi and the high official Gaomian reached its climax. Chapter 45, An Effortless Battle. Gao Guandamon intended to leverage his formidable physique to charge onto the platform, pinning his opponent down and tearing them to shreds. Little did he expect that Bishi possessed formidable defensive capabilities. This legendary strongman of Chinese history, known for his tireless endurance. He managed to turn the tables and pin Gao Guandian down. Fury surged through Gao Guandamon's veins. Damn it! I'll take you on today. With that, Gao Guandamian mustered every ounce of strength, brandishing his great sword to finish off the Bishi before him. The defensive prowess of this Chinese mythical beast, Bishi, was truly formidable. From the very start of the battle, it delivered a small shock to Gao Guan Damon. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The high-ranking official had no choice but to employ every trick in his arsenal to engage it, yet no matter what he tried, he couldn't inflict any damage. In fact, he hadn't even managed to scratch Bishi's outer shell. Gao Guandao finally realized he seemed to have made a mistake. Gao Guandao's gaze fixed on Bishi. He transformed the pickled radish cleaver in his hand into a spear, attempting to pierce through Bishi's impenetrable shell. Hiss! Seeing Gao Guandian resort to a spear, Bishi's anger flared. Have you had enough of attacking? Now it's my turn. Lin Yang could understand Bishi's feelings. Even this tireless, hard-working giant could erupt in fury. Without further ado, he launched his attack. His hands lifted a massive boulder from the ground and hurled it directly at the high-ranking official. This was none other than the Taoist technique of moving mountains. The boulder roared through the air, crashing down precisely where the high-ranking official stood. The high-ranking official scrambled to dodge, but the stone still grazed his body. Boom! Even though it only grazed the edge of his body, the impact sent the high-ranking official flying violently. With a thunderous crash, the official's entire body flew through the air before slamming heavily onto the ground. Damn it! Pain surged through his entire body, and the high-ranking official couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Daring not linger on the ground, he scrambled to his feet and fled to the edge of the arena before finally breathing a sigh of relief. The high-ranking official silently thanked his luck. That was close. Recalling the incident, Gao Guandami still felt his heart pounding. Turning back, he saw his companion had been instantly killed by the Huaxia beast. This left Gao Guandamon utterly at a loss. Shiwen, however, showed no intention of attacking Gao Guandamon. The combat etiquette of Huaxia dictated 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 engagements. As a beast, Shiwen would never violate the code of honor. But Gao Guandao dared not act rashly again. He knew the situation had completely reversed. Poof. Let's see where you run now. Lin Yang sneered coldly. She continued to unleash his mountain-moving technique. Boom! Boom! Another series of thunderous roars echoed through the air, and the high-ranking official completely lost his will to fight. Even straining every muscle, he could only dodge one boulder at a time. His massive frame quickly ran out of stamina. When the final boulder struck his face, all will to fight vanished. Little West 8 Nations demon beast, you're doomed to lose. Lin Yang said indifferently. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the boulder struck Gao Guandao with pinpoint accuracy. A thunderous crash echoed. Gao Guandao was utterly incapacitated, visibly gasping for air as his final breath escaped. National Fortune Arena announcement. Congratulations to China on its victory. The chosen one of China, please select your reward. The National Fortune Arena's announcement snapped the spectators watching China's brutal slaughter back to reality. China is just too strong. Who in Asia can stand against them? Cherry blossoms? Kimchi? They're nothing but ants. What a boring fight. Kimchi Nation really can't cut it. The National Fortune Arena spectators' comments sent the Kimchi Nation citizens into a tailspin. One by one, they stormed out of the livestream, faces flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, viewers from the land of cherry blossoms breathed sighs of relief that this formidable dragon's 9 sons wasn't targeting them. Lin Yang smiled. I choose to reclaim a piece of land. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the National Fortune Arena swiftly transferred a piece of Kimchi Nation's territory under China's jurisdiction. With this move, Korea-Japan's shield now held only its last remaining piece of land. As noble descendants of the dragon, the 2 divine beasts of the 9 sons of the dragon naturally refrained from punishing Li Sung-chan, the chosen one of Kimchi Nation. National Fortune Arena announcement. The chosen ones of both nations are now being teleported away from the arena. The Imperial Palace of Sakura Nation's capital. The Emperor of Sakura Nation watched the battle within the arena, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. In the next match, only the final member of the 9 sons of the dragon from China remains unseen. Kimchi Nation should have a chance to win that one. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation nodded in agreement. At that moment, a guard entered to report, Your Majesty, Li Sung-chan of Kimchi Nation requests an audience. Let him in. The moment Li Sung-chan saw the Emperor of Sakura Nation, his anger boiled over. How could China be so powerful? Hasn't this been a complete waste of my great Kimchi Nation's people? Upon hearing Li Sung-chan's words, his expression immediately darkened. In the next battle, only the final dragon son of China remains. Given the arrogant nature of China's chosen one, Lin Yang, he'll surely order his beasts to take on 2 opponents at once. This gives your Kimchi Nation a chance to win, doesn't it? Upon hearing the Emperor of Sakura Nation's words, Li Sung-chan's fury subsided slightly. Then all I need to do is select 2 beasts that work seamlessly together? Hearing Li Sung-chan's confident reply, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation took up the thread. Exactly. If we defeat China, won't the ones who eliminate the Chinese chosen one, Lin Yang, be you, Li Sung-chan, and your Kimchi Nation? You'd better think about how much prestige Korea would gain. Besides, once Lin Yang is dead, what fighting power will China have left? The territories we've conquered will return to us. Our promise has always stood. The northern lands of China belong to your Kimchi Nation. The Kimchi Nation's president, also an chosen one, Li Sung-chan, heard this. Though he knew it was an empty promise from the Cherry Blossom Nation. But greed had completely overpowered his reason. He cheerfully departed, eager to hunt down the next demon beast for battle. Ah, such naivety. The emperor of Sakura Nation was highly satisfied with this prime minister's diplomatic prowess. Even if they win, with their Kimchi Nation's weak beasts, everything they devour will ultimately belong to us, the Cherry Blossom Nation. The prime minister of Sakura Nation chuckled darkly. Within the capital of Huaxia, Lin Yang assisted Elder Chen in further enriching the content of the two ancient battles, the Battle of Zhulu and the Battle of Banquan. The next match. China had only one remaining beast, the dragon's ninth son. The entire world knew exactly who China would field. Lin Yang, however, had no intention of making any changes. Chapter 46, An Eye for an Eye. Having resolved to deploy all 9 sons of the dragon, he would not summon other beasts lightly. This was the plan Lin Yang had set from the very beginning, and it was also the mission assigned by the Zhonghai system in his mind. And so, with the final segment of the mission at hand, Lin Yang and Li Sung-chan of Kimchi Nation faced off in the final battle for Kimchi Nation. Korea had no reason to lose this battle. After 3 days of preparation, the magical beast Korea was about to summon had been selected through Li Sung-chan's relentless efforts. In Li Sung-chan's eyes, these were the most suitable beasts to counter the 9 sons of the Dragon of China. Thus, under the white light summons from the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang and Li Sung-chan appeared together within the arena. This time, our Kimchi Nation has no chance of losing. Go Kimchi Nation! Reclaim your glory! Starting with defeating China. Though I'm reluctant, Kimchi Nation, please do your best. Kill that bastard Lin Yang. The official National Fortune Arena livestream was flooded with countless comments from Kimchi Nation citizens who had been eagerly awaiting the match. Meanwhile, the people of China also waited for the National Fortune Arena battle to begin. Go! Yang God! You absolutely cannot lose. We cannot bear the risk of losing you, Lin Yang. Yang God, you must win. Within the public livestream, citizens from every nation cheered for their chosen representatives, hoping for an auspicious start to the battle. Inside the National Fortune Arena, on the Korean side, Li Sung-chan glared at Lin Yang across the ring, his eyes burning with malice. He silently chanted, "Die! You must die!" Noticing the fierce expression on the Korean chosen one, Li Sung-chan, Lin Yang's lips curved slightly. This time, he would give Korea no second chance. He would subdue Korea in a single battle, just as Emperor Taizong of Tang had annihilated the ancient Silla kingdom. That was it. The National Fortune Arena announced. Welcome, chosen ones of both nations. Begin selecting and introducing your chosen beasts. After the National Fortune Arena was announced, the chosen nation's chosen one spoke first to seize the momentum. The flame-hearted ghost is a widely known demon in our great nation of chosen. Its sole purpose is to cultivate itself using the blood of young women. Its power is immense, arguably among the most formidable in all of East Asia. The one-legged ghost. A legendary demon from our great Kimchi Nation's folklore, it delights in mischief. Possessing only one leg, it typically dwells in forests, graveyards, wildernesses, and abandoned houses, delighting in pranking passers-by. Though inherently playful, the one-legged ghost of the great Kimchi Nation is by no means weak. It can easily annihilate demons from other civilizations. After hearing the introduction from Korea's chosen one, Li Sung-chan, the entire National Fortune Arena erupted in mockery. If Korea's monsters are so formidable, why do they need Japan's help to restore their nation? I agree. Kimchi Nation's boasts are always over the top. If there were a bragging contest, they'd win first place hands down. Agree with the previous comment. Kimchi Nation entered the wrong competition. This is the National Fortune Arena. The public in the live stream room showed Korea no mercy, unleashing relentless mockery. Before long, Lin Yang began his own introduction. He didn't intend to engage with Kimchi Nation's boundless arrogance. In a matter-of-fact tone, he delivered the words most anticipated by all National Fortune Arena spectators: Yazi, a divine beast from ancient Chinese mythology. The sovereign of scaled creatures and the king of auspicious beasts, it is the second of the 9 sons of the dragon. Born of a dragon and a jackal, it possesses the body of a jackal and the head of a dragon. Ancient historical records describe it as bloodthirsty and combative, fiercely tempered, brave and skilled in battle, craving bloodshed and slaughter. It always clutches a sword in its jaws, glaring with fierce eyes. Its image is carved into sword hilts and scabbard fittings to amplify their power. Thus, deploying the combative Yazi to wage the final battle among the 9 sons of the dragon serves as a splendid conclusion. Lin Yang's tone was calm, his speech measured and deliberate, as if recounting events entirely unrelated to himself. Yet within that tone lay an air of domineering arrogance and unrestrained grandeur. Upon hearing Lin Yang's explanation, the crowd from Kimchi Nation, including Li Sung-chan, erupted in fury. Damn it! How dare this Chinese man show such contempt for our great Kimchi Nation? After we win this battle, I'll make sure to kick this bastard's ass. Let those damn Chinese know that our Kimchi Nation isn't to be messed with. No way. If I ever get the chance, I'll slaughter that arrogant bastard with my own hands. The livestream chat was flooded with angry comments from keyboard warriors in Korea. Both sides introduced. Summoning begins. After the National Fortune Arena announcement, a towering, imposing beast representing China appeared, a fierce-eyed, jackal-bodied dragon-headed creature, its presence commanding awe. Meanwhile, the beast relied upon by Lee Sung-chan from Korea appeared downright comical, especially when contrasted with China's beast, making it look utterly pathetic. One radiated dazzling brilliance and savage bloodlust, while the other exuded eerie, ghostly aura and unpredictable shifts. The Chinese Yazi stood alone against Korea's two beasts. Fangs gleamed from its dragon-like head, while Korea's two monsters assumed battle stances. The battle was about to erupt as the tension thickened. The National Fortune Arena announcer finally spoke. Both sides ready. Battle commences. The announcement had barely finished echoing. Yazi, the fiercest and most ferocious of the 9 sons of the dragon, charged toward the two monsters of Kimchi Nation. Its savage expression seemed intent on tearing them to shreds. Roar! Yazi's furious roar unleashed a bloodthirsty aura. The two monsters from Kimchi Nation showed no fear in the face of Yazi's ferocity, both unleashing their own cunning tricks with claws and fangs bared. Wah! A wretched howl erupted from the one-legged demon's mouth, while vivid green blood began oozing from the passion flame demon's scalp. Ah! Both Korean demons howled in unison, their voices eerie and spine-chilling. The spells cast by the two Korean demons were equally bizarre, causing their bodies and powers to grow larger and larger. The Korean one-legged ghost's body swelled to about 3 meters tall, clad in heavy armor and wielding various icy weapons. The one-legged demon brandished a steel broom, while the flame demon sprouted barbed spikes from the green blood oozing from its head, gripping a spiked club. As the fierce Yazi charged toward them, the two Korean demons did not retreat. Instead, they met the onslaught head-on, intent on annihilating their foe right there. Boom! Facing the impact of Korea's two great beasts, Yazi showed no intention of dodging. Instead, it braced its body to meet the force head-on, resulting in a deafening crash. The one-legged demon from Kimchi Nation was sent flying hundreds of meters away, while the right arm of the Passion Flame demon, clutching its wolf tooth club, snapped clean off. Gah! Damn it! Ow ow ow! The Korean flaming ghost endured excruciating pain, flinging his severed arm while wailing in agony. The wound was clearly deep. The Korean one-legged ghost lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from its head, trembling and gasping for breath, its earlier arrogance completely gone. Both stared at Yazi with eyes filled with terror. Lin Yang knew exactly what had happened. Yazi had unleashed the divine power of divine speed. In ancient Chinese lore, Yazi was the very embodiment of evil's nemesis. How could he possibly fear the ghostly tricks of those two evil spirits from Korea? Chapter 47, The Mountain Sea Pavilion. Lin Yang chuckled inwardly at how foolish and naive those two monsters from Korea were. The outcome of this battle was already decided. China would prevail. Indeed. The moment this thought flashed through Lin Yang's mind, the situation on the battlefield shifted abruptly. The abilities of the Passion Flame Ghost and the one-legged ghost remained suppressed. Though their spells were sufficiently dazzling and unique, they were no match for the ferocious Yazi. Within the arena of the National Fortune Tournament, both the Passion Flame Ghost and the one-legged ghost were stunned by Yazi's overwhelming power. Their confidence in an easy victory shattered instantly. Yazi's strikes were lightning fast, descending like a celestial being, utterly irresistible. Qinyan Ghost's body was firmly pinned down by Yazi's force, while Dujiao Ghost felt immense pressure as he kept retreating. Yazi's gaze radiated coldness and authority, as if he had long anticipated today's victory. Each of his strikes landed with pinpoint accuracy and flawless precision, leaving no room for resistance. The two demons' arms, torsos, and legs were mercilessly torn apart by Yazi. Despite fighting with all their might, the flaming demon and the one-legged demon struggled to withstand Yazi's relentless onslaught. Their bodies bounced violently across the arena floor, blood splattering through the air in a scene of extraordinary ferocity. The spectators were all stunned by Yazi's overwhelming power. Though they knew the Huaxia demon possessed the strength to take on two opponents, they never imagined it could wield such terrifying might. Finally, Qinyan Ghost and one-legged ghost were utterly defeated by Yazi, their bodies shattered beyond recognition, unable to move. Is this the best Korea's beasts can offer? Gazing at the Qinyan Ghost and the one-legged ghost writhing on the ground in their final throes, Lin Yang couldn't help but sneer, his voice dripping with contempt. The public livestream exploded with countless bullet comments, cheers and shouts ringing out non-stop. Every Chinese citizen's face glowed with excitement. Such a dazzlingly swift battle was something many viewers hadn't witnessed in ages. Yazi faced these two barely clinging to life, creatures stripped of their frenzied power. He stepped forward with an air of arrogance and touched both beasts to defeat them. National Fortune Arena Announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia for victory. China's chosen one, please select your reward. Ha! Well done. What a satisfying victory. Long live China. The entire nation erupted in wild cheers, the people roaring with excitement. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Western Alliance. Faced with Korea's humiliating defeat, the President of the United States spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, this cannot continue. China is growing increasingly powerful. If this persists, all of East Asia will become China's domain. This is something we absolutely cannot accept. What do you propose? The American president turned to the Irish nation president. Unite! The Western alliance must band together to confront China. Otherwise, we face utter annihilation. Your opinion carries weight. We'll convene representatives from all parties immediately to discuss this matter. Soon, the leaders of several Western Alliance superpowers gathered in secret for tense negotiations. Meanwhile, in Kimchi Nation, the situation appeared even more dire. All Kimchi Nation citizens now awaited China's response. Should Lin Yang speak, Korea would become part of China. The entire heritage of Kimchi Nation would also become part of China, transforming into a peripheral civilization within the Chinese sphere. After all, Korea's heritage originated from China. Lin Yang responded with a serious expression, "I choose to claim the territory of Kimchi Nation." This time, Lin Yang intended to utterly shatter Korea's pathetic arrogance. Consuming Korea's territory was his objective. To free the people of Kimchi Nation from the shameful burden of sacrifices, and to make China their leader. The Kimchi Nation's interim president, their chosen one, gazed at Lin Yang with anguish. National Destiny Arena announcement. Kimchi Nation's territory division complete. Kimchi Nation's territory vanishes. Because China possesses the highest orthodoxy of civilization. Its cultural heritage is now incorporated into China. The National Fortune Arena's announcement left many utterly baffled. What was the purpose of this? Lin Yang knew. This was the hidden rule of the National Destiny Arena. Because Huaxia's cultural orthodoxy is the highest in all of East Asia. Therefore, it can absorb other civilizations within East Asia. Thus, riding the momentum of victory. Lin Yang stood triumphantly in the arena of the National Fortune Arena. On the other side, Li Chengsan's brief moment of glory shattered. Had completely lost his composure, standing frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Yazi glared at him coldly. As the most ferocious of the 9 sons of the dragon, Yazi did not execute Li Chengcan. The blood of the defeated held no interest for Yazi. Thus, the fleeting dream of Korea's restoration was ruthlessly shattered by Lin Yang. National Fortune Arena announcement. The chosen representatives of both nations are now being teleported out of the arena. Lin Yang stood atop the stage, bathed in boundless glory, basking in the world's attention and the thunderous applause of billions. Lin Yang's overwhelming power plunged Li Sun-chan into profound despair. How could such a terrifying existence exist in this world? Li Chengsan's stunned expression drew hearty laughter from many spectators. After returning to China. System notice, congratulations, host. Mission complete. Mission, ensure all 9 sons of the dragon appear on the National Fortune Arena. Mission details, a historical gap has emerged in China's chronicles. The host bears the duty to reveal the true might of China's mythical beasts to all Chinese people in the entire world. Ensure all 9 sons of the dragon appear on the National Fortune Arena. Mission reward, War God Xingtian. Lin Yang heard the system's voice and felt overwhelming joy surge through him. Xingtian, the god of war. This was none other than the legendary warrior who fought in the Battle of Zhulu. China. Lin Yang's phone rang. When Lin Yang answered, it was Old Chen's voice. Lin Yang, I have some earth-shattering news to share. Old Chen said cheerfully, our Mountain Sea Pavilion. It's been successfully constructed. The council chairman asked me to inform you to head to the Mountain Sea Pavilion this afternoon to participate in the heaven-worshipping ceremony. Old Chen's words filled Lin Yang with delight. With the Mountain Sea Pavilion completed, Lin Yang was more than willing to attend. This was a matter of great benefit to Huaxia. After hanging up, Lin Yang rushed straight to the location of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Thanks to technological advancements, it took Lin Yang only an hour to reach Mount Tai. This was precisely the location of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, nestled within a valley at the foot of Mount Tai in China. When Lin Yang arrived at the Mountain Sea Pavilion, the place was already teeming with people. These were all citizens of China eager to witness the Mountain and Sea Pavilion's heaven worship ceremony firsthand. Once the ceremony concluded, all attendees would be permitted to tour the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Thus, the moment Lin Yang arrived, he received a warm welcome. Holy crap! It's Lin Yang. First time seeing him in real life. Yang God. Unbeatable. Chapter 48, The Last Piece of Land. Back when people gathered to witness the first construction of Huaxia's Mountain and Sea Pavilion. The crowd roared with excitement, their cheers growing louder by the second. Lin Yang smiled and waved to the crowd before taking his seat, waiting patiently. The council chairman, numerous council members, and Elder Chen soon arrived at the site where the heavenly sacrifice ceremony was about to commence. Only when the assembly chairman appeared did the crowd finally quiet down. With a single glance, the council chairman signaled Elder Chen beside him to begin introducing the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Following the assembly, Elder Chen immediately began recounting the story of the Mountain Sea Pavilion's construction. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mountain Sea Pavilion is a newly constructed classical-style building. Within it dwells the demonic deities and ferocious beasts from our 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. The architecture primarily mimics the classical styles of our Huaxia era, yet incorporates elements of modern construction. As he spoke, a hint of excitement flickered across the chairman's face, though his position prevented him from fully expressing his emotions. Yet every Chinese citizen present could see the profound stirring within the heart of this Chinese council chairman. His eyes were indeed red with emotion, but he fought back the tears, refusing to let them fall. He knew today's heavenly sacrifice ceremony absolutely could not go wrong. The pressure he had endured in recent days was immense. Without Lin Yang's sudden emergence, China might well have become a vassal state to the land of cherry blossoms. Now more than ever, the chairman understood the immense weight of his responsibility. Should Lin Yang fail, it would spell utter ruin for Huaxia. Suppressing his emotions, the council chairman listened intently as Elder Chen continued. Our great nation, after consecutive victories on the national fortune arena, still failed to satisfy the appetites of the beasts. Thus, upon the suggestion of our chosen one, Lin Yang, we constructed the Hall of the Chosen. Lin Yang listened intently, fully aware of history's course and trajectory. The wheels of history inevitably rolled forward. The battles on the national fortune arena offered a chance to reverse historical failures. China had indeed endured a historical rupture. Lin Yang's emergence was surely meant to show the entire world just how formidable China's demon gods truly were. Many may struggle to imagine China. Yet, our nation's historical gaps are profound indeed. Without Lin Yang, who knows what state China would be in today? Therefore, everyone here, please give our chosen one a round of applause. As soon as Old Chen finished speaking, the entire crowd of Huaxia citizens erupted in applause for Lin Yang, which continued for a long time. After the applause died down, the crowd. Therefore, at this heavenly sacrifice ceremony, China will undoubtedly become the dominant power in East Asia. We will restore China's glorious history to the world stage. Let all humanity know. China will forever reign as the sovereign of East Asian civilization. The chairman's words ignited a surge of fervor among the gathered crowd. This is the pride of our nation. The dignity of the Chinese people. The pride of the Chinese people. At this moment, it erupted completely. Roar! 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 We support Yangshan. We support China. The Chinese are invincible. Long live China. The roar of the crowd deafened the ears, shaking every soul to its core. China has always been one of the world's great powers, yet its history has been scarcely recorded. But now, China has finally risen. It has become the rising star of East Asia. China! China! This moment stirred not only the masses but also the journalists, who rushed to report on the construction of the Mountain Sea Pavilion at this very instant. China's rise, dominating East Asia. China! China! The name Huaxia once again resounded across the entire world. After a long while, Elder Chen introduced all the demonic beasts that had joined Huaxia's Mountain and Sea Pavilion during this period. From the earliest beasts like the Taotie, Chaos, and Daijang, to the demon gods who had achieved great feats. Wuziki, the nine-tailed fox, and finally the 9 sons of the dragon. These introductions were brief, yet each name was etched deeply into the hearts of every Huaxia person. When Elder Chen finished, the atmosphere instantly ignited. The assembly chairman then declared, "Now, begin the heavenly sacrifice ceremony." Clatter! Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Bouquets of flowers adorned the altar, while delicacies were arranged around its perimeter. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Yang, now dressed in hanfu, joined the chairman of the Huaxia Council and other council members, all also clad in hanfu, as they offered their incense to the demonic deities and ferocious beasts that had contributed to Huaxia's return to its peak. At that very moment, a notification sounded in Lin Yang's mind. System notice. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Mission, Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Task details: the appetites of the demonic beasts that fought on the national fortune arena must be satisfied. Immediately propose to the Huaxia government to commence construction of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion, using the faith power of the people to replace sacrificial offerings. Completion reward. All Chinese demonic beasts gain a 10% combat power boost. Hearing the voice of the Mountain and Sea system in his mind, Lin Yang was overjoyed. He had waited far too long for this news. He had no idea what kind of ghostly beast Sakura Nation would send in the next battle. Therefore, this combat boost was crucial for Lin Yang. As a great man once said, underestimate your enemy in strategy, but respect them in tactics. Thus, riding the momentum of victory, Lin Yang reverently offered a stick of incense to the beasts that had fought for China. Within Sakura Nation, the emperor of Sakura Nation was now utterly at a loss for how to continue the fight. Kimchi Nation had been ruthlessly annihilated by China. There was no longer another shield to protect Sakura Nation from the onslaught. Finally, amidst endless dread, the Emperor of Sakura received a message from the United States. Should you fail again in the next battle, use the forced termination voucher we have granted you to end the conflict with China. The message delivered to the Emperor of Sakura Nation by the beautiful nation effectively ended the Emperor's lingering anxieties at that very moment. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation was summoned immediately and declared, "The next battle is our final opportunity to prove Sakura Nation's strength. If we lose, we will lose the last piece of land we hold in Huaxia. Therefore, secure victory." Yamamoto, the Emperor of Sakura Nation, spoke with profound humility. This deeply moved Prime Minister Yamamoto Satoshi of Sakura Nation. "Hi! We will win the next battle. Kill China's Lin Yang." At Mount Tai in China, after concluding the heaven-worshipping ceremony marking the inauguration of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, Lin Yang knew that the next battle would reclaim the last piece of land China had lost to Sakura Nation. Therefore, Lin Yang resolved to deploy an exceptionally powerful demon beast in the next battle. Let the entire world witness the might of Huaxia. 3 days later, the adjusted teams of Sakura Nation in China once again appeared within the arena of the National Fortune Tournament. Chapter 49, Showdown. Seduction versus brute force. The imposing presence of both sides remained overwhelming. Lin Yang stood on the side representing China, his expression calm as he observed the chosen one of Sakura Nation across from him. This lamp held immense significance for Hua Luo. It determined whether they could reclaim all the lands seized by Sakura Nation. Thus, Lin Yang stood with a hint of calm arrogance, quietly observing the chosen one of Sakura Nation across from him. Lin Yang didn't know what kind of beast the land of cherry blossoms would send into battle this time. But with the ace in his hand, he feared no beast they could possibly deploy. Ito-sa of Sakura Nation returned the gaze with equal confidence. "Greetings, Chinese man. Tonight, you shall die by my hand." Ito-sa's rigid face bore the expression of reckless arrogance. Lin Yang sneered coldly, "Hey, many of your predecessors said the same thing. You know how that ended." At the mention of predecessors, rage flashed across Ito-sa's face. "Bastard! I'll tear you apart." Seeing the chosen one of Sakura Nation so thoroughly unraveled, Lin Yang saw no point in engaging further. The voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded at that moment. National Fortune Arena announcement. Both chosen ones must confirm their chosen beasts and introduce them. Cherry Blossom Nation withdraws. This battle reverts to 1v1 combat. Battle terrain, classic arena mode. Following the arena's announcement, the Sakura Nation's chosen one introduced first, Tamamo-no-Mae. She is the peerless beauty born from the transformation of our nation's white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox. Renowned for her vast knowledge and unparalleled beauty, she is hailed as the foremost scholar of the great Sakura Nation. Her legend goes thus: long, long ago, when heaven and earth first opened, the world was shrouded in chaos. A mass of rising energy gathered and coalesced into a demon fox. After enduring countless ages within Sakura Nation, she attained immortality. Her body was covered in golden fur, and her long tail split into 9 distinct strands. People came to call her the golden-haired, fair-faced nine-tailed fox. The chosen one of Sakura Kingdom confidently introduced their civilization's legendary beast, unaware that this so-called great demon god of Sakura Nation had actually crossed the seas from Huaxia to enter their land. That chapter of history had been buried by Sakura Kingdom. The truth was, this fox spirit, known as Tamamo-no-Mae, had boarded the ship of Kibi no Makibi, an envoy from the Tang dynasty of China, to reach the land of cherry blossoms. But Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to expose him. Truth would reveal itself in time. By this time, China's legitimacy as the rightful ruler had reached its zenith across East Asia. This demon beast legend has a distinctly Chinese flavor to it, doesn't it? Exactly. I still remember China's nine-tailed spirit fox. This Tamamo-no-Mae seems to be plagiarizing Chinese mythical beasts. I agree. Japan's really running out of ideas. Audiences across various neutral platforms for the National Fortune Arena couldn't stomach it anymore, unleashing a barrage of sharp critiques. This battle is ours for the taking, right? Absolutely. 1 point. Lord Tamamo-no-Mae. I reckon China's powerful beasts must be running out soon. Viewers on the Cherry Blossom Nation platform began cheering for their side. After hearing the introduction of Japan's chosen representative, Lin Yang introduced himself with neither arrogance nor timidity. Xingtian. Xingtian dances with axe and halberd, his fierce spirit ever enduring. These are lines from the great Chinese poet Tao Yuanming. Xingtian's story from ancient times is celebrated for his loyalty and bravery. During the Battle of Banquan, when the Yellow Emperor fought the Yin Emperor for divine authority, Xingtian was beheaded by the Yellow Emperor. Yet Xingtian did not die. Instead, he declared, "I shall use my breasts as eyes and my navel as a mouth to continue fighting." Having spoken these words, Xingtian fought on, wielding a sharp axe in each hand and a shield. After defeating Xingtian once more, the Yellow Emperor praised his fearless loyalty and granted him a grand burial. As the audience at the National Fortune Arena listened to Lin Yang's narration, comments flooded the screen. Xingtian was truly brave. Exactly. I've read the official version of the Battle of Banquan on Huaxia's website, but I never knew there was such a follow-up story. The tales of Huaxia truly have an epic feel. Both sides introduced. Beast summoning begins. Following the arena's announcement, the beasts summoned by both nations simultaneously appeared within the arena. The atmosphere within the National Fortune Arena grew tense as the aura of both summoned beasts surged dramatically. On Huaxia's side stood Xingtian, towering, muscular, and radiating a crimson glow. Sakura Nation's Tamamo-no-Mae bore golden fur across its body, its 9 tails standing erect behind its hindquarters. Clearly aware of this battle's critical importance to Sakura Nation, he dared not take any chances, revealing his true form the moment he stepped onto the stage. Xingtian of China, however, retained his head and appeared in his complete form. The spectators at the National Fortune Arena might not know. Lin Yang knew the reason. The successful construction of the Mountain Sea Pavilion had greatly enhanced Xingtian, allowing him to enter the arena in his complete form. National Fortune Arena announcement. Both sides have completed their beast summons. The battle begins. The moment Tamamo-no-Mae laid eyes on Xingtian, a faint trace of fear flickered in her gaze. Yet she forced herself to sneer, so this is the monstrosity China summoned. Ha ha ha. Xingtian remained utterly unmoved by the taunt. Demon scum. Take this axe. As the fiercest warrior of the Yin Emperor in ancient times, Xingtian would never be provoked so easily. Clang clang clang. The sound of the massive axe cutting through the air echoed. Knowing full well the devastating power of this strike, Tamamo-no-Mae dared not meet it head-on. She leapt swiftly aside. But he never expected Xingtian's next strike to follow immediately. Left Gon, right Qi. These were Xingtian's weapons. Gon was the ancient Huaxia shield, while Qi was the ancient Huaxia battle axe. Both axes were weapons beyond ordinary, but in Xingtian's hands, they were infused with ancient divine power, their force capable of splitting mountains. Boom! The axe struck the spot where Uzumaki had stood moments before, instantly shattering the floorboards. The immense force still caught Yuzua. Tamamo-no-Mae spat blood and flew several yards away. Her heart sank. This blow had inflicted significant injury. Had she not dodged in time, Xingtian might have killed her instantly. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Tamamo-no-Mae's eyes flashed with fury. Damn it! I'll show you what a real dream is. As the words left her mouth, the golden fur covering her entire body shifted color. Her fox form was enveloped in a purple glow, symbolizing enchantment. Instantly, the surrounding scenery began to shift. Lin Yang stared in stunned disbelief. This Tamamo-no-Mae actually knew dream attacks? Ha 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 ha! You foolish Chinese! This is the world of our Sakura Nation. Lin Yang examined the surroundings carefully. It was indeed Tamamo-no-Mae's dreamscape. This was the true power of Tamamo-no-Mae, who had secretly crossed over from China to Sakura country. Dream construction. The entire National Fortune Arena was now Amatsukami's barrier. Chapter 50, Cruelty to the Blossoms. Though Tamamo-no-Mae's technique was formidable, Xingtian paid it no mind whatsoever. Trivial tricks. Daring to show off in front of the master? Today, I'll leave you with no place to bury your remains. Xingtian raised his axe and slammed it into the ground with all his might. A colossal surge of energy erupted, instantly shattering the earth beneath. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the barrier carefully constructed by Uzumaki collapsed in an instant, as if the entire arena itself were crumbling along with it. Xingtian of Huaxia, riding the remnants of the destruction's fury, raised his shield in an apocalyptic stance. Dragging his massive axe, he charged headlong toward Tamamo-no-Mae. Uzumaki was no pushover either. Realizing her enchantment spells were utterly useless against Xingtian, she arched her back, leveraging her speed advantage to retreat swiftly backward. Simultaneously, she formed seals with both hands while murmuring incantations. Instantly, streams of green light erupted from her fingertips, raining down like arrows toward Xingtian's head and chest. This spell was undeniably ferocious. Any ordinary beast would have been riddled with holes by that green mist. But this was the fiercest warrior under the Flame Emperor's command. This was a battle-hardened demon god. Xingtian ignored the green explosions entirely, simply holding his shield horizontally before his chest. Flames danced across its surface. This shield was imbued with Xingtian's divine power. Even attacks unleashed by a formidable opponent like Tamamo-no-Mae were effortlessly nullified. Shield raised, Xingtian stood utterly impervious to her assaults. You demonic spawn possess some skill after all, forcing me to unleash my divine power. Prepare to meet your end. Xingtian sneered coldly at Tamamo-no-Mae, who was still casting spells. Immediately, Xingtian raised his massive axe once more. The axe was jet black throughout, radiating an ancient, primitive aura, and emanating a terrifying sense of oppression. Roar! Xingtian roared with fury, swinging the massive axe with every ounce of strength in his arms. The immense force ripped through the air beside the blade, igniting a deafening crack. Instantly, the air's temperature surged, a pillar of flame coiling around the axe's edge. Uzumatsuri's expression finally shifted. She clearly saw just how terrifying the attack Xingtian had channeled truly was. With no other option, Tamamo-no-Mae summoned all her spiritual energy to raise a massive shield of force. Boom! The collision unleashed a staggering surge of energy, causing the entire arena to tremble. Yuzuwa's shield stood no chance against Xingtian's devastating force, instantly shattering into fragments. The backlash sent Tamamo-no-Mae reeling, spitting blood as she flew backward, crashing violently against the edge of the platform. Realizing his severe injuries, Tamamo-no-Mae made a swift decision, severing one of his tails to project his form. His true body transformed into a streak of light and fled. The arena's platform was vast. As he fled, Tamamo-no-Mae formed a healing spell with a single hand seal, stabilizing his injuries. At that very moment, Xingtian, seeing Yuzua attempting to flee, roared furiously, "Where do you think you're going?" His voice barely faded as Xingtian's speed surged, closing the distance to Uzumaki in the blink of an eye. Yamatsu-no-Kuni never expected that Xingtian, after unleashing such a powerful attack, still possessed the strength to pursue him. As the god of slaughter closed in behind him, Tamamo-no-Mae inwardly cried out in alarm and hastily activated his magic. Instantly, layers of white mist surged around them, enveloping Xingtian and obscuring his vision. "Oomph! You dare show off your petty tricks in front of a master." With that, Xingtian swiftly raised his massive foot and stomped the ground. In an instant, the mist was swept away. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the mist vanished completely, exposing Tamamo-no-Mae before Xingtian's eyes. Upon seeing this, Tamamo-no-Mae immediately turned to flee once more. But Xingtian had grown weary of this cat-and-mouse game. Holding the axes in both hands, he channeled his divine power entirely into the massive blades. 10 directions annihilation. Xingtian's furious shout seemed to freeze the air itself. Then, with a violent swing, he brought the massive axe down. A blinding golden light erupted, hurtling toward Tamamo-no-Mae. Seeing this, Tamamo-no-Mae's expression shifted slightly. She immediately summoned every ounce of her strength, tracing an arc through the air to evade the deadly strike. Yet this did little to ease her predicament. Instead, it plunged her into a desperate situation. Xingtian's assault now carried far greater ferocity than before. With her cultivation far too insignificant against Xingtian, there was no way she could evade such an assault. Sure enough, the next instant, Tamamo-no-Mae felt a searing pain in her shoulder. Looking down, her pupils contracted violently. Her shoulder was charred black, and she could faintly hear the crisp crack of breaking bone. Damn it! The scene unfolded too swiftly. By the time Yamaokami regained his senses, Xingtian had already charged before him. A single axe strike sweeping from left to right. The mountain-splitting axe. The axe blade descended with a howling gale. Thud! Yamatsu-no-Saki was sent tumbling to the ground by the sheer force of the blow. Her fair face drained of color, and a trickle of crimson blood spilled from her lips. Seeing this, Xingtian's lips curled into a cruel smile. Ha! Die! With a furious shout, the massive axe, accompanied by a torrent of wind, came crashing down toward the fallen Tamamo-no-Mae. Splatter! The blade descended, blood spurting as the slender form was cleaved clean in two. Blood stained the pristine ring red. Tamamo-no-Mae's fox-like eyes widened in disbelief. No! The half of her body still attached to her head let out a final, agonized scream before falling lifeless to the ground. Xingtian sheathed his axe, his gaze cold as he surveyed the corpse on the ground, a flicker of scorn in his eyes. Utterly worthless. Demonic fiend. Slay it. Xingtian raised his massive axe, declaring with pride. Xingtian. Truly, you know nothing of sparing the fair sex. Such overwhelming power completely crushes Tamamo-no-Mae. China is too powerful. Such a swift victory has reclaimed their last piece of land lost in the land of cherry blossoms. Neutral spectators at the National Fortune Arena sighed as they watched the clash between China and Sakura Nation. The National Fortune Arena's voice soon echoed. Congratulations to China on victory. The Chinese chosen one may now select a reward. After the arena's prompt, Lin Yang declared without hesitation, "I choose to reclaim a territory." Lin Yang's words drew murmurs of astonishment from the crowd. Who would have thought that China, which once had only a single territory left, could reach this point today? China. Awesome. How could this not bring tears to one's eyes? Chapter 51, The Next Battle. Lin Yang felt an immense sense of satisfaction after annexing a territory from Sakura Nation. Though this battle unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated, it undeniably demonstrated China's formidable strength. This feeling was exhilarating and thrilling. Images of the beasts that had fought for China suddenly flashed through Lin Yang's mind. How could this not bring tears to one's eyes? National Fortune Arena announcement. The chosen representatives of both civilizations are now being teleported out of the arena. And so, riding the momentum of victory, Lin Yang and the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms were about to be teleported away from the National Fortune Arena. At that moment, the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms suddenly spoke up. National Fortune Arena. I wish to use the forced withdrawal card gifted by the United States. The Cherry Blossom Nation's chosen one's unexpected declaration sent shockwaves through the entire National Fortune Arena. Japan actually chickened out? Wait, wasn't this supposed to be their National Fortune Arena competition? Looks like the land of cherry blossoms is about to start playing turtle. What a shame. We won't get to see the day China devours all of Japan's territory. China's nothing special, it's just that Sakura Nation is weak. Watch as we from India effortlessly crush China. Speaking for all the netizens in the beautiful country, China really is weak, but Sakura country is even weaker. The live chat of the National Fortune Arena public stream was flooded with all sorts of comments. At that very moment, the National Fortune Arena finally responded. National Fortune Arena announcement. Request from the Land of Cherry Blossoms received. The Land of Cherry Blossoms is hereby forcibly removed from the arena. Punishment: all points accumulated by the Land of Cherry Blossoms within the National Fortune Arena are reset to 0. After the National Fortune Arena's announcement, Sakura Nation's chosen one Ito-sa gazed at Lin Yang across the stage with a dejected expression. Ito-sa's voice cracked with despair. Your Imperial Majesty, I failed to bring victory to Sakura Nation. However, after enduring so many defeats, the Emperor no longer believed Sakura Nation was invincible. This time, merely managing to survive on Sakura Nation's home island was already a remarkably favorable outcome. Soon, Ito-sa was teleported away by the National Fortune Arena. This also means that Sakura Nation will not reappear on the National Fortune Arena in the near future. National Fortune Arena announcement. China has become the champion of the East Asia region. The chosen representative of China may now choose to challenge other civilizations to reclaim territories or opt for temporary rest and withdraw from the National Fortune Arena stage. The National Fortune Arena's announcement had the Chinese populace buzzing with excitement as they began offering Lin Yang advice. I think we should rest now. Know when to quit while you're ahead. We're already much stronger than before. I agree with the previous comment. Our territory now surpasses many civilizations. Why not? Opposed. Our people still suffer under the rule of the brutal Indian Empire. Reclaim our lands. Reclaim our lands. Cross the river. Cross the river. Cross the Yangtze. Liberate our compatriots suffering under the brutal rule of the Indian Empire. Hey, stop arguing. Let our chosen one decide for themselves. Exactly. Let the chosen one decide for themselves. With that declaration from the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang pondered for a few seconds. Closing his eyes, he spoke in a solemn voice to the National Fortune Arena. We, the Chinese nation, decide. We shall continue to challenge the Indian nation. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, the National Fortune Arena responded swiftly. Received request from the chosen one of China. As the East Asian champion, China will challenge the South Asian champion. The battle will commence in 1 week. Holy crap, how can they keep challenging like this? China is seriously impressive, defeating 2 major civilizations back to back, and now they want more. Right on. China rocks. Truly the world's second strongest nation. The Huaxia chosen one is so confident. India has a 30-match winning streak. Oomph, just wait and see. The South Asian region won't be so easy to handle. China will win. China will win. China will win. Amidst the cheers, the battle officially commenced. Lin Yang, champion of the East Asia region, challenged the South Asia region's opponent, the nation of Tianzhu. The chairman of the Huaxia Council watched the screen, lost in thought, listening to the murmurs of the council members beside him. I think that kid Lin Yang is still too reckless. Exactly. I thought the same thing just now. After all, India isn't someone to mess with. They've won 30 consecutive matches. Sigh. Why won't that kid listen to reason? The councillors chattered away, voicing their opinions and beginning to question the news of Lin Yang challenging the Indian nation. They all believed that even if Lin Yang had achieved miracles in foreign competitions, so what? In their eyes, he was still too young and needed more experience to mature. This was precisely the greatest concern of China's leadership. After listening, the Speaker of the Council coldly asked, "Do you all believe China cannot achieve good results?" The council members froze. That's right. We all think Lin Yang is still too green. Too impatient. I share that view. The speaker smiled and said, if Lin Yang dared to do this, he must have been confident. Have you all forgotten how he led Huaxia to consecutive victories against Sakura Nation on the National Fortune Arena stage? The chairman's words instantly silenced the assembly. Right. They had nearly forgotten Lin Yang's achievements. Lin Yang had never lost a single battle on the National Fortune Arena. This proved beyond doubt that Lin Yang possessed the formidable strength required to continue challenging. Could he have some hidden trump card? Who knows? Let's see how it plays out. Since the council chairman has spoken. The council chairman ignored the murmuring council members and addressed the senior officials of Huaxia instead. In that case, we shall wait and see. Let's see how far this young man Lin Yang can go. Mainland Sakura Nation. After Ito Sato was teleported back by the system, the emperor immediately inquired about the situation. Ito Sa had little to say. He directly admitted it was his fault, expecting the emperor of Sakura Nation to order him to commit seppuku. But unexpectedly, the President of the United States was present at the Emperor's residence at that very moment. You are not permitted to die yet. The President of the United States said coldly. You will serve as an advisor to the chosen one of India. Defeat China. Half the credit will go to your nation, Sakura. Ito Seiko respectfully replied, "Hi." Upon hearing Ito's report, the emperor's expression shifted slightly. He promptly answered with reverence, "Yes. We shall follow the Western Alliance's directives in all matters." And so, the Western Alliance determined the next opponent to face China in battle. China. Lin Yang, who had just returned to the country, immediately headed to Old Chen's Historical Research Institute to assist in restoring the history of Xingtian. Xingtian contested the throne with the Yellow Emperor and was beheaded. After losing his head, he survived in a form where his own breast served as eyes and his navel as a mouth, wielding a sharp axe in each hand and a shield in battle. After Lin Yang transcribed the original text, Old Chen immediately began reconstructing the ancient history. Chapter 52, The Tianzhu Debate. Moments later, the entire historical narrative unfolded. After reviewing it, Old Chen's face betrayed utter astonishment. Xingtian's loyalty and bravery are unmatched in this world. After Lin Yang finished reconstructing Xingtian's history, he departed from Elder Chen's Historical Research Institute. At that very moment, the president of Tianzhu issued another diplomatic demand to China. China must recognize Tianzhu's sovereignty over its territories within China. Otherwise, Tianzhu will challenge China once more on the national fortune arena. Upon seeing the notification, the chairman of the Huaxia Council flew into a rage. How dare they? Do they truly believe China is without defenders? To provoke us so brazenly? Bring this document to our chosen one, Lin Yang. Lin Yang. What is your opinion? Within the assembly hall of Huaxia's capital, all the councillors witnessed for the first time the usually unflappable chairman displaying such intense fury. After Lin Yang finished reading, the system's voice immediately echoed in his mind. System notice, new mission issued. Mission, engage in a debate with the kingdom of Tianzhu. Completely overwhelm them through written discourse. Task details, a gap has appeared in China's historical records. Host, complete the debate content. Completely overwhelm the Indian Empire on the battlefield of public opinion. Failure penalty, China loses its claim to orthodoxy. The combat effectiveness of beasts summoned by the host is reduced by 50%. Reward, Crimson Dragon. After hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Yang promptly responded, if India dares to act so boldly, then China won't back down either. Have someone draft an article debunking the history of Tianzhu. Distribute it globally. Lin Yang continued his proposal. Agreed. You will oversee this matter. Ensure the entire world understands China's resolve. Lin Yang then exited the assembly hall and headed toward the national department responsible for foreign relations. And so, after a flurry of activity, an article analyzing the 10 victories and 10 defeats of both the Indian Empire and China was completed. India has 10 defeats, China has 10 victories. Though India boasts overwhelming triumphs, they were all against minor nations. India's affairs are tangled, while China embraces natural order. This is the first victory of the way. India provoked China first, forcing China to defend itself. This is the second victory. Victory of righteousness. Tianzhu appears magnanimous on the surface yet harbors deep apprehensions within, often distrusting those it employs and entrusting important responsibilities only to imperial relatives and nobility. In contrast, Huaxia seems straightforward and unassuming outwardly, yet possesses keen insight inwardly. It employs people without doubt, boldly utilizing talent regardless of kinship or proximity. This is the fourth principle, discerning excellence. India favors empty displays of strength, failing to grasp the essence within the national fortune arena. China, however, excels at achieving victory with fewer forces. Each time, it selects the most suitable magical beasts, uniting the entire nation as one. This is the 10th principle, victory through martial prowess. With these 10 advantages, defeating India poses no difficulty for China. This analysis of China and India's upcoming national fortune arena clash caused an immediate uproar upon publication. Soon, it ignited a global wave of calls for punitive action against the Indian Empire. For these writings radiated China's unmistakable dominance and might. This dominance and strength were not merely expressed through words, they also concealed certain elements. For instance, the depth of understanding about China. For instance, the spirit and resilience of the Chinese people. And the unflinching exposure of Tianzhu's shamelessness. The power of these writings is something the shallow history of India could never comprehend. Soon, netizens worldwide began to offer sharp commentary. If India is a powerful nation, it should retaliate against China immediately. Yeah, fight back. Strike back. Why can't you even fart back? Screens were flooded with abusive comments. The President of India could only watch as these comments continued to escalate. Yet all he could do was pressure his subordinates. He ordered them to swiftly organize a counterattack against China. China, however, remained utterly unconcerned. After waiting for India's lengthy counterattack, Lin Yang, the chosen one of China, left behind only 4 words, "We'll see." Nothing else was said. This only served to further excite the global audience. Wow, China is so cool, so badass. Ha ha. Finally, a showdown with Tianzhu. Been waiting for this. Long live China. China rules. Go India. Crush China. Carrying the boundless expectations of the entire world, Lin Yang had completely succeeded in the debate against India. System notice, mission accomplished. Mission, engage in a debate with India. Completely overwhelm India through written discourse. Task details, a historical gap has emerged in Huaxia's chronicles. Host, complete the debate content. Completely overwhelm Tianzhu on the battlefield of public opinion. Failure penalty, China loses its claim to orthodoxy. Host summoned beasts suffer a 50% reduction in combat power. Mission reward, Crimson Dragon. With the unlocking of the Crimson Dragon, a divine beast, Lin Yang gained even greater leverage within the national fortune arena. And so it was. Armed with a formidable divine beast and riding the momentum of victory in the debate, Lin Yang formally faced off against India within the national fortune arena. The chosen one of Huaxia. It's been an honor to finally meet you. The chosen one of Tianzhu was an elegant middle-aged man. He bore no resemblance to the arrogant and rude Indians Lin Yang had imagined. Likewise, after meeting, both exchanged smiles and pleasantries. After all, before the bilateral relationship became clear, both men needed to maintain sufficient decorum. China was, after all, a nation renowned for its etiquette. How could anyone afford to look down upon it? Ha! Mr. Chosen One truly is a paragon among men. Might I ask what your beast companion is? The chosen one from Tianzhu Kingdom inquired with a smile. Lin Yang responded with equal courtesy, you'll learn about it shortly when I introduce your nation. Only now did Lin Yang realize. This fellow was a smiling tiger. His words were flattering, yet his eyes held profound meaning. Oh? Fine. 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 Then let's get straight to the point. With that, the two dove straight into the matter at hand. National Fortune Arena alert. Both chosen ones, prepare yourselves. This battle is a 1v1 single match Warcraft duel. Terrain mode set to random. Battle mode remains to the death. Only if one nation uses a forced withdrawal card to exit the arena, and all penalty points are reset to 0, can they withdraw. Battle preparations commence. Both sides, confirm your selected Warcraft units and introduce them. The chosen one of Tianzhu smiled, I am Summit. I'll let the chosen one of Huaxia introduce first. Summit carried himself with an air of scholarly grace and composure truly befitting the chosen one of Tianzhu who had secured 30 consecutive victories. Lin Yang responded neither arrogantly nor humbly, then I shall humbly comply. Chapter 53, Dragon Flame. As he spoke, Lin Yang introduced a crimson dragon. Legend holds it as the Mount of Immortals. Ancient diviners associated it with rulers embodying the virtue of fire. In Huaxia lore, it is the divine dragon born to reign over the south. Summit paused in surprise before exclaiming, impressive indeed. I've heard whispers of dragon lore. This crimson dragon must surely be the emperor of dragons. The dragon clan was notoriously proud. Even in the kingdom of Tianzhu, dragons were exceedingly rare to find. Much less a colossal crimson dragon like this one. Summit of the Indian kingdom began his own introduction. He spoke with an authoritative tone, the Kwa, meaning swiftness. The Kwa possesses 2 wings, enabling flight through the skies. It shifts forms. It will sometimes red, sometimes blue, sometimes yellow. Regardless of its color, it radiates a dark light, a light of immense power. Its form shifts, sometimes human with a beast's head, or a bull's head, or a horse's head. In any case, it is terrifying. It delights in causing trouble and possesses formidable combat prowess. Truly formidable. Seeing that even Summit, the chosen one of Tianzhu, had dropped all pretense, Lin Yang responded immediately, excellent. It seems India has made thorough preparations for this national destiny tournament. Summit didn't dwell on it, indeed. Defeating you, the chosen one of Huaxia, has been my lifelong ambition. And so it was. The National Fortune Arena announced once more. Both sides' beasts have been introduced. Summoning begins now. The moment the National Fortune Arena's announcement concluded, a crimson glow soon appeared within the arenas of both nations, accompanied by a dark zone signifying danger. That was the moment the Crimson Dragon and the Skywalking Yiksha were both summoned onto the stage. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent, all eyes fixed upon them. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the arena. Immediately, a colossal figure emerged from the crimson glow, the immense form of China's vermilion dragon. On the other side, the true form of the Skywalking Yiksha materialized. The appearance of the Skywalking Yiksha was vastly different from that of the Crimson Dragon of China. Purple skin stretched across its back, from which a pair of bat-like wings extended. Is that it? Both beasts seem incredibly powerful. The Skywalking Yiksha. It looks incredibly powerful. That red dragon doesn't seem so simple. That roar just now shook the very heavens. Sharp comments flooded the public platform of the National Fortune Arena. At that very moment, the National Fortune Arena finally announced. Both sides have finished summoning their beasts. Scarlet Dragon vs. Skywalking Yiksha. Battle preparations commence. With the arena's announcement, China's fiery crimson divine dragon unleashed its power first, forming searing dragon flames in its maw and unleashing them toward India's sneaky Huaxia with Mekron. Yet the Indian Huaxia only sneered coldly, utterly dismissive of the dragon's flames before him. A pair of wings flapped violently behind him, propelling him skyward with a swift, fierce motion. This caused the crimson dragon's dragon flames to miss their mark. The scorching heat continued to seethe where it had struck. Oomph! The Huaxia with Mekron Yaka of the Indian kingdom let out a mocking snort before descending from the air. Wielding his 3-foot steel spear, he danced through the air. In an instant, a hurricane swirled through the air, the wind slaughter. This was the Huaxia's signature technique. Witnessing this, Lin Yang thought to himself, the demonic beasts of the Indian kingdom are truly extraordinary. They can even evade dragon flames moving at such speed. As the Huaxia's whirlwind surged, Lin Yang urgently tried to warn the crimson dragon to evade. The storm whipped up hellish winds, laced with razor-sharp blades. If those wind blades struck the crimson dragon's body, it likely wouldn't survive. The crimson dragon sensed the storm's malevolent intent. Yet the crimson dragon made a move no one could have anticipated. His entire body coiled as dragon flames surged from his maw, more intense than ever. The crimson dragon unleashed his most terrifying dragon flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crimson dragon was instantly enveloped in searing dragon flames. What kind of fire is this? How can it be so scorching? Is this the crimson dragon's ultimate attack? The temperature of this flame must be at least tens of thousands of degrees. He's not dodging at all. Is the red dragon trying to clash head-on with the skywalking Huaxia's hurricane? Yes. A head-on clash is what we came for. The live chat in the National Fortune Arena public stream exploded with comments. Even Summit, the chosen one of Tianzhu, frowned slightly. What terrifying heat. Looks like the crimson dragon is no pushover after all. Boom. A deafening roar. The hellish winds whipped up by the storm collided with the crimson dragon's dragon flames, exploding instantly. Sizzle. The winds of the underworld and the crimson dragon's flames intertwined ceaselessly in the air. Gradually, the two forces clashed fiercely, merging into a single chaotic mass. The hellish winds of the skywalking Huaxia were utterly consumed by the crimson dragon's flames. It wasn't just Summit who was astonished. The people of the Indian kingdom were utterly stunned. The invincible Lord Kai. How could he possibly lose to the Chinese in divine prowess? This can't be possible? No wonder the crimson dragon dared to be so arrogant. His power is truly terrifying, even surpassing the skywalking Huaxia. Our hopes are shattered. Everyone, don't panic. The Huaxia people can't possibly be our match. China is merely exploiting loopholes. Let's see how this plays out. As the Indian crowd's defenses crumbled within the National Fortune Arena, Chinese spectators simultaneously flooded the screen with comments. Those arrogant Indian bastards. Now those Indian chaps know how formidable we Chinese are. Now that's real strength. Ha! With the Indians' measly skills, they'll be centuries away from beating us Chinese. Watching the arrogant faces of the Chinese spectators, countless Indian fans gritted their teeth in fury. Inside the arena, after the skywalking Huaxia's supernatural powers were consumed by the crimson dragon's scorching flames, he spun around, desperately trying to evade the scorching heat of the red dragon's flames. Clearly, this terrifying dragon flame, once it touched a living being, could not be extinguished. It would continue burning until the creature was completely incinerated. For a moment, the skywalking Huaxia could only flee wildly in all directions. The crimson dragon pressed its advantage, its dragon flames growing ever more ferocious. Though the Huaxia possessed astonishing speed, it could not evade in time. Its entire body was scorched, the pain excruciating. Hiss! He sucked in a sharp breath of pain. Damn it! How dare you hurt me! The Huaxia's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Meanwhile, the crimson dragon unleashed its divine power once more, spewing forth searing dragon flames. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions echoed through the air. The skywalking Huaxia was forced back step by step by the crimson dragon. Very well. You forced my hand. The skywalking Huaxia roared in fury, its form suddenly swelling to countless times its original size. In the blink of an eye, the skywalking Huaxia transformed into a colossal being that stood towering between heaven and earth. Is this the heaven-emulating earth-shaping technique? Lin Yang's heart raced with shock. But he quickly dismissed the thought. This magic feels so ethereal it can't possibly emulate heaven and earth. This guy's just bluffing. Chapter 54, Summit's defenses breached. Lin Yang's guess was correct. Tian Di was a supreme divine power. How could the Night Stalker Huaxia possibly possess it? If it could, it wouldn't have been so thoroughly humiliated by the Monkey King back then. Such a creature, fit only to serve as a servant to the Dragon King of China, now dared to retaliate upon encountering the Crimson Dragon, a genuine Eastern divine dragon. Yet dared to fight back? That was truly laughable. The Crimson Dragon of China saw the skywalking Huaxia still trying to intimidate others. His piercing dragon eyes had long seen through the charade. With a roar, the Crimson Dragon unleashed another torrent of scorching dragonfire toward the skywalking Yaksha. Roar! The skywalking Yaksha roared back, head thrown back. The entire arena shook violently from the sheer force of the roar. Rumble rumble. The skywalking Yaksha swung his steel fork, barely managing to conjure a protective barrier to block the fiery might of the Crimson Dragon's flames. The shield swayed precariously, clearly unable to hold much longer. Boom! Boom! Finally, under the scorching dragon flame's relentless assault, the protective barrier shattered in an instant. The skywalking Yaksha roared with maniacal laughter. Come! Fight! With that, the skywalking Yaksha spread its wings and dove toward the Crimson Dragon, heedless of the dragon flames before it. He sought close combat. Oomph! You're asking for death. The Crimson Dragon wouldn't give him the chance. Streams of fire shot from the Crimson Dragon's mouth, striking the winged demon's wings and blasting him several meters away. Boom! Splatter! The skywalking Yaksha crashed to the ground, blood staining the arena beneath him crimson. Soaring high into the sky, the Crimson Dragon swiftly executed a tail strike toward the Kwa's position. Crack! The skywalking Yaksha, barely back on his feet, was flung by the Crimson Dragon's tail, crashing heavily into the wall. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his breath faint as a thread. "You're defeated," came the Crimson Dragon's indifferent voice. "Huh, I lost?" The empty-handed Yaka struggled to lift his head and gaze at the Crimson Dragon suspended midair. "Isn't that obvious? You can barely stand now." With the majesty befitting a dragon, the Crimson Dragon scorned the Yaksa's provocation, gazing down upon it with haughty disdain. "Ha! Ha! Ha! Yes! I am defeated. But, ha! 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 Even if I am defeated, do you think victory is assured? Dream on." The skywalking Yaksha suddenly erupted into madness, laughing hysterically while spitting blood. Instantly, his body dissolved into black smoke and vanished from the spot. The Crimson Dragon continued to regard the Kraka with contempt. He knew this was merely the Kraka's final technique, a desperate, last-ditch effort from one who had exhausted all his tricks. The black smoke shot straight upward, attempting to trade one life for another with the Crimson Dragon. Such tactics? Truly desperate. Lin Yang couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark at the sight. However, the Crimson Dragon, standing alone in the arena, wasn't fooled. A colossal fireball roared through the sky as the Crimson Dragon opened its maw, unleashing it toward the thick black smoke. Crackle pop, crackle pop, crackle pop. The black smoke was completely engulfed by the Crimson Dragon flames, accompanied by the sizzling sound of charred flesh. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a charred corpse on the ground. The skywalking Yaksha, unable to withstand the terrifying dragon flames, was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, all spectators were stunned. Holy crap, weren't they trading blows evenly at first? How could it be killed so easily? This is brutal one-hit kill. Whoa, that's terrifying. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh after watching. This really is the most brutal episode. Gazing at the Crimson Dragon in the arena, Lin Yang felt a flood of emotions. The Crimson Dragon's ferocity far exceeded his expectations. Just one move. It instantly took down its enemy. After defeating the flying Yaksha, the Crimson Dragon, being of noble dragon bloodline, naturally wouldn't rashly execute Summit. Summit was still reeling from the flying Yaksa's defeat. The death of that sky Yaksa left him utterly bewildered. He hadn't grasped it yet. How could he have suddenly been killed? How could this happen? Still unable to process it, Summit muttered discontentedly. Impossible. The flying Yaksha couldn't possibly lose. The Chinese must have used a bug. Summit shouted angrily at the National Fortune Arena. The image of the refined and amiable Indian professor vanished completely, leaving only a foul-mouthed old man whose defenses had crumbled. But the National Fortune Arena ignored him, its announcement booming out. National Fortune Arena announcement. Crimson Dragon vs. Flying Yaksha, battle concluded. Congratulations to China's Crimson Dragon on victory. The chosen one of China, please select your reward. Following the platform's prompt, Lin Yang chose without hesitation, I choose to reclaim a piece of land occupied by the Tianzhu Kingdom. Upon hearing his words, the National Fortune Arena immediately returned a piece of land in southern China that had been occupied by the Indian Empire to China. With this territory reclaimed, the arena echoed once more. The chosen one of Huaxia has completed their reward selection. Both nations' chosen ones are now being teleported out of the National Fortune Arena. Thus, riding the momentum of their initial victory over Tianzhu, Lin Yang and Nazamet were teleported out of the arena. Upon returning to Huaxia, Lin Yang's first act was to visit Elder Chen's Historical Research Institute. He began assisting Old Chen in enriching the historical records of the ancient era. The broad outlines of that era had already been successfully reconstructed. As for the subsequent history of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era, would require waiting for the National Fortune Arena to release new tasks before Lin Yang could further refine and complete it. Meanwhile, within the Kingdom of Tianzhu, despite suffering a defeat, Summit returned to the Kingdom of Tianzhu without facing significant criticism. In fact, Summit's Tianzhu kingdom was embraced by many of its people. The reason was simple: Summit had led Tianzhu to overwhelming victories on the national fortune arena. With little turmoil in either nation, 3 days passed in relative peace. The voices that had once questioned Lin Yang's decision to continue fighting had long since faded, replaced entirely by praise for him. Congratulations, host, on defeating Summit of Tianzhu in the first battle. Achievement unlocked: first victory against Tianzhu. Shanghai system unlocks Demon Beast, Cat General. Cat General? Lin Yang was taken aback by the name, yet he harbored no doubts about the Cat General's prowess. After all, no demon beast from the ancient Chinese pantheon within the Shanghai system was ever weak. 3 days later, within the national fortune arena, Lin Yang, as the chosen one of China, met once again with Summit, the chosen one of the kingdom of Tianzhu. Hello, Chinese. I'll admit you showed real skill last time, but this round, I won't show you any mercy this time. Summit declared arrogantly to Lin Yang. MHM. Lin Yang closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, responding simply, clearly not taking the Indian chosen one's words too seriously. Summit's anger flared, and Lin Yang's response only poured fuel on the fire. You bastard! You bastard! Summit cursed viciously. Chapter 55, Cat General. Then, gritting his teeth, he shouted at the National Fortune Arena. Commence the National Fortune Arena battle. I'll show that kid from China what a powerful Tianzhu kingdom looks like. After hearing Summit's unguarded words, a wave of sharp comments began to ripple through the National Fortune Arena. LOL, wasn't Summit all polite and refined in the last match? Exactly. Who'd buy this act now? This guy's got a face thicker than a city wall and he expects us to believe him? I wonder if Tianzhu Kingdom still has a chance. The live stream of the National Fortune Arena echoed with countless remarks that made the people of Tianzhu blush. These remarks undoubtedly shattered the Tianzhu nation's defenses, especially after their previous 30-game winning streak that had dominated South Asia and parts of China. Mr. Summit, take down this Chinese guy. We must win. Represent us Indians and claim the damn victory. India must prevail. Countless Tianzhu fans roared in unison. In history, this was one of the few moments of glory for the Tianzhu nation. They absolutely refused to let Lin Yang shatter the bubble of their dreams like this. Soon, the National Fortune Arena finally announced. Both chosen ones, please begin selecting and introducing your beasts. This time, to seize the momentum, Nasamit spoke up immediately, the earth-walking Huaxia. More terrifying than the sky-walking Huaxia, his hair blazes with green flames, towering several zhang high, burning like candles. His eyes, one atop his crown, the other beneath his chin, are grotesquely shaped, some triangular, others crescent-shaped. The earth-walking Huaxia is a demigod created by the gods. It is also a divine weapon forged to maintain the relationship between gods and humans. Nasamit's introduction undoubtedly served as a reassuring tonic for the people of Tianzhu. Excellent. The Huaxia makes its entrance. Now I wonder how Huaxia will respond. What can they do? Looks like they're already defeated. China might as well just wait for the loss. Ha ha. I agree. Long live Tianzhu. Crush those Chinese dogs. In the official livestream of the Kingdom of Tianzhu, countless citizens flooded the screen with comments. When it was Lin Yang's turn to introduce himself, seeing the arrogance in Summit's eyes, Lin Yang didn't waste words. He simply stated, General Cat, a deity with a human body and a cat's head. In the former Huaxia's Anan commandery, there stands the temple of the Cat General, a deity with a cat's head and human body, renowned for its supernatural powers. Huaxia pilgrims would pray there to seek blessings and ward off misfortune. Some say Cat is a corruption of Mao, referring to the Mongols. During the Ming dynasty, Minister Mao once pacified the south, hence this temple. He was once the deity revered by the people of Annam commandery. His combat prowess speaks for itself. Lin Yang's introduction was brief, yet it stirred the hearts of many Chinese citizens. It sounds like history from the Ming dynasty. I hear it too. It's a shame our extant Ming history only records Zhu Yuanzhang expelling the Yuan dynasty. What a pity. Lin Yang, you'd better make sure to bring all that glorious history back to light. Countless viewers in the Huaxia National Fortune Arena livestream expressed regret over the incomplete historical records. Meanwhile, within the National Fortune Arena, the National Fortune Arena swiftly announced. Both sides' chosen ones have been introduced. Now summoning the representative beasts of each nation's civilization. Following the arena's announcement, two distinct auras still permeated the air. On one side, a dark aura emanated as the Yaka crawled from the ground, its appearance fierce and its visage terrifying. On the other side, a golden radiance shown as a cat-like figure radiating divine aura appeared in the arena of the National Fortune Arena, the Cat General. Lin Yang gazed at the Cat General, murmuring softly, Cat General, I hope you'll surprise me. As Lin Yang's mutter faded away, the National Fortune Arena announced. Both sides have completed their beast summons. China's Cat General vs India's Earth-walking Huaxia. Battle commence. Following the arena's announcement, The cat general, clad in gleaming armor and wielding twin blades, charged headlong toward the terrestrial Huaxia. The Huaxia, no pushover himself, swung his steel fork and counterattacked the cat general. Their attacks clashed instantly. For a moment, neither gained the upper hand. Roar! Woo! Suddenly, the terrain Huaxia roared. Thick black smoke poured from its mouth. The black mist swiftly enveloped the cat general. In an instant, the cat general found himself completely engulfed. Oomph! Trivial tricks! Seeing this, the cat general sneered coldly. His twin blades danced like a fierce wind sweeping across a mountain ridge, instantly cleaving through the thick smoke from all directions. Meanwhile, the cat general's fierce battle with the knight continued. One wielded twin blades with lightning speed, the other manipulated a steel fork with unpredictable shifts. The clash of weapons intertwined, producing a continuous clanging and metallic clatter, resounding with relentless force. Clang! 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 The relentless clanging of steel against steel reverberated like thunder, shaking the hearts of viewers watching the livestream. On the arena screen, General Cat's twin blades were drenched in blood, while the Indian Huaxia bore scarcely a scratch. Clearly, the Huaxia's regenerative abilities were extraordinary. Seeing this, every viewer in the National Fortune Arena livestream channel wore expressions of tension. What are we going to do? Is China going to lose again? Damn! Who knew the Huaxia was this strong? If I'd known this would happen, I never would have bet on Cat General to win. What a ripoff! Exactly. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bet. What a money-losing deal. Ah! What a pity, what a shame. No way. China absolutely cannot lose. Go China! Go Cat General! Go India! Go Huaxia! Countless spectators in the livestream watched the scene unfold on the National Fortune Arena, sighing in unison. But how could General Cat, a divine general, lose so easily? He leapt backward swiftly. He swiftly distanced himself from the trap set for the earth-walking Huaxia. He sheathed the twin blades in his hands. General Cat formed a hand seal, pinching a mystic mark. Instantly, the entire space seemed to fall under some force's control. Air currents surged ceaselessly, and the temperature plummeted in an instant, turning the atmosphere as frigid as an ice cellar. A bone-chilling wind swept through. The earth-walking Huaxia had intended to pursue the cat general for battle, but suddenly, waves of frigid wind swirled through the air, instantly knocking him to the ground. Soon, throughout the entire arena of the National Fortune Tournament, the temperature plummeted further, frost forming on the ground as the earth-walking Huaxia was buffeted to the point of instability. The Earth Huaxia activated a divine technique, the wind still formula, to anchor his feet more firmly to the ground. Seeing that the Earth Huaxia still had tricks up his sleeve, the cat general immediately poured even more of his spiritual energy into the divine technique he had just unleashed. In an instant, the biting cold wind howling through the space grew fiercer, as if the harshest winter month of the northern lands had descended. It swept toward the earth-walking Huaxia. Chapter 56, Divine Technique. Slay the Huaxia. The Earth Huaxia unleashed its own divine power, enveloping itself in a layer of black flames. Yet when that black flame met the cat general's icy wind, it melted away like snow and ice before fire, vanishing into nothingness. The earth-walking Huaxia sensed danger and attempted to flee. But the cat general swiftly formed a seal. A colossal lotus blossomed from the earth, trapping it within. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lotus spun relentlessly. The Huaxia struggled desperately, but it couldn't break free from the lotus's grasp. Finally, the lotus ceased its spinning. The terrain Huaxia was trapped within, utterly helpless to resist, only able to let out furious roars. Meow! The cat general let out a haughty cry, and the freezing speed within the arena quickened. Within mere seconds, the Earth Huaxia was encased within an ice pillar, frozen solid into a statue of ice. This earth-walking Huaxia was no ordinary being. As a demigod within the Indian civilization system, possessed formidable supernatural powers. A surge of black flames erupted from within his body. This black flame was entirely different from the previous one, emanating a terrifying aura. Rumble! The ice pillar shook violently, as if unable to withstand the Earth Huaxia's power. The Earth Huaxia charged forward with all his might. Crack! The ice pillar shattered. He burst free from the ice. Meow! Seeing this, the cat general's eyes flashed crimson. The twin blades in his hands drew from their sheaths once more, their strikes descending like a storm of wind and rain. Terrain Huaxia recognized the threat, and as his claws swept through the air, black flames erupted. That was the power of a demigod, capable of incinerating all things. Where black flames met icy blades, dazzling sparks erupted. The two forces locked in a stalemate. The general's blade work suddenly quickened. The blade's aura grew ever more fierce. Blade after blade came crashing down, each strike carrying a terrifying force that seemed to tear the heavens apart. Thud! 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 Though the earth-walking Huaxia possessed formidable defenses, it could not withstand such relentless assault and gradually faltered. Ice shards flew everywhere, and his skin was already covered in wounds. At first, the Night Stalker had watched with utter indifference as Cat General carved so many scars into his body. I have regenerative abilities. Slash away to your heart's content. The Huaxia roared furiously, his steel pitchfork once again engulfed in black flames as he charged toward the cat general. Yet he didn't know that the cat general's bone-chilling frost had already destroyed every regenerative cell within his body. The Yaksha before him possessed no power to heal. Thus, the Earth Yaksha's body grew increasingly shattered. The cat general's abilities had beaten him into a state of utter confusion. By the time the Yaksha realized his regenerative abilities had vanished, the cat general's swift blade had seized upon a flaw in his attack, severing the Yaksha's arm in one clean stroke. The steel fork weighed 1,000 pounds to begin with. With one arm severed by the cat general, the terrain Yaksha could no longer wield the weapon to pose any threat. And so, the cat general's assault continued. The other arm, both legs, the torso. All were hacked to pieces by the cat general. Even with the Earth Yaksha's formidable physique, and despite General Cat's slightly diminished stamina after unleashing his divine power, it was only then that he could still continue fighting. Yet the Indian spectators within the National Fortune Arena were the first to raise the white flag. It's over. Are the beasts of Huaxia truly this formidable? I can't bear to watch anymore. Lord Huaxia has no chance of turning this around. Hang in there. Lord Huaxia, you can do this. Meanwhile, spectators from other civilizations in the National Fortune Arena livestream began spewing venom. You're doomed to lose. Can you at least spare us the embarrassment? Keep watching. There's still a chance. Are the Indians just refusing to admit defeat? The beasts of China are so powerful, seems we need to warn our civilization's chosen ones to be careful. The Asian region's battles lack real substance. The true value lies in our European division. Exactly. Watch my Western evil dragon. A single breath of dragon smoke will incinerate your Chinese beasts. Within the public arena of the National Fortune Arena, countless spectators from Western civilizations began mocking the East Asian region's lack of prestige. Yet the battle within the National Fortune Arena raged on. The combat prowess of China's cat general was no ordinary feat. The whirlwind of his dual blades severed the other arm of the terrain Yaksha. Only its legs remained. The earth-walking Yaksha's legs were also severed and fell to the ground. Splatter. Blood spattered. But the cat general paid no heed. His blood-red eyes glowed with the bloodthirsty ferocity of a demon god as his twin blades continued to strike at the Earth Yaksha. The earth-walking Yaksha roared in fury. Black flames erupted across its body, attempting to withstand the cat general's assault. Boom! With a single strike, the terrain Yaksha's entire head exploded into fragments. Crash! The terrain Yaksha's corpse collapsed instantly, turning into a swirling cloud of dust. China rocks. General Cat rocks. I'd love to see what the Indians have to say now. Oomph. Even if that Yaksha was a demigod, so what? In the end, it's still us, China, who won. I tell you. The demon god chosen by the Yang god is still the strongest. The Chinese populace cheered joyfully in the public livestream of the National Fortune Arena. Meanwhile, within the Indian nation shrouded in gloom, every soul remained silent. They watched helplessly as their once hopeful Earth Yaksha lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless as a corpse. National Fortune Arena announcement. China's cat general claims victory. China, please select your reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang chose his reward without hesitation. I choose to reclaim a territory belonging to our Huaxia. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, the council chairman nodded approvingly. Our young chosen one is truly growing more capable by the day. Indeed. He speaks with neither arrogance nor timidity, truly a promising prospect. This way, our Huaxia's territory grows ever more complete. Chairman, your insight is unparalleled. Chosen one Lin Yang's skill is extraordinary. My admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the Yellow River's torrent, while my respect for chosen one Lin Yang surges eastward like the mighty Yangtze. The surrounding councillors enthusiastically echoed the chairman's words. Within the National Fortune Arena, General Cat made no move to execute the chosen one from Tianzhu. With a haughty meow. Then he departed the arena of the National Fortune Arena. At that moment, Lin Yang stared at Summit with an air of superiority. Watching the once refined Summit's face flush as red as a monkey's butt. The satisfaction in Lin Yang's heart was beyond words. Selection of rewards for the chosen ones of Huaxia complete. Both chosen ones are now being teleported out of the National Fortune Arena. The National Fortune Arena announced. A familiar white light appeared before Lin Yang's eyes. He was instantly transported back to the simple courtyard house in the capital of Huaxia. Things are getting better and better. Lin Yang chuckled contentedly. Chapter 57, Operation Dragon Slayer. It was also the moment after returning to China following the victory over the Tianzhu Kingdom. An emergency meeting convened once more in the Western Alliance's conference room. This time, it wasn't just the leaders of the United States, Irish Nation, and John Bull Nation. Instead, representatives from nearly every nation that had achieved consecutive victories on the National Fortune Arena. All gathered together for a dedicated meeting. At the meeting, the President of the United States, as the central figure, spoke first. China is growing increasingly dominant within the National Fortune Arena. What countermeasures do you propose? Mr. President, our situation has become extremely difficult to manage. The president of Iris Nation immediately echoed the chosen one of the beautiful nation. Indeed. If we allow China's chosen one to continue developing unchecked, it won't be long before we face certain defeat on the national fortune arena. Though the Chinese chosen one has achieved consecutive victories in the East Asia division, we still hold the numerical advantage. A single drop of spit from each of us could drown the Chinese. Precisely. I propose contacting the nations of India, Japan, and the northern realm of Sakura to unite our forces against the Chinese chosen ones. Upon hearing the Iris Nation's president speak, representatives from other nations chimed in. After hearing their suggestions, the President of the United States frowned and asked, "This approach is indeed correct, but are there any additional opinions to add?" The Emperor of Sakura Nation spoke up, "I propose." Before he could articulate his thoughts, the Prime Minister of John Bull's nation cut him off. "Your Excellency, I find this unacceptable." The Prime Minister of John Bull interrupted the Emperor of Sakura Nation. "We issue China an ultimatum. If they do not immediately concede defeat in the national fortune arena, hand over the chosen one, and agree to India's interests in China, then." The Prime Minister of John Bull paused, glancing at the expressions of the assembled representatives before continuing, "We will initiate Operation Dragon Slayer." The Prime Minister of John Cow Nation spoke with unwavering resolve. There was absolutely no room for negotiation. "What? You're actually going to activate the Dragon Extermination Plan?" At this, everyone present wore expressions of utter shock. The implications of this statement were explosive. Put simply, it meant the entire world would unite against China. Economically, the entire world would impose sanctions on China, isolating China globally. And now, the United States was actually moving forward with this insane plan ahead of schedule? One must understand that the resources required to orchestrate this dragon-slaying plan would be astronomical. This reveals just how much hostility John Bull harbors toward China. They even seem eager to destroy China. At that moment, the numerous representatives present fell silent, their eyes reflecting shock, worry, fear, and other complex emotions. Only the President of the United States immediately agreed, "Let's proceed with it." Upon hearing the American president's words, representatives from other nations voiced their agreement and began offering their own suggestions. The British Prime Minister nodded with satisfaction, "Very well. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with preparations." The President of the United States promptly added, "Representative of India, proceed immediately. Draft an ultimatum to China." The President of the United States then assigned numerous tasks. And so, their so-called Dragon Extermination Plan officially commenced. As the Western Alliance Conference concluded. The next morning, Lin Yang was abruptly roused from his deep sleep by a ringing phone. Most shocking of all, the call originated from the chairman's office. This forced Lin Yang to brace himself. The tone on the line was urgent. The chairman's aide immediately outlined the so-called Dragon Extermination Plan proposed by the Western Alliance. After listening, Lin Yang's brows furrowed deeply. "All right. I'll be at your office immediately. We'll discuss this in detail then." Hanging up, Lin Yang quickly washed up, dressed, and rushed to the council chairman's office. Half an hour later, Lin Yang knocked on the council president's office door. "Come in." Lin Yang pushed open the door and stepped inside. He found the council president seated at his desk, practicing calligraphy with a brush pen. Upon seeing Lin Yang, the chairman remarked indifferently, "You must have seen the news on your way here." Lin Yang frowned upon hearing this. "It seems they're prepared to go down fighting with us." The chairman paused his flowing brushwork. "Indeed. What ideas do you have?" The chairman and Lin Yang always cut straight to the chase in their discussions. Therefore, Lin Yang didn't beat around the bush either. He spoke openly and frankly, "Since they're targeting us like this, then we should show them what true independence and self-reliance look like. Let the storm rage even fiercer." Hearing Lin Yang's words, the council chairman smiled faintly. "It's good you have ideas. So what's our next move?" A confident smile touched Lin Yang's lips. "Persuading the council members is your job, Chairman. In 3 days, the National Fortune Arena will reveal the outcome." The chairman's trust in Lin Yang required no further assurances. With that settled, Lin Yang and the council president went their separate ways. Each returned to their respective duties. After concluding his discussion with the council chairman, Lin Yang wasted no time heading to Elder Chen's quarters. His mind continuously refined his plan. His strategy was clear: conquer the secret realms within the National Fortune Arena. By accumulating sufficient points, he aimed to ensure China's technology and resources could sustain an entire nation's operations. The moment this idea surfaced, the Zhonghai system in his mind immediately issued a task. System notice, new mission issued. Mission, challenge the secret realm. Task details, due to global hostility targeting China, the host must activate the secret realm within the National Fortune Arena and successfully complete it. Failure penalty, China loses its legitimacy. The combat power of beasts summoned by the host is reduced by 50%. The host perishes. Reward, demon god exorcism. as the task from the Zhenghai system appeared in his mind. Lin Yang knew he had no choice but to act. Then let's do this. A surge of heroic resolve filled Lin Yang's heart. He immediately approached Elder Chen's location. Master Chen, restore the history of Huaxia immediately. Old Chen had been fretting over that so-called dragon extinction plan. Seeing Lin Yang arrive, his heart settled. You brat! You're surprisingly calm at a time like this. Lin Yang chuckled in response. This time we're restoring the history of Fuxi, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Old Chen's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Fuxi. The historical records of this legendary figure in our nation have dwindled to nothing but a name. How did you know that? Lin Yang chuckled in response. It's just family heritage. Let's get started now. Without delay, Lin Yang commenced his work. Fuxi, the progenitor of Chinese civilization and one of the 3 sovereigns, also known as Taihao or Huangxianxi. In mythology, he is the ancestor of humankind. Tradition holds he bore the surname Feng, also known as Mishi, Paoxi, Baoxi, or Fuxi. He is also called the sacrificial emperor, the imperial Shi, and recorded in the records of the grand historian as Fuxi. Some texts refer to him as the Azure Emperor Taihao Fuxi, i.e., the Eastern Supreme Deity. After reading the text recorded by Lin Yang, a surge of heroic spirit welled up within him. Let the storms rage. Our 5,000 years of glorious Chinese history shall never fear you. Chapter 58, Secret Realm Challenge. Lin Yang continued, Master Chen, I'm counting on your help from here on out. Master Chen patted his chest in assurance. Rest easy. Once you revive history, this matter is mine to handle. For the next 2 hours, Lin Yang and Old Chen remained busy in the office. In ancient times, when the sage of Baoxi ruled the world, he observed the patterns in the heavens above and the laws of the earth below. He studied the markings of birds and beasts and the suitability of the land. Drawing near from his own body and far from all things, he thus created the 8 trigrams. He also taught the people to tie knots to make nets for fishing and hunting, used paired animal skins as wedding gifts, and invented the qin and essay. Fuxi tasted hundreds of herbs to develop the 9 needles, revered for over 1,000 years by Chinese medicine as the progenitor of both medical science and acupuncture. Possessing divine virtue, Fuxi united the Huaxia people, established his capital in Shan, and performed the Fengshan ritual on Mount Tai. Taking the body of a python, the head of a crocodile, the horns of a stag, the eyes of a tiger, the scales of a red carp, the legs of a giant lizard, the talons of a hawk, the tail of a white shark, and the whiskers of a humpback whale, Fuxi created the dragon totem of the Chinese nation. From this, the descendants of the dragon were born. These fragments of text continually reappeared within the Huaxia Historical Research Institute through Lin Yang's diligent efforts. Professor Chen, I must trouble you to work a few more days. Please reorganize this history. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Old Chen nodded solemnly in agreement. Restoring history. It's no overnight task. Old Chen sighed. The next day, the official mouthpiece of Huaxia published an article. Descendants of the Dragon. The 4 characters were prominently displayed on the official Huaxia website. The news instantly sent shockwaves across the globe, undoubtedly the most powerful counterattack against the Western Alliance's dragon extermination plan. Here lies the essence of China's 5,000-year civilization. Nations whose cultural foundations pale in comparison to China's were left red-faced upon seeing it. Especially the leader of the Western Alliance, the United States, whose face darkened upon seeing China's declaration. Yet he knew that in a war of words, they stood no chance against China. He could only choose to turn a deaf ear and a blind eye. Within half a day, the chairman of the Huaxia Council issued a proclamation. China will never compromise with evil forces. Let them unite against us. Through the diligent and courageous efforts of the Chinese people, we shall steadily achieve our goals. The chairman's words rang out with unwavering conviction. Instantly, a wave of fervor swept across Huaxia. Countless people were moved by China's backbone and spirit. On the other side, inside the Ximing Summit conference room, all major members of the Western Alliance were present. Damn it! These Chinese aren't afraid of us joining forces. Exactly. Do they really think we won't dare? They're too arrogant. Countless defiant remarks reached the ears of the President of the United States. He only replied coldly, then we'll see how long those stubborn Chinese can hold out. 3 days later, within the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang and Summit from that Indian nation were once again teleported onto the National Fortune Arena battlefield. Lin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, silently observing Summit across from him. Summit returned his gaze with an equally haughty expression. I hear your Huaxia nation rejected our proposal? Lin Yang remained coldly indifferent. Cut the nonsense. He then addressed the National Fortune Arena. Open the National Fortune Arena shop. Seeing Lin Yang ignore him, Summit from the Indian nation wore an unpleasant expression, yet his voice remained mocking. Playing for time now that you're facing certain death? Lin Yang remained utterly disinterested in the barking of this chosen one from Tianzhu. National Fortune Arena notice. Huaxia Chosen One's shop is now open. Notice, Huaxia Chosen One's current points, 300 points. Lin Yang nodded upon hearing this. Alright. Instantly, a virtual touchscreen provided by the National Fortune Arena Mall appeared before Lin Yang's eyes. As before, it displayed an array of premium goods. Technology Leap Card, 2,500 points. Resource Infinity Card, 2,500 points. Secret Realm Pass, 300 points. Combat Mode Reset Card, 300 points. Forced Exit Card, 300 points. Lin Yang casually scanned the various rewards in the shop. The public platform of the National Fortune Arena was flooded with real-time comments. Ha! Is the chosen one of Huaxia about to quit? Looks like the chosen one of Huaxia is chickening out. Ha! Looks like he knows the gap in strength is too big and wants to run away. Oomph! What a coward! Summit sneered contemptuously. Lin Yang ignored him, swiftly selecting the item he needed. My choice. The Secret Realm Pass. Seeing Lin Yang select this item, the Chinese audience watching the National Fortune Arena erupted. What the hell? I don't get Yangshin's move. That's the Secret Realm. It's definitely no walk in the park. It's over, everything's over. We only have 300 points left. Why buy this useless thing? A Secret Realm challenge? Are we really strong enough? Even the Roman Empire, with the most consecutive wins on the National Fortune Arena, couldn't successfully challenge it. The assembly chairman stared at the flood of comments on the National Fortune Arena, his expression growing uncertain. So this was the method Lin Yang had discussed with him challenging the Secret Realm? That kid, he's got some guts. Though perplexed, the council chairman gave Lin Yang his fullest support. Inside the National Fortune Arena. Question. Will the chosen one of Huaxia use all points to purchase the Secret Realm Pass? The final prompt from the National Fortune Arena sounded for Lin Yang. Once Lin Yang confirmed, the Secret Realm Pass would be immediately secured. The nation of China, represented by Lin Yang, would then gain the qualification to challenge the Secret Realm. Thus, Lin Yang solemnly declared to the National Fortune Arena, confirmed. Secret Realm Pass for the chosen one of Huaxia purchased. Please select whether to use the Secret Realm Pass immediately. Using it will pause the current battle. You will be instantly teleported into the Secret Realm to begin the challenge. The National Fortune Arena continued to prompt Lin Yang. Use it now. Lin Yang's 4 words were spoken with unwavering resolve. 3, 2, 1. The countdown began inside the National Fortune Arena. The next second, a flash of white light filled Lin Yang's vision. When he opened his eyes, the despicable summit had vanished from sight. Instead, before his eyes now stood all the beasts that had fought for China, now displayed before him in a state of readiness, awaiting his selection. Hope the Yang God won't regret this decision. Yeah, go for it, Yangshin. You gotta make it through. Come on, if you couldn't beat the Roman Heavenly Selection, how do you expect to beat the Huaxia Heavenly Selection? Stop pouring cold water on this. There's no turning back now. Agree with the above. With the entire world targeting China now, we need to show the courage to burn our boats. The debate raged on in the Huaxia live stream room of the National Fortune Arena. The voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded once more. Chosen 1, select 3 beasts to challenge the Secret Realm. Dungeon name, challenge the Demon's Lair. Dungeon content, the lair houses 10 vengeful spirits of beasts defeated by your civilization. These spirits retain all abilities from their living forms, amplified by their intensified hatred to double their former power. The chosen of Huaxia, begin your selection. Chapter 59, Break. The Barrier. Lin Yang scanned the beasts before him, awaiting his selection. These beasts, revered and enshrined by the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Lin Yang swiftly selected the beasts he required. Xingtian, the nine-tailed fox, and Wuziki. These 3 great demon gods, renowned in ancient Chinese legends for their world-ending power. As Lin Yang made his selection, the voice of the National Fortune Arena sounded. National Fortune Arena notice. The chosen one of Huaxia has completed his selection. After 10 minutes of preparation time, the National Fortune Arena's Secret Realm will officially open. Amidst the platform's notification chime, the neutral livestream channels of the National Fortune Arena erupted in mockery toward Huaxia. Ha! See that? That idiot from Huaxia actually dared to challenge the Secret Realm. Exactly. And he picked monsters like Xingtian and Wuziki. Even our mighty Roman Empire's 7-headed red dragon couldn't conquer it. And they expect to succeed with these 3 scraps from Huaxia? Oomph. This is laughable. Let's watch China make a fool of themselves. Exactly. I bet China's going nuts back home right now. That lunatic chosen one. Amidst global hostility toward Huaxia, the neutral broadcast room of the National Fortune Arena naturally had nothing good to say about China. Yet the Chinese people did not doubt Lin Yang as the commentators expected. Yang God. Since you've made your choice, give it your all. Showing your true colors matters more than anything. Even if we fail in the Secret Realm, we'll have the courage to start over. Exactly. China can't lose face. We believe in you. Yang God is mighty. Crush this secret realm. Beyond the majority opinion, there were naturally those who stood apart and questioned Lin Yang. Stop the awkward hype. That kid Lin Yang is getting too big for his britches. Of course, this voice was quickly drowned out by the overwhelming majority supporting Lin Yang. 10 minutes passed swiftly, accompanied by the announcement from the National Fortune Arena. National Fortune Arena announcement. Huaxia chosen one Secret Realm Challenge. Commencing. Lin Yang's first Secret Realm Challenge was about to begin. The area Lin Yang was in at this moment was highly specialized. Within this Secret Realm console, Lin Yang could connect to the sensory systems of 3 magical beasts simultaneously. He could simultaneously issue commands to all 3 beasts, regardless of their locations, a tremendous test of human control. For an ordinary human, connecting to the sensory systems of 3 beasts simultaneously would be enough to cost them their life. Without unwavering resolve or courage, it would be utterly impossible. But Lin Yang could do it. For within his mind resided the man who possessed the mountain and sea system. His experience of being reborn twice allowed him to effortlessly endure the sensory pressures. Lin Yang. He was no ordinary mortal. As the 3 beasts descended into the secret realm, each radiating the auspicious aura of the mountain and sea pavilion yet unable to conceal the savage, extraordinary power of demonic gods within them, Lin Yang instantly felt a connection with them. Soon after, the secret realm echoed with cries of battle and the roars of beasts. Lin Yang observed the external situation through the secret realm. The worst-case scenario unfolded. All 3 demonic beasts had descended into separate regions. The landscape within the secret realm was terrifying beyond description. However, Wuziki found himself not in the rivers, seas, or lakes he knew best, but in a dense forest. The forest was exceptionally dense, with trees of varying heights blocking out the sun in the sky. An eerie silence hung over the surroundings. Lin Yang attempted to probe the surroundings with his powerful psychic energy, only to have it bounce back. Lin Yang knew this signaled the presence of a powerful magical beast nearby. This time, Wuziki would have to be cautious. Sure enough, when Lin Yang once again projected his psychic energy from Wuziki's body. This time, he unleashed 50% of his power. Soon, this mental energy encountered a terrifying sound. Lin Yang could distinctly feel it within his own body. It was the terrifying aura of the Black Tengu. Simultaneously, beside the Crow Tengu lingered an alluring aura. That was the enchanting aura of Tamamo-no-Mae. The vengeful spirits of these 2 demonic beasts of the land of cherry blossoms. Right near Wuziki. In the forest terrain, Wuziki must confront the vengeful spirits of these 2 terrifying beasts of the land of cherry blossoms alone. Though both beasts had been slain, they remained formidable foes. In fact, the bodies formed from such vengeful spirits are even more terrifying in their power. Soon, Lin Yang used his psychic powers to warn Wuziki. The 2 vengeful spirits were indeed closing in on his position. The moment Lin Yang's warning was sent, the Crow Tengu spread its jet-black wings and charged toward Wuziki at blinding speed. Tamamo-no-Mae followed closely behind the Crow Dog. Seeing this, Wuziki instantly transformed into a streak of light to evade, dodging the Tengu's attack. After this swift evasion, a black iron rod materialized in Wuziki's hand. Lin Yang knew. This was Wuziki's divine treasure. The 7-cut purple gold Damascus steel staff. After the Crow Tengu's assault, Tamamo-no-Mae immediately formed hand seals to cast a spell. She intended to trap Wuziki within her illusory arts. The aura of this illusion was even more chilling than the one she had unleashed against Xingtian earlier. Clearly, Tamamo-no-Mae was getting serious this time. How come she seems even stronger than when they fought on the National Fortune Arena? This doesn't seem ordinary either. Let's see how it plays out. Hope Wuziki can hold out. The spectators at the Huaxia National Fortune Arena murmured their comments. At that moment, Summit, idly watching from the National Fortune Arena, could also observe China's battle within the secret realm. China does have some tricks up its sleeve, but this is a secret realm. Even our great Tianzhu kingdom wouldn't know how to handle these beasts empowered by vengeful spirits. No matter how formidable your measly Huaxia may be, it won't last against 2 vengeful spirit beasts. Ha ha! Summit sneered incessantly. Meanwhile, the citizens of Sakura Nation had already lost their right to speak on the National Fortune Arena. Yet they still hoped to see Huaxia suffer, even if it brought them no benefit. Within the secret realm, Wuziki, wielding the 7-sect purple goldman iron staff, showed no fear toward the illusions unleashed by Tamamo-no-Mae. Swinging the iron rod, he shattered the illusory attack. Yet the illusion cast by Tamamo-no-Mae, now transformed into a vengeful spirit, was merely a feint. Her true objective was to trap Wuziki within a barrier. With a flower-like smile and a slight tilt of her lips, Tamamo-no-Mae revealed her alluring grin. Hee, taste my barrier. Unshiki, finding himself trapped within the icy barrier, remained unflustered. His iron rod whirled like the wind, aiming to shatter the barrier Amaterasu had unleashed. He knew the barrier would dissipate the moment it was breached. With his wind-like swings, the icy barrier was soon shattered into pieces. This was the power of Wuziki, the demon king of chaos from the era when Yu the Great tamed the floods. Even the legendary Yu the Great had to exert tremendous effort to subdue Wuziki. How could this cherry blossom beast's half-baked skills possibly defeat Waziki? Break! Waziki let out a primal howl to the heavens. The barrier shattered completely. Chapter 60, Bloody Battle. Yamazou-Hein was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? My illusions have no effect on this monkey? Tamamo no Mae exclaimed in shock. Just as Tamamo no Mae was stunned. Yu Tengu, witnessing this, was also enraged beyond measure. This relentless barrage of attacks came like a raging storm. Any ordinary demon beast would have been utterly overwhelmed by now. But this was Huaxia of China. The black Tengu opened its gaping maw and lunged at Waziki. Waziki snorted coldly, swinging his 7 shattering purple gold iron rod straight at the heart of the beast. Boom! The black Tengu's massive jaw was deflected. Seizing the moment, Waziki smashed his staff once more into the black Tengu's massive frame. A thunderous crash echoed. The crow dog was sent flying backward several zhang. Roar! The black Tengu roared in pain. Instantly, it conjured a Naginata and charged toward Waziki. Seeing the enemy's fierce charge, Waziki thrust his 7 shattered purple gold iron rod forward, meeting the black Tengu head-on. Excellent! What a splendid battle! Waziki is so fierce! Go Huaxia! Spectators in the Huaxia National Fortune Arena continuously fired off bullet comments. Looks like this round's already decided. After all, the Black Tengu is the great demon god of the land of cherry blossoms. With his formidable power and the support of Tamamo no Mae, Yuzuki probably has no hope of winning. Yeah, no matter how skilled he is, he's still just a mere Huaxia beast. Ah! What a pity. It's hard to imagine China losing to a foe it has already defeated. Viewers in the public National Fortune Arena livestream chatter animatedly, each holding their own opinion. Inside the arena, the battle raged fiercely. Waziki and the Black Tengu locked in a fierce grapple, trading blows relentlessly, neither yielding an inch. Blade and staff clashed with unparalleled ferocity. Their speed reached an extreme, leaving only 2 blurred afterimages colliding endlessly. Huaxia! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Waziki's throat. Immediately, golden light flashed in his eyes. Wah-ah! Accompanied by a roar, a dazzling radiance erupted from every inch of Waziki's body. Water! There was water in this forest too. Lin Yang's heart surged with wild joy at this realization. With water, Waziki's chances of victory multiplied exponentially. Splash splash. In an instant, the surrounding trees began to sway. Then, a colossal torrent surged forth, coalescing into towering, terrifying waves. What's happening? Wu Tiango's expression changed drastically. Being a demon itself, it was most sensitive to the essence of water. Upon sensing the environmental shift, a chill ran down its spine, and a sense of impending doom gripped its heart. Ha 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 ha! You demonic fiend! Today I'll make you taste what it means that all things are water. Waziki let out a piercing howl, then slammed the 7 shattering mace into the ground. Instantly, he was engulfed by the force. Simultaneously, towering waves surged and roared. With Waziki's physique, his momentum surged like a rainbow. In an instant, a torrential tide surged from the heavens. Water columns shot skyward, threatening to drown the entire world. The Black Tengu was terrified out of his wits, hastily casting spells to resist the onslaught of the waves. Boom! Splash! The moment the Black Tengu cast his spell, he was struck by the towering, terrifying wave. In an instant, his form was violently hurled backward. Snap, snap. His bones shattered completely, blood gushing from every wound. At the same moment, Waziki's physique swelled to the size of a miniature mountain range. He strode forward, his foot crushing the surging waves beneath him. Roar! A deafening roar. Waziki raised the 7 shattering pestle high in his hand and brought it crashing down. Boom! Aya! Accompanied by a wretched howl, the massive head of the Black Tengu was cleaved clean off. In an instant, crimson blood spurted forth. The Crow Tengu's body was severed cleanly. Holy crap! Waziki is so badass. He's practically a divine beast. So terrifying. The audience in the Huaxia livestream room of the National Fortune Arena erupted in excitement. Oof. Foolish creature. Wu Jiqi sneered coldly with disdain as he watched the Black Tengu meet a gruesome end beneath his 7 shattering pestle. Just as Waziki withdrew the 7 shattering staff, a black mist suddenly rose from the corpse of the Crow Tengu. That black mist was the soul of the Crow Tengu, entering the body of Tamamo no Mae. This left everyone stunned. Whoa! What's going on? Where's the Crow Tengu's soul? Yeah. Where did the Crow Tengu's soul go? Could this demon still be alive? Holy! No way! The Chinese audience gasped in panic. Only Tamamo no Mae remained pale-faced, her heart pounding wildly. Soon, her 9 golden tails were stained with the black fur of the Crow Tengu. The once fair and beautiful Tamamo no Mae became hideously ugly in the blink of an eye. Ah! Tamamo no Mae roared in fury, charging madly toward Mashiki. Oomph! A mere beast. You're asking for death. Mashiki sneered coldly. He then swung his 7 shattered purple gold iron rod, smashing it viciously toward the enraged Tamamo-no-Me charging at him. Clang! The 7-cut purple gold iron rod clashed with Tamamo-no-Me's sharp claws and fangs, erupting in blinding sparks that flew everywhere. Boom! After the deafening crash, Tamamo-no-Me stumbled back 3 steps, while Waziki stood as steady as a mountain. Whoa! Witnessing this scene, the spectators all sucked in their breath in unison. Holy! This Crow Tengu's spirit isn't just still alive, it's become even more ferocious. This is impossible. We're screwed. This time, our Huaxia is going down. The Huaxia livestream chat exploded with messages. Tamamo-no-Me's expression grew increasingly twisted as her bloodshot eyes locked onto Waziki. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and let out a piercing shriek, wah! In that instant, Tamamo-no-Me's body swelled to several times its original size. Puff puff! A fierce wind swept through, making her clothes flutter wildly. Behind Tamamo-no-Me, 6 colossal phantom figures materialized. Each apparition was a colossal being, towering to the heavens and vast enough to obscure half the sky. And they were all fox-like monsters. Roar! 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 The 6 phantom forms roared in unison. In an instant, an earth-shattering, sky-splitting force engulfed the entire 100-meter radius. This was the true might of heaven and earth. Under such overwhelming pressure, the spectators at the National Fortune Arena shivered in terror, their faces drained of color, utterly unable to bear the sheer dread. Even through the screen, one could feel that overwhelming pressure. At this moment, Waziki's expression was stern, his entire being radiating gravity. Clearly, he had sensed the overwhelming power unleashed by Yuzuha. Come then. Let me see what you're made of. The 7-sect purple gold iron staff emitted faint glints of cold light. Waziki stood ready, awaiting Yuzuha's attack. Chapter 61, Xingtian's Dance of the Axe and Shield. Yuzuha didn't back down either. It lunged at Waziki with blinding speed, sinking its fangs into his chest in an instant. In that moment, Tamamo-no-Me seemed to transform into a female demon lord, utterly savage and terrifying beyond measure. What was terrifying was that Waziki's physique was as solid as a rock. No matter how much Tamamo-no-Me gnawed at him, it proved utterly useless. Instead, she was driven back step by step. She couldn't even scratch a single hair on his body. His 7 shattering purple gold iron rods stood like a pillar supporting the heavens, pinning Tamamo-no-Me firmly in place. At that moment, boom! Tamamo-no-Me's body suddenly exploded, disintegrating into countless wisps of black mist. This mist swiftly coalesced in the air into Tamamo-no-Me's hideous visage. It lunged at Waziki with claws and fangs bared. Trivial tricks. Seeing this, Waziki coldly snorted. Instantly, he swung his 7-segmented staff with all his might. Boom! The black mist shattered once more. Countless wisps of black smoke billowed outward from around Waziki, enveloping the entire forest. Wah-ah! Uzumatsuri's piercing shriek echoed across heaven and earth, shattering metal and splitting stone, sending shivers down every spine. The people of Sakura Nation, who had once admired the beautiful golden fox, now witnessed its disgraceful state. Their hearts sank, silently lamenting the calamity. Damn it! Damn it all! Tamamo-no-Me let out a wail of agony. The dark soul of the Crow Tengu within him provided an endless supply of dark power. His current cultivation had surpassed even his peak self. Yet all of this was effortlessly repelled by Waziki. How could Tamamo-no-Me accept this? The black mist once again transformed into 9 duplicates of Tamamo-no-Me. They launched a coordinated assault upon Waziki. Oomph! Trivial tricks! Waziki sneered coldly, his gaze icy. Very well. Let me show you the true might of the divine power of Huaxia. Before his words had even faded, Waziki raised his head and let out a piercing roar, uttering sacred incantations. In an instant, winds howled and clouds surged, vast swaths of black clouds gathering to obscure half the sky. Then, thunder flashed and lightning cracked. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Even Tamamo-no-Me couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wind, rain, and thunder raged. This was nothing short of legendary immortal magic. Boom! Following a deafening clap of thunder, a dense swarm of purple lightning bolts descended from the thunderclouds, striking the countless clones of Tamamo-no-Me with frenzied force. Suddenly, agonized wails erupted. Ah! 3 of Tamamo-no-Me's 9 clones were shattered. The remaining ones were reduced to ashes under the thunderous tribulation. The falling raindrops were no ordinary phenomenon. Each was wrapped around Waziki's staff. Heavenly thunder summoned the raindrops. Waziki's 7 shattering purple gold iron staff had become a thunderstorm itself. Unstoppable. Boom! In an instant, all the black mist was devoured by purple lightning bolts. Wu Zhiqi stood bathed in lightning and thunder, like the sole ruler of heaven and earth. Such majesty could shatter the world. Waziki, wielding his massive club, descended from the heavens. Boom! A dull thud echoed. This blow slashed straight at Tamamo-no-Me's face. No! Tamamo no Mei's pupils contracted as she hurriedly raised both hands to block. Crack! The blow crushed her beautiful, twisted face flat. Blood gushed everywhere, a horrifying sight. Ha 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 ha. Waziki roared with maniacal laughter, his arrogance as unrestrained as a deity's. Holy crap! China secured a victory in the very first match? What kind of divine magic is this? Even Tamamo no Mei couldn't withstand it. This means the Huaxia team is about to stage a comeback. Hold your horses. This is only the first stage. There are still 2 other beasts to face. The neutral spectators at the National Fortune Arena murmured their assessments. After all, every spectator here was filled with anticipation for the demon beasts. Such battles were truly spectacular. After his victory, Waziki raced toward his target without pause. Yamaozen lay on the ground, nothing more than a lifeless corpse. After giving Waziki the target coordinates, Lin Yan paid no further attention to his progress. His full attention shifted to Xingtian, who was under attack within the secret realm. Xingtian was currently in the midst of a river. His attempt to cross was blocked by Yamata-no-Orochi, the vengeful water spirit of Sakura country. Hiss! The river echoed with the furious roar of the Yamata-no-Orochi's vengeful spirit. Immediately, endless waves crashed ashore. 8 thick, terrifying tails whipped the water, lifting 8 massive serpent heads above the surface. They lunged simultaneously toward Xingtian. The 8 heads were enormous, the serpent's entire body rising from the raging, churning river. It towered as high as a small mountain. Oomph! Mere vengeful spirits. Dare to challenge me? Xingtian strode forward, raising his axe to strike down. The axe came with blinding speed, poised to cleave the head of the Yamata-no-Orochi. Suddenly, the aura of another powerful demonic entity permeated the air. Before Lin Yang could discern its nature, a gourd appeared beneath Xingtian's axe. A crimson wine gourd. Who else could it be but that demon beast? Clang! Xingtian's axe collided with the gourd, erupting in a thunderous clang. The giant axe sent the gourd flying. Shuten Doji wielded his divine power, snatching the gourd back into his grasp. Ha ha, Xingtian of Huaxia? Shuten Doji sneered with a wicked smile. Prepare to become the soul slain beneath our blades. With Xingtian's fiercely defiant nature, how could he possibly be intimidated by Shuten Doji's taunts? He raised his massive axe high. Ha! Break the army! Xingtian roared. His wrist snapped out with force. Swish! 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 The axe blades swept toward him with a whistling wind. Clang! 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 The demon eater moved with ghostly speed, his gourd spinning relentlessly to deflect every attack aimed at him. Ha 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 ha! You, Xingtian, have some skill after all. But you still can't defeat me. Shuten Doji sneered triumphantly. He opened his gourd, took a swig of sake. He unleashed a direct, fierce blast of flames toward Xingtian's position. As the symbol of China's valor, Xingtian saw the flames about to touch him. How could he possibly fear it? He raised his massive shield, channeling his divine power into it. Boom! The flames slammed directly into the massive shield. The shield remained utterly undamaged. Instead, the flames instantly extinguished. This stunned Shuten Doji. Huh? What is this thing? It can actually counter my divine power? Enough talk. Take this axe. The massive axe that had been knocked from Xingtian's hand earlier traced a semicircle through the air and returned to his grasp. Split the mountains and rivers. Xingtian roared furiously. Lifting the massive axe with both hands, he leapt high into the air. With a force that seemed capable of cleaving mountains, he swung the axe down toward Shuten Doji's position. Chapter 62, The Fierce Spirit Endures. Damn it! You bastard! Shuten Doji cursed under his breath. Then, Shuten Doji conjured the iron staff familiar to the people of Sakura Nation, swinging it toward Xingtian's axe. Clang! Another deafening clash of metal erupted. Shuten Doji was once again knocked back by Jiatan's immense force. This time, Shuten Doji finally realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Ha! Xingtian roared. The giant axe swung toward him once more. Shuten Doji dodged repeatedly, but the axe still grazed him. This only fueled his rage further. At that moment, killing intent flared in Shuten Doji's eyes. Ha ha ha! Since that's the case, I'll show you my true power. Immediately after, Shuten Doji raised the gourd to his lips. Gulp! Gulp! Shuten Doji frantically poured wine into his belly. Soon, Shuten Doji's entire appearance changed dramatically, his stature growing significantly taller. The demonic mask he relied upon appeared on his face. Not only that, but he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. The flames instantly engulfed Xingtian, searing him. Seeing such intense flames engulf him, his mind sharpened instantly. He immediately channeled his inner energy, his divine power churning up waves within his body like a raging river, fending off the flames' assault. A thunderous boom echoed out, and the sea of fire surrounding Xingtian vanished instantly. Then, Xingtian raised his massive axe with both arms and swung it fiercely toward the area where Shuten Doji stood. Still in the river's center, the Yamata-no-Orochi, sensing danger, spewed a torrent of venom, shooting it straight at Xingtian. Sensing the imminent danger, Xingtian's toes dug into the ground as he leapt backward at lightning speed. Crash! The venomous liquid struck the riverbank, instantly corroding several massive boulders. "You demonic scum! Is that all you've got?" Xingtian demanded. But the vengeful spirits of Shuten Doji and Yamata-no-Orochi paid no heed. Both of them charged toward Xingtian. Their momentum seemed poised to devour Xingtian whole. Seeing these two demons stubbornly refusing to relent, he raised his dry axe high. He silently chanted, 10 directions, all destroyed. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the dry axe. That terrifying wave instantly spread across the wilderness. Distant mountains trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. This was divine might, this was immortal artistry, this was the transcendent power of the gods. As this divine power descended, both Shuten Doji and Yamata-no-Orochi halted their attacks. They froze in place, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the terrifying wave that had suddenly erupted. The intensity of this fluctuation was so overwhelming that it sent a chill down the spines of both Shuten Doji and Yamata-no-Orochi. Especially Shuten Doji, he had never sensed such concentrated divine power before. That divine power felt like the wrath of the gods, carrying an aura of utter destruction. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of eerie, low humming sounds suddenly filled the air. Shuten Doji lifted his head to look. Only then did he notice that atop Xingtian's colossal form, a powerful divine shadow had materialized at some unknown moment. The divine form was ethereal, yet it radiated terrifying divine might and power. A god! Shuten Doji was terrified out of his wits. Though his physical form was composed of vengeful spirits, he trembled with fear. Meanwhile, the one wielding the Yamata-no-Orochi showed no fear whatsoever. After all, the Yamata-no-Orochi possessed immense power but lacked the wisdom to match it. Faced with such a threat, Yamata-no-Orochi actually clashed head-on with Xingtian's all-or-nothing attack. Dark clouds swirled ceaselessly above the 9 serpent heads of Yamata-no-Orochi. The dark clouds in the sky began to rage violently. A localized downpour soon followed. Lin Yang knew that the rain falling from Yamata-no-Orochi carried deadly poison. Xingtian would have to take this seriously now. But Lin Yang also knew that once the 10 directions annihilation was formed, any creature weaker than Xingtian within several miles would be annihilated. Now, it was merely a matter of whether Yamata-no-Orochi's poisonous rain or Xingtian's 10 directions annihilation would strike first. Whoosh! Yamata-no-Orochi's colossal body struck first. All 9 heads simultaneously spat forth a torrent of venom, unleashing it toward Xingtian. Soon, the Yamata-no-Orochi realized its mistake. Its poison rain couldn't penetrate Xingtian's divine power. It was completely incinerated by the intense heat generated by Xingtian's cultivation. Xingtian, refusing to be outdone, channeled every ounce of his strength into the 10 directions annihilation. Surges of terrifying divine power erupted outward. Boom! Xingtian's divine power erupted in full force. The giant axe raised by that divine power came crashing down perfectly. Splash! The body of Shuten Doji was instantly cleaved in two. Blood spattered across the sky. That Shuten Doji didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ashes. Hiss! 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 This sight terrified the Yamata-no-Orochi, causing it to quickly retract its body and prepare to flee. But it was too late. Xingtian snorted coldly, "Yamata-no-Orochi, die!" The giant axe in Xingtian's hand and the divine axe in the sky struck down together. All 8 heads and tails of the Yamata-no-Orochi were struck simultaneously, each serpentine head crashing to the ground. The Yamata-no-Orochi let out a mournful wail as its massive serpentine body instantly exploded, its blood staining the entire river crimson. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of relief upon witnessing this. Thankfully, this river wasn't in the real world, but within the secret realm. Otherwise, the river would remain poisonous for 1,000 years. No living creature could possibly survive in such a place. While Lin Yang was still pondering this, the vengeful spirit of the Yamata-no-Orochi directly burrowed into Shuten Doji's body. So slaying 2 vengeful spirits from the land of cherry blossoms consecutively still couldn't prevent facing the 3rd stage. Lin Yang chuckled helplessly. He immediately communicated through the divine consciousness linked to Xingtian. Xingtian had been about to move to the next location. But at that moment, he heard Lin Yang's warning. Xingtian halted immediately, remaining stationary to observe the situation. After the Yamata-no-Orochi burrowed into Shuten Doji's body, Shuten Doji's shattered body reassembled itself, now brimming with renewed vigor and fierce fighting spirit. Most terrifying of all, his demonic mask reappeared upon his form. Simultaneously, Shuten Doji's body was now covered in armor formed from serpentine scales. Witnessing this scene, Xingtian narrowed his eyes. He waited intently for Shuten Doji's transformation. Sure enough, Shuten Doji grew stronger. 2 sinister green beams shot from his eyes. Then, Shuten Doji suddenly opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. A ball of black flame ignited within his mouth. Then, he spewed it forth. The black flame instantly transformed into the form of a giant serpent. It lunged toward Xingtian. At the same time, that flame was no ordinary thing. It actually curved around to strike Xingtian. Good. Bring it on. Though the Dryan Shi in Xingtian's hands were ordinary objects, but infused with Xingtian's divine power, it would never be destroyed. Xingtian raised his shield high, thrust his twin axes forward, and charged toward Shuten Doji, now possessed by the vengeful spirit of Yamata-no-Orochi. Chapter 63, Slay. Shuten Doji. Boom. Another heavy blow collided. This strike pierced straight through Shuten Doji's attack. The colossal serpent, forged from flames, exploded into a sky filled with sparks. At the same moment, Shuten Doji's third form was finally fully unleashed. This form completely overshadowed his original third form. With the entry of the Yamata-no-Orochi, this third form bore a serpentine demonic mask. Simultaneously, within Shuten Doji's already horrifying, patchwork state, 8 heads and 8 tails emerged. At this point, Shuten Doji no longer retained any semblance of human form. A demonic body with serpentine tails, 8 heads wearing demon masks. Each of these hideous heads gaped with crimson mouths, revealing sharp fangs. Their 8 pairs of eyes were even more eerie. Each pair of eyes glowed with an eerie light, as if scrutinizing all things in the world. The look on Shuten Doji's face as he gazed at Xingtian betrayed immense excitement. Xingtian stared back at him, a wave of disgust rising within him. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? I've never seen such a wicked existence. We absolutely cannot lose this time. The great Sakura Nation must seize this final glory. This seems even more powerful than the secret realm our Roman Empire faced back in the day. Come on, Sakura Nation. Prove us Tianju Nation right. Comments flooded the live stream of the National Fortune Arena. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia live stream room, watching the ever-shifting form of Shuten Doji, Xingtian couldn't help but worry about his current situation. We absolutely won't lose. We Huaxia must overcome this crisis. Are the secret realms of the National Fortune Arena always this difficult? Xingtian's abilities will never be outmatched. Guys, keep watching. At this moment, Summit's face betrayed no composure. Could China really win? The thought crossed Summit's mind, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If even Rome couldn't defeat them, how could China possibly prevail? There's only one explanation. China is just putting on a show. They don't have much real strength at all. The more Summit thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was the case. Now, Summit's gaze toward Shuten Doji burned with fervor and anticipation. This was precisely the scene he most hoped to witness. The sheer terror of Shuten Doji had surpassed everyone's wildest imagination. Thus, in his formidable third form, a serpent bone naginata appeared in Shuten Doji's hand, even more formidable than his original iron sword. Shuten Doji pointed the naginata at Xingtian, then leapt upward with a sudden burst of force. Roar! Shuten Doji roared repeatedly as the naginata slashed through the air. A white streak of light sliced through the air at blinding speed. In an instant, it reached before Xingtian. At that moment, Xingtian was ready. Watching Shuten Doji charging toward him, a rare expression appeared on Xingtian's face, a cold, mocking smile. Oomph! He uttered. Then, lifting his right foot slightly, he stomped down forcefully. Boom! Instantly, the entire river terrain seemed on the verge of collapse. With such overwhelming might, Xingtian soared into the air, locking horns with the demon Shuten Doji mid-flight. Clang! Clang! The two clashed together, the clanging of metal echoing incessantly, sending shivers down the spectators' spines. Shuten Doji's naginata is incredibly sharp. Indeed. But Xingtian's axe blade seems even harder. Look! There's not a single scratch on Xingtian's axe blade. How could such an ordinary axe possess such power? Huaxia is cheating. I'm reporting them. Don't be so obvious, upstairs. This is Xingtian's divine power. The public livestream audience buzzed with discussion. Ha! Suddenly, Shuten Doji roared, thrusting his naginata across his chest. Bang! Xingtian's massive axe slammed into Shuten Doji's naginata, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Crack! Crack! A series of sharp cracks echoed from the demon's naginata. The snake-bone naginata in his hand had actually cracked. How could this be? Why is this guy's weapon so powerful? Shuten Doji was utterly shocked. Xingtian's expression, however, showed little fluctuation. This was his divine power. How could it possibly fail? At that moment, Xingtian swung his axe once more. Boom! Shuten Doji raised his naginata to block the blow, yet was still sent reeling back several paces. This can't be. This can't be. Shuten Doji roared madly. Feeling the cracks forming on his naginata, his eyes turned bloodshot, filled with intense murderous intent. In that moment, he seemed to lose his mind, charging recklessly toward Xingtian. Ha 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 ha! Watching Shuten Doji charge toward him, Xingtian let out a few loud laughs. The battle is over. Xingtian murmured. As the words fell, Xingtian leapt high into the air. Wielding his massive axe, he unleashed the dance of Rinchi. This strike was powerful enough to cleave mountains and part seas, to split the sun, moon, and stars. But Shuten Doji showed no fear. The 8 demonic faces glowed crimson. His technique, forged from the same essence as the Yamata-no-Orochi, unleashed. Impure Ghost Slash. Formed in the serpent bone Naginata held by Shuten Doji. Both unleash their ultimate techniques simultaneously, their clash as stark as the blazing sun against the pitch-black night sky. Any ordinary demon beast struck by either of these two techniques would instantly be reduced to dust. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as smoke and dust billowed outward. Shuten Doji's garments were completely shredded. The impure Ghost Slash had struck true. Simultaneously, Xingtian unleashed his dance of the 9 swords. The two clashed, generating an immense shockwave. The energy released by their clashing ultimate techniques rippled out, affecting the entire river's surroundings. In an instant, the once flowing river dried up completely in the section where Xingtian and Shuten Doji clashed. What a fierce battle! This scene left the spectators utterly horrified. Their perception of what monster or demon god battles could entail had been elevated beyond measure by these two formidable beasts. Yet Lin Yang knew. Shuten Doji himself absolutely did not possess such overwhelming power. It was all due to the secret realm forcibly amplifying its power, combined with the added malice of the Yamata-no-Orochi. It was like encountering a powerhouse character in an online game. Many players controlling these overpowered monsters didn't possess the skill level to match, yet the terrifying stats of these monsters leveled the playing field against the pros. With this realization, Lin Yang's focus returned to the battle unfolding within the secret realm between Xingtian and Shuten Doji. Within the secret realm, the clash between Xingtian's ultimate technique and Shuten Doji's continued. Finally, the effects of both ultimate attacks faded completely. This time, blood trickled from Shuten Doji's lips, his arms trembled, and a thin thread of blood seeped from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Xingtian, however, remained unscathed. Impossible. This can't be. How could my enhanced powers still be no match for this Chinese insect? Shuten Doji roared inwardly with fury. He refused to accept his defeat. He refused to accept it. Die. At that moment, his eyes blazing crimson, Shuten Doji lunged at Xingtian once more. Desperate resistance. Xingtian sneered coldly. He swung his massive axe, striking directly at Shuten Doji's neck. Shuten Doji's head rolled to the ground. Chapter 64, Nine Tails Unite. Put. The sound of blood spurting. The headless corpse of Shuten Doji collapsed in a pool of blood. Is this it? We won? Holy. That was awesome. Awesome. Xingtian is awesome. Ah, I knew it. Xingtian is the strongest god. Exactly. What kind of trash is Shuten Doji anyway? The Chinese audience erupted in cheers. After all, they all loved this kind of thrill. Inside the National Fortune Arena, Summit's expression was far from pleasant. If the Chinese secret realm broke through, all their so-called global countermeasures would be utterly ruined. Damn bastards! He cursed fiercely. At that moment, the pressure on Lin Yang's mind eased by more than half. His mind, which had been preoccupied with the battles of the 3 great demon gods within the National Fortune Arena's secret realm, now his entire focus was solely on the 9-tailed celestial fox. Hee, little brother, this time, we're fighting side by side, you know. The 9-tailed celestial fox possessed the most formidable spiritual power among all demonic beasts. She instantly sensed that Lin Yang's thoughts were focused on her. Heh, you're too kind, sis. Lin Yang chuckled lightly, showing no sign of politeness. Alright then. The 9-tailed celestial fox had little inclination to tease Lin Yang at this moment. For lingering traces of the fierce battle against Waziki and Xingtian still clung to Lin Yang's aura. The 9-tailed celestial fox could already sense that the upcoming battle would be anything but easy. In fact, within the secret realm, all 9 of her tails had emerged. You want your big sister to get serious? The 9-tailed celestial fox said coldly. Suddenly, her 9 tails instantly swelled to their full length. Lin Yang knew this meant the 9-tailed celestial fox sensed a powerful threat. That's why she'd bristled. Lin Yang understood even more clearly that with the 9-tailed celestial fox's formidable psychic power, detecting and dealing with enemies was something he absolutely didn't need to worry about. This fact gave Lin Yang complete peace of mind. Therefore, Lin Yang no longer focused his attention on the 9-tailed celestial fox. Instead, he quietly observed its battle. Better not to disturb the 9-tailed celestial fox too much. Lin Yang murmured softly. Sure enough. After the 9-tailed celestial fox bristled with fury, 2 uninvited guests appeared beside it within this eerie mountain landscape. They were the vengeful spirits of Tsukimikato and the Great Tengu. I reckon the weakest among the Huaxia is this 9-tailed fox. I agree. Even our Tamamo no Me couldn't win. How could China possibly prevail? Go Sakura Nation. We won't lose. China must be destroyed. The National Fortune Arena public chat was flooded with voices opposing China. Ha ha! Little girl, just give up peacefully. You can't escape. Tsukimi-Kato screeched with a hideous grin. His eyes flashed crimson, radiating intense excitement. You dare? I'll see who dares. The nine-tailed celestial fox roared in anger. Immediately, her 9 massive tails whipped wildly. Wind, thunder, fire. All 3 divine arts danced upon the 9-tailed celestial fox's tails. Though Suzuki and the Great Tengu were fierce, they were still sent flying by the divine arts attack. Heh, quite impressive. But this is where the fun begins, said Tsukimori with a sinister chuckle. Boom! Tsukimori suddenly vanished, reappearing before the 9-tailed celestial fox in the next instant. The 9-tailed celestial fox gasped in shock, just as she prepared to dodge. When Tsukimi-Kato's right claw slammed toward her head. If that claw connected, it could easily crush a human skull. But the 9-tailed celestial fox was no ordinary foe. With a nimble leap, she dodged the attack. Oomph! Ibaraki Duji's face darkened, his claw had struck empty air. How could his hell hand be so easily evaded by the 9-tailed celestial fox? Fuming with indignation, he joined forces with the Great Tengu, who had already drawn his long sword. To surround and attack the 9-tailed celestial fox. The 9-tailed celestial fox, of course, showed no fear. Were it not for her divine beast bloodline and the 9-tailed fox's mystical arts, she would have suffered defeat long ago. But continuing like this was simply untenable. The 9-tailed celestial fox gave her head a slight turn. Ha! Little girl, do you intend to keep struggling? Tsukimi-Kato mocked. The 9-tailed celestial fox ignored him. Instead, she cast her spell. Enchantment spell. Circles of enchanting magic flowed from the 9-tailed fox's mouth, drifting around Tsukimi-Kato and trapping him within the spell's influence. Ibaraki Duji's movements instantly slowed. In a moment of daze, he seemed to see himself battling Watanabe no Tsuna in the mythical history of Sakura country. Back then, Watanabe no Tsuna had drawn the legendary sword Hishikiri during their battle, severing one of Tsukimori's arms. From that day forward, the sword was renamed Onikiri Demon Cutter. Seeing his arm severed by Onikiri once more, Ibaraki Duji was instantly enraged, snapping back to his surroundings. You think such petty tricks could trap me? Utterly delusional. With that declaration, Ibaraki Duji's body began to radiate waves of crimson energy, attempting to break through the environment set by the 9-tailed fox. Alas! This time, he failed. He found himself sinking deeper and deeper. As if the entire world had been shrouded in thick fog. Not only that, even his mental strength had weakened considerably. Moreover, piercing screams began to echo around him. He saw those faces, contorted with agony. All of them his enemies, his own men. Ah! Tsukimi-Kato roared in terror. Yet it was nothing but impotent rage. The 9-tailed fox's demonic charm truly held sway over him. Having subdued Tsukimi-Kato, the 9-tailed celestial fox now directed her full force toward the Crow Tengu. Finish this quickly. The 9-tailed fox uttered these words with unwavering resolve. She instantly revealed her true form. A fully formed 9-tailed celestial fox. The Tushan fox, her entire body covered in beautiful white fur untouched by even a speck of dust. Her icy, piercing eyes held a chill that could freeze the soul. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 whistling sounds pierced the air as the 9-tailed celestial fox's 9 tails lashed out simultaneously. Dark thunder, mortal fire, heavenly stone, earthquake, shape-shifting, bewitchment, curse, wood growth, water movement. These 9 magical powers unleashed simultaneously. Boom! The entire mountain trembled. Facing the 9-tailed celestial fox, the Great Tengu's spells seemed utterly insignificant. Confronted by such overwhelming force, he knew he couldn't withstand it. He leapt high into the air, abandoning the elegant, proud posture he had maintained all along. Even the flute in his hand fell to the ground. And how could the 9-tailed celestial fox's spell let him escape? The Great Tengu, mid-air, was instantly engulfed by the spell's embrace. Gah! The Great Tengu roared in agony. 9 spells poured into its body at once, causing its flesh to explode. Blood spattered everywhere. The Great Tengu's corpse crashed heavily to the ground, turning to ashes. What? Instant kill? The 9-tailed celestial fox hit way too hard. But isn't this a bit too overconfident? Not to be a downer, but burning through so much spiritual energy to take out the Great Tengu right off the bat, how's she gonna fight later? Exactly. Next up is the combined demon god. The concerns of the Huaxia National Fortune Arena weren't unfounded. Within the secret realm, all ears heard only a sharp pop. Ibaraki Duji had actually torn off one of his own arms through sheer willpower. Only then did he forcefully break free from the 9-tailed fox's illusions. Chapter 65 / Tsukimori. His eyes blazed crimson. Damned 9-tailed fox. I'll kill you. Tsukimori roared with savage fury. The demonic mask reappeared upon his body. The character's demon soul appeared upon the mask. Demon soul descend. Ibaraki Doji's eyes widened in fury. At that very moment, the vengeful spirit of the Black Tengu smoothly entered the body of Tsukimikado. Black smoke began to rise from Ibaraki Doji's entire body. Then, a deafening crash. The small hill it had been standing on was leveled to the ground. Countless fragments of rock flew everywhere. Tsukimikado no Doji's body vanished. The vengeful spirit of the Great Tengu and his original form were merging continuously. Reconstructing. Endlessly reconstructing. In an instant, the Great Tengu's wings formed behind Tsukimikado. Watching Tsukimori Toji's relentless reconstruction, the nine-tailed celestial fox let out a faint gasp of surprise. Oh dear. We've messed up. She seemed deeply remorseful. Yet the nine-tailed fox's amused chuckle reached every spectator watching the National Fortune Arena with pinpoint precision. It became a colossal mockery. The first to erupt were the spectators from the land of cherry blossoms. Oh my goodness. The beasts of Huaxia are utterly arrogant. I can't take it anymore. Lord Tsukimido, you must punish her. This beast shows no respect for our great Sakura Nation. She must die. In stark contrast to the Cherry Blossom Nation's shattered defenses, the Chinese people reacted differently. Ha ha ha, underestimating the enemy. Respect your opponent. The nine-tailed celestial fox is truly both beautiful and powerful. Go for it. Defeat the enemy. Go Huaxia. Go Huaxia. The cheers from Huaxia grew louder and louder, accompanied by comments from other nations. Ha! The Chinese are so arrogant. Now they know better. I reckon the vengeful spirits of the land of cherry blossoms will win this time. Exactly. That threat from Tsukimikado. Even my great Roman Empire would tremble. We in India admit defeat. How could Huaxia possibly win? Their previous two victories were just luck. Within the secret realm. With the wings of the great Tengu now his own, Tsukimori's severed right arm had regrown. The vengeful spirit power coursing through it was almost beyond measure. A true hand of hell. Die. Tsukimikado's voice boomed like thunder, filled with overwhelming fury and murderous intent. Ouch. The nine-tailed celestial fox emitted a sweet, enchanting cry. Tsukimori snorted coldly. He didn't give the nine-tailed fox a second thought, intent only on tearing her apart immediately. But the very next second. Boom! A terrifying beam of light plummeted from the heavens, striking Tsukimori directly. It was the nine-tailed fox's shadow lightning. The Een thunder instantly immobilized Tsukimori. Then, Tsukimori felt excruciating pain surge through his left chest. The nine-tailed fox had actually used Een lightning to inflict a serious wound upon him. The nine-tailed fox purred seductively. You're so weak, little boy. A savage expression twisted on Tsukimori Doji's face. Are you looking to die? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying flame surged toward him. It was the nine-tailed fox's flame. Summit watched the scene unfold in utter shock. How could a demon god from Huaxia still unleash such a powerful spell? His spiritual energy should be completely depleted by now. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Each tail of the nine-tailed celestial fox endlessly generates spiritual energy. The energy expended to instantly slay that great Tengu was but a drop in the ocean. Blame the great Tengu for being too weak. Lin Yang sneered inwardly. Within the secret realm, the nine-tailed fox's spell attacks continued. It was less an attack and more a whirlwind assault. Nine tails whipped alternately. The thorn bushes on the ground became weapons. Manipulated by the nine-tailed celestial fox's wood-birth technique, the thorn bushes surged violently upward. They directly bound the body of the Tsukimikado child. The thorns moved as if alive, dancing around Tsukimikado and piercing his skin. Tsukimori roared madly, yet could not escape his fate. The intense emanating from Tsukimikado was completely absorbed by the Een thunder, transformed into spiritual energy, and replenished the nine-tailed celestial fox. It was a continuous cycle. As the nine-tailed fox's spiritual energy was constantly depleted, it was also endlessly replenished. This was nothing short of hell for Tsukimori. Though he sprouted the wings of a great Tengu, he remained utterly incapable of flight. The water manipulation technique was immediately cast. Water currents twisted into invisible chains, binding around Ibaraki Doji's limbs. The great Tengu's body was rendered utterly immobile. Damn it! Ibaraki Doji cursed furiously. Yet it was utterly helpless, unable even to break free. It could only watch helplessly as the nine-tailed fox slowly approached. Blood stained the corners of Tsukimikado Doji's mouth. It was blood from his own gums, bitten through by his own teeth. What do you want? Tsukimori asked frantically. Facing the non-threatening Tsukimori, the nine-tailed fox once again transformed into her enchanting, alluring form. The nine-tailed fox smiled indifferently, yet the smile seemed eerily seductive. She licked her crimson nails. Guess. Ha! The nine-tailed fox giggled coquettishly. The tail representing cursed techniques among her nine tails swayed. Boom! The tail representing the art of resentment lashed out violently. Instant casting. A violent surge of magic released, a black mist directly entering the body of the child spirit, Tsukimori. It continuously absorbed and refined the vengeful spiritual energy within Tsukimikado Doji. This is the nine-tailed celestial fox absorbing Tsukimori's magic? It's over. How could he be defeated so easily? It's all because the demon gods of Sakura country are too weak. They're all just big talkers. No wonder they got utterly crushed by China. So trash. Sakura Nation is truly trash. Every comment in the National Fortune Arena's public livestream was mocking Sakura country. Yet the people of Sakura Nation refuse to accept defeat. You're all big talkers. Why don't you beat Lin Yang then? Agree with the previous comment, all you do is talk trash. You're all trash. Stop complaining about this and that. The Sakura Nation's citizens completely gave up, starting to trash talk viewers from other civilizations. Ah! Tsukimikado's piercing scream echoed throughout the secret realm. His massive form rapidly withered away, shrinking into a hunchback skeleton. Heh, well then, you're no longer of any use to this big sister. The nine-tailed fox smiled seductively, her charm capable of bewitching all who beheld her. But to spectators from civilizations other than Huaxia, that smile was terrifyingly identical to the most dreaded great demons in their own folklore. After the nine-tailed fox finished laughing, she extended her palm, condensing a blade of energy. Goodbye. With a cold glint in her eyes, she swung her palm horizontally. Tsukimikado's head fell to the ground, rolling several meters away. Chapter 66, The 4-in-1 World Destroying Demon God. Meanwhile, Tsukimori's body was reduced to ashes by the nine-tailed celestial fox's flames. With this string of victories, only 4 defeated demonic beasts and vengeful spirits remained. They were now positioned beyond Lin Yang's reach. It was a swampy area. Once they crossed the swamp, they would face those 4 beasts. They now lurked within a demonic lair, awaiting the challenge of the 3 Chinese demon gods. Suddenly, an eerie cry echoed from the distance. This sound was hard for many spectators watching the National Fortune Arena to bear. That very sound instantly unsettled everyone. Could it be that the final challenge of the secret realm still exists? I think so too. The Chinese beasts are in for a rough time now. Yes. Kill those 3 arrogant Chinese demon beasts. Comments flooded the National Fortune Arena feed. Faced with such a dire situation unfolding before him, even the Chinese council chairman couldn't help but frown. The previous battles were already perilous enough. The situation we now face clearly defies conventional wisdom. As soon as the council chairman finished speaking, Elder Chen beside him immediately reassured him. Don't worry, chairman. We still have young Lin Yang as our backup. We won't lose. And so, under the watchful eyes of countless Chinese netizens, the 3 demon gods of Huaxia met for the very first time. Their location was right before this swamp. Xingtian. Woziki. Nine-tailed celestial fox. 3 ancient demon gods from the Chinese civilization system thus collided. Woziki and the nine-tailed immortal fox were both demon gods subdued by the Great Yu, so they naturally knew each other somewhat. But Xingtian, the god of war, was a great demon god from the era of the Yellow Emperor. Upon meeting, the 3 demon gods exchanged mutual respect. No unnecessary chatter ensued. Even the usually playful nine-tailed fox held her tongue. After all, the aura emanating from this area was simply too terrifying. At Xingtian's command, his weapon materialized in his grasp. It was none other than his massive battle axe. Woziki drew his own magical artifact, the 7-segmented purple gold iron rod. The nine-tailed fox simultaneously unfurled all 9 of her tails. Thus, the 3 great demon lords of Huaxia civilization advanced through this swampy terrain. Lin Yang was not idle at this moment either. He radiated his idle spiritual energy outward, probing the demon god emanating that terrifying aura. Ha 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 ha. A chilling, eerie laughter echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Lin Yang's heart sank. He thought to himself, what an overwhelming aura. This is unlike any demon god we've ever fought before. Not from Korea or Japan. But he quickly relaxed, relieved that he had prepared himself. Otherwise, encountering this demon god would have been trouble indeed. But his expression darkened almost immediately. For amidst the demon god's laughter, another overwhelmingly powerful psychic force intertwined. It clashed with his own chosen one's spiritual power, holding its own without yielding. With that realization, Lin Yang spread his spiritual energy throughout the entire marsh area. Sure enough, as soon as it spread out, he discovered that the monster's location was not within the swamp itself. Instead, it lay deep within the demonic lair far beyond. This realization sent a chill down Lin Yang's spine. Could such a powerful psychic force still exist at such a great distance? A faint worry crept into Lin Yang's heart. But seeing the 3 demon gods still striding confidently toward the enemy's location, Lin Yang calmed his nerves. Go for it. Our great demon gods of Huaxia. Thus, Lin Yang and the 3 great demon gods advanced in silence. At that moment, the entire National Fortune Arena livestream fell into an unusual silence. After all, such a grand-scale confrontation was a rare sight. especially during such a tense, life-or-death moment. Everyone knew that the slightest misstep by either side would cost them their lives. Some had watched the footage of the three great demon lords of Huaxia advancing through the secret realm. A glimmer of hope had begun to take root in his mind. I knew it. The secret realm couldn't possibly be that simple. China is in for a world of trouble now. Summit's lips curled into a cold smile. Yet, the moment his words fell, the situation within the National Fortune Arena's secret realm shifted instantly. The three great demon gods who had been in the swamp area vanished without a trace. While Summit was still reeling in shock, the three demon lords swiftly headed toward the location of the demon's lair. The ox demon, ghost cultivator mountain, and giant mouth ghost, along with the demon blade resembling a leech. Lin Yang's psychic senses only fully detected the presence upon approaching the demon lair. Within the lair, the aura of these four demonic beasts lingered, yet it was not entirely theirs. How could these four beasts possess such overwhelming power? Lin Yang's mind was filled with confusion. But now was no time for deep thought. For he had already seen three Chinese demon gods charging toward the demonic lair. Be careful. Lin Yang sent this warning telepathically into the minds of the three demon gods. Though they offered no verbal acknowledgement, they responded to Lin Yang through their divine awareness. Their movement was incredibly swift. Xingtian strode forward with great strides, Waziki rode the water mist, and the nine-tailed fox also cast spells to advance swiftly. Their speed was immense. Soon they plunged deep into the heart of the demon lair. But then, a bone-chilling, shrill cry pierced the darkness from the cavern steps. Ki. Upon hearing that shrill laughter, all three Chinese demon gods felt a jolt in their hearts. They could distinctly sense the danger emanating from the demon god. Yet, due to the artificially generated mist created by the secret realm's demonic beasts, the three great demon gods were utterly unable to discern the situation before them. Oomph! Playing tricks! Die! Xingtian roared furiously, swinging his massive axe. He swung his axe at the mist before him. Xingtian's axe carried a righteous gale. It cleaved through space itself. The situation within the National Fortune Arena's secret realm became clear to all. Yet even so, the three demon gods were utterly astonished. 4. In the depths of that demonic lair, a monstrous beast over 7 or 8 jung tall stood before them. Its form bore the combined features of a bull demon, a ghost cultivator, and a giant-mouthed specter. At the same time, it clutched the demonic blade resembling a leech in its hand. Its body was covered in terrifying, incredibly hard-scaled armor. Most crucially, 2 rows of razor-sharp blades protruded from its left hand. Lin Yang could see they were exposed bones. Those blades glinted with a cold light, revealing their sharpness. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in its eyes. Now, the demon god formed from the 4 demonic beasts and vengeful spirits within the demonic lair coldly surveyed the challengers before it. Enemies of Huaxia! Come fight! Lin Yang sensed the aura of the demonic beast. He thought to himself, this could well be the apocalyptic demon god from the civilizations of Kimchi Land and Cherry Blossom Country. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. He began to ponder the circumstances that had formed this demonic beast. It likely resorted to this desperate measure after sensing that the genuine, powerful demonic beasts of the land of cherry blossoms were easily defeated by the demon god of China. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled all his mental energy into the secret realm of the National Fortune Arena. Then, let us prepare for battle. Chapter 67, Deceived. With a flicker of thought, Lin Yang, supported by the 3 great demon gods, his spiritual energy was now utterly concentrated. Unity is strength. Lin Yang now understood this phrase profoundly. The world-destroying demon god remained haughtily arrogant, waving dismissively at the 3 demon gods of Huaxia. What a formidable world-destroying demon god! This time, China won't get away with it. We'll win. We absolutely will win. The world-destroying demon god. Even our great Roman Empire trembles before you. We in Great India feel the same. China is finished this time. Within the National Fortune Arena livestream, civilizations opposed to China's spectators were all singing China's doom. The world-destroying demon god's gesture was unmistakable. He was signaling China's 3 demon gods to strike first. At that moment, the hot-tempered Xingtian swung his dry and wet axes and charged straight at the so-called world-destroying demon god, a fusion of the Cherry Blossom and Kimchi nations. The other 2 great demon gods unleashed their signature moves as well. Ha! Xingtian roared, swinging his massive axe down with all his might onto the demonic beast. Crash! His axe struck the scales atop the beast's head with tremendous force. A patch of scales was instantly knocked loose. Simultaneously, the 9-tailed celestial fox whipped its tails, unleashing both water movement and wood growth spells. In an instant, countless thorns erupted beneath the feet of the 4-in-1 world-destroying demon god. This was the very technique that had once trapped Tsukemikado. And this time, the 9-tailed celestial fox executed it with even greater mastery. The thorns bound the world-destroying demon god tightly, relentlessly pulling it backward, leaving it utterly unable to break free. Roar! The demon beast roared with overwhelming fury, its body stretched into a U shape. Boom! Xingtian thrust his massive shield forward, striking the restrained world-destroying demon god squarely in the face. The blow sent the demon reeling, dazed and disoriented. Most crucially, Xingtian's shield strike temporarily blinded the demon. Huaxia, now enveloped in mist rising from his feet, soared high above the demonic lair. Perfect opportunity. Huaxia roared furiously, swinging his 7 extremities purple gold Binhai iron staff with blinding speed. With a sharp whistling sound, Huaxia shot forward, wielding his 7 severing purple gold iron rod. This strike could pierce stars, shatter the cosmos. A deafening roar shook the heavens. The entire demonic lair shook violently. The world-ending demon god's frenzied roar echoed across the heavens. Ah! Accompanied by this deafening roar, the terrifyingly massive form of the world-destroying demon god was forcibly cleaved apart. The destructive force of Huaxia's single strike was utterly savage. Boom! The world-destroying demon god dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into the void. Is it over already? Our Huaxia is still mighty. Then why hasn't the signal for the end of the National Fortune Arena Challenge sounded yet? Comments flooded the Chinese livestreams of the National Fortune Arena. Yet after the world-destroying demon god's colossal form dissolved into black smoke, it reassembled in another corner of the demonic lair. Ha, finished fighting? My turn now. The world-destroying demon god declared arrogantly. With that, he gripped his demonic blade and lunged toward the 9-tailed celestial fox closest to him. Its speed was blindingly fast, catching the 9-tailed celestial fox completely off guard. I'll handle this. Xingtian roared, charging forward with his shield raised to block the attack before the 9-tailed celestial fox. Crash! The demonic god wielding the cursed blade struck Xingtian's massive shield, a shield infused with divine power, and carved a deep gash through it. Impressive swordplay. Xingtian nodded in praise of the world-destroying demon god's strike. Seeing that his full power strike hadn't even shattered Xingtian's shield, he was shocked. Soon, wave after wave of the world-destroying demon god's attacks poured forth. Yet every strike from the world-destroying demon god was effortlessly parried by Xingtian and the 9-tailed celestial fox working together. Spectators watching the National Fortune Arena were filled with excitement. Yet the world-destroying demon god, possessing the power of those 2 great beasts from the Kimchi Nation, would not waste his advantage. Each swing of its demonic blade carried savage magical arts. Whoosh! The world-destroying demon god wielded the demonic blade with both hands, bringing it down in a single, sweeping strike. A colossal, overwhelming force of destruction erupted from the blade, hurtling toward Xingtian. Oomph! Trivial tricks. Seeing the terrifying might of the world-destroying demon god's strike, Xingtian sneered coldly. Suddenly, the giant axe in his grasp erupted with dazzling brilliance, instantly parrying the demon god's strike. Moreover, the radiance on the axe grew even more intense, locking the demon god firmly in place. The world-destroying demon god's heart sank, knowing something was terribly wrong. Sure enough, the next instant, Xingtian's arms suddenly jerked. Whoosh! A piercing gust of wind sliced through the air. The blinding light emanating from Xingtian's colossal axe sliced horizontally toward the head of the world-destroying demon god like a gigantic blade. The world-destroying demon god's head was severed cleanly by the gale erupting from the axe. Crack! The head rolled several times across the ground before coming to a halt. Is it over? This time it should be over? The head of that world-destroying demon god is gone. Looks like we got him. Hold your horses. Wait for the National Fortune Arena's announcement. Yet what Xingtian hadn't anticipated was this. His axe strike, infused with divine might, should have ended any living being. Yet the world-destroying demon god remained as if nothing had happened. It raised its demonic blade, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy that forced Xingtian back. It swiftly leapt back. The head of the world-destroying demon god on the ground was mysteriously pulled back onto its shoulders by an eerie force. "Ha, you think you can kill me?" The world-destroying demon god's tone was eerie and icy. With his head reattached, he held the blade in one hand and formed a seal with the other. The demonic lair collapsed in an instant. The cavern above the 3 great demon gods of Huaxia peeled away layer by layer. The falling boulders carried spells capable of absorbing divine power. This is bad. If this continues, our divine power will be drained. We might even be buried alive. The 9-tailed celestial fox immediately sensed something amiss. All 9 tails moved in unison, casting a spatial spell. Instantly pulling herself, Huaxia, and Xingtian out of this collapsing demonic lair. Damn! This is the evil magic of Ghost Cultivation Mountain from that pickle country. The so-called Ghost Cult Mountain's dark arts involved constructing illusory cave dwellings to lure ships into docking. By all logic, Ghost Cult Mountain's dark arts shouldn't possess such power. It's merely a lowly demon. Lin Yang pondered silently. Ah, yes. This so-called 4-in-1 world-destroying demon god possesses the powers of 4 demonic beasts. Its enhanced strength is hardly surprising. At that very moment, the world-destroying demon god leapt forward with blinding speed, wielding his demonic blade in a jumping slash. aiming to catch the nine-tailed celestial fox that had just teleported away. But he had been tricked. His leap strike targeted the decoy left behind by the nine-tailed celestial fox. Enemy commander! Take this! Just as he thought he had slain the nine-tailed celestial fox, he discovered he had only cut a single hair from its body. The world-destroying demon god, realizing he had been deceived, was filled with rage and fury. He swiftly leapt forward, pursuing his target. Woziki. Xingtian. The battle between the nine-tailed celestial fox and the 4-in-1 world-destroying demon god. The scene shifted to the swamp. Chapter 68, the campaign against the world-destroying demon god. Simultaneously, countless toxic barriers erupted throughout the entire secret realm, seeking to completely devour the 3 great demon gods of Huaxia. Yet, all the toxic barriers in these swamp regions were under the control of that world-destroying demon god. Therefore, no matter how the 3 great demon gods of Huaxia tried to escape, they would inevitably become trapped within these toxic barriers. At that very moment, the nine-tailed celestial fox unleashed her magic water surge. A surging torrent of lake water rose from beneath her feet, transforming into a water tornado. Simultaneously, the nine-tailed celestial fox cast another spell, Wind Surge. Water and wind surged together, blowing the world-destroying demon god's spell into futility. Seeing this, the world-destroying demon god seethed with hatred, fully aware of his dire predicament. He wasted no more time. He roared furiously, "It's time to get serious." The increasingly fierce battle forced the world-destroying demon god to reveal his true form. Covered in black scales, the demon held a pitch-black demonic blade that emitted a bone-chilling glow. His hideous, grotesque face bore a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, a sight so repulsive it turned stomachs. The world-destroying demon god's stature surged again, reaching the height of 3 or 4 stories. Its arms were thick and muscular, its palms covered in razor-sharp claws. Roar! A beastly howl erupted from its throat. With a powerful thrust of its legs, the colossal body lunged toward the nine-tailed celestial fox, who was mid-spell. The nine-tailed celestial fox showed no panic on her face, quickly regaining her composure. She chuckled sweetly, "Do you really think you can catch me like this?" With that, a bone-chilling force swept over him like a tidal wave, engulfing the world-destroying demon god. The water tornado. It swiftly enveloped the entire body of the world-destroying demon god. Woziki, who had been lying in wait for an opportunity, saw his chance at last. He extended his ape-like arm, gripped the 7 shattered purple gold iron rod tightly, and descended from the heavens. He smashed it viciously down onto the world-destroying demon god's head. Boom! His power surged. Empowered by the nine-tailed celestial fox's water manipulation spell, Woziki now surpassed even his own peak strength. The mighty 7 shattering purple gold iron rod in Woziki's grasp came crashing down upon the world-destroying demon god's skull. The direct hit sent a powerful shockwave that forced the world-destroying demon god to stumble back several steps. Damn it! That accursed creature! How dare it exploit my vulnerability! The world-destroying demon god, enraged and humiliated, eyes glowing crimson with fury. Boom! The world-destroying demon god swung his demonic blade wildly, slashing furiously at everything around him. Instantly, surrounding peaks were leveled, trees snapped and shattered into dust that scattered wildly, a terrifying spectacle. The blade's energy swept toward the 3 demon gods of Huaxia. Xingtian summoned a divine shield to shield Woziki and the nine-tailed fox behind him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yang couldn't help but recall his past life playing games. Woziki is the assassin, always waiting to deliver the fatal blow to enemies, while the nine-tailed fox is the mage, unleashing wide-area AoE attacks to wear down foes and inflict sustained damage. Xingtian is the most valiant heavy warrior, capable of both tanking and dealing damage, holding the front line against enemy assaults. Lin Yang's muttered analysis ignited a frenzy of discussion in the National Fortune Arena livestream chat. Our Yang God's choices are spot on. No doubt. Yangshin's picks make the Secret Realm challenge so much easier. Without you, Yangshin, I don't know what we'd do. Yangshin is unstoppable. Meanwhile, the world-destroying demon god's slashes continued unabated. Xingtian dared not pause, desperately resisting the world-destroying demon god's onslaught. Seeing the energy shield significantly weakened, his movements suddenly accelerated. Yet what he failed to notice was, Woziki had already vanished behind Xingtian's shield. Traveling through water, this was a spell Woziki had mastered since ancient times. Within the water, Woziki's abilities were amplified. Now, Woziki silently approached the world-destroying demon god through the water, preparing to ambush him. Suddenly, the world-destroying demon god seemed to sense danger approaching from behind. Swiftly turning, it swung its demonic blade in a sweeping strike. His blade struck only the vapor left behind by Woziki. The real Woziki. Right at the right shoulder of that world-destroying demon god. Woziki deftly emerged from the water, his 7 shattering purple gold iron rod striking the shoulder of the world-destroying demon god with brutal force. Ha! Woziki roared in fury, thrusting his feet forward with explosive force. Soaring into the air, he swung his 7 severing purple gold iron rod downward, aiming a direct strike at the world-destroying demon god's back. Crash! A sharp crack appeared, rapidly widening. The 7 shattering purple gold iron rod pierced clean through the world-destroying demon god's back. The world-destroying demon god let out a series of agonized screams as its massive body was sent flying once more. At this moment, he could scarcely be called a world-destroying demon god anymore. Struck by Wuziki's devastating blow that exploited a flaw in his technique, he resembled nothing more than a drowned rat. Black blood flowed from its body. Cough cough. He coughed violently, spitting out a large pool of blood. Yet, it was far from over. Xingtian's figure was equally swift, his axe swinging with devastating force, striking the world-destroying demon god with a single blow that threatened to annihilate all 10 directions. The world-destroying demon god was utterly horrified. Xingtian's 10 directions annihilation was an ultimate technique. This axe strike carried a fierce gale, the air itself scorched to extreme temperatures by the sheer speed of Xingtian's massive blade. Swish! The world-destroying demon god could only swing his blade to meet the blow, attempting to block Xingtian's fatal strike. But unexpectedly, his already battered demonic blade was cleaved clean in two by Xingtian's 10 directions annihilation strike. The 9-tailed celestial fox wasn't idle either. She activated her 9 tails. A spell that shook heaven and earth, terrifying gods and demons, was unleashed. Its target was the world-destroying demon god. Boom! The 9-tailed celestial fox's tails unleashed immense power. With a single strike, it shattered the armor of the world-destroying demon god. 2 more spells followed in rapid succession. Xingtian and the 9-tailed celestial fox worked in perfect harmony, one attacking from the front and the other from the rear. Together with Wuziki and Xingtian, they utterly annihilated the world-destroying demon god. Under such circumstances, even the so-called world-destroying demon god, a fusion of 4 beings, could not escape death. Thud! A massive gash split open the demon god's forehead, blood spurting forth. Boom! The colossal form of the world-destroying demon god finally collapsed. Surely there can't be a third form this time? I doubt it. That demon god's head looks like a smashed watermelon now. I agree. Great China is unbeatable. National Fortune Arena, hurry up and announce it. I can't take it anymore. National Fortune Arena announcement. China has conquered the Demon's Lair's secret realm. National Fortune Arena reward, 1 mode change card, 5,000 National Fortune Arena points. Congratulations to China. The first civilization to successfully challenge the secret realm. This battle finally concluded with the victor as the protagonist. Lin Yang, having endured the immense psychic pressure from 3 great demon lords. Suddenly relaxed, Lin Yang felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just as dizziness overwhelmed him, a cool, refreshing mental force, like a divine elixir, entered his mind. When he opened his eyes again, the last image he saw was the 9-tailed celestial fox's radiant smile. National Fortune Arena announcement. The Huaxia civilization is hereby summoned to challenge the secret realm's demonic beast and teleport out of the realm. Chapter 69, Exorcism vs. Rakshasa. As the National Fortune Arena's announcement echoed, the prompt from the mountain and sea system in Lin Yang's mind sounded simultaneously. System notice, mission complete. Mission, Secret Realm Challenge. Mission details, due to global hostility targeting China, the host must activate the secret realm within the National Fortune Arena and successfully complete it. Failure penalty, China loses its legitimacy. The combat power of beasts summoned by the host is reduced by 50%. The host perishes. Mission reward, Evil God Exorcism. Hearing the system's announcement in his mind that the mission was complete, Lin Yang finally relaxed completely. Pixie, what a fitting name. At the same time, he felt a touch of reluctance toward these 3 demonic deities who had brought such great merit to Huaxia. The beautiful 9-tailed celestial fox, the mighty Xingtian, and the immensely powerful Wuziki. Once I return to China, I must offer incense to these 3 great demon gods. Lin Yang made up his mind. He then took a deep breath. He had now adjusted his state to peak condition. He awaited the moment when the chosen one of the Indian nation would reappear before him on the National Fortune Arena. Then, he would give his all to secure another victory for China. As the white light of the National Fortune Arena flickered, Lin Yang materialized once more within its arena. The familiar round table signaled that Lin Yang could not rest yet. The relentless succession of battles had severely drained his mental and physical reserves. The moment Summit saw Lin Yang, he sneered coldly, "Oh, the chosen one of China. Congratulations on making it through the secret realm, I suppose." Hearing the obvious sarcasm in his words, Lin Yang responded with a smile, "Indeed. But the credit doesn't belong to me. It's because the demon gods of China are simply too powerful." Lin Yang's words were neither humble nor arrogant, carrying a hint of scholarly grace. This instantly flustered Summit, who flushed crimson and retorted, "How could this possibly be the demon gods doing? It's clearly a glitch in the secret realm." Hearing this, a faint smile curved the corners of Lin Yang's mouth. "This guy, he's lost his cool." Lin Yang promptly addressed the National Fortune Arena. "Begin. The next round of combat. Make it quick." Surprisingly, Summit calmed down at Lin Yang's prompting. He was quite the character after all. The more critical the moment, the quicker one must regain composure. In this moment, Summit had come to a realization. If I can defeat Lin Yang now, everything will turn out well. A conviction suddenly took root in Summit's mind. Simultaneously, he addressed the National Fortune Arena. Begin. I'll show those Chinese what I'm made of. After Summit spoke, the National Fortune Arena prompted. Both chosen ones are ready. Please select and introduce your beasts. At this moment, Lin Yang only wanted to quickly dispose of this Indian nuisance before him, so he could head to the National Fortune Arena to purchase rewards. With so many points, it would be more than enough to buy what Lin Yang needed. That Summit hadn't prepared any contingency plans during Lin Yang's Secret Realm challenge. He only thought about China losing, using his eyes to signal China to introduce their chosen beast first. Seeing Nasmith's subtle glance, Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to play along any longer. With a calm tone, he stated, "The pixie. It is a sacred beast from ancient Chinese mythology." According to ancient Chinese texts, the pixie's physical characteristics include horns, a lion-like body, often with wings, an open mouth, a raised head, a long beard hanging down, and a mane on its face. In ancient Chinese usage, pixie's primary abilities were guardianship, warding off evil, and bringing good fortune. All demons and evil spirits tremble in fear at the sight of a pixie. After Lin Yang finished his explanation, Summit sneered coldly, "What utter nonsense! Now, allow me to present the introduction from our great nation of India." After his mocking remark, he began his exaggerated introduction. Rakshasa in our great Tianzhu kingdom. This refers to the flesh-eating fiends. Rakshasa, which means evil spirit. They consume human flesh and blood, flying through the air or traversing the earth with terrifying swiftness. Rakshasa is Sanskrit. The ancient term Rakshasa is a corruption, yet it remains the name for these violent, vicious demons. The males are hideously ugly, while the females are exceedingly beautiful. Both devour human flesh. After Summit finished his explanation, he immediately made a taunting gesture toward Lin Yang. The Indian spectators at the National Fortune Arena were thrilled. Holy crap! Rakshasa demons! This is a sure win. This is the monster representing our Tianzhu kingdom sweeping across South Asia. Victory is assured. Summit is going all out this time. Devour them. Devour all the Chinese. Lin Yang shook his head. No matter what you say, it won't matter. You're going down today. Before Summit could retort, the National Fortune Arena flashed a prompt. Both sides introduced. Beast summoning begins. Following the National Fortune Arena's announcement, the arena underwent a sudden transformation. The once clear sky above the arena darkened instantly. Immediately afterward, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon. It was China's guardian spirit making its entrance, visible to all spectators at the National Fortune Arena. A lion-like auspicious beast appeared within the arena. It bore no trace of ferocity, instead radiating an aura of auspiciousness. Meanwhile, a distinct shift emanated from the direction of the Indian arena. An aura emanating from the land signaled the appearance of the Rakshasa demon. The direction of the Indian arena was shrouded in gloomy, energy, while the Chinese arena radiated auspiciousness. Two distinct auras emerged within the same arena. Two utterly distinct demonic beasts now stood within the arena. Ha! You're finished, little one from Huaxia. The Rakshasa is our great demon god of Tianzhu. Humph. Chosen one of Huaxia, you're finished. This round is ours for the taking. After we win, you, the chosen one of Huaxia, are finished. Our Rakshasa will devour you until not a single bone remains. The people of the Indian nation continue to cheer wildly in the National Fortune Arena livestream. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia livestream room, Go Yangshen. This is a matter of life and death. We can't afford to lose. Go, Huaxia. If we lose, those barbarians won't spare us like our sacred beasts do. National Fortune Arena announcement. Huaxia's demon repelling beast versus India's Rakshasa. Battle commence. After the National Fortune Arena announcement, the Rakshasa demon of India charged straight at China's pixie. The Huaxia pixie remained unmoved. Though it was an auspicious beast, its combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Cloaked in its protective aura, it calmly awaited the Raksasa's assault. Sure enough, as the Rakshasa approached the pixie, a powerful gale of chi swept toward the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa instantly sensed the threat, halting its advance and retreating dozens of meters while glaring warily at the demon warding talisman. Roar! A thunderous lion's roar echoed throughout the entire arena. The Rakshasa was instantly overcome with fear. Is this the sacred beast? How terrifying! A desperate urge to fight for its life surged within it. A bone blade materialized in its hand, and it charged toward the guardian beast once more with a desperate, all-or-nothing stance. Chapter 70, China's Progress. Absolutely thrilling. The Rakshasa lunged forward, but the Chinese guardian remained utterly still, standing its ground. But before the Rakshasa could reach it, Huaxia's evil warding talisman suddenly opened its mouth slightly. Whoosh! A white stream of air shot from Huaxia Pixie's mouth. The Rakshasa scrambled to dodge. But the white sphere's speed was simply too swift. The first strike missed, but it swiftly pursued the Rakshasa. This time, the Rakshasa dared not confront it head-on. Bang! It held its bone blade horizontally across its chest, blocking Huaxia Pixie's attack. However, its right arm was still bruised. Seeing its wound, the Rakshasa flew into a rage. Seeing Huaxia's auspicious beast, Pixie, pressing its advantage and closing in. With a leap, it raised its claw high and smashed it down toward the Rakshasa's head. Snap! The Rakshasa unleashed its innate ability, stripping all the muscles from its forearm. A swift motion. The muscles on its forearm became thin and weak. Bone spurs erupted from its hands. Roar! Then, the Rakshasa violently swung his arm, smashing it fiercely toward the Huaxia auspicious beast, Pixie. Crash! The sharp bone spurs sliced through the air, trailing a series of whistling sounds. If struck, even an ordinary demon beast would have its body shattered. But astonishingly, the auspicious beast Pixie emerged unscathed. The Rakshasa's fury boiled over. As a male Rakshasa demon, his fiery red hair stood on end in a terrifying display. Arg! He roared again, lunging at the auspicious beast, intent on cleaving it in two. Alas, he was disappointed. Whoosh! 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 The Chinese auspicious beast Pixie continued to unleash streams of air. Each blast struck the Rakshasa's bone spines with pinpoint accuracy. The hard bone spines shattered upon impact like glass beads hitting a concrete floor. Witnessing this, the Rakshasa felt utterly defeated. A sacred beast of China without even moving had beaten him into such a sorry state. How is this possible? How could a beast from China be this powerful? I can't bear to watch this. How could our demon beast from the Indian subcontinent be humiliated like this? This is our great demon god. How could he suffer such a crushing defeat? Something must be wrong. This can't be happening. The lion-bodied, horned auspicious beast, Pixie, leapt into the air with a single bound. It roared defiantly toward the heavens, and the entire world seemed to shift. The surrounding winds howled fiercely. Rumble! A hurricane swept through, shaking the heavens and earth. Hum! At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The Rakshasa demon on the ground wielded a bone blade in one hand and a bone spike in the other arm. It stared at the demon-repelling spirit in the sky, buffeted by fierce gale winds. A savage glint flashed in the Rakshasa's eyes. Roar! Then he thrust his legs violently against the ground. His entire body transformed into a cloud of black smoke, shooting straight toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the bone spurs from his arms and the bone blades flew from his hands, hurtling toward the colossal auspicious beast soaring in the clouds. Whoosh! The bone spine sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The auspicious beast's face, however, revealed a look of contempt. It didn't even bother to dodge. To the demon, the attack felt like a mosquito bite. The gale force winds swept through, reducing the bone spears and bone blades hurled by the Rakshasa to nothing but dust. The Rakshasa, now transformed into black smoke, smoothly closed in on Pixie, coming within 10 meters of the auspicious beast. The Rakshasa opened its gaping maw, bearing sharp fangs, and lunged toward the auspicious beast. This was the demon's signature survival spell. Ha ha! Die! Die! The Rakshasa cackled maniacally. He was utterly certain that all he needed was to close to within striking distance and deliver a fatal blow. The auspicious beast would surely be defeated. Oof! The auspicious beast gave a cold snort, glaring at the Rakshasa demon with utter contempt. Oomph! The thunderous roar instantly blew away the Rakshasa demon's black smoke form, revealing its true shape. Once its true form was revealed, the already hideous body was stripped of flesh by the demon-repelling gale. Its vivid skin instantly shredded into strips of cloth hanging from its frame. SSSSHHH. The Rakshasa sucked in a sharp breath. Thud! The Rakshasa then crashed to the ground. Every muscle on its body had been scraped away. Only a pile of skin and bones remained, stretched taut over his skeletal frame. You! He struggled to lift his head, glaring up at Pixie in the clouds, his eyes bulging with fury. Swish! The figure of Pixie descended slowly, coming to a halt before Luocha. The gale force winds had not ceased, the hurricane still raged. The Rakshasa glared at the demon warding talisman with seething hatred. I haven't lost yet. Yet, Pixie cast him a sorrowful glance. With a move representing the righteous energy of the demon-repelling gale, auspicious light shone upon the Rakshasa demon. With a sharp tearing sound, the Rakshasa demon's skin was torn apart. Then, bit by bit, it dissipated into the vastness of heaven and earth. The remaining fragments of flesh and blood were shattered by the gale force winds. In an instant, the Rakshasa's body was reduced to nothing but a skeleton, a hideous, nauseatingly grotesque skeleton. Pai Xia calmly stepped over it, and the skeleton was reduced to dust. The Rakshasa demon was utterly annihilated. Pixie achieved a complete victory. What? Our Rakshasa was defeated so easily? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. And it was such a humiliating defeat. The live chat in the Indian Nation stream was flooded with disbelief. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia livestream chat, messages mocking India poured in one after another. China's Pixie is too strong. Sigh, another victory without a single scare. I thought this Rakshasa was supposed to be formidable, but it got crushed so easily by the demon-repelling talisman? Lin Yang knew the truth. Rakshasa demons were born of evil energy. Facing China's auspicious beasts that ward off evil, how could it possibly stand a chance? It was utterly and completely countered. National Fortune Arena announcement. China claims victory. Chinese chosen ones, select your reward. Notice: the chosen one of China has sufficient points. Please select whether to activate the National Fortune Arena shop. Lin Yang responded immediately, we'll choose the rewards later. Open the shop first. Lin Yang knew that his civilization's reward was punishment for the Tianzhu kingdom. Since the Tianzhu people were so arrogant, he didn't mind making them wait a little longer. National Fortune Arena shop activated. Technology Leap card, 2,500 points. Infinite Resources card, 2,500 points. Secret Realm Pass, 300 points. Battle Mode Reset card, 300 points. Forced Withdrawal card, 300 points. Lin Yang reviewed the options and immediately selected the two purchases offering the most generous point rewards. Because the items in the National Fortune Arena store were incredibly useful. Tech Leap card, 2,500 points. Purchased by Huaxia's Chosen One. Resource Infinity card, 2,500 points. Huaxia Chosen One purchase complete. Huaxia Chosen One's remaining points, 30. Lin Yang smiled upon seeing this. Spending money sure feels good, even if he was now practically broke in terms of points. But bringing new progress to Huaxia. That was absolutely exhilarating. Chapter 71, Huaxia. The news of victory ignited the entire nation. The people of China were ecstatic, with celebrations erupting everywhere. It wasn't until Lin Yang returned to the capital that he truly felt it. The atmosphere across all of Huaxia had been ignited by his battle on the National Fortune Arena. The streets of Huaxia's capital resembled a scene from the New Year celebrations. As Lin Yang walked the streets, he could hear the joyful sounds of gongs, drums, and firecrackers. Even the old lady selling candied hawthorn on the street couldn't stop smiling. Surveying the bustling street scene, Lin Yang murmured to himself, I've truly come home at last. Walking through the bustling streets, Lin Yang, now a national icon for all Chinese people, was recognized by many who found him strikingly familiar. Yet, immersed in the festive spirit of the day, they paid him little mind. Across every corner of China, the buff of limitless resources was now poured into the nation. The most tangible effect was that strategic resources like oil, water, and food were now entirely self-sufficient. The technological leap across all industries was an even more tangible sensation. Although not yet fully implemented in present-day China, plans were already brewing. For instance, various high-tech transportation vehicles would gradually emerge. Furthermore, military weaponry has also seen significant advancements. As Lin Yang walked the streets, the special forces assigned by the Chinese authorities to protect him remained constantly on alert, guarding him from the shadows. After all, at this critical juncture of the National Fortune Arena, far too many sought his demise. Meanwhile, the buffs Lin Yang secured for China, unlimited resources and technological leapfrog advancements, have now taken effect. This signifies that China will no longer have to live at the mercy of others in trade. It signified that China's military strength would surge dramatically. It also signified that China would emerge as the world's most powerful force. For any nation, this represents an absolutely immeasurable loss. Therefore, anyone aware of this development would want to eliminate Lin Yang. Especially the secret agency dispatched by the United States to China recently to investigate Lin Yang has been frantically searching for him behind the scenes. They understood all too well that if China were to rise, it would mean the Western powers represented by the United States would never be a match for China. Particularly given Lin Yang's dominant performances on the National Fortune Arena in recent days. This has driven the American president into a fury, as China's development has become nearly impossible to contain. Therefore, the United States issued an absolute order to the Indians. They must defeat Lin Yang on the National Fortune Arena at any cost. Even at the cost of immense sacrifice, it must be accomplished. Upon receiving the president's directive, the Indian side wasted no time. They had long been prepared for the next National Fortune Arena battle. They would deploy tactics that would shock Lin Yang, tactics that would astonish China. They would even make the world recognize the might of the Tianzhu people. As the Western Alliance Conference concluded, all the leaders of the Western Alliance gathered to discuss the matter. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? The leader of the United States, seated at the head of the table, inquired. The president of John Bull Nation spoke first. I believe we must accelerate the balancing of the international landscape. China's rise is now unstoppable. We must take proactive measures now. Otherwise, once China truly becomes the world's dominant power, our plans will likely face even greater challenges. Therefore, the Global Dragon Eradication Plan must continue. Before long, Lin Yang arrived at the entrance of Old Chen's Historical Research Institute. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door to Old Chen's office. Come in. Old Chen rose from his chair and greeted Lin Yang. Professor Chen. I'm back. Lin Yang entered the room and said with a smile. The secret realm challenges and arena battles in this national fortune tournament must have worn you out, huh? Old Chen inquired with concern as he brewed tea. Yeah, the secret realm challenge was pretty exhausting, but the rewards were substantial. Dealing with that kid from Tianzhu Kingdom, however, wasn't nearly as taxing. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. The two shared a knowing smile before falling silent. Lin Yang soon broke the quiet with a smile. Old Chen, for our next plan, we could briefly supplement the histories of the Battle of Zhulu and the Battle of Banquan. At the same time, we can reconstruct the histories of the demonic beasts we fought these past days. Once restored, they can be incorporated into the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Lin Yang addressed Old Chen, whose eyes lit up at the suggestion. Excellent. Excellent. Let's begin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang swiftly wrote down the histories of the Crimson Dragon, the evil repelling beast, and the Cat General, incorporating them all into the historical restoration records. Thus, the night passed. Lin Yang assisted Elder Chen in completing the supplementation of historical details from the ancient era, as well as the restoration of newly deployed beasts. While Lin Yang rested, a meeting was underway in the council chamber. We all worked tirelessly to thwart the Western Alliance's so-called dragon extermination plan this time. Of course, the greatest credit goes to our chosen one, Lin Yang. As Councillor Zhang spoke these words, applause erupted from the assembly. Furthermore, we should now begin the next phase of our work. The lands reclaimed in recent days and the resettlement of our people persecuted by those despicable nations of Sakura and Tianzhu. These matters must be addressed immediately. We must bring them back into the embrace of Huaxia. The speaker's address met with little dissent. Bringing those who had strayed from the embrace of Mother China back into her arms was the unanimous goal of every assembly member present. The difference lay in some being radical while others were conservative. Yet both voices, without exception, shared the hope for China's prosperity. Another matter at hand is the disposition of the Sakura and Tianzhu people still residing within our borders. Let us deliberate on this matter. After the speaker finished, he sat down and sipped a cup of tea to moisten his throat. I believe accepting them all could demonstrate our nation's inclusivity. In my opinion, we should expel them all. These Japanese and Indian individuals have perpetrated severe persecution against our nation's people. They absolutely cannot be allowed to remain in China. I agree. This will only fuel public resentment. After hearing the various voices below, the Assembly President Rosen declared, let all Chinese citizens decide this matter. We will launch a vote on our National Fortune Arena livestream. Every Chinese person must participate. As the chairman's words fell, the hall erupted once more. Supportive council members raised their hands in agreement. Soon, news spread throughout every street and alley of China as the people spontaneously began voting in the National Fortune Arena livestream. The voting period lasted 3 days. That was also the time the next National Fortune Arena would open. Within the Mountain Sea Pavilion, new demonic beasts emerged to fight for Huaxia. Meanwhile, before the statues of the 3 great demon gods, offerings of incense and joss paper grew ever more abundant. Chapter 72, The 3 Sovereigns and 5 Emperors. The faith energy bestowed by the people of Huaxia continuously nourished the great beasts within the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Day 3. As Lin Yang rose early to exercise, the familiar alert from the Mountain and Sea system echoed directly within his mind. System alert. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang knew immediately that a new task was about to be issued. System notice, new mission issued. Mission, restore history. Task details, the historical continuity of Huaxia has been severed. The host bears the responsibility to restore Huaxia's magnificent historical legacy. The host must restore the history of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era. Failure penalty, China loses its legitimacy. The combat power of beasts summoned by the host is reduced by 50%. The host perishes. Reward, divine beast, the candle dragon. After reading this, Lin Yang was completely stunned. He never imagined it would be like this. He had originally thought the task would be easy, like dealing with the kingdom of Tianzhu. Instead, he was tasked with restoring China's history within a single day. This truly stumped Lin Yang. The historical gap felt like a heavy stone pressing down on his chest. Screw it. Just do it. Lin Yang mentally rallied himself. He then headed toward Elder Chen's location. At that moment, Old Chen sat leisurely in the courtyard, sipping tea. Upon seeing Lin Yang approach, he beckoned him over to sit down. This time, we have a major task to accomplish. Lin Yang addressed Old Chen. Oh? Old Chen raised an eyebrow. Be more specific. Old Master Chen poured Lin Yang another cup of tea. Do you remember Fuxi from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Lin Yang asked Old Chen. What are you trying to do? Old Chen asked Lin Yang excitedly. This was his deepest concern. He longed to restore China to its former glory but had no way to achieve it. This time, we will restore the history of China's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors within a single day. Lin Yang's words were wildly ambitious. Old Chen's face lit up with wild delight upon hearing this. Ha 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 ha. Young man, don't scare me. That's utterly insane. Ha! Rest assured. If I can post the task, I'm confident I can accomplish it. Lin Yang responded with a smile. Alright then. If you're confident, anything goes. But be prepared, the issue of the historical gap is no simple matter. Old Chen also agreed to Lin Yang's plan. The two then discussed how to recreate the historical gap. First, Lin Yang had already reconstructed the history of Fuxi. Next, Lin Yang would reconstruct the history of Nuwa. Nuwa, the creator goddess of ancient Chinese mythology. Also known as Empress Hua or Nuyin, recorded in the records of the grand historian as Nuwa, she is the originator of human civilization among the Huaxia people and the righteous deity who bestows blessings upon the state. Upon seeing the words Lin Yang had written, a look of surprise flashed across Old Chen's face. Is this the story of Nuwa? A hint of reverence touched Old Chen's expression as he continued listening to Lin Yang's explanation. Like Fuxi, Nuwa's history belongs to the dawn of the Huaxia people. After reading Lin Yang's account, Old Chen sighed inwardly. This differed greatly from their previously held understanding of history. Lin Yang continued writing. Legend has it that Nuwa created humanity, transforming 70 forms in a single day. Using yellow clay, she molded humans in her own image, establishing human society and the institution of marriage. When the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, she melted colorful stones to mend the sky and severed the legs of the giant turtle to prop up the four corners of the world, leaving behind the mythical tale of Nuwa mending the sky. Nuwa was not only the heroic savior who mended the heavens and the goddess who molded humanity from clay, but also a divine force of nature who created all things. With boundless power, she brought forth myriad beings, capable of creating at least 70 new things each day. As the originator of creation, she was revered as the Mother Earth, a widely and enduringly worshipped creator goddess and primordial mother figure in folk tradition. After briefly recounting Nuwa's story, Lin Yang paused, awaiting Old Chen's reaction. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I never imagined Nuwa possessed such monumental virtues. She truly lives up to being a deity of the Chinese nation. Old Chen exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Lin Yang nodded faintly, then began elaborating on the details of Nuwa's legacy. Next came Suiren, widely regarded as the third of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Suiren invented fire making by drilling wood in Shangqiu, becoming the pioneer of artificial fire in ancient China. He taught people to cook food, ending the era of raw meat and blood consumption for early humans. This distinguished human life from that of beasts, ushering in Chinese civilization. He was revered by later generations as the ancestor of fire. Suiren begat Fuxi and Nuwa. During the Paleolithic era a million years ago, China entered the early stage of primitive society. Early humans hunted for necessities using crude stone tools. They subsisted on raw animal flesh, uncooked plant roots and leaves, and wore animal skins or garments woven from plants. As the population steadily grew, a wise man finally emerged in Shangqiu. He was called wise because he discovered the marvelous uses of fire. This sage, known as Suiren, embarked on the arduous quest to master artificial fire making. After countless trials, he finally discovered 2 methods: drilling wood to ignite embers and striking stones to create sparks. Thus, the ancestors of the Chinese nation gained the skills to use and produce fire. After recounting Suiren's history, Lin Yang connected it to the story of Fuxi. This constitutes the broadly recognized history of the 3 sovereigns and the origins of the Yan and Huang lineages. Old Chen was utterly stunned by Lin Yang's account. Damn impressive, kid. You're truly extraordinary to have even mastered this ancient history. Old Chen exclaimed in awe. Ha ha. Just luck. Lin Yang chuckled modestly, for this was all history from his previous life. Next comes the 5 emperors. Taihao was the ancestor and leader of both the Dongyi and Huaxia tribes. He is the ancestral god of the East and also the Azure Emperor, the heavenly emperor of the East. Also known as Dawa, Taihao, or Dawa, he ruled with the virtue of wood and was the spring emperor. Simultaneously, he is the progenitor of Huaxia medicine. Xiao Hao. The cultural progenitor of Huaxia, the title of tribal alliance leader in ancient times. Born by the banks of the Yangtze River. In his youth, he married a woman of the Fenghuang clan, becoming chief of the Fenghuang tribe and ultimately rising to lead all Eastern Yi tribes. Zhuang Xiu. Born by the Ruo River, he was infafted Gaoyang for his meritorious service to Xiaohao. The calendar used in the early Han dynasty largely followed the Zhuangshu calendar established since the Qin era. The Zhuangshu calendar is an ancient 4-part calendar. He succeeded the Yellow Emperor as ruler and is counted among the 5 emperors. This covers the histories of 3 emperors from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After Lin Yang finished his account, he proceeded to supplement the histories of 2 additional ancient Chinese emperors. Yao, also known as Tang Yao. Amidst the chaotic era of rival nations, he united his kin, allied with friendly states, subdued the barbarian tribes, and unified the Huaxia clans. He was elected leader of the Alliance of Nations. During his reign, Emperor Yao dispatched the divine archer Hou to shoot down the suns, sent Gun to tame the floods, established the calendar, promoted agriculture, and reformed the bureaucracy. Chapter 73: The Demon King Challenge Tournament of the Kingdom of Tianzhu. Shun. The legendary leader of tribal alliances during the late patriarchal clan society. History's verdict on him is, all virtuous deeds under heaven trace their origins to Emperor Shun. Born with double pupils, he was filial and affectionate, skilled in pottery. Recommended by the Four Mountains, he passed numerous trials to gain Emperor Yao's recognition and succession. After Lin Yang finished his introduction, Old Chen stared intently at the historical records on the table. After a long pause, he murmured to himself. What exactly does abdication mean? Old Chen asked Lin Yang. Lin Yang promptly explained. It refers to a ruler relinquishing the position of leader to another while still alive, means to recommend earnestly before the ancestors, and means to cede the throne. Yao was a renowned tribal alliance leader following the Yellow Emperor. Before his death, Yao relinquished the leadership of the tribal alliance to Shun, elevating him to the throne. This method of succession is historically known as abdication. When Emperor Yao passed the throne to Emperor Shun, he also imparted the 4 words adhere to the middle way. Emperor Shun then passed it to you the Great. This became the governing philosophy of our Chinese nation for 5,000 years. As Lin Yang explained, Old Chen fell deep in thought. After a long pause, Old Chen lifted his head to look at Lin Yang. Continue with your story. Hearing the elder's instruction, Lin Yang immediately replied, yes. Then, Lin Yang continued his narration. He recounted the history of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Lin Yang then elaborated on numerous additional details. At this point, Old Chen remarked, even in ancient times, our Huaxia civilization already bore the seeds of modern political models. Lin Yang did not dispute this statement. He knew full well that similar political systems existed throughout successive dynasties. Lin Yang had only provided a broad outline of this historical reconstruction. Numerous details still required Lin Yang's supplementation. Within the time available today, Lin Yang needed to fill in all the details. After all, no one could have foreseen what underhanded tactics the next battle in the national fortune arena would bring. What underhanded tactics the kingdom of Tianzhu might employ. Lin Yang dared not take any risks. He must remind them of every precaution. Time slowly slipped away. Before he knew it, evening had already fallen. Even with Lin Yang's formidable mental fortitude, he was beginning to feel weary by this hour. Not to mention Old Chen, who was so exhausted he didn't even know who he was anymore. Yet, through the relentless efforts of Lin Yang and Old Chen, the history of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had been successfully compiled. All that remained was for Old Chen to compile it into volumes at his Historical Research Institute before publication. As for Lin Yang's next plan, it was to get some proper rest. Prepare for the so-called dragon-slaying plan of the Tianzhu kingdom. 3 days later, the next battle of the national fortune arena between Tianzhu and Huaxia was about to begin. As the familiar white light enveloped the national fortune arena, Lin Yang and Sunmmary appeared together within the arena. This time, after consulting with Tianzhu's top strategists, he had devised a strategy, the best possible countermeasure against Huaxia in the next match. Lin Yang dared not take any risks and had to remind him of every precaution. Sunmmary then addressed the national fortune arena first. National fortune arena. I propose initiating the Demon King Challenge against China. Tianzhu shall be the defending champion. National fortune arena notice. The kingdom of Tianzhu requires a mode change card to switch modes. A sly smile played on the face of Tianzhu Kingdom's Nazemet. Yes. The kingdom of Tianzhu uses 300 points to exchange for a mode change card. Use it immediately. Lin Yang's expression turned slightly puzzled upon hearing Nazemet's words. Tianzhu Kingdom, could they have devised such a masterstroke? But Lin Yang had no time to ponder further. Nazemet of the Indian Empire had already activated the mode change card within the national fortune arena, initiating the so-called Demon King Challenge against China. Demon King Challenge commenced. India's stake, all territories under China's jurisdiction within India's domain. India deploys a demon king from its civilization to preside over the demon's lair, holding home field advantage. Defeat results in forfeiture of all seized Chinese territories. The National Fortune Arena announced to Lin Yang. National Fortune Arena notice. As the reigning champion of the East Asia region, China has the right to refuse. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's face twisted with a hint of scorn. Demon King Challenge? Has the Indian nation run out of ideas? After speaking, Lin Yang looked at his opponent without rushing to make a decision. He found it all too easy. A challenge like this held no suspense whatsoever. Sure enough, moments later, Sunmmary grew impatient. Surely the Chinese aren't afraid to accept the challenge? A smile touched Lin Yang's lips as he replied calmly, it's not that we're afraid to fight. It's just that I find it too boring, not worth playing. No sooner had Lin Yang finished speaking. Nazemet roared in fury, China, you've gone too far. Since that's the case, I'll show you the true power of India. And this so-called might is the Demon King Challenge? Lin Yang's face wore a mocking expression as he addressed Nazemet. Oomph. What else could it be? What did you expect it to be? Ha, you people from Tianzhu always like to make things mysterious. No wonder you lose every time. With that, Lin Yang dismissed further banter with Nazemet. He addressed the National Fortune Arena directly. China accepts the challenge from India. As soon as Lin Yang's words fell, netizens from China flooded the comments section. That's my Yang god for you, utterly badass. Tell those Indian bastards to crawl back to their hole. Go Huaxia. Is Yangshan being too reckless? Accepting this challenge might lead to a crushing defeat. Ah well. Let's just watch and see. The audience from China on the National Fortune Arena voiced their opinions. Only now did the National Fortune Arena respond. Following Huaxia's defeat in the 9 Demon Lords Challenge Tournament, the Kingdom of Tianzhu has annexed 5 territories of Huaxia in one fell swoop. Furthermore, Huaxia's chosen one, Lin Yang, will face immediate death. Lin Yang heard the National Fortune Arena announce the reward for India's victory only now. He silently cursed the National Fortune Arena under his breath. This is just screwing me over. After cursing under his breath, he thought of Huaxia's great demon lords and his mind instantly settled. He chuckled, China has no chance of losing. This so-called Demon King challenge? Let it begin. This was the confidence bestowed upon Lin Yang by China's demonic beasts. National Fortune Arena announcement. China accepts the challenge from the Kingdom of Tianzhu. Demon King Challenge Tournament commence. Tianzhu Kingdom, please select your demon god to enter the fray. The voice of the National Fortune Arena fell silent. The chosen one of Tianzhu Kingdom had long been prepared. They immediately listed the names of 9 demon lords from the Kingdom of Tianzhu. Of course, under the interference of the National Fortune Arena's special technology, making them completely invisible to anyone outside the Tianzhu civilization. Selection of the 9 demigods of Tianzhu complete. Tianzhu, please commence constructing the home arenas for the 9 demon gods. Upon hearing this, Nazemet's smile grew even more sinister. He shed his previously refined and amiable demeanor. And so it began. The Demon King Challenge Tournament of the Kingdom of Tianzhu begins. The 9 layers of hell, representing the Kingdom of Tianzhu, also awaits the challenge from Huaxia. Chapter 74, The Candle Dragon. On the Huaxia side, Lin Yang stood there alone. The voice of the National Fortune Arena prompt echoed in his ears. System notice, mission complete. Mission, restore history. Task details, China's historical continuity has been severed. The host bears the responsibility to restore China's magnificent historical legacy. Please restore the history of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors era. Failure penalty, China loses its legitimacy. The combat power of beasts summoned by the host is reduced by 50%. The host perishes. Mission reward, Divine Beast Candle Dragon. Before him now appeared the vision of the 9 layers of hell from the land of Tianzhu. 9 colossal palaces radiated an aura of evil, filled with terrifying, dark power. How the Tianzhu kingdom is truly something else. Lin Yang sighed sincerely after sensing that aura. Simultaneously, his interest in challenging the 9 hells grew ever stronger. Well then, let's begin. Lin Yang declared to the National Fortune Arena. Soon, the National Fortune Arena responded. The Demon King Challenge Tournament of the Indian Nation's Fortune Arena officially begins. Please have Summit of the Kingdom of Tianzhu introduce the guardian of the first layer of the demon's lair. Upon hearing this, Summit declared confidently, Rahu is a demon from ancient Indian mythology, said to be the son of the demon king Viparajit and the demoness Siksha. He is also known as the king of planets and meteors, the guardian deity of the southwest. He possesses 4 arms and a serpent's tail for his lower body, delighting in wicked deeds. After battling for millennia, Vishnu and the Asuras finally reached a truce. Since both gods and demons in Hinduism remain bound by the cycle of reincarnation and lack immortality, they agreed to churn the ocean. To obtain the nectar of immortality from the ocean depths, Lord Vishnu transformed into a giant turtle and submerged beneath the waves. The other gods and demons placed Mount Mandara upon the turtle's back, coiled the serpent Vasuki around the mountain's waist, and used the mountain as a churning rod and the serpent as a rope to churn the ocean. While the Devas and Asuras churned the ocean to produce the nectar of immortality, the Asura Rahu disguised himself and infiltrated the Devas ranks to steal a sip of the immortal nectar. He was discovered by the sun god Surya and the moon god Soma. They reported this to the great Indian god Vishnu, who immediately severed Rahu's head and arms with his divine discus. But having drunk the nectar, Rahu became immortal. His upper body transformed into the dark star. To avenge his betrayal by Surya and Chandra, he frequently swallows the sun and moon, causing solar and lunar eclipses, thus explaining their origins. While Rahu's upper body became the dark star, his lower half retained the form of multiple serpent tails, roaming the cosmos as a celestial disruptor, the comet. Known as Ketu in ancient India and Jitu in China. Due to Rahu's nature in life, both stars he became after death, Rahu and Ketu, are regarded as ominous celestial bodies. As Summit recounted Rahu's history, the confident expression never left his face. As if these matters were utterly insignificant to him. Lin Yang listened to the explanation, a faint trace of mockery appearing on his face. This is far too lengthy. Summit immediately countered, let's see how your great demon god of China challenges our Rahu. Please have the chosen one of China introduce the challenge to the demon beast. After hearing this, Lin Yang said no more to Summit. The candle dragon, also known as Candeline, Candle Ninein, Jua dragon, or fire spirit, is the mountain deity of Zhongshan in ancient Chinese mythology. A dragon without legs, its eyes open to bring day and close to bring night. It has a son named Drum. According to our renowned text classic of mountains and seas, Great Wilderness North, Zhu Long is the deity of Jiangwei Mountain, a human-faced serpent with a crimson body and vertically slitted eyes. The Book of Mountains and Seas, The North Beyond the Seas, describes Zhuyin, the deity of Zhongshan Mountain, as also having a human face, serpent body, and crimson color. Wapu, in his commentary and annotations on the illustrations of the Book of Mountains and Seas, posited that the candle dragon and Zhuyin were one and the same entity. Lin Yang, equally fluent in classical texts, launched into an unstoppable monologue for the assembled crowd. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Holy, that's amazing. I never thought I'd actually hear the legendary divine beast with my own ears. The candle dragon. Feels like it's already unbeatable. Viewers in the Huaxia livestream chat flooded with comments. Meanwhile, the Indian livestream was filled with confident voices. Rahu will slay Huaxia's candle dragon in battle. The Huaxia pretty boy is about to get crushed like a dog. Huaxia trash. This time, my Tianzhu nation will annihilate you in seconds. Huaxia netizens ignored the Tianzhu chatter. Meanwhile, the National Fortune arenas swiftly transported both sides. They were transported into the arena's special space. National Fortune Arena announcement. Both sides have been introduced. Both sides are now being transported to the command space. Your psychic energies may now link with the beasts. From the start of combat until the conclusion of the Demon God Challenge tournament, both sides shall remain within this space. Following the National Fortune Arena's announcement, the space within the arena instantly transformed. The arena-like platform. It transformed into the demonic lair constructed by Naraha. A palpable aura of darkness permeated the air. The wails of ghosts and demons echoed intermittently. These were the concentrated resentment of the soul slain by Rahu and the deceased who had perished. They had utterly lost their will and power from their living days, existing only through this peculiar means. For Huaxia's candle dragon to challenge this terrifying spectacle would prove no easy feat. With 4 arms and a serpent's tail for its lower body, Rahu awaited the Huaxia candle dragon's challenge within the palace high above the demonic cavern. The Huaxia candle dragon was now also transported to the center of the National Fortune Arena. It slowly advanced toward Rahu, who stood high above on the National Fortune Arena. Ha! Boy! Do you know what I enjoy most? Watching the look of utter despair on people's faces as death approaches. Rahu suddenly uttered these words. The words carried far and wide, audible even from a great distance. The Huaxia candle dragon, however, showed little reaction to Luoho's words. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air. The entire demonic lair trembled. Hellfire churned like a boiling sea, threatening to engulf the heavens themselves. The legions of skeletal demons and monstrous creatures surged toward the candle dragon like a tidal wave. The candle dragon merely soared high into the sky. Fire! The mighty fire of the candle dragon. It descended upon the skeletal hordes below. Screams, wails, and roars filled the air as countless skeletal creatures were consumed by the terrifying flames. Yet they continued their assault, heedless of life or death. These skeletal fiends seemed endless, as if they could never be vanquished. Lin Yang felt a slight sense of unease. Candle dragon. Fly straight toward the demon lair. Candle dragon saw no point in engaging these spirits further. In an instant, it soared toward the location of the demon lair's palace. Lin Yang's objective this time coincided perfectly with Zhu Long's. That was to use overwhelming force. To crush those celestial creatures of the Indian kingdom once and for all. To utterly terrify them. Chapter 75, The Blazing Warmth of the Candle Dragon. Ensuring they would never dare offend China again. Whoosh! The scorching heat unleashed by the candle dragon engulfed the entire demonic lair domain established by the Indian kingdom. The blazing temperature radiating from the candle dragon's body matched the fiery sun in the sky, piercing through the entire expanse of dark clouds. In an instant, the Tianzhu kingdom's demons and monsters that had accumulated across the mountains and valleys were all burned. Completely, leaving not a single trace behind. Not even their souls could escape the scorching embrace of this terrifying inferno. Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of these demons and spirits, just as a new wave was about to emerge, the candle dragon ceased using its searing heat to illuminate the area. The entirely crimson candle dragon finally ceased emitting its heat. Holy crap! The candle dragon's power is insane. Feels like we'll crush this Indian kingdom with ease. Don't get too cocky. Let's see how this plays out. I have a feeling Rahu is no ordinary opponent. I agree. The kingdom of Tianzhu has placed immense hope in him. We can't let pride cloud our judgment. At that moment, Rahu of the Tianzhu kingdom remained in his palace atop the demon's den, lost in his grand delusions. With this colossal demon lair capable of housing 1,000,000 fiends as his stronghold, even the mighty gods of China couldn't touch him. That was Rahu's plan. Once he eliminated China's candle dragon and Lin Yang, the Indian Empire would rise again as an even mightier and wealthier demonic realm, a realm built to sustain him. Once Lin Yang is dead, China is mine. Rahu chuckled coldly. Suddenly, he sensed something. What's going on? Luo Ho frowned and abruptly stood up. The palace, which had been filled with joyful atmosphere and peaceful tranquility just moments ago, now fell into an eerie, deathly silence. What's going on? Alarm bells rang in Luo Ho's mind. Had the evil spirits he had released already failed? No. No. He could sense that those foolish, greedy demons were still being generated. But why had the main domain outside the demon's lair suddenly grown so quiet? Could it be? As a certain possibility flashed through his mind, Luo Ho's expression instantly turned tense. Could it be that the demon beast in Huaxia has annihilated all my children? The mere thought of this possibility made Luo Ho's eyes nearly pop out of his head. He hastily cast his own secret technique. Through his unique connection to the demonic lair, he probed for the exact location of that horde of evil spirits. No! When Luo Ho sensed that his first batch of generated evil spirits had all been annihilated by the candle dragon, he instantly went berserk. Roar! Luo Ho's furious roar echoed deafeningly across the heavens. Armed and ready, he strode swiftly toward the exit. Inside the live stream booth for the Kingdom of Tianzhu within the National Fortune Arena. Upon hearing Rahu's furious roar, the audience flooded the chat with messages. What's happening? Is Lord Rahu enraged? China's candle dragon provoked Lord Rahu. It deserves to die. It's finished now. How could the demon king of our great Tianzhu be so easily provoked? The audience in the Indian nation's National Fortune Arena offered sharp commentary. Lin Yang, however, could sense it. The candle dragon paid no heed whatsoever to that earth-shattering roar. Let's see what you're really made of. Lin Yang stared intently at the scene before him, his gaze unwavering as he locked his mental focus firmly onto Candle Dragon, not daring to relax for even a moment. In the adjacent section, Summit, witnessing Rahu's intent to personally engage, dared not show the slightest negligence. A great battle was about to commence. The special zone of the Demon King Challenge Tournament on the National Fortune Arena. Within the demonic lair established by the great Demon King of Tianzhu that day. The body of the Candle Dragon coiled in midair, its eyes burning brightly as it surveyed everything around it. It was searching for the figure of Naroha. There, Raha charged toward the skyward Candle Dragon, riding his innate treasure, the world-destroying Black Lotus. Whoosh! The world-destroying Black Lotus burst into brilliant light. Boom! The entire colossal demon lair shook violently. As if it were about to collapse. The world-destroying Black Lotus moved with blinding speed, closing in on the Candle Dragon in an instant. Roar! The Candle Dragon roared to the heavens, its colossal dragon's cry shaking the skies. This clawless, footless Candle Dragon possessed a presence absolutely comparable to that of a true dragon. Boom! 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 Scorching heat surged from the Candle Dragon's body, its intense temperature nearly incinerating all matter within the entire space. Crash! The two collided violently. Pop! The apocalyptic Black Lotus exploded the instant it touched the Candle Dragon's scorching heat. The intense shockwave sent the Candle Dragon reeling backward. Manhwa fared even worse, slammed violently into the ground by the force of the blast. What? Our world-destroying Black Lotus just got destroyed like that. Holy crap, is the Chinese Candle Dragon really that powerful? Great Demon King Rahu, show us your true power. Countless Indian citizens urged Rahu to unleash his true power and destroy China's Candle Dragon. But things didn't go as planned. While Rahu was no slouch, the Candle Dragon was even more formidable. Light-piercing darkness. The Candle Dragon unleashed its divine power once more. The dazzling white light illuminated the sky, blinding all who gazed upon it. Roar! Accompanied by the dragon's roar, a white beam of condensed light shot forth from its mouth. The beam streaked out like lightning. Thanks to his Demon King armor, Rahu protected himself from the terrifying impact. Now, Rahu thrust forward the world-destroying Demon King spear in his hand, dodging relentlessly under the terrifying heat of the Candle Dragon's white beam. Though shielded by the Demon King armor, the scorching heat still seared his skin. The excruciating pain made him grit his teeth, yet he could not escape the Candle Dragon's assault. Thus, he could only choose to evade for the moment. He glared up at the colossal white flame dragon in the sky, his eyes flashing with ferocity. A cold sneer curled his lips. Candle Dragon, is it? You're powerful. This Demon King acknowledges you do have some skill. Rowa's words were sharp, and his body began to swell once more. He leapt upward, soaring 20 or 30 zhang high. Golden light radiated from his entire body, a mark only pure demonic blood could possess. Rowa the Demon King raised the Demon King spear in his hand, aimed it at the enormous white flame dragon, and hurled it forward with all his might. The spear grew even larger in midair, rivaling the sheer size of the swelling Rohu himself. The demon spear streaked through the void like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, it reached the flame dragon's side. Swish! The demon spear, carrying a torrent of demonic flames, shot fiercely toward the candle dragon's position. Oomph! The candle dragon sneered coldly with disdain. White flames erupted wildly, engulfing the candle dragon's massive form. Just as Manhwa saw his spear about to pierce the candle dragon, a smile touched his lips, only to see his spear forcibly melted by the blazing heat radiating from the candle dragon's body, heat as scorching as the sun itself. Chapter 76, Beheading Rahu. Crack! The demon king Rahu's cherished vision of his demon spear piercing the candle dragon vanished into nothingness, melted away by the scorching heat. A flash of horror crossed Ross's eyes. What? He could scarcely believe it. His demon king spear had actually failed. And in such circumstances, it felt like a joke. How could this be? The expression on Rahu's face was one of utter shock. The candle dragon, however, merely stared at him with contempt, saying nothing more. Seeing the utter contempt in the other's eyes, anger surged from Naraha's chest. The beasts of Huaxia are far too arrogant. They must die. I want the Huaxia people dead. Their chosen one is just as arrogant as their beasts. We must win. Our great demon king, Rahu. The live chat of the Taotie Nation's National Fortune Arena flooded with comments. Meanwhile, in the Huaxia Nation's arena livestream room, all was calm, as if they had long been prepared for this victory. The Yang god remains so calm. Zhulong's abilities are just too powerful. He utterly crushed the demon beast of Sakura Nation. Within the Demon King challenge map of the National Fortune Arena, within the demonic lair set by the Demon King Rahu, his own domain. Roar! He roared as he charged toward the candle dragon. Swish! Rahu conjured his Demon King blade once more, while his other hand materialized an iron shield. Both were legendary artifacts from the history of the Indian subcontinent, capable of both offense and defense. In the hands of the Demon King Luoho, they danced like dragons emerging from the sea. Black mist surged beneath his feet as he soared toward the floating candle dragon. Rahu's heart swelled with secret delight. Humph! What good is your unfathomable power? I refuse to believe that even with the Demon King's blade and shield, you can withstand my dual assault. With this thought, he swung the Demon King's blade and shield with even greater ferocity. Thick smoke billowed around his body, enveloping him entirely. From afar, he resembled a colossal black serpent, its gaping maw lunging toward the candle dragon to devour it. Ha 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 ha! Luoho's heart swelled with wild joy as his twisted form closed in on the candle dragon. Wielding his long blade, a savage grin spread across his lips. Die! He roared, his form vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, the Demon King blade in his hand was already close to the candle dragon. Unexpectedly, the candle dragon tilted its head slightly, evading the Demon King blade. Then, the intense heat erupting from its body coalesced into a giant hand, directly clamping down on the Demon King blade as Luoho swung it toward himself. The searing hand tightened its grip. With a sharp crack, the Demon King's blade snapped clean in two. Rahu's expression changed instantly. He quickly released his grip and stumbled back several steps. What? Demon King Rahu's eyes widened in sheer terror. His demonic sword had been crushed in a single squeeze? Just how powerful was this creature? Unconsciously, the Demon King Rahu turned his gaze toward the candle dragon, only to find the latter now looking down at him. The Demon King Luoho trembled violently. He had poured every ounce of his power into that strike. Yet even so, he hadn't even managed to scratch the surface. His face drained of color. Unable to finish his sentence, he suddenly turned and fled. He knew full well he was no match today. Escape was his only option. If I can just reach my palace, there might still be a chance. The Demon King Rohu knew deep down that victory was no longer possible. Run! Summit urgently issued the command through his psychic powers, trying to make Demon King Luoho run even faster. Demon King Rahu fled frantically. Summit knew this feeling of defeat all too well. He could only issue the command, run! Run faster! But how could the candle dragon give him such an opportunity? Ha! Think you can escape? Too late! The candle dragon snorted coldly. The scorching heat transformed into a blade of air, striking straight for the neck of the Demon King. Rahu! Put! Blood spattered everywhere. The Demon King Rahu clutched his throat in disbelief, slowly turning his head to see the candle dragon suspended high in the sky, its gaze icy cold. Rosa's pupils contracted as a gurgling sound rose from his throat, the searing heat continuing its scorching assault. Before long, the once feared Demon King Rahu of the Tianju Kingdom lay decapitated. Ugh! The headless body of Demon King Rahu struggled to extend its right hand, pointing at the candle dragon's snout. Finally, the head drooped, and life left him completely. The candle dragon cast a cold glance at the corpse of Miloka before soaring slowly into the sky. It gazed down from above, as if declaring, "Who else dares? Bring it on!" The dragon's overbearing, formidable aura spread across the land, lingering long after it had vanished. At that moment, the National Fortune Arena prompted. Congratulations to the Chosen One of Huaxia for victory. Both Chosen Ones are now being teleported away from the special map set by the National Fortune Arena. With the official announcement from the National Fortune Arena, Lin Yang and that summit were both teleported out of the Demon King Challenge within the National Fortune Arena. Seeing Lin Yang, Summit felt an inexplicable chill run through him. This is bad. How could the Chosen One of Huaxia be this powerful? This fear surged uncontrollably within Summit's heart. This fear lingered long after, still rising within Summit's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's face remained utterly expressionless, as if this was his true self, a Chosen One of China, utterly confident in his victory. After the brief victory in the first match, Lin Yang had to strategize which beast to deploy for the next round. Just then, the mountain and sea system in his mind sounded like timely rain. System notice, stage task, completed. Mission, 9-layered demon cavern. Task details, challenge the 9-layered demon cave set by the Kingdom of Tianzhu. Completing each stage will unlock a brand new, powerful divine beast. Success reward, Kulun divine beast Luwu. National Fortune Arena notice. Adjustment period, 1 day. Both Chosen Ones are now teleported off the arena. 1 day later, the second-tier challenge of the Indian Demon's Lair commences. As the voice of the National Fortune Arena echoed, Lin Yang and Summit were enveloped in the arena's white light. They departed the arena within the National Fortune Arena. The first thing Lin Yang did upon returning to China was to treat himself to a proper meal. This National Fortune Arena Demon King Challenge had truly drained every ounce of his energy and spirit. Moreover, he must establish a connection with the Candle Dragon. That was a divine beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. By now, Lin Yang was utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, he immediately tucked into a feast. While savoring the delicacies, he scanned the latest news, until he came across a headline announcing a challenge from the Chosen One of Tianzhu Kingdom. In the next Demon's Den challenge, Summit, will take Lin Yang's head. Seeing Summit's frenzied declaration, Lin Yang felt a pang of unease. This doesn't seem like the man I knew before. The image of Summit as a refined and easygoing gentleman still lingered in Lin Yang's mind. Looks like he's gone mad trying to beat me. Lin Yang chuckled to himself at the thought. But for the sake of China, there's no way I'll let you win. Chapter 77, Kulun Luwu. Lin Yang frowned slightly. The next battle on the National Fortune Arena was about to begin. This put some pressure on Lin Yang, but he wasn't afraid. Because Lin Yang never fought a battle he wasn't confident of winning. All he needed to do now was rest up. The next day, Lin Yang awoke much earlier than usual. He had slept soundly through the night. After dressing and finishing his morning routine, the National Fortune Arena instantly transported both Lin Yang and Summit into the arena within the platform. The next Demon King Challenge was about to begin. Summit, the Chosen One of Tianzhu Kingdom, please begin setting up the home arena for the Demon King Challenge on the National Fortune Arena. Time limit, 10 minutes. Summit, who possessed profound knowledge of Tianzhu Kingdom's history, had already selected the demon beast for this battle. He was fully confident in the Demon King he would field this time. As for arranging the Demon King's home turf, for Summit, it was a piece of cake. In an instant, Summit's consciousness traversed into the sandbox of that home turf. Standing above the demonic realm sandbox, he began arranging every blade of grass and tree within the demonic realm sandbox. Thus, aside from the spectators at the Indian Empire's Fortune Arena, no one else could witness this scene. I'm telling you, this time China is finished. Tianzhu will annihilate Huaxia this time. Kill Lin Yang. Any cost is acceptable. The spectators of the Indian Empire voiced their opinions one after another. Yet their goal remained singular, to eliminate Lin Yang. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had begun his own actions. He closed his eyes to gather his strength. The arrangements of the Kingdom of Tianzhu held little significance for Lin Yang. After all, he now possessed the Kunlun divine beast, Lu Wu. Facing a mere minor demon king of Tianzhu required no deep contemplation. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Summit, the Chosen One of Tianzhu Kingdom, had already prepared the demonic realm for the next Demon King Challenge. National Fortune Arena announcement. Tianzhu Kingdom's Chosen One introduction complete. Please introduce the demon god representing the Chosen One of Tianzhu. Summit, the Chosen One of Tianzhu, immediately introduced with confidence. I am Kali, the darkest and most savage demon mother in the legends of Tianzhu. I am the darkest and most tyrannical Black Earth Mother in the myths of Great Tianzhu. Her skin is pitch black, her face blue with fangs bared, and like Shiva, she bears a third eye upon her forehead. Her 4 arms wield weapons, adorned with necklaces of snakes and skulls, with blood dripping from her tongue. Her legends are forever intertwined with slaughter and bloodshed. She once used human sacrifices to amplify her power. She represents the most obscure and enigmatic faction within our Indian mythology. Summit, the Chosen One of India. delivered this introduction with remarkable brevity. It was clear to all that Summit now possessed extraordinary confidence in this mother of demons, Kali. Following Summit's introduction from the Indian nation, the National Fortune Arena promptly prompted China to begin its presentation. The chosen ones of Tianzhu Kingdom have been introduced. Now it's time for the chosen ones of Huaxia to present their demon beasts for the Demon King Challenge Tournament. Lin Yang nodded upon hearing this. He spoke calmly. Lu Wu, also known as Jian Wu, is the deity of Mount Kunlun in ancient Chinese mythology. According to our classic text, the classic of mountains and seas, Western Mountains, it is recorded, 400 li to the southwest lies Kunlun Hill, which is truly the lower capital of the emperor. The deity Lu Wu presides over it. This deity appears as a tiger with 9 tails, a human face, and tiger claws. This deity governs the 9 divisions of heaven and the seasonal cycles of the emperor's garden. Its form is that of a tiger body with 9 tails, bearing a human head with piercing eyes. Its duty is to oversee the 9 divisions of the heavens and the seasons of the celestial emperor's gardens. After Lin Yang finished his explanation, Summit ceased his mockery of Lin Yang. Instead, he urged the National Fortune Arena, begin already. I can't wait any longer. Lin Yang closed his eyes, showing none of Summit's impatience. National Fortune Arena announcement. The second match of the Demon King Challenge is about to begin. Both chosen ones are now being teleported to the location. Beginning construction of the Demon Realm for the chosen one of the Kingdom of Tianzhu. National Fortune Arena announcement. Summoning of the demon lords and monsters chosen by both sides begins. The National Fortune Arena announced continuously. Lin Yang and Summit were also teleported to their designated locations by the National Fortune Arena. Tianzhu's little demon lord. Take this. Go Yang God. You absolutely cannot lose. India is out to get you. Go China. Defeat India. We must crush the Indian scoundrels' conspiracy. The Indian livestream was flooded with bullet comments supporting their nation's chosen champion. The people of India watched the screen with bated breath. This time we must take down Lin Yang. Kill this damn roadblock. I admit it. We underestimated you before. Damn you. Huaxia. Great India shall prevail. That measly China is nothing. Viewers in the Tianzhu Kingdom's National Fortune Arena livestream flooded the chat with messages supporting their nation. Lin Yang and Summit had already entered that peculiar space. Both unleashed their psychic energies. With all preparations complete on both sides, within the National Fortune Arena, the second round of the Demon King Challenge officially commenced. This time, the demonic lair constructed by Summit, the chosen one of Tianzhu, for the Demon King Kali was quite different. The entire celestial dome of the space had transformed into a colossal circular formation pattern. Lin Yang could sense the potent demonic energy emanating from this colossal formation. Simultaneously, the terrain mirrored the swamplands most familiar to the people of Tianzhu, a hot and humid environment. This battle for Luwu was proving to be anything but easy. The environment here was so treacherous that nearly every step caused him to sink into the mire. But this posed no real difficulty for Lu Wu. After all, he possessed the constitution of a Kunlun divine beast. Having grown up feeding on the divine fruit of the shatang tree in Chinese mythology, Lu Wu possessed the innate ability to traverse oceans and walk upon water without drowning. In no time, Lu Wu reached the depths of the swamp. There stood an immense structure, as grand as a palace and gleaming with a metallic sheen. This was the demon palace where Kali, the demon mother, resided. Surprisingly, Lu Wu encountered no demons or monsters from the Indian kingdom along the way. It seemed that Summit's plan was to concentrate their forces, challenge China, to exhaust Lu Wu through concentrated attacks, then have the demon mother Kali finish him off in one fell swoop. That was Summit's plan. At that moment, Summit smirked inwardly. Everything's gone smoothly so far, hasn't it? You foolish beasts of China. Summit's psychic power surged. He simultaneously commanded countless Indian spirits, demons, and monsters to charge toward Kunlun's divine beast, Lu Wu. Deafening beastly howls erupted from the demon palace. Countless beastly skeletons, rapidly converging on Lu Wu's position. Summit's psychic energy enveloped these beastly skeletons, forming a tight encirclement around Lu Wu. Such an organized assault truly showcased Summit's formidable abilities. Lin Yang, however, calmly extended his psychic energy over Lu Wu, allowing Lu Wu to discern the exact number of enemies nearby. Lin Yang trusted Lu Wu's abilities and refrained from interfering with the actions of this Kunlun divine beast. Chapter 78, Kali, the Demon Mother. All that was needed was to grant it sufficient trust. With Lin Yang's assistance, Lu Wu finally detected the presence of the celestial beasts from the kingdom of Tianzhu. Roar! Roar! Chirp! Lu Wu roared furiously, his cries shifting and changing. The skeletal spirits were momentarily stunned by the terrifying force of his presence. Crash! He crushed the mud beneath his feet with a stomp, then leapt into the air. Roar! The divine beast of Kunlun, the nine-tailed divine tiger, How could these mere wild beasts and skeletons possibly withstand Lu Wu's overwhelming might? Countless fierce gale winds swirled ceaselessly. The gale force winds of the wind spirit surged. The entire demon realm shook violently, filled with the wails of ghosts and howls of beasts. Even the most powerful skeleton spirits were blown away, while the weaker ones had long since been scattered to the winds. Even the most powerful skeletal spirits were blown away, while the weaker ones had long since been scattered to the winds. Lu Wu opened his massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of devouring energy from his maw. This time, he held nothing back. The fierce gale continued to rage. For Lu Wu, servant of the Queen Mother of the West in Kunlun, utterly effortless, the gale swept over the hills, across the entire marsh. The dormant spirits and monsters within it boom. Another violent tremor. Massive swaths of marsh mud surged skyward like a tsunami. Lu Wu surveyed the destruction he had wrought. His expression remained utterly unchanged, while the fate of those spirits was far from fortunate. Summit's meticulously crafted lair was nearly shattered by a single minor skill from Lu Wu. The so-called elite skeleton soldiers seemed as insignificant as ants before Lu Wu. With that, Lu Wu withdrew the devouring force and slowly descended into the demonic realm. His gaze swept over the shattered skeletons and the corpses of the fallen spirits. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Then, Lu Wu opened his mouth and spat. Boom! A ball of flame instantly incinerated the skeletal remains of the demons. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly echoed throughout the entire demonic realm. Immediately after, a cloud of black mist violently exploded outward, rapidly spreading across the entire area. The black mist gradually coalesced into a human form. It was none other than the demon Mother Kali. Damn it! How dare you ruin my meticulous preparations? I'll kill you! Lu Wu remained unmoved. 9 tiger tails flared out like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, every hair on his body bristling as he assumed a fighting stance, waiting for the demon Mother Kali to make her move. Roar! Lu Wu roared lowly, eyes bulging wide. He took a step forward. Whoosh! 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 Thunder orbs the size of fists shot toward her in an instant. Kali's face paled with terror at the sight, but evasion was utterly impossible, for it must be understood, as a Kunlun divine beast, how could Lu Wu possess only one elemental divine power? Watching Lu Wu unleash his divine power, Kali, the demon mother, was utterly helpless. She cast her own spell, conjuring a powerful energy shield to block the attack. When the thunder orbs struck her shield, they instantly exploded, rising into a massive mushroom cloud. The explosive force of the lightning was terrifying. Even though Kali had used her shield to absorb most of the attack's power, she was still severely injured. Yet on her home turf, the demon Mother Kali possessed formidable regenerative abilities. She instantly healed the damage inflicted upon herself. But Lu Wu's next wave of attacks had already arrived. Lu Wu's massive tiger claws slammed directly toward Kali. Kali dodged the powerful tiger claw assault with agile speed. As the demon mother, Kali naturally refused to be passive. She immediately unleashed her divine power. Death Wave, summoning all the countless undead spirits, were summoned forth. Instantly, the demonic realm became a battlefield. Lu Wu rampaged through the battlefield, slaughtering enemies without restraint. Whatever it was, the moment it touched Lu Wu, it would instantly turn to dust. Humph! I'll see just how much magic power you have left to sustain this. Lu Wu glanced around at the increasingly frenzied battlefield. All the undead were charging at Lu Wu. Then, his gaze locked onto Kali, for he understood, once Kali was dealt with, the remaining skeleton spirits wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. This was his best chance, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. Lu Wu lunged at Kali once more. Roar! Lu Wu's roar echoed throughout the entire demonic realm. The skeleton demons froze in their tracks at the sound. And at this very moment, Kali, within the demon realm, glared at Lu Wu with a grim expression. The flames erupting from Lu Wu's mouth this time was more intense than any previous eruption. Even the black vortex showed faint signs of collapsing and vanishing. Kali sensed the danger. Boom! A fireball slammed into Kali's energy shield. It instantly shattered the shield. Kali stumbled and fell to the ground. Thud! Lu Wu's tiger claw tore into Kali's chest. Kali let out a wail of agony and immediately separated her soul from the body being crushed by Lu Wu's tiger claws. Instantly, the body of the demon mother Kali began to fade. Seeing this, Lu Wu raised his tiger claw once more, intent on slaying Kali. With a single swipe of his tiger paw, the demon mother Kali's body was smashed into dust. At that moment, a look of confusion crossed Lu Wu's face, for he distinctly sensed that the battle was not yet over. Kali's form reappeared elsewhere. Lin Yang frowned as he watched the situation unfold on the national fortune arena. What is this? This time, Kali's form appeared even more formidable. Simultaneously, a chain formed from appeared in the demon mother's hand. Ha 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 ha! Kali's triumphant laughter reached Lu Wu's ears. This is my demonic spell, Darkness Escape. Next, I'll show you my new spell. The demon mother Callie taunted incessantly. Lu Wu paid her no mind. Finding Callie's clamor nothing but noise, Callie's triumphant voice echoed once more from within the black mist. Ha! The demon's ruin descends. Callie's tone suddenly rose sharply. The chains in her hands shot out from her grasp. They shot toward Lu Wu's position. Though Callie's demonic spell was bizarre, it was ultimately released by her second form. A spell of this caliber was utterly incapable of hindering the Kunlun divine beast Lu Wu for long. Lu Wu would soon tear the spell to shreds. Boom! 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 The thunder of Kunlun echoed ceaselessly across the heavens, slashing down toward the demon mother Callie. Had attacks of this caliber. I couldn't care less. The voice of the demon mother Callie echoed relentlessly. Lu Wu narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. His tiger-like form swelled explosively, shattering the chains that bound the demon mother Callie. Simultaneously, he commanded the Kunlun thunder of the heavens to strike at the demon mother Callie. Simultaneously, 9 tiger tails activated. A flying leap struck toward Callie. The demon mother. Chapter 79, Gale Wind Young Thunder Technique. Seeing this, Callie's expression darkened. Damn it! She never imagined Lu Wu would be this terrifying. In a single exchange, he had shattered 2 of her demonic spells. If this continued, would she truly lose to this beast she despised? Alas, it was already too late. The 9 tiger tails propelled his massive frame as he swung his claws with bullet-like speed. Gali watched Lu Wu's massive form lunge toward her, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat. Gritting her teeth, she cursed, "Damn it!" A crystal orb materialized on her fingertips as she chanted an incantation. The crystal sphere transformed into a magic staff, barely sustaining a protective shield that managed to deflect Kunlun Lu Wu's powerful strike. Instantly, as Callie, the Earth Mother from ancient Indian mythology, her cultivation was profound indeed. She wielded the magic staff in her hand, chanting an obscure and incomprehensible incantation. In an instant, a violent storm raged around them. Fallen leaves swirled from the ground, forming countless blades that lunged toward Lu Wu. Yet before the blades could reach Lu Wu, they vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Lin Yang knew this was one of Lu Wu's abilities. A powerful tiger-like physique had already raised a protective shield around his body, sufficient to withstand 1,000 spells and 10,000 techniques. Seeing this, Callie, the demon mother of Tianzhu, paled further, her panic deepening. She hastily unleashed 2 more attacks, her brows knitted tightly as she chanted mystical incantations from the Indian kingdom. Her magic wand surged with power once more, spawning dozens of sharp spikes beneath Lu Wu's feet. But none of this affected Lu Wu in the slightest. On the contrary, it only made him feel intensely irritated. So he raised his massive tiger head and unleashed a torrent of flames from his gaping maw. Instantly, a searing wave of heat rolled out, instantly melting away the earth spikes Carly had created. She herself narrowly escaped being consumed by the flames. She was utterly horrified, knowing that if she couldn't stop Lu Wu, her fate would be dire. With that thought, she murmured incantations, conjuring another artifact, a silver dagger. As she chanted the incantation, the dagger instantly elongated, transforming into a 3-foot-long, razor-sharp sword. Gali gripped the blade and charged toward Lu Wu. Excellent! This is our demon mother Callie's signature weapon, the blood-forged sword. Yes, the blood-forged sword. This blade was forged through the blood sacrifices of countless souls. What's this Kunlun divine beast of Huaxia? Prepare to die. Victory is ours. India shall prevail. The Indian crowd roared excitedly before the screens. They knew Callie was going all out against Lu Wu. After all, how formidable a presence was the demon mother Callie in their land of Tianzhu, Earth Mother, and also the demon mother who presided over human sacrifices. Being defeated by the divine beast of Kunlun from China was something they absolutely could not accept. Yet, the scene within the arena painted a different picture. Callie gripped her blood-forged sword and charged toward Lu Wu. Yet Lu Wu showed no fear whatsoever. He reared his head and roared with fury. Instantly, gale force winds roared, gathering thunderclouds in the sky. A dark, oppressive blanket of clouds obscured the entire horizon. The gale force winds merged with the Kunlun young thunder, converging high above. Countless spectators across Huaxia nearly exploded with shock at this spectacle. Holy crap! This is a dual-element attack, and it's so intimidating. This is nothing short of a natural disaster-level spell. Lu Wu is incredible. I've never seen a spell of this caliber before. Exactly. Anyone caught in a spell this powerful is finished. Is this the Kunlun divine beast? Holy crap, that's insane. Every viewer across China was utterly stunned. Even Callie was startled. Gangfeng Yang Lei Fa. Lin Yang's heart surged with wild joy as he exclaimed in awe. At the same time, Lin Yang's spiritual energy remained fully channeled into Lu Wu. He did not relax for a moment. Seeing such overwhelming might, Summit trembled in fear, nearly fleeing first. Yet he was utterly unable to escape the confines of the arena. He knew his chances of victory this time were slim. Within the demon realm, Kali showed no intention of countering such a spell. Her left hand gripped the Indian magical wand, while her right held the unique Indian sword forged from blood. It seemed she was prepared to face Lu Wu in a decisive battle. Only now did Kali realize that though the blood-forged sword in her grasp was formidable, Lu Wu was an opponent she could not possibly contend with. Even the blood-forged sword proved utterly helpless against the Yang Thunder Gale spell unleashed by Lu Wu. Golden Yang Thunder, tinged with a frenzied hue, swept toward Kali's body alongside the gale. Kali, her skin a deep purple, clutched her magical staff to conjure a protective shield while gripping the blood-forged sword in her right hand. She charged straight toward Lu Wu's position. Boom! Countless bolts of Yang Thunder swept across the sky. Each was as thick as a human thigh. Meanwhile, the gale winds, influenced by wind shear, vertical movement, and unstable energy at ground level, whipped up swirling tornadoes. The moment the magical shield constructed by the demon mother Kali dissolved, the gale winds instantly swept away the shield she had imagined would protect her, leaving it nowhere to be found. At the same moment, the furious solar thunderbolts poised to descend from the sky, combined with the vertically spiraling tornadoes. The three forces converged, like three mountains piled upon each other, slamming viciously into Kali's body. Even Kali, as the Earth Mother of India, possessing an incredibly formidable physique, barely withstood Lu Wu's first assault. In that instant, the violent collision generated a powerful shockwave. Kali was hurled back over 10 zhang by the blast, yet her supposedly formidable body, under the relentless assault of Lu Wu's fierce gale winds, thunderbolts, and multiple vortex tornadoes, held out for barely half a second before shattering into pieces. Kali spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with bitter resentment as she watched helplessly her body become riddled with holes under Lu Wu's assault. Never before had death felt so close. She managed only a wretched cry, no. Then, Nagari's entire body exploded mid-air, dissolving into countless specks scattered across the heavens and earth. Lu Wu let out a piercing howl, seemingly celebrating his victory. Waves of roars echoing through the air, the domineering tiger's roar reverberated across the entire sky. In this battle, Lu Wu had triumphed. It had achieved victory with overwhelming dominance. At that moment, all the Chinese spectators erupted in cheers and applause. Long live Lu Wu! Long live China! Are the Indians still so arrogant? China, unrivaled under heaven. India shall fall. Ha 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 ha. I knew Lu Wu wouldn't lose. Just look, that Kali is nothing but a stepping stone for Lu Wu. Is this the demon king of India? Not worth a laugh. The Chinese spectators were ecstatic, cheering and shouting with excitement before their livestream screens. Chapter 80, Magnificent China. National Fortune Arena Notice. Congratulations to Huaxia for securing victory in the second stage of the Demon King Challenge. Both chosen warriors are now teleported to the National Fortune Arena. Lin Yang and Nassim were instantly enveloped in white light, teleporting away from the unique space of the National Fortune Arena. Despite enduring so many defeats, upon seeing Lin Yang, his attitude remained as unshakable as ever. He roared at Lin Yang within the arena, only 2 losses so far. Don't get cocky, Huaxia. 7 more matches remain, more than enough for me to finish you off. Is that so? I look forward to it. Lin Yang's indifferent voice echoed out. He wasn't worried. He had already secured 2 victories. How could Lin Yang not be confident about the upcoming battles? System notice, stage task, 2, completed. Mission, 9-layered demon cavern. Task details, challenge the 9-layered demon cave set by the Kingdom of Tianzhu. Completing each stage will unlock a brand new, powerful divine beast. Success reward, the guardian beast of the Western Queen Mother of Kunlun. Kaming. The voice of the Shanghai system echoed in Lin Yang's mind at the perfect moment. Hearing the voice of the mountains and seas system, Lin Yang froze for a moment. Then, he was overcome with wild joy. This was far more thrilling than defeating that summit. This was the Kaming beast. Clearing the 3rd layer of the 9-layered demon's lair would be a piece of cake. National Fortune Arena Notice. Adjustment period, 1 day. Both chosen ones are now teleported off the arena. 1 day later, the challenge for the 2nd layer, the Indian Demon Cave, begins. After the National Fortune Arena's announcement sounded, Lin Yang and Summit were both teleported away from the arena of the National Fortune Arena. They returned to China once more. Lin Yang glanced around and noticed it was nighttime. Under the night sky, the city lights had just begun to glow, and the streets bustled with a lively flow of traffic. China. It truly keeps getting better and better. Seeing the prosperous urban scene before him, Lin Yang murmured in admiration. It seemed the items he had purchased within the National Fortune Arena were indeed no ordinary goods. The leap in technology coupled with an unending supply of resources, this was the very foundation of China's current strength. Not only were there skyscrapers and towering buildings, but even the highways, automobiles, dazzling neon lights, and streets all bore a brand new appearance. Every industry was advancing at breakneck speed. This might be connected to the resources from the national fortune arena. Lin Yang resolved firmly within himself, he must overcome the formidable challenge of the 9-tiered demonic lair set by the kingdom of Tianzhu. Only in this way can the secular world of China become more beautiful, more prosperous. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang set off toward the distant street. Such a beautiful China, Lin Yang needed more time to savor it fully. A day passed swiftly. Fully rested and recharged, Lin Yang and Summit were once again transported into the arena of the National Fortune Tournament. This Demon King challenge within the National Fortune Arena was naturally no simple affair. Summit activated his mode change card once more. National Fortune Arena. I request to initiate the Demon King challenge. This time, it's a full-on team battle. Our remaining 7 Demon Kings, against China's 7 divine beasts, auspicious beasts, or whatever the hell those demonic beasts are. In short, I stake the fate of Tianzhu. We challenge all of China at once. Summit wore an expression of absolute confidence. Within the National Fortune Arena, he feared no one, including Lin Yang. Lin Yang responded with a cold laugh, since you Indians want to come, then I'll play along with you. It saves me the trouble. Lin Yang's response was audacious, yet all of Huaxia's people still believed in him. National Fortune Arena announcement. The chosen one of Huaxia accepts the challenge from the kingdom of Tianzhu. Attention! This Demon King Challenge Tournament. The reward and penalty will be collected in one lump sum from all territories. Are both chosen ones certain to accept the challenge? Lin Yang heard this and said nothing further, merely nodding his head. Summit, however, declared arrogantly, yes, and so it was. The Demon King Challenge of the National Fortune Arena officially commenced. The 7 great demonic beasts of Tianzhu Nation entered the arena together. Ravana, Papiya, Vairava, Mahajit, Pisaka, Aravaja, and Azura, all appeared within the demonic lair prepared by the people of their Tianzhu kingdom. Meanwhile, Lin Yang calmly selected China's 7 great demon gods, Xingtian, the 9-tailed fox, the candle dragon, Lu Wu, Woziki, Kuei, and the 9-headed bird. These 7 demon deities entered the fray together. The battle within the National Fortune Arena officially commenced. Lin Yang and Summit were both enveloped in a white light. Instantly, their figures vanished from their original positions. When they opened their eyes again, the 7 great demons of India and the 7 great demons of China had already formed their battle formations, ready to settle the score at any moment. This battle between China and India could be said to have captured the attention of the entire world. For this war was of paramount importance. If China prevails, it signifies China's dominance over all of Asia and its ascension to the world's foremost power. If India prevails, it could overturn the status quo in one fell swoop and claim the top spot in Asia. Such a victory would be a source of immense pride and glory for the Chinese people. But should Huaxia fall, the consequences would be devastating. Thus, all of China is intensely focused on this Demon King challenge. Tianzhu has elevated its focus on this conflict to the absolute peak. Even the common folk of Tianzhu eagerly await the final outcome of this battle. The battle commences. Huaxia strikes first. The 7 Huaxia demon gods each selected their targets. Meanwhile, the 7 great demon lords of Tianzhu, brimming with confidence, also selected the Huaxia demon gods they wished to confront. And so, the battle commenced. The 7 demon gods of Huaxia unleashed their divine powers. In one-on-one combat, Huaxia had never feared any foe even on the home turf of the Indian Empire. The 9-tailed fox unleashed her demonic arts. Xingtian displayed his colossal strength. Woziki demonstrated his demonic power. The 9-headed bird's flames. The Zhurong dragon's intimidation. How could these Indian demons possibly withstand such might? The battle was brief, lasting only a little over 10 minutes. It ended with Huaxia's victory. National Fortune Arena announcement. Tianzhu defeated by China. The chosen of Huaxia must decide, shall they fully annex all Indian territories and occupy other civilizations' lands? Lin Yang's face showed no mercy upon hearing this. I choose to annex all of India's territory. And so, following this battle on the National Fortune Arena, China fully annexed the territory of Tianzhu. The name Tianzhu Kingdom vanished into history. In the days that followed, Huaxia launched offensives on all fronts, crossing oceans, subduing Sakura, punching Europe, and kicking the Americas. Amidst the relentless battles on the national destiny arena, Lin Yang even compiled China's 5,000 years of history into voluminous tomes. The entire history of China was laid bare. 3 years, Lin Yang achieved all this in just 3 years. In the blink of an eye, China became the ultimate superpower spanning Asia, Europe, America, and Africa. After subduing the indigenous peoples of the oceans, China even transformed the Pacific Ocean into its own inland sea. Lin Yang thus became the undisputed national idol of all Chinese people. Having achieved all this, Lin Yang brought the battle of the national fortune arena to a complete end. The vast and mighty Huaxia, may its prosperity endure for all eternity.